The system gave me the enviable ability of immortality, but it did not grant me eternal youth, resulting in me being unwelcome in every brothel I visited. So I embarked on a journey to the cultivation world, seeking a method to preserve eternal youth. As a result, I have been wandering for countless years. It's not that cultivators are hard to find, but after many years of travel, I have not encountered a single person, not even animals. It dawned on me that the system is even more cunning than I am. The system initially placed me in a safe location. This world is so vast that ordinary people spend their entire lives without leaving their own country. This marks the 10th year since I left the deserted area. The reason I didn't rush to find traces of cultivators is because I was deceived. Not long after I left the deserted area, a female cultivator named Baiwa deceived me of all my spirit stones. So now I have a habit of visiting the Gulen area whenever I arrive at a new place, to listen to his tragic stories. Time flies, another year has passed. Congratulations to the host for surviving another year. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Immortals reward, with life value increased by 10,000, mana value increased by 10,000, and 10 additional spirit stones. I sighed, put the spirit stones in my pocket, and continued walking forward. Except for giving me rewards on the 4th day of April every year, the system is usually in a disconnected state. What's even more frustrating is that this system doesn't even have a system backpack. At the same time, it seems like my health points have reached the maximum. The 10,000 rewards the system gives me each year, even if added, make no difference. The only comforting thing is that my mana points seem to have no limit. The territory within my body expands a bit each year, although not by much, it's still noticeable. Several days later, a streak of light flew over my head as I was on the road, and after a moment, that streak of light flew over again, bringing a fairy-like girl who jumped off a flying sword and came straight to me. The old man asked me how to get to the city, and I kindly shook my head, saying, "Sorry, I don't know either." The girl, however, didn't leave but curiously asked the old man, "Where are you planning to go? I can see you're having trouble walking, let me accompany you for a while." Before I could finish, the girl grabbed me, the cold wind biting, a flash of sword light, and we disappeared on the spot. After an incense stick's worth of time, at the North Garden City Gate, there's no need to thank the old man. The girl bid farewell and instantly disappeared in front of me, a person who does good deeds without seeking recognition. I sighed and turned to continue walking towards the road ahead. After walking for a year with difficulty, I was brought back to the starting point by someone else. If time wasn't cheap for me, I would definitely be furious. Time flies, another year has passed. Congratulations, host, on surviving another year. Congratulations to the host for receiving the longevity award, adding 10,000 life points, 10,000 mana points, and 10 spirit stones. I took out the spirit stones from my pocket as usual, put them in my money bag, and at that moment, a stream of light flew over his head again. After a moment, the stream of light flew back again, and the person who came was none other than the girl from a year ago. "Old man, do you know how to get to Tiansa City?" My heart skipped a beat. A layer of goosebumps instantly rose on my body, like hitting a wall for a year. But I was overthinking. It wasn't hitting a wall, something happened in this past year. The girl lost her memory. She only remembers her name is Ziwei and that she wants to go to Tiansa City, but she doesn't remember why. Perhaps feeling a familiar sensation from me, Ziwei wanted to travel with me. I wanted to refuse her, but Ziwei gave me a cultivation technique, fireball technique. Although it's the lowest level spell in the cultivation world, it made me very happy. So, the two of us set off together, marking the beginning of my first purposeful journey. Time passed quickly on our journey, and 3 months later, we arrived at the first city on our trip. Uncle Shuechen in Anyang City, where should we go now to inquire about the news? No need to rush. Come with me. Half an hour later, the two of us arrived at the largest pleasure establishment in Anyang City. Guegong from Tianshan Pavilion immediately stopped the two of us, saying, "Sir, this is not a place to eat. It's a place for men to have fun." I nodded and said, "I know, don't worry, sir, I have money." Guetong's mouth twitched the first time he saw a girl, and even brought his granddaughter. "Girls, the master has arrived, come out to greet the guests." Same scene, different girls. Moments later, a courtesan named Su Wanwan received me and Ziwei. The next morning, Su Wanwan stood by the window, staring blankly at the backs of the two departing figures, tightly holding a spirit stone in his hand. I transcribed another sad story: abusive ex-husband, failed gambling business leading to debt, single mother with no income. As the top courtesan in Anyang City, Su Wanwan doesn't even know where Tiansa City is. So Ziwei and I didn't linger. However, we did learn of a place called Jinzhou City. It turns out, the country we are in is called Nanyang, and Jinzhou City is its capital. People there are well informed. If we want to know the location of Tiansa City, we'll surely find out in Jinzhou City. Time flies by. Is this Jinzhou City a year later? Ziwei looked at Jinzhou City in front of her and sighed at how prosperous it is. It's been over a year since he last flew on his sword. This journey has made him more acutely aware of the world. Those ants under his feet are actually living creatures. Turns out everyone has their own thoughts. We stayed in Jinzhou City for 3 days and heard a piece of good news and bad news. The good news is we found out the location of Tiansa City, but the bad news is we went the wrong way. To reach Tiansa City, we have to go back. Grandpa Shuechen, how about we part ways here? I'm very grateful for your company along the way. I nodded in agreement, but as we parted ways, I gave Ziwei a book. Ziwei took the book and curiously asked, Grandpa Shuechen, what is this? Here, these are all tragic stories I have transcribed over the years, but they are all fake. Just treat them as simple stories to read. Thank you, Grandpa Shuechen. Perhaps we'll meet again. Ziwei put away this precious storybook, gave me a faint smile, then turned and left. I didn't stop Ziwei. After all, to me, we were just passing through each other's lives. I bought a small courtyard in Jinzhou City and started a brief and ordinary life. Every morning, I would go to the tea house for tea. In the afternoon, I would go to listen to music at Guolan, and occasionally, I would play a few rounds at the gambling house. Life was quite comfortable, and there are some inexplicable connections in the world. Just as I settled down in my 3rd month, a woman's arrival disrupted my peaceful life. I didn't expect to meet you here, elder. From now on, we are neighbors. Xinger calls me Grandpa Mo. This woman is no other than the famous courtesan Lu Shishir from Ichuan Building in Beiyuan City. However, the current Lu Shishir is now a mother, and her child can already walk on the ground. Lu Shishir's husband, surnamed Su Mingwen, is a businessman who runs a liquor store. However, the liquor store is not large in scale, and within a few days, they moved to their new home. I wanted to warn them that it's dangerous as alcohol is flammable and can easily catch fire, but in the end, I remained silent. Starting from that day, I took on an additional job of helping to take care of the children. As a reward, Lu Shishir would give me some drinks, occasionally invite me to have a meal, or have some dishes sent over. Of course, in Lu Shishir's eyes, this was all about neighbors helping each other, but in my view, it was a form of reward. Time flies by, and 2 years have passed. Lu Shishir and her husband's business has been thriving. The time Lu Shishir and her husband spent taking care of Qinger grew less and less. As the little girl grew up, she also showed a curious side towards the world. Qinger always had endless questions. I patiently answered each of her questions. Just in the year Qinger turned 4, Lu Shishir became pregnant again. Suwen was very happy, pulling me along to drink for several days in a row. The following year, Lu Shishir gave birth to another daughter. I could clearly see that Suwen's complexion wasn't too good. Just 2 months after giving birth, Lu Shishir was pregnant again. This time, Suwen didn't show much happiness. It wasn't until a year later when Lu Shishir gave birth to a son. I could see Suwen's mouth almost reaching her ears with a smile. Suwen hosted many relatives and friends, holding a grand feast for 3 days to welcome the newborn. On the first day after Lu Shishir's confinement, I found her. At that moment, Lu Shishir no longer possessed the figure and beauty of her youth. Some freckles had appeared on her slightly plump cheeks. She carried her 1-year-old child on her back and held her newborn in front. On the side, there is Cheng who can't stay idle. Years of life have washed away the glamour, also devouring her youth. Grandpa M.O., do you need something? Both Lyrical and Ching call me Grandpa M.O. because they don't know my real age, and even if they did, they wouldn't know how to survive. I'm leaving. I took out the title deed and handed it to Lyrical. Grandpa M.O., this is for you. I said with a smile, money is just an external thing to me. This courtyard of mine is a token of appreciation for your kindness and foolishness over these 4 years. After I finished speaking, I handed the title deed to Lyrical, patted Ching's head, then turned and left. I've stayed here long enough. Lyrical shouted after my back, Grandpa M.O., are you coming back? I didn't turn back. Ching waved her hand, maybe I'll come back to visit, maybe not. Congratulations to the host for living another year. Congratulations on receiving the reward of the longevity, with life value increased by 10,000, mana value increased by 10,000, and 10 spirit stones. The eternal prompt sound, ringing every year on the 4th day of the 4th month. Calmly, I put the spirit stones that appeared in my pocket into the money bag and continued on my way. I used to think about making a splash in the immortal cultivation world, but after so many years, I have long lost that initial passion. I lost track of how much time had passed. One day, I arrived at an empty mountain. Just as I wanted to sit down, have a drink of water, and take a break, a group of ragged people appeared in front of me on the road. The light had faded from the eyes of these people, some were just murky. I retreated to the woods beside the road, quietly watching these ruffians. It wasn't until this wave of ruffians gradually moved away that I returned to the official road. I gave some food, and a ruffian who hadn't breathed his last yet lay on the ground, looking at me imploringly. However, I just sighed and walked past him. It had been half a month since I left the last city, and I no longer had any thorns on me. I can eat or not, I have a lot of health points, and I have never used any mana. Not eating won't affect me, so I usually don't carry much food on me. As I continued forward, more refugees appeared on the winding road. I carefully avoided them, although they posed no danger to me. Until this evening, lightning flashed continuously in the sky, followed by thunder and then a fierce wind. Torrential rain poured down, and the refugees who were already on the brink of life and death instantly fell by more than half. The remaining refugees began to look for shelter from the storm. I found a cave, but soon after I took cover from the rain, two couples each holding a child ran over. The two couples were clearly surprised to see me, but despite my elderly and frail appearance, they chose not to leave. Everyone remained silent, sitting quietly by the campfire, drying their already soaked clothes. As time passed second by second, they watched for any sign of the heavy rain stopping. I found a relatively dry spot, leaned against the wall, closed my eyes slowly, and when I woke up again, it was already the middle of the night. Watching the campfire about to die out, I added a few pieces of wood. However, just as I was about to go back to sleep, a few drops of blood on the ground caught my attention. Looking up at the two sleeping couples, I noticed that the children in their arms had disappeared, replaced by two bundles oozing with blood. A word from my past life suddenly came to mind. With a deep breath, I looked at the couples embracing each other for warmth and then walked out of the cave. The heavy rain kept pouring on me, making me very uncomfortable. I used the fireball spell for the first time, a spell I had been learning for years. A basketball-sized fireball shot out from my fingertips. The scorching fireball instantly evaporated the rainwater around me. Seeing its effectiveness, I decided to place the fireball over a meter above my head. Although the fireball was consuming my energy, I felt that it wasn't draining much. The mana within me was vast, like an endless ocean. At this point, the consumption of the fireball was like inserting a straw into the ocean. The fireball evaporated the rainwater and illuminated my path forward. Little did I know that my show of strength would soon attract trouble. 100 miles away, a group of cultivators was engaged in a fierce battle. "Young master, you go first." With tears in his eyes, Lu Chengfeng gritted his teeth, leaped onto the flying sword, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the distance. As expected, the extras known as Fu Bo's men took the bait. Several streams of light also chased after Lu Chengfeng directly. Due to his injuries, Lu Chengfeng didn't run far before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Watching the pursuers getting closer and closer, Lu Chengfeng's heart was filled with endless desolation. However, at that moment, a conspicuous figure 10 miles away caught his attention. Lu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and steered the flying sword towards that figure. As I, who was rushing to the rescue, was taken aback, I saw a person falling in front of him. Just as I was about to speak, several figures surrounded me. A young man clasped his fists in a salute and said, "I am Xiefeng, a disciple of Yunqi Valley, and I am junior to you. I hope the senior won't interfere in our grievances." Xiefeng's words were polite. Of course, even if he had been impolite, I had no intention of interfering. "You settle your own disputes." After speaking, I ignored Lu Chengfeng's pleading eyes on the ground and left directly. I can say that I had no sympathy for Lu Chengfeng, who sought to use me to save his life. Not long after I left, I heard a resentful scream behind me. Half an hour later, I returned here, only to find nothing on the ground except for a sword hilt. I also came back for this sword. When Lu Chengfeng fell just now, the flying sword was stuck in the ground, leaving only a bit on the hilt. I also approached with a trial attitude, not expecting that those disciples from Yunqi Valley really didn't take away this flying sword. I gleefully put away the sword and quickly left. The next morning, as the sky cleared, the refugees came down from the mountain again. After a night of heavy rain, many refugees were even weaker. Even so, there were bound to be some who wanted to rob me, the one going against the flow. Seeing the opponent's legs and feet worse off than mine, I shook my head with a bitter smile. I also ignored the refugees holding wooden sticks and let them follow behind me. However, not long after walking, the refugees behind me ran out of energy, holding their wooden sticks and walking again. In less than half an hour, those refugees fell down one by one. Some advancing refugees glanced at us, then staggered towards us. Before long, the sound of chewing echoed behind me. The refugees who were eaten hadn't even completely died yet, but at that moment, they didn't even have the strength to shout. I walked this road for half a month. It wasn't until a city appeared in front of me that the figures of the refugees completely disappeared. "Halt!" By the order of the city lord, those entering the city must pay 3 copper coins, which is 3 money. This was the first time I encountered a city that required an entry fee, but since it was an order, I naturally paid obediently. Of course, even if they were openly extorting, I would still comply. The county town was not as desolate as I imagined. Instead, it was bustling with people, traders, and pedestrians coming and going. I bought a steamed bun and inquired about the local customs and places of interest in this county town from the shopkeeper. The wealthy gentleman from Taiyuanj, Suwantawan's courtesan, was deeply unsettled upon learning that there was a centenarian downstairs looking for her. However, the elderly man is kind and receives financial assistance. The next morning, I left here with a heavy heart. From Suwon, I learned about the situation here. This county town is called Yunmengs, which has a vast area. However, most areas here are lakes and rivers. The common people here mainly rely on fishing and selling fish to make a living. 1 year ago, the nephew of the county magistrate threw some fish fry into the river. The rest of the story is needless to say. If caught fishing in the water, it's a crime. If not, one can only starve to death. Yunmengs now is like a graveyard, and the people want to leave this cannibalistic place. However, the world map is too vast. Even until their last breath, they still didn't escape from Yunmengs and died on this land. These are the tidbits I've gathered, and the story must be heard. Suwon's story is full of twists. His parents had an early romance, and his sister supported their grandfather to go to school alone, taking care of their grandmother during her postpartum period. Although the story is a bit far-fetched, I still noted it down in my little book. The storybook I originally gave to Ziwei was copied by me later. It had always been in my possession. After a simple resupply of some goods, I headed towards the next city again. On that day, the courtesan from Taiyuanj also redeemed herself. It's worth mentioning that I have never advised anyone, and I do not look down on any profession. In my eyes, as long as one earns a living without stealing or robbing, it's not wrong to rely on oneself. Congratulations to the host for living another year. Congratulations to the host for receiving the longevity award, adding 10,000 life points, 10,000 mana points, and temporary extra time. I sighed, looking at the endless road, feeling a bit weary for a moment. I now need to find a place to stop and rest for a while. When a huge city appeared in front of me, I smiled faintly, confirming that I would rest here for several years. I never expected that after wandering for so many years, I would end up here in this city. I wonder how that girl Ziwei is doing. I chuckled, then immediately stepped towards the huge city ahead. Although the city of Tiansa is located in the country of Nanyang, this city is not under the jurisdiction of Nanyang. This city is governed by 3 immortal cultivation clans, known as the 3 major aristocratic families of Tiansa City. The 3 major families are the Zai, Shu, and Sun families. I learned this information at the Yenyu district, the largest pleasure district in Tiansa City. The courtesan there is named Liuruyan. What surprised me is that Liuruyan is actually a cultivator and doesn't have any special attire. Of course, I didn't expect any special treatment either. Liuruyan's fees are quite high. I paid a whole 5 spirit stones, which is equivalent to half a year's minimum guarantee for me. Of course, even though I inquired about the information, I still wanted to hear the story. Liuruyan's background is quite tragic, enough to rank in the top 3 of my little black book. Her parents were harmed by enemies, and her younger siblings were captured by demonic cultivators. The scumbag cheated him out of all his spirit stones, and then sold him here. I bought a small courtyard near the Z family street and settled down. I didn't actively seek out Ziwei. Meeting again is fate, not seeing her is fate as well. I've been here for over half a year. For over half a year, I never bumped into Ziwei, until the grand day of the 3 major families. I saw the graceful Ziwei from the audience stands. So many years have passed, yet Ziwei hasn't changed much from before. She still looks like the young girl she used to be. I envy her a bit. I really wish I had a technique that could make me young again. From the judgment of the grand event, I learned about Ziwei's cultivation level, nearly at the 6th level of spiritual energy. I'm not sure what level this cultivation is in the cultivation world, but everyone present seemed weak to me. Ziwei didn't even get first place in the grand event, not even the top 3. Although she didn't make it, she was happy because she saw me. Grandpa Shuechen, long time no see. You're still the same old self, she said. I chuckled awkwardly. In reality, I'm older than I was years ago, but aging slowly. It's just that others can't tell. But if another 50 years pass, Ziwei will definitely notice the new wrinkle on my forehead. Grandpa Shuechen, when did you arrive? I asked with a smile. It's been over half a year, Ziwei said, pretending to be unhappy. But you never came to see me. I didn't respond to that topic. From that day on, Ziwei often came to visit me. I also learned a lot about the cultivation world from Ziwei. The cultivation world can be divided into several levels, with the lowest being the purple way. They belong to the mundane world and are considered some cultivation sects online. These cultivation sects are also divided into different levels, situated in various places abundant in spiritual energy around the world. The Yunchi Valley I encountered before is the closest cultivation sect to the Tiansa city. Although it's considered the closest, it's still thousands of miles away. These cultivation sects are the powerful sects of the cultivation world online, also known as the sacred grounds. It is rumored that within the sacred grounds, there exist peerless geniuses capable of destroying heaven and earth. As for the Purple family where Purple Way resides, the strongest is only a transcendence, an elder of nearly 8 levels. The strength of the Purple Way family is limited. Of course, the other 2 major families are similar. This state of transcending the ordinary is a realm above the spiritual energy realm, also the second level for cultivators. The spiritual energy realm is the initial stage for cultivators, where they can sense and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, incorporating it into their bodies to nourish themselves and enhance their strength. Transcending the ordinary, on the other hand, marks a significant breakthrough for cultivators, signifying that they have surpassed the realm of ordinary people, being able to freely manipulate spiritual energy and unleash more powerful spells and skills. Cultivators in the spiritual energy realm are surrounded by faint spiritual energy, focusing on absorbing and refining it, contemplating the mysteries of the natural world. As for cultivators who have entered the state of transcending the ordinary, their aura becomes powerful and restrained, capable of resonating with spiritual energy with every movement. As for the rejuvenation technique that Shuechen has been thinking about, neither the Purple family nor the Tianxia city possesses it. Cultivation itself has the effect of preserving youthfulness. As long as one practices from a young age, the aging process of one's appearance will be slow. Until one day, Ziwei asked the question that had been on her mind for a long time. Grandpa Shuechen, are you also a cultivator? Shuechen curiously looked at Ziwei and asked, why do you ask? Ziwei shook her head. I don't know, I can't sense any cultivation from you, but I feel like you resemble those extraordinary experts. Shuechen smiled and said, indeed, I do not have cultivation, but I should also be considered a cultivator. Ziwei felt a bit puzzled by this statement. No matter how she thought about it, it seemed awkward. Shuechen did not deceive her. He indeed was a cultivator because he had a lot of magical power within him. However, he did not have cultivation because he had not practiced any techniques. Techniques for advancing in realms are usually referred to as cultivation techniques or primary cultivation techniques. These techniques focus on the cultivator's internal cultivation and energy accumulation, with the main goal of advancing in cultivation and breaking through realms. Techniques for casting spells are often called spell manuals or spell techniques. They serve as guides for cultivators to use their cultivation and spiritual power to perform various spells and skills. These techniques usually include instructions on specific spell incantations, hand seals, and spiritual energy manipulation. Shuechen does not need cultivation techniques that grant cultivation levels because he does not need to cultivate or meditate to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, the level of cultivation does not have much impact on him as long as he has sufficient magical power within him. He can still unleash the spells or secrets that high-level cultivators can. However, Shuechen did not leave Ziwei empty-handed. He exchanged 50 spirit stones for the sword-flying technique. In fact, Ziwei wanted to give it to him as a gift, but Shuechen did not want to owe anyone favors. Shuechen had asked Ziwei about her memory loss from a few years ago, but Ziwei just smiled and avoided the topic. In the blink of an eye, it was the 5th year since Shuechen settled in Tianxia City. That year, Ziwei got engaged. It was because of Ziwei's engagement that Shuechen learned that the young woman in front of him was already 35 years old. The man she was engaged to was a genius from the Yi family. He was 3 years younger than Ziwei, but both of them were at the 7th level of the spiritual energy realm. Yes, for a full 5 years, Ziwei had only progressed from the 6th to the 7th level of the spiritual energy realm, and the spiritual energy realm has a total of 9 levels. According to Ziwei, her greatest achievement in this lifetime was reaching the 4th to 6th levels of transcending the ordinary. Of course, it was more likely that she would remain at the 1st to 3rd levels of transcending the ordinary. If she was unlucky, she would be stuck at the 9th level of the spiritual energy realm. The starting lifespan of the spiritual energy realm is 100 years, with an additional 5 years for each level advanced. This means that even a cultivator at the 9th level of the spiritual energy realm would only have a lifespan of 145 years. Transcending the ordinary, on the other hand, starts at 200 years, with an additional 10 years for each level advanced. According to Ziwei, even if she cultivated to the 4th to 6th levels of transcending the ordinary, her lifespan would only be 240 to 260 years. It was precisely when they touched upon the sensitive topic of lifespan that Shuechen decided to leave. Shuechen didn't have any impressive gifts to offer, so he gave all the spirit stones he had on him to Ziwei as a gift. In reality, there weren't many, just a few dozen. These spirit stones might be helpful to Ziwei, but for Shuechen, they were dispensable. After all, the system would provide him with 10 low-grade spirit stones every year. On the day of their parting, Ziwei asked Shuechen, "Grandpa Shuechen, will I see you again in the future?" Shuechen just waved his hand without looking back. Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't, who knew? Heading hundreds of miles north of the city, Shuechen soared through the sky on his flying sword. As he gazed at the towering mountains and the babbling brooks below, Shuechen felt content. Having learned sword flying and fireball techniques at a young age, Shuechen was quite satisfied. Moreover, he was about to join a sect of cultivators, where he would likely learn rejuvenation techniques soon. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Shuechen finally arrived at the location of the cultivation sect, Yunshi Valley. If others knew that Shuechen had flown for half a month to cover a few thousand miles, they would be astonished. Of course, if he had walked, it would have taken him 3 to 5 years at best to arrive. He might even take 20 years because he was truly walking, not rushing. Arriving at Yunshi Valley, Shuechen faced a dilemma. He pondered how to sneak in with a plausible reason. After much thought, he couldn't come up with a good plan. So, he settled in a town closest to Yunshi Valley, Li Family Town. It was less than 100 miles from there to Yunshi Valley, and cultivators could often be seen flying in the sky. The town had a pleasant environment and charming scenery, but lacked entertainment venues. However, Shuechen was simply interested in hearing stories. He bought a pawnshop whose previous owner wanted to sell it because it wasn't profitable, it was even losing money. On his first day of business, Shuechen received a long knife. The seller claimed it was used by cultivators in battles. Shuechen paid 10 silver coins for it. Unfortunately, the knife accidentally fell and shattered into pieces that same night. The next day, Shuechen received a spirit stone. Yes, a spirit stone, but it had already lost all its spiritual power after being used by a cultivator. Nevertheless, Shuechen paid the seller 5 copper coins for it. He casually tossed the useless spirit stone into a broken water tank. From that day on, rumors spread in the town that Shuechen would accept anything. "Shopkeeper, would you take this?" Shuechen looked at the sniffling little girl under the counter with a black line on his face. The little girl held half-eaten candied hawthorn in her hand, looking at Shuechen expectantly. Shuechen took a deep breath and gave the little girl a copper coin. Of course, he took the candied hawthorn too. The little girl happily skipped away with the coin. However, not long after, a woman returned with the little girl in her arms, wearing a wry smile. The little girl held the copper coin Shuechen gave her, tears welling up as she looked at him. "Sir Mo, did you eat the candied hawthorn the little girl just sold you? If not, I'd like to buy it back." Shuechen twitched at the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. How could he eat the candied hawthorn with snot on it? "The candied hawthorn is still here, but it'll cost 2 copper coins to buy it back." Shuechen handed over the half-eaten candied hawthorn. The woman didn't say anything, she handed 2 copper coins to Shuechen and left with the delighted little girl. This was the first money Shuechen had earned. Days passed like this, and the rumors that Shuechen accepted everything gradually proved to be true. What Shuechen received the most of wasn't anything else but spirit stones. They were not abundant everywhere, but they were easy to come by, especially in several inns in town, where the output was particularly high. After using the spirit stones, the cultivators casually threw them into the trash cans or by the roadside. Yunshi Valley had existed for thousands of years, and the discarded waste spirit stones had reached a terrifying number. Looking at the barrel full of waste spirit stones, Shuechen hesitated whether to recycle them. The spirit stones were slightly larger than a thumb, and the barrel contained over 1,000 of them. However, trouble always seemed to find its way to him. Old Mo, come out to collect treasures, a man called Old Fong, who often set up a fortune-telling stall in town. Old Fong was a skilled individual. Shuechen had seen him tell fortunes for cultivators, who willingly paid him in spirit stones. "What are you selling?" "Of course, your favorite treasures." Old Fong smirked mischievously, grabbing Shuechen and heading towards the door. Outside, there was a carriage piled with several sacks. Old Fong opened one sack, took out a handful of spirit stones, and handed them to Shuechen. "These are top-quality spirit stones, a total of 34,700 pieces. How about it, want to count them?" Shuechen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Where did this old guy get so many waste spirit stones from? Shuechen immediately wanted to refuse them. Sensing Shuechen's hesitation, Old Fong teasingly said, "Old Mo, you're not going to refuse, are you? Is the reputation of accepting everything just a facade?" Shuechen took a deep breath. He didn't have many gold leaves left. If he accepted this carriage of waste spirit stones, he would have to hide for a few months until the system issued welfare before returning. Seeing Shuechen's silence, Old Feng started to feel anxious. He had spent quite a sum to acquire this carriage. If Shuechen refused, he would incur a significant loss. There were no other buyers for these spirit stones. Passers-by and nearby merchants curiously watched the scene unfold. If Shuechen accepted this carriage of waste spirit stones, his reputation for accepting everything would be firmly established in town. With so many people watching, Shuechen took a deep breath and said, "Fine, I'll take them. Help me bring them inside." "Sure." Old Feng suddenly became as happy as if it were New Year's, brimming with energy. He swiftly carried over 30,000 spirit stones inside within minutes. Shuechen curiously watched Old Feng's figure. It was the first time Shuechen actively sensed the energy contained within Old Feng's body. It was still weak but much stronger than anyone he had encountered before. Undoubtedly, Old Feng was a cultivator. Shuechen couldn't understand why Old Feng, a cultivator, would blend in with ordinary people in the market. "Old Mo, I'm done moving them, pay up." Shuechen nodded, handing over all his gold leaves and silver to Old Feng, keeping only a few copper coins for himself. "I only have this much money on me for now, hope it's enough." "It's enough, it's enough." Old Feng quickly stashed the hefty sum into his pocket. "Old Mo, I'll bring you some good stuff next month." After saying this, Old Feng swiftly ran off, probably preparing to enjoy himself in the county town. Shuechen shook his head, feeling a headache looking at the dozens of sacks behind him. Suddenly, an idea struck Shuechen. These can help cultivators absorb spiritual energy, but can they also be filled with spiritual energy? Shuechen picked up a spirit stone and examined it closely. The structure of the spirit stone was different from ordinary stones, but now devoid of spiritual energy, it was hardly distinguishable from a regular stone. Shuechen attempted to infuse his mana into the spirit stone in his hand. However, as soon as a trace of mana entered it, the spirit stone began to tremble violently. Boom! Shuechen didn't even have time to react before the spiritual stone exploded directly. Wow, it really works! Shuechen felt that this scrap spiritual stone could indeed absorb mana. There was a difference between his mana and spiritual power, but it wasn't significant. To put it plainly, his mana contained all the attributes of spiritual power. Spiritual power is divided into various attributes like gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and so on. Cultivators also cultivate based on their own attributes to match their main cultivation techniques. The attributes contained in spiritual stones often only range from 2 to 3 kinds. Shuechen's idea of infusing mana into scrap spiritual stones could really be achieved. Of course, this was actually a losing business, but Shuechen had really too much mana, and now he needed some spiritual stones too. From that day on, Shuechen closed his shop. For the next half-month, Shuechen was studying and attempting to infuse mana into these scrap spiritual stones. Boom! 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 Anyone passing by the pawnshop could clearly hear the occasional explosions of spiritual stones coming from inside. Although the sound wasn't very loud, it made the neighbors speculate. Before long, a group of onlookers gathered outside the pawnshop. Is Lord Mo smashing things at home again? Could it be that Lord Mo can't afford to play anymore? If it were me, I'd smash too. Old Feng is too unscrupulous, he took a cart of scrap spiritual stones to cheat Lord Mo. Damn, didn't I remember you also selling dozens to Lord Mo? Can you compare dozens to tens of thousands? Besides, my spiritual stones are all top quality. Just then, hearty laughter echoed from inside the shop. Aha, oh no, Lord Mo has gone mad. Quick, let's go in and see. Don't let Lord Mo do something foolish. Lord Mo, don't be impulsive, wait for me to sell you the ancestral artifact first. The group hurriedly rushed towards the shop. But just then the shop door opened. Shuechen looked at these somewhat familiar faces with a puzzled expression. What are you guys doing? Well, Lord Mo, weren't you just? Shut up, don't talk nonsense. Lord Mo, we're here to pawn things. Yes, yes. Does Lord Mo still accept items? The group looked expectantly at Shuechen. Shuechen smiled faintly and said, I do. Yunshi County, Huitong Trading House. Sir, deposit or withdrawal? I'm here to exchange money. Shuechen said as he took out a spiritual stone. The shop assistant quickly went to call the shopkeeper upon seeing this. Sir, I'm surnamed Zhou, named Wenkai, how should I address you? The shopkeeper Zhou wanted to call him an elder, but he didn't sense any cultivation aura from Shuechen. Shuechen smiled and said, they all call me Lord Mo. The corners of shopkeeper Zhou's mouth twitched. Although he looked to be only in his 50s or 60s, his actual age was close to 100. Lord Mo, please have a seat. The assistant said you came to exchange spiritual stones, may I have a look? Shui Chen didn't waste any words and immediately took out 10 spiritual stones from his money pouch and placed them on the table. Shopkeeper Joe picked up one of the spiritual stones and examined it carefully, then a bright smile appeared on his face. Lord Mo, our shop charges a 10% handling fee, what do you think? Shui Chen nodded and said, okay. Shopkeeper Joe didn't waste any time, he collected Shui Chen's 10 spiritual stones and took out a small cloth bag. The next moment, a magical scene unfolded before Shui Chen. Shopkeeper Joe gently shook the small cloth bag, and dozens of spiritual stones neatly piled up on the table. Lord Mo, these are your 90 spiritual stones, please count them. Shui Chen's gaze was still fixed on Shopkeeper Joe's small cloth bag, and upon hearing Shopkeeper Joe's words, he was momentarily stunned. Innkeeper Joe thought that the man was dissatisfied with the exchange rate when he saw his expression, so he explained, Mo Lao, although the exchange rate for single attribute spirit stones on the black market has been raised to 1 to 13, even 14 or 15. But black market transactions are not safe after all, and no one knows if someone will target them after the transaction. Although the exchange rate of our Huitong trading company is not as good as the black market, we can guarantee absolute privacy and security for our customers. Not only our Huitong, but other trading companies also have a 1 to 10 exchange rate. Of course, as agreed, there is a 10% handling fee. Shui Chen then realized that the single attribute spiritual power he had injected to avoid bursting those waste spirit stones was actually quite valuable. Shui Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, Innkeeper Zhou, you misunderstood. I'm getting old and often get distracted. I have no objections to your exchange rate. After saying that, Shui Chen put away 80 spirit stones and said, Innkeeper Zhou, I would like to exchange some more gold leaves and silver coins. Innkeeper Zhou did not expect to make a profit twice in one deal and immediately said with a smile, alright, I'll have someone fetch it for Mo Lao right away. A moment later, a waiter came in carrying a large bag of silver coins and a small pouch of gold leaves. Mo Lao, please check, it's a total of 85 one-tail gold leaves and 500 taels of silver. No need, Shui Chen said, shaking his head. Innkeeper Zhou, I want to inquire about something. Mo Lao, please go ahead. Where is the largest brothel in this county? Innkeeper Zhou, Red Dust Pavilion. Sir is wealthy. Shui Chen, who was already familiar with the routine, didn't beat around the bush and directly asked for the courtesan by name. After a while, instead of the courtesan, an old man came down cursing. Who the hell asked for my Xiao Qian Chen by name? Stand up, if I don't beat the shit out of him today, I won't consider him clean. The boy next to Shui Chen ran away immediately. Shui Chen looked bewilderedly at the old man coming down the stairs. Old Feng? Old Mo? After a while, in Bai Qian's room, the three of them felt a bit awkward. Bai Qian was embarrassed because it was one thing for an old man to look for her, but now an even older one had come. Shui Chen and Old Feng were speechless, never expecting to meet acquaintances in such a place. In the end, Old Feng had a thicker skin. Old Mo, what are you doing here? Old Feng regretted his words as soon as he said them. What else could one do in a place like this? Besides, what else could one do? However, Shui Chen's answer surprised both Old Feng and Bai Qian. I'm here to inquire about news and buy stories, Shui Chen said, taking out his notebook and pen. Old Feng curiously took the notebook. Father loves gambling, mother is sick, younger brother goes to school, broken family. Ex-husband is abusive and a gambler. Business failed and debts need to be repaid, single mother with no income. Parents had a young love, sister divorced, supporting grandfather's education alone, taking care of grandmother during confinement. Old Feng's eyes turned red as he read. Old Mo, where are these girls? I want to help them. Bai Qian on the side twitched her mouth. She had heard too many of these stories here. She could even make one up herself. Shui Chen smiled and took back his notebook. There is a girl in front of you with such a story. Why go far to seek others? Old Feng looked at Shui Chen with some confusion, then glanced at Bai Qian. Bai Qian had a black line on her face. She didn't have such a tragic background, but she soon had one. Shui Chen took out a spirit stone and handed it to Bai Qian. Can you tell me your story? Bai Qian took a deep breath upon seeing this. Old Feng beside her also widened his eyes. Damn, this old man is quite generous. Bai Qian thought for a moment before starting to narrate the lineage she had conceived in a minute. Orphaned at a young age with both parents gone, the orphanage was struggling financially. Looking at those innocent and ignorant faces, who else would step up if not her? She wasn't shedding clothes, but the children's sustenance. Lao Feng cried, never expecting Bai Qian, whom he deeply loved, to have such a tragic background. And yet, she was so compassionate. The next morning, Lao Feng left all his possessions behind and followed Shui Chen. Bai Qian stood by the window, gripping the spirit stone in her hand excitedly. Beside her were the gold and silver left by Lao Feng. After a moment, Bai Chanxian turned and walked downstairs. "Mother, I want to redeem myself." Outside the Yunqi County town, Lao Feng curiously asked Xuechen, "Lao Amo, did you walk all the way here like this?" Xuechen nodded, "Yes." Lao Feng complained, "Isn't this too far?" If it weren't for Xuechen, he wouldn't be walking at all. It was over 100 miles from Yunqi County town to Li Family Town. At their current speed, it would take at least 3 days. Of course, this was with Xuechen speeding up. In the past, Xuechen would probably take a couple of months to get there. "Lao Amo, what's in that big bundle in your hand? It looks heavy." Xuechen smiled and said, "This is the silver I exchanged at the shop. The pawn shop ran out of cash." "Wow, such a big bundle of silver. Let me lift it to feel what it's like to be rich," Lao Feng said excitedly. "Sure." Xuechen didn't hesitate and handed the package to Lao Feng. Lao Feng staggered as he didn't pay attention. "Wow, it's so heavy." Lao Feng opened the package and saw shiny gold leaves and a pile of silver inside, saying, "Lao Mo, you really are rich." Xuechen smiled but didn't respond. Although he didn't understand why Lao Feng pretended to be an ordinary person, it was their choice. "Lao Mo, the pawnshop claims to accept everything, but do they dare to take items from cultivators? I'm not talking about the trash discarded by cultivators, but genuine cultivator items." Xuechen had been waiting for this moment for a long time and said without hesitation, "Accept." Lao Feng looked at Xuechen and once again felt his cultivation level. However, to his disappointment, he couldn't sense any cultivation from Xuechen. There were only two possibilities: either Xuechen's realm was much higher than his, or Xuechen had never cultivated at all. Lao Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Many were far more advanced in cultivation than him, but it was impossible for them to open a pawnshop here. However, Lao Feng also knew Xuechen was not simple, otherwise, he wouldn't be carrying such heavy silver without any discomfort. Lao Feng suspected Xuechen was a martial arts expert in the mortal realm. Only this explanation made sense. Although cultivators looked down on martial arts experts, Lao Feng knew that some martial arts experts at the peak were not much weaker than cultivators who had transcended the mortal realm. Apart from not being able to fly, those martial arts experts at the peak were even stronger than cultivators who had transcended the mortal realm. "Lao Mo, cultivator items are very expensive and require spirit stones for payment." "It's okay, I have plenty of money." Lao Feng, Just then, a dozen masked men jumped out. "Gentlemen, we heard you're wealthy. We love people like you who have money." Xuechen's mouth twitched involuntarily. He had noticed that as long as he showed off a little, trouble would come looking for him. Lao Feng looked indifferently at the dozen masked men. "Young man, I advise you not to target us, or else hee." The leader of the masked men directly pulled off the black cloth on his face and looked at Lao Feng, saying, "So what if I, Huhan-san, have my eyes on you? In short, money or your life." Old Feng immediately looked at Xuechen. In his opinion, Xuechen would definitely make a move. Xuechen was also looking at Old Feng, thinking, "You just talked tough a moment ago, why haven't you acted yet?" The two old men stared at each other. It wasn't until a big man across the street snatched the package from Old Feng's hands. "Lao Mo, your money was stolen. I saw it." "Old Feng, they ran away." "I saw it too." Half a day later. "Huitong Trading Company. Brother Mo, did you use this money to buy the Red Dust Pavilion?" With so much money gone in a day, Zhou, the shopkeeper, couldn't think of any other way to spend it so quickly besides buying the Red Dust Pavilion. Even if he found a courtesan, he could probably keep her for a year or two. No, he could keep several at the same time. After all, this was just a courtesan chosen by the small county town, not one selected from numerous pleasure houses in a big city. Xuechen and Old Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Naturally, they couldn't say they had been robbed. "Should we exchange it for gold leaves and silver?" "Yes." Half a day later. A familiar place, familiar bandits. "Hey, sirs, going to withdraw money again?" "Brothers, help the sirs bring the package over, don't tire them out." Watching the bandits leave gracefully, a flash of killing intent crossed Xuechen and Old Feng's eyes. These bandits were even more ruthless this time. They even took a few copper coins from Old Feng's shoes. After a while, Old Feng spoke up, "Lao Mo, your money was stolen again." "I know. Are we going after them?" The corner of Xuechen's mouth twitched. "Let's stay overnight in the county town first." "Okay." The two returned to the county town and found an inn to stay. That night, Xuechen securely wrapped his package, not even revealing his eyes. "These guys are insatiable, don't blame me for being ruthless." Xuechen pulled out a flying sword from his pants and leaped up. Don't ask how he managed to fit it in there, even the author doesn't know. In another room, Old Feng had also disguised himself. Damn, it's one thing to rob Lao Mo, but daring to steal my money, tonight I'll close your accounts. Stepping out, Old Feng disappeared in an instant, reappearing in midair. After a few flashes, they disappeared from Yunchi County. Baiyun Village. Boss, those two old men are really rich. With so much silver and gold leaves, we can live carefree for the rest of our lives. I'm looking forward to those two old men coming to deliver money again tomorrow. The leader, Hu Han-san, took a big gulp of wine and said, brothers, let's stop after robbing them one more time tomorrow. Boss, why? Hu Han-san waved his hand and said, ergo, as long as we have enough money, what's the point of risking our lives for more? Your mother is waiting for you to bring money back for her medical treatment. Si Lao, your third uncle introduced a girl to you, don't you want to marry her? Wu Lao, don't forget your sister is waiting for you to bring money back for her tuition. The men Hu Han-san addressed all hung their heads. Alright, after tomorrow, we'll go home. I want to take my mother to see the best doctor. It's time for me to marry her. My sister can finally go to school. Brothers, after finishing this wine, once we have the money tomorrow, we'll disband right here. Cheers! However, at that moment, a cold light flashed among the group of men. They didn't react at first, until they felt it hard to breathe. Hu Han-san looked in horror at the black-clothed figure that had suddenly appeared. By then, his comrades had all gone to meet the king of hell. Everyone had wounds on their foreheads, necks, chests, and soles of their feet. Shuechen watched silently as Hu Han-san. He rarely acted, but when he did, he showed no mercy. Leaving behind Hu Han-san was just to make that guy run back. However, at that moment, Shuechen's face changed. He instantly took out Hu Han-san. Then he picked up his 2 large bags of gold and silver and hid. Kid, dare to rob me? Oh, what's going on? Lao Feng looked at the scene with a constipated expression, seeing over a dozen bodies. Damn, someone beat me to it. My money. Lao Feng didn't care about Shuechen's gold and silver, he only cared about his few copper coins. No, these people clearly just died, the killer hasn't left yet. Lao Feng's gaze sharpened, releasing his divine sense to scan the entire hall 360 degrees, then staring straight at Shuechen's hiding place. Shuechen couldn't help but sigh at the sight, then walked out openly. The two stared at each other. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Lao Feng, wanting to use his divine sense to see the other's face, hesitated. But he had a gut feeling that if he did, trouble would ensue between them. Lao Feng didn't mind trouble, but he didn't want to provoke it either. Lao Feng lowered his voice and said, friend, give me my money, I don't want to deal with anything else. Shuechen was taken aback, he was ready to kill to keep his secret, not expecting the other to just want money. Without a word, Shuechen threw a package at Lao Feng's feet. Lao Feng glanced at the package and shook his head. This isn't my money is 7 copper coins. Shuechen suddenly realized the person in front of him was Lao Feng. Opening the package in his hand, he found the 7 copper coins inside. Here. Shuechen tossed the coins, and they flew straight to Lao Feng. Calmly, Lao Feng took the coins and put them in his shoe. Glancing at Shuechen, he waved at the bodies on the ground. The next moment, those bodies exploded one after another. Goodbye. Lao Feng disappeared on the spot. Shuechen didn't leave immediately but watched thoughtfully as Lao Feng departed. He had clearly seen the spiritual energy rush towards the bandits' bodies when Lao Feng waved his hand. Then the bodies exploded. There were traces of spiritual power under Lao Feng's feet as he left. Although Shuechen saw it clearly, he couldn't replicate it, which frustrated him. He really wanted to learn. Shuechen envied Lao Feng's magic, especially his ability to levitate without a flying sword. He really didn't want to carry a sword anymore, it was uncomfortable having it in his pants. Of course, if he could get a storage bag, that would be great. After some thought, Shuechen threw the package in his hand into the pile of bodies blown up by Lao Feng. He didn't plan to take the gold and silver since Lao Feng had already seen it. Moments later, a fireball the size of a house fell on Baiyun Village. Not only Baiyun Village but even the entire hill disappeared. Snowchen, who hadn't run far, swallowed hard. He didn't expect the power of that thing to be so great. He had only used less than a 10 millionth of his strength. Meanwhile, Yunchi County was in chaos. Earthquake, run, earthquake is coming. Mom, don't leave me. Why hey, Lao Wang, why are you in my house? Wife, why aren't you wearing clothes? Damn! The earthquake had to come just as I was taking a dump, damn it, made me fall into the toilet and drink a few mouthfuls. Ha! Snowchin sneaked back to the inn room, and as he changed clothes and was about to leave, he ran into the shifty-eyed Lao Feng. Lao Mo, there's an earthquake, why haven't you run? Snowchin sighed and said, I'm old, not very agile, so I run slower. Lao Feng didn't think much and immediately said, alright, I'll help you, hurry down and hide. The two of them supported each other as they descended the stairs, and the street was already crowded with people. Some who hadn't had time to dress properly and just wrapped themselves in a blanket became the focus of the crowd's attention. Old Mo, is that woman over there the owner of this inn? It seems so, but without clothes, I'm not entirely sure. Hey, isn't that Li Wangkai and his younger sister-in-law from our Li family inn over there wrapped in a blanket? Yes, it's Li Wangkai and his younger sister-in-law. Not long ago, they pawned something at my pawn shop. What did they pawn? Li Wangcai's wife's underpants. Old Feng, _ He really wanted to comment, they accept this too? At this moment, Li Wangkai also noticed Old Feng and Xue Chen, instantly turning red with embarrassment. Compared to Li Wangkai, his younger sister-in-law was much more bold. Seeing Xue Chen and Old Feng looking at them, Li Wangcai's younger sister-in-law smiled coquettishly and directly lifted a corner of the blanket. Old Feng and Xue Chen immediately turned their heads in embarrassment. Old Mo, did you just see that? No, I didn't see anything. Me neither. 3 days later, Xue Chen and Old Feng returned to Li family town. Since the two of them encountered bandits together and were robbed of money 3 times, they had become true friends. So Old Feng's fortune-telling stall was set up at Xue Chen's doorstep. Old Feng had his secrets, and Xue Chen had his own secrets as well. They tacitly refrained from asking each other. Their businesses were not doing very well. Xue Chen could have dozens of customers coming in every day, but most of them were selling junk and the whole transaction process didn't last more than a minute. Old Feng's business was much slower, only opening his stall every 2 or 3 days. Xue Chen had yet to see the items Old Feng mentioned about the cultivators, but he didn't ask, as time was not a concern for him. When they had nothing to do, they would sit at the door and chat, watching the passing young ladies. Li family town was not big, with just over 2,000 residents, but disciples from Yunxi Valley often came to play here. Occasionally, there were also some foreign cultivators wandering around the town. Old Feng's main customers were those cultivators, and if he was lucky, he could swindle 1 or 2 spirit stones from them. On this sunny day, Old Feng was chatting leisurely with Xue Chen when a young cultivator dressed in luxurious attire caught Old Feng's eye. As the cultivator passed by Old Feng's stall, Old Feng cleared his throat and said, "Young friend, I sense a hint of bloodshed in your fortune. Would you like me to read your fortune?" The young cultivator was taken aback, looking around before realizing that the old fortune teller was referring to him. However, he furrowed his brows slightly, showing some disbelief in Old Feng's words. Xue Chen watched from the side, inwardly amused, knowing that Old Feng was about to start his trickery again. Old Feng pretended to calculate with his fingers and then mysteriously said, "Young friend, you possess the water attribute spiritual root, and recently you have encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation, hence you seek breakthroughs by coming down the mountain. Am I correct?" The young cultivator's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this. He took out a spirit stone and placed it on the table, bowing respectfully to Old Feng. "I am Lin Chuan, I have just been ignorant, I hope the senior won't mind." "Senior, could you please give me some guidance?" Old Feng put away the spirit stone and shook his head, saying, "I am just a fortune teller, I can't help you with matters of cultivation. Could you at least let me take a look?" Lin Chuan rolled up his sleeves and extended his hand to Old Feng. Old Feng took Lin Chuan's hand, felt it, and kept feeling it until Lin Chuan felt embarrassed to retract his hand. "Ahem, senior, what did you find?" "Ahem, young friend, this is a divination, you wouldn't understand, I don't blame you." Old Feng pointed at Lin Chuan's storage bag and said, "I just divined that this item is harmful to you, it must not be kept." "Ah?" Lin Chuan looked at Lao Feng in confusion. It was the first time he had heard of a storage bag that could harm people. Lao Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. But mark my words, if you keep this item on you, within half a day, you will meet a bloody disaster. If you don't believe me, you can leave now. If you are unharmed after half a day, you can come back to me, and I will return 10 times the gold you paid." Looking at the resolute Lao Feng, Lin Chuan felt a bit anxious. In the end, Lin Chuan decided to trust Lao Feng once. "May I ask, senior, is there a way to avoid this disaster?" Lao Feng's eyes flashed with cunning as he said, "Yes, there is." He pointed to Xue Chen, who was eating melon on the side. "This mysterious boss of his pawnshop buys everything. Sell the storage bag to him, problem solved." Xue Chen's eyes lit up at the suggestion. He was actually in need of a storage bag. Lin Chuan hesitated, "Senior, although this storage bag is low tier, its value is at least 50 spirit stones." Lin Chuan didn't finish his sentence. It wasn't that he looked down on Xue Chen, but for a pawnshop doing business in the mortal realm to offer 50 spirit stones was like a fairy tale, especially in just a small town. "I'll take 50 spirit stones." Xue Chen's words left Lin Chuan stunned. Lao Feng was also slightly surprised as he looked at Xue Chen. He knew Xue Chen had several dozen spirit stones, but Xue Chen's firm stance made him reassess Xue Chen's background. Lin Chuan asked, "Sir, is this for real?" Wait a moment, young man. Shui Chen turned and went back to the pawnshop. After a while, Shui Chen handed 5 spirit stones to Lin Chuan. Sir, I said 50. Lin Chuan's eyes widened before Shui Chen said, I attribute spirit stones. Shui Chen nodded with a smile. Well, young man, are you still selling the storage bag? Sell, sell, sell. Lin Chuan quickly emptied his belongings, respectfully handed the storage bag to Shui Chen, and said, Sir, no, thank you, sir. Lin Chuan took off his coat, wrapped his things in it, and hurriedly left, fearing that Shui Chen might regret the deal. It was only then that Lao Feng realized and looked at Shui Chen in amazement. Lao Amo, you actually have single attribute spirit stones? Shui Chen smiled but remained silent. However, the next moment, he had a black line on his face. Lao Feng gestured at Shui Chen, implying something. Lao Feng, what do you mean by this? Lao Mo, are you trying to cheat me? We agreed that I would help you find items for the cultivators. Now that you've taken your things, you're not going to skip the reward, are you? Do you also believe in the nonsense about the storage bag harming people? Shui Chen was speechless, realizing why the items Lao Feng mentioned earlier hadn't been presented yet. This guy had a plan. A deceitful one. Shui Chen asked, how much do you want? Lao Feng boldly said, 20%. Oh, that's expensive. Lao Mo, think about it. If these cultivators find out I've been deceiving them, won't they come back to seek revenge? I'm taking a big risk here. Shui Chen was speechless, feeling like he would be the only one sought out for help later. Fine, 20% it is. Shui Chen took out a money pouch from his pants and handed 10 spirit stones to Lao Feng. Lao Feng, looking constipated, took the spirit stones and complained, Lao Mo, can you please keep the money pouch in a different place next time? No, it's safe here. Lao Feng, I have a question. How are you so sure that Lin Chuan would face a bloody disaster within half a day? That's a secret. It seemed like a day off for the cultivators of Yunxi Valley. Lin Chuan had barely left for half an hour when a group of young cultivators appeared on the street. Lao Feng's eyes gleamed as he said, Lao Mo, are you still buying? Shui Chen hesitated a bit and said, we've received the item, but these young folks in front of us seem a bit difficult to deal with. Lao Feng replied nonchalantly, it's fine, watch me. The two men gazed at the group of cultivators, who naturally noticed their eyes on them. There were 5 of them, dressed in the attire of inner disciples of Yunxi Valley. Those with keen eyes could tell that the backbone of the 5 was the most beautiful of the 2 female cultivators. This woman appeared exceptionally lively yet somewhat arrogant, as if looking down on others. Her status was quite high. Wu Yu, the granddaughter of the 3rd elder of Yunxi Valley. Senior sister, look, those 2 old men over there are watching us. Let's go and tease them. The 5 immediately walked towards Shui Chen and the others. Wu Yu sat directly across from Lao Feng. Old man, how much do you charge for fortune-telling? Lao Feng didn't mind her arrogance. 1 spiritual stone. Wu Yu just smiled and placed a spiritual stone on the table. However, as Lao Feng reached out to take the stone, she snatched it back. Old man, if your prediction is accurate, I'll give it to you. If not, Lao Feng confidently said, if it's inaccurate, you can overturn my stall. Alright, then start your prediction. Name? Guess. The other 4 cultivators burst into laughter. Even Shui Chen couldn't help but smile. However, Wu Yu still underestimated Lao Feng. Lao Feng chuckled and said, Miss, you like to look up and tease people with your words. Your surname is either Sun or Wu. Wu Yu and her fellow disciples instantly stopped laughing. Miss, with your temperament, you should only go out at noon. Wu Yu instinctively asked, why? Because you'll get beaten up in the morning and evening. Shui Chen couldn't help but laugh. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shui Chen quickly waved his hand and said, sorry, I couldn't help it. Just as Wu Yu was about to lose her temper with Lao Feng, she heard him continue, with a temperament that gets you beaten up in the morning and evening, if I were your parent, I'd definitely give you a stable name. Since going out during the day isn't suitable, it has to be at night. Wu Night, Wu Dark doesn't sound good, so why not Wu Yu? Lao Feng finished speaking with a smile on his face, looking at Wu Yu. However, Lao Feng still underestimated Wu Yu. Wu Yu turned to Lao Feng and said, old man, I can also tell fortunes, do you believe it? Before Lao Feng could respond, Wu Yu continued, your face is quite unique, with one eye up and one down, like a horse's face. Are you sure your surname is not Feng? The corner of Lao Feng's mouth twitched. Wu Yu's fellow disciples burst into laughter again. Shui Chen shook his head as he watched the scene. He believed in fortune-telling, but anyone who could guess a name was just bluffing. It was clear that both of them were bluffing. Lao Feng looked at the laughing group and chuckled. Curiously, Wu Yu asked, old man, why are you laughing? Lao Feng said, I'm happy, didn't expect to meet a colleague here. How about we read each other's fortunes? If it's inaccurate, the one who's wrong will give the other 10 spiritual stones. Wu Yu, being inexperienced, immediately agreed, "Sure, let's do it." The two said in unison, "You will have a bloody disaster today." They both paused after speaking. Wu Yu's fellow disciples and Xue Chen looked at them curiously. Especially Xue Chen, who was very curious why all fortune-tellers mentioned a bloody disaster. However, the two mysteriously did not explain, only agreeing to meet again here tomorrow. Watching them leave, Xue Chen reminded Lao Feng, "If she comes tomorrow and denies it or has no bloody disaster, you lose." Old Feng said confidently, "There's no way we'll lose. She's bound to meet a bloody disaster today." Xue Chen didn't understand why Old Feng was so sure, but he didn't inquire further. The two continued chatting leisurely. As night fell, they parted ways and went back to their respective homes. Xue Chen rarely slept, only resting for short periods every 10 days or so. While examining the storage bag he received during the day, a figure flashed across the sky above the town. "Oh, it's that Old Feng guy." Curious, Xue Chen quietly opened the window and followed. Before long, he noticed something amiss. Old Feng was heading towards Yunxi Valley. Just as Xue Chen was about to turn back, a streak of light flew from the direction of Yunxi Valley. It was none other than Wu Yu, the one who had bet against Old Feng during the day. However, at that moment, Old Feng suddenly appeared behind Wu Yu, who was on her way. Bang! Before Wu Yu could react, she was hit on the head with a brick, instantly fainting. If Old Feng hadn't intervened in time, she might have plummeted to her death. Old Feng muttered as he placed the bloodied Wu Yu next to a large tree, "I told you that you would meet a bloody disaster." After tossing away the brick, he left nonchalantly. Once Old Feng was far away, Xue Chen approached Wu Yu. "Wow, her face is covered in blood." But then Xue Chen's eyes widened as he saw what Wu Yu was holding in her hand, another brick. "Damn! I think I can predict my fate too." The next morning, Wu Yu indeed showed up. However, she didn't seem to be there to fulfill the bet. "Grandpa, it was him, he definitely ambushed me last night." Wu Yu, with a bandage on her forehead, stood next to an elderly man with white hair, who gazed sternly at Old Feng. Seeing Xue Chen's reaction, he quickly moved aside. Old Feng's mouth twitched at Xue Chen's lack of loyalty. After a while, the elderly man next to Wu Yu's expression changed, and he quickly bowed to Old Feng. "I am Wu Qiantu, the current third elder of Yunxi Valley. I pay my respects to the senior." Old Feng waved his hand, "I am no senior. Little girl, isn't it time to fulfill the bet?" Still in shock, Wu Yu looked incredulously at her grandfather. "Grandpa, you are a master at the 7th level of the Ling Pill realm, and you call him a senior? Don't speak nonsense, apologize to the senior quickly." Xue Chen watched quietly from the side. He learned about a new cultivation realm, the Ling Pill realm. He could sense that the energy contained in the so-called third elder of Yunxi Valley was much stronger than Wu Yu's, but Old Feng's energy surpassed Wu Qiantu's by many times. Calculating from the total energy within them, Xue Chen speculated that Old Feng's strength should be at the 4th or 5th realm of cultivation. By the time Xue Chen snapped out of his thoughts, Wu Qiantu and Wu Yu had already left. Seeing Old Feng's smug expression, Xue Chen knew he had obtained the spirit stone. The two resumed their dull conversation and idle gossip about the village girls. Suddenly, Xue Chen asked, "Old Feng, what is the Ling Pill realm?" Without much thought, Old Feng, seeing Xue Chen as a martial artist with some stories, explained, "The Ling Pill realm is when a cultivator refines spiritual energy in their body to form a Ling Pill. It could also be a wood pill, water pill, or fire pill, depending on the cultivator's primary elemental cultivation. The Ling Pill refines the quality of spiritual energy in the body, enhancing the power of spells and offering other benefits like increasing lifespan. A cultivator in the Ling Pill realm starts with a lifespan of 500 years, adding 30 years with each breakthrough, up to a maximum of 770 years. Of course, there are some elixirs that can increase lifespan, but unless a cultivator in the Spirit Pill realm happens upon one by chance, they probably can't afford it," Old Feng said, adding, "I heard about these from cultivators too." Xue Chen nodded. He was just asking casually, as he had never thought about advancing in cultivation realms. And so, days passed by. Old Feng managed to persuade cultivators every now and then to sell their belongings to Xue Chen. Naturally, Xue Chen accepted everything without discrimination. What was particularly outrageous was when Old Feng managed to convince a well-endowed female cultivator that she had an ominous sign. Consequently, Xue Chen acquired an extra-large ominous sign. Time flew by, and 2 years had passed. Xue Chen's pawnshop had become renowned throughout the Yunxi Valley for accepting all kinds of items. Cultivators from Yunxi Valley had started coming to sell and buy items voluntarily. Surprisingly, Xue Chen began to make some profit. Over these 2 years, Xue Chen received many treasures, which were considered junk by Old Feng. He collected dozens of flying swords, some of which were no longer usable. He also acquired many battle spiritual tools, mostly used by chi-refining realm cultivators, which Xuechen could easily break with a gentle touch. Over these 2 years, Old Feng also went from being one person to two. Of course, he didn't get married, he took on a disciple. And that person was none other than the once unruly Wu Yu. Of course, she was still unruly, but now she had an additional skill, deception. She often tricked her fellow disciples into coming to Xuechen's place to sell or buy items, earning herself some benefits. The two of them thus became renowned swindlers in the Li family town. Wu Qian too came looking for Wu Yu several times, but he always left empty-handed. Surprisingly, after following Old Feng's deceitful ways, Wu Yu's cultivation did not suffer at all. Instead, it progressed rapidly. Xuechen didn't know Wu Yu's age, but she shouldn't be very old, having already broken through to the mortal shedding realm. Over these 2 years, Xuechen also learned a few spells, although they were all very basic. There were earth attribute earth spikes, water attribute water dragons, and wood attribute mother vine entanglement. Although these spells were of low level, Xuechen liked them very much. Just when Xuechen thought this peaceful life could continue for a few more years, a young man's arrival made him consider leaving. "Oh, senior, it's you." The person who arrived was Xiefeng, the Yunqi Valley disciple who had chased Lu Chengfeng on a rainy night several years ago. Xuechen and Xiefeng had a brief encounter years ago. Of course, that was all there was to it. Xiefeng was one of the few who had seen Xuechen use spells. Of course, Xuechen had never thought of hiding his identity as a cultivator. In this world of cultivators, there were plenty of them, and no one would pay attention to an old man like him. Xuechen had seen several 70 or 80-year-old outer disciples of Yunqi Valley. Old Feng looked at Xuechen with curiosity. Xiefeng was already a mortal shedding realm cultivator, so the only ones he would address as seniors were cultivators above the spirit pill realm. Over these 2 years, Old Feng increasingly found Xuechen mysterious. Leaving aside everything else, Xuechen indeed had a lot of spirit stones. "Senior, I heard that a knowledgeable person who accepts everything has arrived in town, and I didn't expect it to be you, senior," Xiefeng said. Xuechen smiled and asked, "What does the young friend want to sell?" Xuechen didn't want much interaction with Xiefeng, as they weren't close. Understanding Xuechen's intention, Xiefeng felt a bit disappointed. He knew that his first impression on Xuechen wasn't very good. Thinking this, Xiefeng didn't say much more and presented a jade plate to Xuechen. "Senior, would you accept this item?" Before Xuechen could respond, Old Feng, who was standing beside them, stood up. An array formation jade plate, a good item. Old Feng took the jade plate, examined it, and ultimately shook his head in disappointment. "This jade plate has several cracks, probably caused by someone breaking through violently. What a pity," Lao Feng said as he handed the jade plate to Xuechen. From Lao Feng's words, it could be heard that this jade plate no longer held much value, but Xuechen was still very interested. "I wonder how many spirit stones the young friend wants to sell it for." Xiefei smiled and said, "If the senior likes it, just consider it a gift." Xuechen understood Xiefei's intention, but he was not one to owe favors, and he truly had no intention of making friends with Xiefei. "Why don't you name a price, or you can take it back," Xiefei said without insisting, then promptly added, "How about 800 spirit stones, senior?" Xuechen didn't expect this item to be so expensive, but 800 spirit stones was just a drop in the ocean for him. "All right," Xuechen nodded and asked, "What attribute technique do you cultivate?" Xiefei replied, "Fire attribute." Xuechen immediately took out 80 fire attribute spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Xiefei. "Thank you, senior." After Xiefei left, Lao Feng approached. "Lao Mo, tell me honestly, how much wealth do you have?" Xuechen smiled and said, "I don't know, too much, I've never counted." Lao Feng's face was full of black lines at his words. Of course, he naturally didn't believe Xuechen's nonsense. But he didn't know that Xuechen was telling the truth. His spirit stones were actually those collected scrap spirit stones, infused with his own mana. And his mana was as vast as the ocean. Xuechen forgot one thing: every time he showed off a bit, trouble would follow. Without a doubt, at this moment, he was being targeted again. After all, bandits were not a profession exclusive to ordinary people. Xuechen was at the inn opposite the pawnshop. For middle-aged cultivators were looking at Xuechen and Lao Feng intentionally or unintentionally. "This old man is really wealthy. Boss, do you think he's a cultivator or an ordinary person?" "Not sure, but some old monsters like to mingle in the market." "Old 3, find a few ordinary people to test him out." "Okay. Boss, do you buy calligraphy and paintings?" A young couple approached, looking very honest. The woman was a bit shy, holding a painting in her arms. Xuechen nodded and said, "I do." The man took out the painting from the woman's arms and handed it to Xuechen, but he only opened half of it before closing it. Xue Chen didn't even get a chance to see the content of the painting clearly. "Boss, how much can you offer?" the man asked, to which Xue Chen replied calmly, "How much are you looking for?" The man held out a finger and said, 10 taels of silver. Xue Chen shook his head at the offer. "Sorry, I can't offer 10 taels of silver because I didn't get a clear look at the content inside." Seeing this, the man hesitated, but the woman beside him tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to reluctantly hand the painting to Xue Chen. As the painting slowly unfolded, a beautiful landscape painting appeared in front of Xue Chen. Looking at the painting, Xue Chen furrowed his brows. It wasn't that the painting wasn't worth 10 taels of silver, but its value far exceeded that amount. Even though Xue Chen wasn't a professional art collector, he could tell that this painting could easily sell for several hundred taels of silver, if not more. "Both of you, this painting is worth much more than 10 taels. If you need money, you can leave it with me and come back for it when you have the funds." After exchanging glances, the man finally said to Xue Chen, "Boss, let's just sell it directly. How much can you offer for it?" After a moment of thought, Xue Chen said, 800 taels of silver. For some reason, the man seemed dissatisfied with the price, but he didn't say anything and just nodded. After Xue Chen handed over the 800 taels of silver, the couple left without looking back. Xue Chen shook his head as he watched the two figures walk away, casually tossing the painting to a corner. He didn't give the other person so much money because he liked the painting, but because the painting was worth that much, and Xue Chen naturally had no use for this painting. On the other side, the couple who had just left Xue Chen's place arrived at an inn. As soon as they entered the room, several people surrounded them. "Sister, how did it go? Did the other party fall for it?" "No, that old man is very honest in business. I inquired about the painting, valued at 500 taels, and that old man gave us 800 taels. The rest of the group frowned upon hearing this, rather than being pleased. Just then, a middle-aged cultivator walked in. The group quickly bowed respectfully. "Elder." The middle-aged cultivator nodded and looked at them, saying, "Since your methods are not working, just take action directly. You don't need to worry about the cultivators from Yunshi Valley. I will support you outside the town. Regardless of success, I won't shortchange you on the agreed reward." After the middle-aged cultivator finished speaking, he dropped a bag and left. The group opened the bag to find 10 spirit stones inside. As night fell, Xue Chen and Lao Feng went their separate ways back home. The night in Li family town was very quiet. There were no entertainment activities at night, and people went to bed early. Therefore, the birth rate here has always been high. Even the widow next door, whose husband had passed away 10 years ago, had given birth to 2 children in recent years. It must be said that the feng shui here is really good. However, Xue Chen slept very little. He usually spent his nights studying the items of the cultivators. Tonight was no exception, as Xue Chen carefully studied the jade plate he had received from CFA. If CFA dared to sell it to him for 800 spirit stones, then the jade plate must still hold value. Xue Chen tried to infuse spiritual energy into it, only to find that the energy leaked out of the cracks shortly after. Xue Chen scratched his head, pondering, "Do I need to seal those cracks first?" With this in mind, Xue Chen began to look around the room for suitable materials to repair the cracks. Finally, he set his eyes on some discarded spirit stones nearby. Spirit stones were used to store spiritual energy, so using them to repair the jade plate was quite reasonable. Xue Chen picked up a few pieces of discarded spirit stones, crushed them into powder, and applied them to the cracks on the jade plate. Seeing the powder of the spirit stones applied and immediately falling off, Xue Chen thought for a moment. "Ha-tee hey, it works! Ha-tee on the roof." Several young people watched this scene with black lines on their faces. They had just arrived and didn't see Xue Chen crushing the spirit stones, but they witnessed this eye-catching scene. The leading woman couldn't bear it and said in a deep voice, "Attack." The next moment, the group directly broke through the roof, brandishing their swords towards Xue Chen, who was repairing the jade plate with saliva. Startled, Xue Chen first hesitated, always sensing if there were any cultivators around. Then he realized that these assassins in front of him were all ordinary people. "Let's talk, I'll give you the money." However, the group didn't give Xue Chen a chance at all. The gleaming blades headed straight for his head. "Damn!" Xue Chen cursed inwardly and immediately shot out a few fireballs at the people in the air. The group was shocked to see this, not expecting the pawnshop owner to be a cultivator. But it was too late. Bang! 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 The moment the fireballs touched these assassins, they were engulfed by the flames. Except for the leading woman who reacted quickly and escaped, the rest turned into fire people. Of course, Xue Chen let the leading woman go on purpose. "Well, it seems I won't get Lao Feng's technique." Xue Chen sighed and collected all the items into several storage bags. He followed the woman at a steady pace. Not long after he left, the pawnshop burst into flames. Immortal leader, save me! Immortal leader! Outside the Li family town, the woman ran frantically, shouting all the way. Her martial arts were excellent, constantly using her skills to navigate through the dense forest. However, the forest was unusually quiet, and the cultivators who were supposed to assist her did not appear. The woman ran for a long time before finally stopping. If she didn't realize she had been deceived by now, she would truly be a fool. Fortunately, she did not notice the old man from the pawnshop following her. Damn it, these cultivators are truly untrustworthy. Just then, a cold light shot straight towards the woman's chest. Clang! The woman swung her sword to deflect the cold light, her gaze fixed on a large tree as she sternly commanded, "Come out!" I didn't expect mere mortal warriors to have some skills. With a frivolous voice, four middle-aged cultivators emerged from the shadows. The woman's face changed drastically because one of them was the cultivator who paid them to attack the pawnshop owner. At that moment, she understood that this cultivator had never intended for her to live from the start. Even if they succeeded, they would probably end up being silenced. Immortal leader, this is the territory of Yunshi Valley. Aren't you afraid? Hee. Why would the cultivators of Yunshi Valley care about external conflicts? This is not within their valley. Stop wasting time with her, act quickly, and then leave immediately. Understood. The woman wanted to escape, but how could she possibly outrun them? In just a few moments, she was pierced through the chest by a sword and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the four middle-aged cultivators immediately took out their flying swords to flee from the scene. However, at that moment, dozens of thick tree roots suddenly sprang from the ground, entwining towards the four of them. Not good, it's an ambush. The leading middle-aged cultivator shouted and pulled a companion beside him to block the attacking vines before jumping onto his flying sword to escape. No, the remaining three cultivators watched in despair as the vines wrapped around them. In the blink of an eye, the three cultivators were twisted into a knot. Shuechen glanced at the bodies of the three, finding nothing of interest in their storage bags. He then looked at the woman lying on the ground, uncertain of her fate, and waved his hand, sending several fireballs towards her. Ah! As the fireballs touched the woman, she screamed in agony and writhed in pain. Shuechen was taken aback, not expecting her to be playing dead. Nevertheless, she was truly dead now. The flames engulfed the bodies of the four, and only then did Shuechen chase after the escaping cultivator. After mastering a few basic spells, Shuechen felt that he didn't need more advanced magic. His cultivation method was different from others. Simple basic spells suited him better because he had an abundance of mana. Apart from flying through the air, Shuechen was only interested in rejuvenation. He didn't care about or need anything else. Releasing the cultivator was also because Shuechen wanted to see if there were others behind him. Despite living for many years, Shuechen was still afraid of death. So he wouldn't provoke others, but if someone tried to kill him, he would wipe out their entire clan to ensure no one sought revenge on him. The middle-aged cultivator's speed was fast, and he managed to escape thousands of miles in just half a day. Along the way, he consumed several elixirs and didn't dare to stop for a moment. It wasn't until he reached a mountain peak that he finally stopped. Master, save me! The middle-aged cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as he landed. How dare you, who dares to harm the disciple of Tiansa? In a cave, a middle-aged couple emerged. They had gentle appearances, but their eyes were filled with killing intent. The spiritual energy around them was turbulent, revealing that they were two powerful spirit pill realm experts. However, at that moment, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Not good. The couple of Tiansa immediately reacted and ascended into the air in an instant. Their disciples had been stabbed into sieves by the protruding ground thorns at this moment. The two of them were now filled with horror, no longer caring about their own disciples. To be able to wield entry-level spells with such power, the newcomer's cultivation level must far surpass the two of them by several grades. Elders, juniors, before two could finish his words, several huge fireballs were already heading straight for the couple. Run! The two of them had cursed their disciples' ancestors up and down. They immediately flew in two different directions. Husband and wife were once birds of the same forest, but in times of crisis, each flew their own way. Of course, they were sacrificing one to save the other. Shuechen glanced at the unrecognizable corpse on the ground. He casually threw a fireball, reducing the opponent to ashes. Mortal warrior, transcendent realm cultivator, spirit pill realm. There couldn't be more, right? Shuechen was feeling a bit annoyed at this point, not expecting these people to be so hard to kill. He didn't want to keep chasing them, but he had no choice. If he didn't exterminate them, what if they came looking for trouble later? There were too many cultivation techniques in the immortal cultivation world. No one knew if the other party had means to detect him. Even if the other party wasn't his match, what if they sought a powerful master for help? Shuechen had no choice but to continue the pursuit. Soon, Tuanja's wife lost her life at the hands of Xuechen, and Xuechen was now trailing behind Tuanja. Tuanja, feeling the loss of his Dao companion, was in unbearable pain. But he dared not linger, even though he couldn't sense any pursuers behind him, he had to flee. 2 hours later, Tuanja fled into a valley littered with bones. "Master, save me." Xuechen, who was secretly following, took a deep breath. There really was a backing. Ah! Xuechen sighed and headed towards the valley. Moments later, an old man with white hair spat blood and boarded a spirit boat, heading into the distance. The valley was engulfed in raging flames. These flames formed of spiritual energy could burn away all traces and purify all impurities in the world. He fled, and he followed, until the white-haired old man entered a sect. Xuechen took a deep breath as he looked at the sect in front of him. He didn't like killing, he just wanted to learn some cultivation techniques, then return to youth and live safely. Xuechen didn't even like dealing with these cultivators, he preferred listening to courtesans tell stories. Can there be no more backing? Xuechen muttered, then headed towards the sect that had already set up a protective formation. 3 months later, the market at the foot of the Lingxi Sect Mountain. The rent for peripheral shops is 1,000 spirit stones per year. The closer to the center, the more expensive the rent. Please consider, fellow Taoist. No need, I'll just rent the outermost shop. Alright, your choice, there are 7 outer shops left, all the same size. I'll take this one. That day, a pawnshop opened in the peripheral market. There was no grand opening ceremony, no publicity. Just the name of the pawnshop hung up. The shop was run by an old man with mediocre cultivation, at the 9th level of the spiritual Qi realm. Have you heard? The bloodthirsty sect was wiped out by their enemies. How could you not have heard? According to my cousin's second uncle's third nephew's wife's neighbor Wang, 3 months ago, he saw with his own eyes a large group of cultivators exterminate the bloodthirsty sect, led by a spirit pill realm cultivator with over 10 followers. Hiss, but it's fine if these morally ambiguous sects are wiped out. With resources so scarce now, having one less person to share resources is a good thing. Xuechen sat quietly at the door, listening to the conversations of passing cultivators. This time, in order to avoid trouble, he had simply learned a basic water attribute cultivation technique. With just a slight activation, he directly broke through to the 9th level of the spiritual Qi realm. Of course, reaching the transcendent realm wasn't particularly eye-catching. There were several transcendent realm cultivators among the nearby merchants. The Lingxi sect was one of the top sects within a radius of 100,000 miles. Xuechen chose to open a pawnshop here in hopes of quickly obtaining the rejuvenation technique. He had already made up his mind that as soon as he received the rejuvenation technique, he would immediately return to the Nanyang country. There were fewer cultivators there, and it was relatively stable. If possible, he would settle down in Nanyang country for good. It had to be said that the flow of people in the Lingxi sect's market was indeed impressive. Even though Xuechen's pawnshop was located on the outskirts, there were still customers coming in every day. Of course, the main reason was that there were no other pawnshops in the market. The cultivators who came to sell items were mostly curious and entered out of interest. The items sold were things they didn't value much. Basic cultivation techniques and discarded spiritual flying swords made up the majority. "Lao Mo, how's business today?" Xuechen asked the shopkeeper of the neighboring store, Jia Lei. Jia Lei was an external affairs steward from the Baiyun sect, overseeing the store on behalf of the sect. However, his term of external service was only 10 years, and now he had 3 years left. Although Jia Lei appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, he was actually over 150 years old. Moreover, he was a skilled cultivator in the transcendent realm. "Not bad, Lao Jia, how's business for you today?" "Damn it, I told you not to call me Lao Jia, call me Brother Lei." "Alright, Lao Jia, I got it, Lao Jia." Jia Lei was speechless. "Goodness gracious, I give up." Suddenly, Jia Lei's eyes lit up. "Lao Mo, are you free tonight? Let me take you out for some fun." "No, thanks." Xuechen promptly declined. "I am resolute in my Tao heart and do not enjoy any frivolities." Jia Lei didn't insist upon hearing this and turned around muttering, "Alright, I knew your health wasn't up for it. I was going to tell you that some new female cultivators from the Xiaoyao Palace recently arrived and wanted to show you around." "Brother Lei, please wait." "Brother Lei, don't get me wrong, I'm not a prude, I just genuinely want to explore and hear stories." Jia Lei, _ As a righteous sect of cultivation, the Lingxi sect certainly wouldn't allow worldly pleasure establishments into their market. However, places for cultivation exchange were different. This was a legitimate place for discussing dual cultivation techniques. Indeed, even the elders of the Lingxi sect came masked to discuss academic matters. The Xiaoyao Palace was located in the center of the market. Compared to Xue Chen's humble little shop, it was like a palace. The main hall of the Xiao Palace was 4 stories high, covering an area of over 10,000 square feet, with many suites inside. The first floor was a place for discussing foot-soaking cultivation techniques and insights. Upstairs were rooms for deeper exchanges, all constructed with soundproof materials and equipped with soundproof arrays, ensuring that no matter how loud the people inside were, the sounds wouldn't be heard outside. Of course, the noises referred to here were the involuntary cries during in-depth discussions of cultivation techniques. Xue Chen had visited many pleasure establishments, but it was his first time in such a formal place dedicated to dual cultivation techniques among cultivators. Welcome, this esteemed guest, your physique. The welcoming female cultivator at the entrance looked at Xue Chen with a strange expression. To be honest, she had seen many old men, but someone as mature as Xue Chen was indeed a first. Moreover, Xue Chen's aura was only at the spiritual energy realm, which made her worry that he might not be able to enter or leave easily. It was the territory of the Lingxi sect, and things could get complicated if something went wrong. Jia Lei took out a spirit stone and handed it to the female cultivator, saying, "Don't worry, we're just going to soak our feet on the first floor. Arrange the most comfortable room for us." The female cultivator calmly took the spirit stone and placed it in her chest, saying, "Of course, esteemed guest, please follow me." The two followed the female cultivator through the lobby and into the back hall. Finally, under the female cultivator's arrangement, they entered a room. Jia Lei smiled and said, "How is it, Lao Mo? How's the environment?" Xue Chen nodded and honestly, "The environment here is really good. The room is very spacious, at least over 100 square meters, with not only a super soft large bed but also a steaming hot spring pool emitting spiritual energy. Moreover, the room is decorated with many spiritual plants and flowers, and there are plenty of musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, and paintings." What Xue Chen didn't know was that Jia Lei beside him was bleeding in his heart at this moment. "You should know that the fee for this room is not cheap. The minimum consumption is 998 just to waive the room fee." Although Jia Lei is a transcendent realm cultivator, 998 is still a huge sum for him. If it weren't for showing off in front of Xue Chen, he would never have booked such a room. Just then, a dozen female cultivators entered one after another. Han Shui, Piao Ling, Wenya, Wu Hua, Shiyu. Greetings to the two seniors. Cultivators, due to the purification of impurities in their bodies through cultivation, have very smooth and delicate skin. Generally, there are no ugly cultivators unless the person is truly beyond help ugly. Moreover, cultivators emit more or less spiritual energy. So in the eyes of ordinary people, cultivators are ethereal fairies and immortals. This is also why no matter how beautiful ordinary people are, they are not as good as an average cultivator. Xue Chen has seen Lu Ruyan in the Yanyu brothel in the Tiansa city. Met Lu Ruyan. Although both are courtesan cultivators, Lu Ruyan is far inferior to the female cultivators in front of him in terms of appearance and charm. The gap between the two in terms of appearance and temperament is quite significant. Even their cultivation levels are not on the same level. Lu Ruyan's cultivation is only at the second level of the spiritual energy realm, while the female cultivators in front of him are at the 7th or 8th level of the spiritual energy realm. Also, Xue Chen speculated that the cultivation techniques these female cultivators practiced could enhance their attractiveness to men. Jia Lei pointed to the two most fierce female cultivators and said, "Wu Hua, Shiyu, please stay, the rest of the friends, Jia will take care of your business next time." "Thank you, senior." Wu Hua and Shiyu happily bowed slightly to Jia Lei. The remaining female cultivators left in disappointment. This luxurious private room has a minimum consumption requirement and a high commission rate. Making a deal here is much more profitable than outside, 2 or 3 times more. "Senior, let me help you take off your shoes." Shiyu squatted down under Xue Chen and reached out to take off his shoes. Xue Chen looked surprised at Jia Lei and said, "Are you really going to do this?" Jia Lei's mouth twitched. "Do you want something else?" "Yes." Xue Chen nodded, then took out his most precious little book in the surprised gazes of the three. "How about we listen to some stories?" "Ha?" The three of them looked puzzled. Soon Xue Chen noticed something. None of the female cultivators here knew how to tell stories. They couldn't even make up one. Compared to the courtesans in the mortal world, they were like blank sheets of paper. Although they had beautiful faces and figures, and although they worked in such places, they were as pure as lotus flowers untainted by mud. Lu Shishir, I met her in Beiyuan City. Her father loved gambling, and when she was 5, she and her mother did needlework to support themselves. Although they couldn't even afford to eat, her gambling-addicted father still wanted to snatch the hard-earned money she and her mother made due to working day and night on needlework. Her mother went blind in just a few years. They couldn't even afford oil for the lamp. Seeing her gambling-addicted father, blind mother, and younger brother who couldn't afford to go to school, she eventually resolutely entered the courtesan world. Xuechen finished telling the first story and slowly closed his little book. Although he knew that Lu Shishir made it up at the time, he really liked this story. After hearing these stories many times, he wouldn't be deceived again. As for the white moon that deceived her 25 years, 3 days, 8 hours, and 3 incense sticks ago, he had long forgotten. He would never remember her height of 167, shoe size 37, or the 167 strands of hair beside her ear. Yes, he had long forgotten about it. Wu Jialei couldn't help but cry out loud. Xuechen looked at Jialei with a black line on his face. Lao Jia, you. Jialei wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and said sentimentally, sorry, I'm getting old, can't bear to hear these things. However, just as Lao Jia stopped his tears, Wu Hua and Shi Yu on the side started crying again. Wu, she's so pitiful. Wu Senior, can you help her? I'll give you spirit stones, can you help me give them to her? Xuechen widened his eyes at the words. Looking at the two crying people, he didn't know what to say for a moment. No need, I gave her spirit stones, she redeemed herself, later I saw her, she's doing well, even had 3 children. Thank you, Senior, you're truly a good person. The two women bowed deeply to Xuechen, then stood up and said, sorry, Senior, we need to go touch up our makeup. After speaking, the two women covered their faces and ran out. Watching Jialei still in sorrow beside him, Xuechen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Not long after, Wu Hua and Shi Yu returned, but they were followed by a large group of people. Shi Yu, afraid that Xuechen would misunderstand, quickly said, Senior, sorry, they don't believe we cried out of our own emotions. A female cultivator behind Shi Yu pulled her over and said, I don't believe it. What kind of story could make someone cry? 2 seniors, although we are of humble status, we are not easy to bully. Today, you either give us an explanation, or tell us your story. I want to see what story can make people cry. Seeing a group of fierce female cultivators surrounding them, Jialei swallowed hard. Lao Mo, actually, if there's no story, I won't blame you, I think I can handle it. Welcome to the Carefree Palace, may I ask what the guests need? Foot acupressure, let Ruyu attend to me. Sorry, Ruyu is not here right now. What about Shiyu? She's not here either. Who is here then? No one is here. Come on, you're kidding me. Really, they both went to Lao Mo's pawnshop on the outskirts of the market. Ever since Xuechen went to the Carefree Palace with Jialei, Lao Mo's pawnshop business had been booming. Xuechen's pawnshop was not large, but it was already crowded with people. However, these people were not there to take care of Xuechen's business, but to listen to stories. The tragic stories transcribed by Xuechen made people unable to control their tears. But the more they listened, the more they wanted to hear. The business at the Carefree Palace was at night, with few customers during the day. All the female cultivators on the first floor who did foot massages ran to Xuechen's place to listen to stories. Even some of the female cultivators on the second and third floors who provided dual cultivation services had veiled themselves and mingled in the crowd. She's so pitiful. Whoa, alright, today's story ends here. All fellow cultivators, please disperse. No, Mo Danya, tell us one more. Xuechen Gij, tell us one more pretty please. Hush. Xuechen couldn't help but shudder. He didn't want to tell more stories at first, but they insisted too much. Of course, they didn't give him spirit stones, he didn't lack spirit stones. But they gave Xuechen cultivation techniques and various spiritual tools, making it impossible for Xuechen to refuse. Seeing that this couldn't go on, Xuechen took a deep breath and said, fellow cultivators, to be honest, these stories are actually all fake. The characters in here may exist, but their real experiences are not as the stories depict. These backgrounds are all made up to deceive the customers. Only this way, they can earn more silver coins. Are you still listening? All the female cultivators stared blankly at Xuechen. After a while, one of them shouted frantically, I don't believe you, you're lying to us, you just don't want to tell us stories. Yes, you're lying to us. Xuechen immediately raised 2 fingers to the sky and said, I swear, none of these stories are real. If I'm lying to you, my best friend Lao Jiao will fall into a dung pit tonight. Upon hearing this, all the female cultivators fell silent. After a while, one of them turned around in disappointment and left. The remaining female cultivators also left one by one with their heads down. When all the female cultivators had left, Lao Jia from the neighboring shop walked in. He also wanted to come in and listen to the stories, but there were too many people just now, and they were all beautiful women, so he felt awkward squeezing in. The shops here are all equipped with soundproof arrays for confidentiality, so cultivators outside the door cannot hear any sound inside the shop. Therefore, Jialei had no idea that Xuechen had just sold him out. Behind the counter, Xuechen was packing up the cultivation techniques and spiritual tools given to him by the female cultivators from the Xiaoyao Palace. Lao Mo, what's wrong with them? Their expressions seem off to me. Shuechen smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing." Suddenly, Shuechen remembered something and looked at Jialei, asking, "By the way, Lao Jia, do you usually go to the toilet?" Jialei gave Shuechen a look and said, "Isn't that obvious? Do you think I, your brother Lei, am the kind of ascetic who lives on fasting pills? Why do you suddenly ask about this?" Shuechen awkwardly said, "Nothing, I just don't know where the toilet is, so I asked casually." "Oh, 10 miles west outside the market, there's a public toilet where we usually go. If you can't find it, ask me, I'll take you there." "No, it's okay." That night, while Shuechen was studying cultivation techniques, a scream suddenly came from 10 miles west outside the market. Shuechen could tell that the voice belonged to none other than his best friend Lao Jia. Damn, these stories really have some truth to them. Shuechen immediately threw away the cultivation technique in his hand and took out his own notebook to study it seriously. The next morning, as soon as Shuechen opened the door, he saw a relaxed-looking Jialei. Wasn't it him last night? But the voice was right. Jialei also saw Shuechen and greeted him with a smile. "Lao Amo, good morning." Shuechen nodded, then after some thought, he asked, "Lao Jia, I heard something from the public toilet last night." Before Shuechen could finish, Jialei jumped up. "Nonsense, it wasn't me. How could I, a transcendent realm cultivator, fall into a toilet? You're slandering me. Be careful, I'll sue you for defamation." Shuechen looked at Jialei with a black line on his face, realizing he didn't mention anyone falling into a toilet. Well, now it's confirmed that this guy really fell into the toilet last night. Feeling guilty about swearing and causing the other to fall into the toilet, Shuechen spoke up, Lao Jia, there are several restaurants in the market that I haven't been to. How about you accompany me tonight, my treat?" Upon hearing this, Jialei's face immediately turned serious as he looked at Shuechen and said, "Lao Amo, you're not young anymore, you're still stuck at the 9th level of the spiritual Qi realm. If you don't work harder in cultivation, you'll be left behind. We cultivators should not indulge in these desires for food and drink. It's more practical to take 2 fasting pills for cultivation when there's time to eat." Shuechen twitched at the corner of his mouth upon hearing this, never expecting that this guy would give up eating after falling into a toilet once. Shuechen pretended to listen to advice and said, "Alright, I also want to invite you to the Xiaoyao Palace for a foot wash. Since that's the case, then forget it." Swish bang. In the blink of an eye, Jialei changed into a new set of clothes and closed the shop that had just opened. Choosing the day is not as good as hitting the day. Morning is better than night. Let's go now. Shuechen's mouth twitched fiercely. Damn it, last time, Jialei booked the best private room for Shuechen, so naturally, Shuechen wouldn't be stingy either. Not long after they sat down, the female cultivators of the Xiaoyao Palace entered. Senior M.O. Lord M.O. Gage. As soon as they saw Shuechen, these female cultivators rushed over. Jialei on the side looked envious and aggrieved. Shuechen was curious. Didn't he make them sad and leave yesterday? What's going on now? Soon, Shuechen realized he seemed to have done something wrong. The female cultivators of the Xiaoyao Palace were indeed saddened to learn that his stories were fabricated to deceive guests for money. However, some clever ones tried to adapt these stories by replacing the protagonists with themselves to tell the guests. Well, it was said that several cultivators even emptied the mortal silver coins from the storage bags last night. The female cultivators were excited upon hearing this. When they saw Shuechen, they were exceptionally thrilled. Soon, the female cultivators from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors also rushed down. Before even washing their feet, the room was already filled with female cultivators from the Xiaoyao Palace. There was no need for Shuechen to choose, as a dozen female cultivators helped him take off his shoes and pressed him onto the bed. Although there was only Shuechen's pair of feet in the wooden tub, there were more than a dozen pairs of hands. Senior M.O., tell us another story, please. Gage, tell us a story suitable for cultivators. No, old man. Before Shuechen could finish his sentence, a pile of martial arts techniques and spiritual tools were thrown at him. There were even some intimate items of the female cultivators mixed in. Shuechen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quickly stored these things in his storage bag. Then tell us another one. The protagonist of this story is named Lu Ruyan, a female cultivator. Lu Ruyan's parents were harmed by enemies. Her younger siblings were captured by demonic cultivators. The scum even cheated her of all her spiritual stones. Finally, she was sold to. It's not that she wanted to fall, but due to her parents' enemies, her siblings in the hands of demonic cultivators, she had to grit her teeth and stay in this place of temptation. Although her body is no longer pure, her heart remains pure. She just wants to earn more spiritual stones, rescue her siblings, avenge her parents. That's all. Sob, huh? Everyone looked at Jialei again. Sorry, it's too touching. Can you tell me where she is? I want to take care of her business. Shuechen gave him a disdainful look and casually pointed to a female cultivator, saying, This is Lu Ruyan, Ask her if you don't believe me." The female cultivator immediately showed a bitter smile and nodded. The remaining female cultivators were excited. This was live teaching. All the female cultivators looked expectantly at the newly renamed Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan knew that this battle could affect the future of all her sisters. She took a deep breath, slowly walked up to Jia Lei, knelt down, took off Jia Lei's shoes, and began to tell the story she had just learned. Half a day later. "Senior M.O., take care. Lord M.O., watch your step on the stairs. M.O. Gage, remember to say hi next time you come." Shuechen waved his hand as Jia Lei, with an empty wallet, left. Just as they walked a short distance, Shuechen handed a bag of spiritual stones to Jia Lei. "Old Jia, here are the spiritual stones you spent, returned to you." "What do you mean?" "Ruyan asked me to give them to you. She said you can earn the spiritual stones yourself and use them to break through your cultivation." Jia Lei grabbed the spirit stone and turned back. "Old Jia, don't bother, it's just some spirit stones. I've reached the peak of my cultivation. Keeping them will only be useful in my coffin. She's different, she's still young, and she has unresolved vengeance. In the world of cultivating immortals, it's survival of the fittest. If I don't help her, who will?" Jia Lei said and walked into the carefree palace without hesitation. Shuechen. "Boss, do you accept techniques to transcend the mortal realm?" "Accept." "Boss, do you accept spirit herbs and pills?" "Accept." For some reason, since he returned to the carefree palace, the pawnshop business had improved significantly. They had received many rare battle spirit weapons that were hard to come by before. Moreover, most of the cultivators who came to sell were male. As soon as a customer left, Jia Lei swaggered over. "Old Jia, not going to the carefree palace today? Who goes there every day? Although they are pitiful, the landlord's family is also out of funds. We'll go after they pay the wages." Shuechen shook his head in disbelief. Jia Lei was an external steward of a small sect, and the shop's profits were not his concern. "Old M.O., there's an auction in the market tomorrow. Do you want to check it out?" "Auction?" Shuechen was curious but also worried, as auctions were places where disputes easily arose. Many unnecessary troubles stemmed from auctions. However, Shuechen eventually nodded and decided to go take a look. The next day arrived in a blink of an eye. The two of them headed towards the auction together. The auction was organized by the Lingxi sect, the local authority. The entrance fee was not low, 5 spirit stones per person. It was worth noting that Lingxi sect cultivators in the spirit chi realm could only receive spirit stones equivalent to their own cultivation level each month. This meant that a cultivator at the first level of the spirit chi realm would only receive 1 spirit stone as a basic allowance per month. They arrived relatively early and got seats closer to the center. After waiting for about half an hour, the auction hall filled up. The event started with the traditional host's speech, introducing some auction rules, and then the auction began. The first item was a spirit tool used by a transcendent realm cultivator. It started at 200 spirit stones and was eventually sold for 750 to a private room on the second floor. This was followed by the second and third items, with over 10 items being bought by the wealthy in the private room on the second floor. Shuechen looked at Jia Lei, who had not bid at all, and asked in confusion, "Old Jia, why aren't you bidding?" Jia Lei rolled his eyes and said, "Only fools buy things at auctions. The good stuff is already taken by the Lingxi sect internally. What's up for auction are things they don't care about. These things don't matter. What matters is that these items are overpriced." For example, that spirit tool that was just sold for 620 spirit stones was being sold for only 300 spirit stones at the Lingxi sect shop not long ago. Hearing this, Shuechen said with a black line on his face, "Then why are we here?" Jia Lei said matter-of-factly, "Just here for the show, maybe we'll find something worth picking up." "Have you ever found anything?" "No." "Has anyone ever found anything?" "No." Shuechen. As item after item was auctioned off, Shuechen found it all too boring. Apart from some techniques, pills, and tools useful for transcendent realm cultivators at the beginning, the following dozens of items were only of interest to spirit chi realm cultivators. Shuechen curiously bid on a book about fireball technique, but as expected, it was no different from what he had learned from Ziwei. It was exactly the same. Even the typos were identical. Immediately, Shuechen threw the useless technique book into his storage bag for miscellaneous items. Until the end of the auction, Shuechen didn't see any mysterious items. Time passed by day after day in such a mundane manner. Under the protection of the Lingxi sect, there were no disturbances or fights in the market. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The market remained unchanged, and Shuechen's business was still thriving. Every day, Shuechen received many items, some of them quite peculiar. The ones who took care of his business the most were still the female cultivators from the Xiaoyao Palace. Shuechen naturally knew where these items from the female cultivators came from, but he never asked. His pawnshop had become the place where the female cultivators from Xiaoyao Palace cashed in their items. Until one day, a large group of female cultivators from Xiaoyao Palace came to find Xuechen. Senior Mo, thanks to your guidance, we have earned many spirit stones. These are gifts for Senior Mo, please don't refuse. Xuechen looked at the large group of female cultivators in confusion. We have earned enough spirit stones, it's time for us to go back to cultivate. Senior Mo, farewell. The female cultivators from Xiaoyao Palace left behind their tokens of appreciation and happily departed. Xuechen still felt a bit lost in his heart. After all, his only hobby was soaking his feet. No, it should be said that he was adjusting the meridians and acupoints on the soles of his feet. However, Xuechen's sense of loss did not last long. That afternoon, a group of new faces came to find Xuechen again. Senior, please guide us. Xuechen smiled upon seeing them. Congratulations, host, on living another year. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward of the Longevity Award, plus 10,000 life points, plus 10,000 mana points, plus 10 spirit stones. Xuechen took out the spirit stones inside as he put them into his storage bag. Another year has passed. Lingxi Sect, the main hall of the sect, where two elders were conversing in low voices. Master, the sect's expenses have been quite high in the past year. Compared to previous years, the expenses last year increased by more than double. Most of these expenses are the advanced salaries of the inner disciples and various elder officials. I suspect there's something wrong with them. Hearing the report from the elder, Tao Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. Have you sent anyone to investigate? The elder shook his head. Master, currently, no one dares to do so. Who knows if the people I send are colluding with them? Tao Yuan nodded and said, all right, I'll look into this matter. After the elder left, Tao Yuan pondered for a moment before walking out of the main hall. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Master, what brings you here today? Tao Yuan looked around but found nothing unusual. Both disciples and elder officials were busy with their own tasks. Those who needed to cultivate did so, and those who needed to work were doing their jobs. Finally, Tao Yuan arrived at the deserted task hall. Seeing this, he furrowed his brows. Where is everyone? Master, I'm here. The steward in charge of the task hall hurried out from the inner room. This person was named Song Qian, one of Tao Yuan's first disciples, but his talent was not exceptional, stuck at the 9th level of the mortal realm. Master, is there something you need? Tao Yuan asked with a frown. Why is the task hall empty? Where are the disciples? Song Qian quickly replied, Master, currently, there aren't many tasks in the task hall, so the disciples haven't been coming. No tasks? Yes, all the accumulated tasks from before have been completed this year. Are you sure? I'm certain. That's good. Tao Yuan felt quite pleased. In the past, the task hall was always filled with unfinished tasks, but now it seemed that the disciples of his sect were quite proactive and had a sense of honor towards the sect. Just as Tao Yuan was about to leave, Song Qian stopped him. Master, please wait. Is there something else? Master, I've encountered some bottlenecks in my recent cultivation and would like to borrow some spirit stones from you. Tao Yuan Tao Yuan took a deep breath and looked at the steward who had been with the sect for many years, smiling as he said, alright, how much do you need? Song Qian hurriedly replied, not much, 998. Oh, forget it, just give me 1,000 spirit stones. Master, rest assured, I'll repay you once I receive my stipend in a few years. Tao Yuan asked in confusion, why wait for a few years, don't we receive our stipends monthly? Isn't your monthly stipend already 100 spirit stones? Because I've already received an advance for 5 years. Tao Yuan. In the end, Tao Yuan readily lent 1,000 spirit stones to Song Qian. He didn't care about the spirit stones, he just wanted to see if Song Qian would truly use them to break through in cultivation. Tao Yuan pretended to leave but actually hid in the shadows, observing Song Qian. As the sun set, Song Qian also officially finished work. However, instead of returning to his residence, he flew on his sword towards the sect's entrance. Seeing this, Tao Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he immediately followed. Song Qian soon arrived at the Lingxi sect's market square. After stowing away his flying sword, Song Qian headed straight for the leisure palace. After some hesitation, Tao Yuan followed him inside. Welcome, Master Tao. The female attendant in charge of reception widened her eyes. Although they had received many elders before, they usually kept a low profile. They didn't expect Tao Yuan to arrive so openly. Tao Yuan nodded slightly at the female attendant in front of him. I came with Song Qian, take me to him. The attendant quickly nodded and said, of course, Master Tao, please follow me. Soon, Tao Yuan saw Song Qian soaking in a luxurious bath. Song Qian lay back in the spirit spring pool, with fruit slices on his face, looking quite content. Upon hearing someone enter, Song Qian didn't think much of it. "Xiao Yu, give me a shoulder massage first. Today, I finally managed to borrow some spirit stones. I'll make sure to extend your time." Tao Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He walked up and grabbed Song Qian's head. Song Qian opened his eyes wide and saw Tao Yuan's stern expression. Master." Tao Yuan smiled gently and said, "Come, let me give you a massage myself." No, before Song Qian could finish, Tao Yuan pushed him into the spirit spring pool. Gurgle gurgle. Just as Song Qian was about to swallow water, the door was pushed open. "Stop!" Xiao Yu threw herself at Tao Yuan's feet. "Master Tao, spare senior brother Song, blame me if you must. My fate is just too bitter. It's a new day." As sunlight bathed the earth, Xuechen stretched lazily. After clearing his desk, Xuechen opened the shop's door. To his surprise, a dignified old man was standing at his doorstep. The man exuded a strong energy fluctuation, slightly inferior only to Lao Feng among the cultivators Xuechen had met. As Xuechen observed Tao Yuan was also sizing up Xuechen. Tao Yuan could tell that the man before him was at the 9th level of the spiritual Qi realm. And from the man's aged face, it was evident that his time was running out. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Xuechen asked first. Tao Yuan smiled and said, "Friend, I heard your pawnshop accepts everything?" Xuechen nodded. Although he didn't know Tao Yuan's intentions, he wasn't worried. As long as the other party didn't cause trouble, even if they extorted some money from him, it wouldn't matter. "What does the guest want to sell?" Tao Yuan smiled and handed a token to Xuechen, saying, "How about this?" Xuechen furrowed his brows as he looked at the token in his hand. It didn't emit much spiritual energy and was of average quality, but it bore the words Lingxi. Xuechen asked in confusion, "What is this?" Tao Yuan smiled and said, "This is the elder token of Lingxi sect. Would you accept it, friend?" Xuechen was startled by the words. "I am Tao Yuan, the Sect Master of Lingxi sect, and I would like to ask Taoist friend to come with me." Xuechen. At this moment, Jia Lei happened to open his shop and walked out. Xuechen immediately cast a look of help towards him. Jia Lei glanced at Xuechen, then at Tao Yuan, and promptly closed the shop. Xuechen's mouth twitched. However, since Tao Yuan could find him in this manner, he probably wasn't looking for trouble. It seemed a bit late to run now. Xuechen didn't want to provoke unnecessary conflicts. Moreover, if he could find the method of rejuvenation at Lingxi sect, it would be even better. Thinking of this, Xuechen nodded at Tao Yuan. "Then I will trouble Sect Master Tao." Xuechen packed his things and followed Tao Yuan as they flew towards the inner gate of Lingxi sect. Although the market was also under the jurisdiction of Lingxi sect, it was still several tens of miles away from the inner gate. Of course, for cultivators, tens of miles were just a few steps away. In a moment, the two arrived at a building. Tao Yuan asked, "Friend, is your surname Mo?" Xuechen shook his head and said, "No, my surname is Xue, and my name is Mo." Tao Yuan nodded at the words, not concerned about Xuechen's surname. "Friend Mo, stay here for a few days. I will send a named disciple to take care of your daily needs. You can tell the disciple if you need anything." Xuechen hesitated for a moment before asking the doubt in his mind. "Sect Master Tao, may I ask why you have summoned me?" Tao Yuan smiled and slowly uttered two words. "To teach." "Teach?" Xuechen looked puzzled. He was just a novice in cultivation. What could he teach? However, Tao Yuan did not explain further and just left with a mysterious smile. Soon, a middle-aged cultivator with a swollen nose and bruised face flew over. This person was Song Qian, one of Tao Yuan's first disciples, who used to be in charge of managing the task hall. Tao Yuan had many disciples, and this group's highest cultivation level was at the 7th or 8th level of the Qi refining realm. Although Song Qian was still nominally Tao Yuan's disciple, in reality, they had little master-disciple relationship left. Menial disciple Song Qian pays respects to Elder Mo. Song Qian had been caught and reprimanded by Tao Yuan last night, his status directly demoted. Looking at Song Qian, who was at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, Xuechen was full of curiosity. But he quickly understood what was going on. "Friend Song, you still need more tempering." Song Qian was also very embarrassed. "Elder Mo, are the backgrounds of those female cultivators from the Carefree Palace all fake?" Xuechen sighed and said, "Who knows, true or false or true, who can say for sure in this world?" Since the last time Xuechen swore and caused old Jia to fall into the toilet, he dared not be sure whether those stories were true or false. At this point, Xuechen roughly guessed that Tao Yuan was preparing him to teach something. In simple terms, it was a course on social fraud prevention. As guessed by Xuechen, the next day he was appointed as the 9th elder of Lingxi sect by Tao Yuan, responsible for teaching disciples the anti-fraud course. And this was a mandatory course that included all the elders and stewards. It was said that failing the course would result in personal attention from the Sect Master. The specific form of this attention could be seen from Song Qian's current appearance. On the third day of his appointment, all the disciples were summoned back. He began his teaching journey with a bitter smile. What troubled him was that the elders and stewards were manageable, but these disciples were all novices, too easy to deceive. Although Xueqian's class was mandatory, it was not the main course, only 1 day a month, less than 2 hours. In such a short time, Xueqian himself didn't know if they could understand. Moreover, there were many disciples in Lingxi's sect, a sea of people that seemed endless. Xueqian estimated that those peripheral disciples with lower cultivation levels probably couldn't even hear his voice. And so, in 3 months, Xueqian taught 3 classes. The assessment day arrived. Xueqian casually briefed Song Qian, who then used the rhetoric taught by Xueqian for the assessment. However, 3 days later, when Song Qian returned with a bunch of storage bags, Xueqian knew that these people were done for. As expected, the next day, many disciples in the sect had bruises and swollen faces. Even some female disciples were not spared. Surprisingly, the stewards and elders all passed, which made Xueqian realize something was amiss. Logically, there should have been 1 or 2 who failed. Xueqian looked at Song Qian. Song Qian smiled back at Xueqian. That night, Song Qian was beaten by the masked Tao Yuan. Gently, be gentle. Yes, right, a bit more force in the carefree palace. Song Qian lay on the bed enjoying a massage from Qiu Yu. Xueqian, on the side, being massaged by Xiao Qiao, couldn't help but shake his head. Friend Song, you don't seem old. Why have you stopped cultivating? Elder Mo, you don't understand. Song Qian sighed. I am currently at the 9th level of transcendence, just like I was 20 years ago. It's not that I haven't tried to cultivate, but I've hit a bottleneck. Bottlenecks are inexplicable, just like you seem to be stuck at the 9th level of spiritual energy for a long time, right? Xueqian wanted to say he had no bottleneck, but he didn't want to discourage Song Qian, so he just nodded. I've figured it out. It's best to break through to the spirit pill realm. If I can't, so be it. We only live a few hundred years. Better to die early and reincarnate. Xueqian's mouth twitched. He remembered in his past life, cultivators risked their lives for opportunities. Why were the cultivators he met now so laid back? Were they not afraid of death? Xueqian didn't know, but in reality, those like Song Qian, who seemed laid back, were actually the most afraid of death. They knew there were opportunities for breakthroughs in dangerous places, but they didn't dare to go to places where only 1 in 1,000 came out. Not everyone thought they were the protagonist. Most people were more afraid of being 1 in 999. Cultivators lived longer than ordinary people, which made them even more afraid of death. It could be said that at least 70% of righteous cultivators were afraid of death. The remaining 30% were mostly newcomers. As they lived longer, the conflicts naturally decreased, and their courage diminished. The 2 of them slept until the next morning in the carefree palace. However, as soon as they left the room, they encountered someone unexpected. Master? Master Tao? Tao Yuan, with his face covered, took a few steps and awkwardly stopped. Elder Mo, what a coincidence, ahem, Elder Mo, I didn't expect to see you here, you really disappoint me. Xueqian said with a black line on his face, Master Tao, you make it sound like I did something I shouldn't have. This old man is old, just came here to soak my feet, discuss foot acupoints with the friends of the carefree palace, isn't that normal? Seeing Xueqian bring up age, Tao Yuan looked unfriendly towards Song Qian. And you? Don't tell me you're old too. Song Qian quickly replied, I came with Elder Mo. As a miscellaneous disciple, isn't it reasonable for me to take care of Elder Mo's daily life? But master, you're not that old, and you're not serving anyone, why are you here? Tao Yuan. Congratulations, host, on living another year. Congratulations, host, on receiving the longevity reward, plus 10,000 life points, plus 10,000 mana points, plus 10 spirit stones. Congratulations, host, on living another year. Congratulations, host, on receiving the longevity reward, plus 10,000 life points, plus 10,000 mana points, plus 10 spirit stones. Congratulations, host, on living another year. Congratulations, host, on receiving the longevity award, with plus 10,000 life points, plus 10,000 mana points, and 10 spirit stones. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Under Xueqian's patient teachings, the cultivators of Lingxi's sect have become as steady as rocks. Well, the biggest credit here actually goes to Tao Yuan's fists. Anyway, anyone who fails the assessment, whether a disciple or an elder, will receive Tao Yuan's care. People are like that. Being beaten often makes one shrewd. Although Xueqian hasn't opened a pawnshop in these 3 years, he has still received many cultivation techniques and spiritual tools. The majority of these are still gifts from the female cultivators of the Carefree Palace. On this day, Xue Chen was studying the rejuvenation technique given to him by the fourth elder. Song Qian walked in holding a letter. Elder Mo, here's your letter. Oh, Xue Chen was puzzled, not expecting someone to write to him. Brother Mo, greetings. Time flies, and it has been several years since we last met. My 10-year term is ending, and I will soon return to the sect. This parting may be eternal. Before we part, I invite Brother Mo to a meeting at the Carefree Palace. Jia Lei. Xue Chen smiled as he put away the letter. He hadn't expected Jia Lei to remember him. Xue Chen didn't have many friends, just a few who shared his tastes. Ziwei was one, Lao Feng was another, Jia Lei was one, and the last one was the present Song Qian. Let's go, Song Qian, to the Carefree Palace. Alright, the two immediately rode their flying swords towards the market square. Unseen by them, Tao Yuan was watching their departing figures. This guy, his time was almost up 3 years ago, why isn't he dead yet? The elder's salary isn't low, we need to ask how many more years he can live. Tao Yuan initially thought Xue Chen wouldn't live long, which is why he asked him to be a teaching elder. He hadn't expected this old fox Xue Chen to be so resilient. For cultivators, the most crucial aspects are their cultivation level and combat strength. Only with strong power can one occupy more territory and share more resources. If Xue Chen had reached the spirit pill realm, it would have been fine, but he's only at the spiritual energy realm. It's acceptable for a short time to be an elder with this level of cultivation, but it's not sustainable in the long run. However, since Xue Chen hasn't made any mistakes, the elders can't promote or demote him. Most importantly, Tao Yuan feels distressed about the salary he gives to Xue Chen. Every time he meets Xue Chen at the Carefree Palace, Tao Yuan feels deeply troubled. Naturally, Xue Chen is unaware of Tao Yuan's thoughts. At this moment, he and Song Qian have just arrived at the market square. Jia Lei was busy exchanging with new cultivators when he saw Xue Chen and Song Qian outside the shop and quickly came out. Old Mo, you rascal, coming so early. Xue Chen smiled and asked, are you done with your work? Jia Lei nodded, yes, let's go. The three of them immediately headed towards the Carefree Palace. Old Mo, how have these years been treating you? Not bad, eat, sleep, occasionally soak my feet at the Carefree Palace, and at the end of the month, I receive my salary. It's pretty good. Old Mo, today I want to go to the second floor. Xue Chen. In the past, Xue Chen would have followed, but don't get it wrong, he would only go to listen to stories. However, since the stories at the Carefree Palace were the ones he taught the female cultivators, he naturally had no need to listen. Yet, Xue Chen didn't dissuade Jia Lei from going upstairs. Everyone has their own hobbies. Go ahead, we'll be waiting for you downstairs in a private room. Okay. Jia Lei didn't insist. He was also afraid that once Xue Chen went up, he wouldn't come down. After all, everyone worries about Xue Chen's appearance. However, trouble arose when Jia Lei called out a female cultivator's name. From the second floor, a grumbling voice could be heard. Damn, who the hell is looking for my Qian Qian? Come out, or I'll beat the crap out of whoever it is until they're clean. Familiar places, familiar tones, familiar voices. Hey, Lao Mo. Damn, Lao Feng. Moments later. In a private room on the first floor, Xue Chen, Lao Feng, Song Qian, and Jia Lei were comfortably soaking in the Lingquan pool. Lao Mo, I never thought you, old rascal, would actually become a cultivator, and even cultivate to the 9th level of spiritual energy. Hee, Lao Feng, I never thought you would also be a cultivator, and actually at the spiritual pill stage. Ha ha. Lao Feng's cultivation was naturally more than just at the spiritual pill stage, but he only revealed that level of cultivation. As for Xue Chen's cultivation, well, it really was only at the 9th level of spiritual energy. Back then, I thought you were dead, made me sad for a long time. If it weren't for Xinxin accompanying me, I would have been so sad. Who is Xinxin? She's the newly appointed courtesan of the Hongqian Pavilion O. Song Qian and Jia Lei listened to the two chatting on the side, occasionally interjecting a few words. For a while, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. The next day, Jia Lei left. His term here was over, and it was time to return to his official position. Before leaving, Xuechen told Jia Lei the secret hidden in his heart. Jia Lei's face instantly darkened. He told Xuechen that if it weren't for this being a public place, he would have given Xuechen 2 black eyes. Xuechen just awkwardly smiled and did not retort. After Jia Lei left, Xuechen invited Lao Feng to visit the Lingxi sect. After Xuechen's repeated invitations, Lao Feng reluctantly agreed. Well, actually, Xuechen just politely asked, and this guy followed along. Just as the three arrived at the building where Xuechen lived, Tao Yuan jumped out. Hey, Elder Mo, what a coincidence, and this Tao Yuan hadn't finished speaking before freezing in place. He had initially sensed that a cultivator at the spiritual pill stage had followed Xuechen back, but it was only when he walked up to the three that he realized something was amiss. This is Lao Feng. I don't even know his full name, everyone just calls him Lao Tu Feng. Lao Feng, this is our sect leader, hurry up and kowtow to the sect leader. Lao Feng rolled his eyes at the words. Tao Yuan was taken aback. He could vaguely sense that this old man's strength was higher than his own, but he couldn't be sure. Elder Mo is joking, does this Taoist friend Lao Feng have any business coming to our sect? Lao Feng waved his hand and said, no, just came over to see a friend, stay a few days and then leave. Tao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief at the words, smiling and saying, no problem, friend, feel free to stay as long as you want. 3 years later. Lao Mo, Shaosong, Xiaoyao Palace. All right. Here. Tao Yuan watched the backs of the three intently. Damn, are these guys free all day long? Damn it, we agreed they'd leave in a few days, and it's been 3 years already. When the hell is this guy going to leave? It's been so many years. Song Qian, you idiot, take him upstairs. He might kick the bucket that very night. After grumbling for a few moments, Tao Yuan returned with a frustrated expression. 3 years ago, Lao Feng didn't come, so he dared to ask Xuechen when he would leave. Now he didn't even dare to ask. On the other hand, Xuechen finally gathered the courage to ask Lao Feng, is there a technique that allows cultivators to fly without a flying sword? Lao Feng gave Xuechen a disdainful look and said, isn't that obvious? There are plenty of such techniques, what's it to you, want to learn? Xuechen quickly nodded and said, yes, I want to, can you teach me? With a sly smile, Lao Feng said, sure, I can teach you. On the side, Song Qian, seeing Xuechen being teased, leaned in close to Xuechen's ear and whispered, Elder Mo, Senior Feng is teasing you, that kind of technique is useless to learn, only cultivators at the spiritual infant stage can fly without a flying sword. Ha? Xuechen looked at Song Qian in confusion, not understanding. Elder Mo, as we all know, our land has gravity, so anything thrown into the sky will fall back down. The principle behind cultivators using flying swords is to infuse spiritual energy into the sword, allowing it to lift the cultivator for aerial travel. To break free from the flying sword and achieve true flight, a substantial amount of spiritual power is required. Even cultivators in the spirit pill realm cannot sustain prolonged flight due to insufficient spiritual energy. Only by advancing to the spirit infant realm and gaining insights into the heavens and earth to overcome most of the gravity, can one achieve long-term aerial flight. Of course, even cultivators in the spirit infant realm rarely choose direct flight, as using a flying sword conserves spiritual energy and is more cost-effective. My master is a cultivator in the spirit infant realm. Didn't you see him arriving on a flying sword last time? Xuechen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tao Yuan always traveled on a flying sword. He thought Tao Yuan couldn't fly without it, but it was just to save spiritual energy. Lao Feng naturally overheard Song Qian's explanation to Xuechen, which, although not entirely accurate, was close enough. Lao Feng teased, how about it, Elder Mo, want to learn? I'll teach you. To the surprise of Lao Feng and Song Qian, Xuechen replied without hesitation, I do. Xuechen was at the 9th level of the spiritual energy realm, but his strength was lacking. He had only practiced techniques from the spiritual energy realm, so he had an abundance of spiritual power. Do you understand now? Do you want to give it a try? No need, I have already learned. He. The concept of aerial flight was quite simple when broken down. It involved reducing one's own gravity by communicating with the heavens and earth, combined with a specific method of spiritual energy operation. In simpler terms, it meant using spiritual power to create a propeller-like mechanism on oneself, using spiritual energy as fuel to achieve flight. It was straightforward but stumped 99% of cultivators because of the rapid depletion of spiritual power, making it an elusive skill. Comparing a flying sword to a motorcycle, aerial flight was akin to flying an airplane. The difference in fuel consumption between the two was incomparable, as was the speed. Xue Chen understood why Tao Yuan still used a flying sword. After all, no one would take out a high fuel-consuming plane for a casual ride. Time passed swiftly. 3 months flew by in a hurry. One day, Lingxi Sect announced a piece of news. The 100 Sects Grand Competition would be held in 10 days at the Lingxi Sect Square. As one of the elders, Xue Chen had to attend this grand competition. And naturally, Lao Feng, as Xue Chen's friend, also received an invitation. However, the next day, Lao Feng made an excuse that his Dao companion was pregnant and ran away. Xue Chen didn't know how Lao Feng's Dao companion got pregnant after being away for several years. He didn't dare to ask. Having spent over 7 years at Lingxi Sect, Xue Chen was certain that there was no method for rejuvenation in the sect. So, he decided to leave. 2 days before the 100 Sects Grand Competition, Xue Chen found Tao Yuan. "Elder Mo, is there something you need?" Tao Yuan was still somewhat displeased with Lao Feng's departure. The sect had provided this guy with good food and drink for 3 years, and just when it was time for him to come out and show his face, he ran away. "Master Tao, I have sensed that my time is near, so I have come to resign from my position as an elder today." Xue Chen placed a storage bag and his elder token on Tao Yuan's table. "Really? That's too bad. What's this?" Tao Yuan picked up the storage bag and inspected it with his divine sense, his eyes widening the next moment. "Elder Mo, you." "Master Tao, I haven't made much contribution to the sect on regular days. Occasionally, junior elders would give me some techniques and spiritual tools. I have accepted the stipend provided by the sect over the years, but I truly feel unworthy of it. Master Tao, I bid you farewell." After Xue Chen finished speaking, he bowed to Tao Yuan and then turned to leave. Tao Yuan sighed as he watched Xue Chen's stooped figure, then casually tucked the storage bag into his pocket. He didn't try to stop Xue Chen, his cultivation was not suitable for being an elder. "Elder Mo, are you really leaving?" Song Qian looked at Xue Chen with some reluctance. He had followed Xue Chen for years and had washed many feet for free. Xue Chen smiled, patted Song Qian's shoulder, and then took out his flying sword to leave. "Elder Mo, will you come back?" Xue Chen didn't look back, just waved his hand casually. "Who knows?" After leaving Lingxi Sect, Xue Chen strolled around the market and leisure palace. He transcribed a copy of his own storybook and gave it to them. In return, the female cultivators also gave him many cultivation techniques and spiritual treasures. After completing all this, Xue Chen left. Although he wanted to stay, he needed to find the method of rejuvenation. Despite having plenty of time and no rush, he knew he had to set off eventually. Immortality was lonely, everyone in his life was just a passing guest. Although Lingxi Sect was one of the top sects in the area of hundreds of thousands of miles, it was still just a drop in the ocean in this vast world. It was said that the super sects, the legendary cultivation sanctuaries, each had influence over billions of miles of land. Over the years, Xue Chen had gained some understanding of the cultivation world. It was much less dangerous than he had initially imagined. People cared more about cultivation than senseless fighting. Unfortunately, the Lingxi sect where he currently resided was already one of the top sects. To obtain the method of rejuvenation, he needed to go further. After leaving Lingxi sect for 1,000 miles, Xue Chen put away his flying sword and began to attempt flying through the air. It was surprisingly simple, he succeeded after just one try. However, it consumed his spiritual power rapidly, like a hose inserted into his spiritual sea. But Xuechen's spiritual sea was vast and boundless, so he didn't mind. However, he soon grew tired after flying for a while. He was getting older, and while admiring the scenery occasionally brought him joy, prolonged flights and viewing the scenery from above caused him aesthetic fatigue. Walking is more comfortable. The grounded feeling brings peace to the heart. Xuechen murmured as he walked towards the unknown. His life was like the road beneath his feet, never-ending. Except for the rewards distributed by the system on the 4th of April each year, Xuechen even forgot about time. Time flew by, and another year passed. Congratulations, host, on living another year. Congratulations on receiving the rewards of the immortal, plus 10,000 life points, plus 10,000 mana points, and 10 spirit stones. Ah, another year has passed. Xuechen calmly put the spirit stones into his storage bag. Another half-year passed. An endless sea blocked Xuechen's path. Smelling the salty sea breeze, Xuechen changed direction and continued forward. However, after walking for a long time, the scent of the sea breeze still lingered in the air. Xuechen knew he had to either turn back now or cross the sea. Although he had friends on the way back, he needed to find the method of rejuvenation to return. Xuechen took a deep breath, lightly stepped forward, and in the next moment, flew into the air. Looking at the vast sea ahead, Xuechen no longer hesitated. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward without looking back. However, Xuechen underestimated the size of this world. He flew forward without stopping, his speed equivalent to that of a cultivator in the spirit pill realm riding a sword. Even so, Xuechen flew for a full 2 years. For 2 years, he hadn't seen land. Another cultivator would probably have died of exhaustion in this endless sea. Xuechen's eyes had long gone blurry from staring at the boundless sea for so long, he felt like he was developing presbyopia. Fortunately, after another 3 months passed, a piece of land appeared at the end of the sea. Finally, I've landed. After more than 2 years without setting foot on solid ground, Xuechen's legs felt a bit weak. However, at that moment, a huge figure charged straight at Xuechen. "Brother, let's talk." "Oh, it's actually a wild beast." Xuechen instinctively wanted to beg for mercy, only to realize that the attacker was a wild boar. Without any hesitation, Xuechen roasted the wild boar. "Wow, this taste is amazing." After just one bite, Xuechen tossed the wild boar meat away. Just then, a streak of light shot towards Xuechen. Xuechen furrowed his brows slightly and moved aside. Put! A flying sword clearly used by a female cultivator skewered into the ground near Xuechen's feet. Bang! A woman with a decent appearance tumbled to the ground after descending from the sky, landing at Xuechen's feet. The woman had several wounds on her body, and Xuechen could tell at a glance that these wounds were all fatal. Especially the wound on her chest, which pierced through her heart and back. "Help, save me." The woman struggled to say these 2 words before passing out completely. Just then, several figures landed around Xuechen. Undoubtedly, these people were the pursuers of the female cultivator on the ground. Seeing this, Xuechen raised his hands directly. "Fellow cultivators, I don't know her, this has nothing to do with me." However, this action by Xuechen undoubtedly brought trouble upon himself. "Ha, turns out you're just a 9th level Qi realm old man. Alright, you can go." "Okay. I'll leave right away." After saying this, Xuechen quickly ran to the side. However, just as he broke through the encirclement, a long spear pierced directly through his chest. Put! Alert, alert! Host is suffering from fatal injuries, please escape immediately. Current life points remaining, 9999989. Old man, let me send you on your way. The long spear pierced through Xuechen's chest and flew out, then turned back towards his head. Ah! Fellow cultivator, why push things too far? Xuechen gently grabbed the long spear, and with a slight force, he crushed it. Xuechen turned slowly to look at the shocked faces of the people. I didn't want trouble, but since you insisted on finding trouble with me, then you'll have trouble. Senior. The leader was about to apologize and beg for mercy when the ground suddenly shook. The group of cultivators, whose cultivation levels were no higher than the 7th level of the Transcendence realm, were instantly pierced into sieves by ground spikes. Only the leader stared dumbfounded at the scene, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Xuechen furrowed his brows. Was this guy in front of him stupid? Why wasn't he running? If he didn't run, how could Xuechen wipe out his entire family? Xuechen was very afraid of death. To prevent the enemy's relatives and friends from seeking revenge, even the earthworms in the enemy's territory had to be split in half vertically for Xuechen to feel at ease. Old man, dreaming of killing me, huh? The cultivator shouted, then detonated himself. Xuechen was dumbfounded. Damn, so you're saying if you can't kill me, you'll commit suicide, is that it? Frustrated, Xuechen burned the bodies of the cultivators to ashes. Of course, even if he wasn't frustrated, Xuechen would have reduced them to ashes. After completing all this, Xuechen looked at the barely alive female cultivator on the ground. Little girl, you're lucky. Xuechen had no choice but to save her now. He needed someone to show him the way. Senior, Nurin Xue thanks you deeply for saving my life. Nurin Xue bowed deeply to Xuechen. It must be said, the vitality of cultivators is truly tenacious. Just a day ago, Nurin Xue was on the brink of death, but now she was lively and energetic. Although she was far from fully recovered, normal walking was no longer an issue. Xuechen nodded gently. Nurin Xue, do you know who the people chasing you are? Although puzzled by Xuechen's question, Nurin Xue still nodded honestly. They are from the Flame Demon Sect, Junior. Before Nurin Xue could finish, Xuechen waved his hand to interrupt her. I don't want to know about the grievances between you, just take me to that Flame Demon Sect. Ah! Nurin Xue widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Xuechen. However, Xuechen was not in the mood to explain. Anyone who inexplicably gained a bunch of enemies would not be in a good mood. Seeing this, Nurin Xue clenched her teeth, already forming some speculations in her mind. In her view, Xuechen must have offended the Flame Demon Sect, hence he was taking her to make amends. Thinking of the enemy's cruel methods, Nurin Xue shuddered. However, her expression did not affect Xuechen's resolve. Xuechen's tenderness had long been left in the past. Lead the way. Nurin Xue took a deep breath and said, okay. She had already decided that she would take her own life when Xuechen wasn't paying attention. With her injuries still unhealed, Nurin Xue couldn't control the flying sword. Seeing this, Xuechen didn't think much and directly grabbed Nurin Xue's collar, flying into the air. Watching the empty space beneath Xuechen's feet, Nurin Xue almost fainted. She had speculated that the old man beside her might have hidden his cultivation, but she hadn't expected him to be a master at the nascent soul stage. In front of such an old monster, she probably couldn't even die. Thinking this, tears welled up in Nurin Xue's eyes. Direction. Xuechen's indifferent voice brought Nurin Xue back to her senses. Trembling, Nurin Xue pointed in a direction and said, this way. Upon hearing this, Xuechen immediately flew in the direction Nurin Xue indicated. Xuechen's speed was fast because he was anxious. Anxious Xuechen didn't consider that Nurin Xue could no longer sustain her spiritual shield. The violent wind blew on Nurin Xue's face, distorting it. By the time they arrived, the newly healed wounds on Nurin Xue's body had burst open. Fortunately, her will to live was strong, and she finally made it to their destination. Xuechen looked at the vast volcanic mountain range ahead, with some peaks vaguely showing caves and pavilions. Is this the Flame Demon Sect? Huh, who attacked you? Seeing Nurin Xue, who had fainted and turned into a blood person in his hands, Xuechen nervously looked around. Unconscious Nurin Xue couldn't provide an answer. After some thought, Xuechen fed her some pills and infused her with spiritual energy. Before long, Nurin Xue woke up. Looking at Xuechen in front of her, Nurin Xue took a deep breath and said, Senior, if you intend to kill me, I only ask that you don't leave my body intact. Xuechen instinctively nodded at her words. Rest assured, I never leave a single ash of my enemies. Just as Xuechen finished speaking, he realized something. Wait, why would I want to kill you? Perplexed, Niren Shui looked at Xuechen and asked, Senior, weren't you bringing me here to make amends to the Flame Demon sect? Xuechen sneered, make amends? It would be more accurate to say that I saw you, found you captivating, developed a strong interest, and brought you here for revenge. Ah! Stop with the find a place to hide yourself, and when I've destroyed this Flame Demon sect, I'll come back and ask you a few questions. Xuechen flew towards the mountain range ahead. He had just sensed the cultivation levels of those cultivators in the mountain range and had now finished sensing them. The strongest is nothing but the spiritual infant realm, and the aura is still unstable, probably not just breaking through or close to death. Morong Shui stared blankly at Xuechen's departing figure, her cheeks blushing for a moment. Just then, a thunderous shout came from the sky, and Morong Shui recognized the voice. It was the patriarch of the Flame Demon sect, Yen Imo. Bold, who dares to trespass my Flame Demon sect? Did you send someone to chase and kill a female cultivator named Morong Shui yesterday? So what if we did? Do you want to avenge her, Taoist friend? If it was you, then prepare to die. As Xuechen's voice fell, Morong Shui saw 1,000 Zhonglong water dragons suddenly appear in the sky. Boom immediately followed by a second, a third, a fourth. The 4,000 Zhonglong water dragons directly swept through the entire mountain range. Some cultivators who had just taken flight were instantly crushed by the water dragons. Even Yen Mo did not stir up any waves. The 4 water dragons plowed through the volcanic mountain range, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. Morong Shui could be sure that the cultivators of the Flame Demon sect were truly reduced to ashes. Gurgle watching Xuechen flying towards her, Morong Shui swallowed nervously. She didn't know what she would do if he forcefully took her as his wife. The sect probably wouldn't protect her either. Xuechen frowned at the dazed female cultivator in front of him. Stop daydreaming, come with me. Instinctively, Morong Shui asked, where to? Xuechen replied indifferently, we'll dig a cave to live in. Morong Shui's face instantly turned red. Yes, too fast, stop the nonsense, come with me. Xuechen was unaware of the dirty thoughts in Morong Shui's mind. If he knew, he would probably just strike her down. Xuechen stopped not far after leading Morong Shui. After tossing a shovel-shaped spiritual tool to Morong Shui, he left. He needed to check if there were any surviving cultivators from the Flame Demon sect nearby. Morong Shui foolishly stared at the spiritual tool in her hand. In the end, she blushed and started digging into the mountain. While others received spiritual stones and artifacts for their marriage, she had to dig the cave herself. Thinking about it, Morong Shui felt a bit aggrieved. It had to be said, the shovel-shaped spiritual tool was indeed perfect for digging the cave. Despite her injuries, Morong Shui dug quickly. In just half a day, she dug out a cave with 3 rooms and a hall. A cultivation room, a spirit plant room, a bedroom, should be enough. Morong Shui gently wiped away the non-existent sweat on her forehead. She was quite satisfied with the cave before her. Especially the 2-meter-wide bed, perfect for 2 people without feeling crowded. Just then, Xuechen returned. Seeing the cave in front of him, Xuechen was also quite satisfied. Senior, is it okay? Xuechen nodded and said, stand behind me. Oh. Morong Shui obediently ran behind Xuechen. Xuechen sent a fireball flying out of his hand, directly hitting the wall. Bang! The fireball exploded, and flames instantly engulfed all the walls. In a moment, the damp cave was dried out. Xuechen then took out a storage bag and poured out a pile of them from inside. Curious, Morong Shui asked, Senior, what are you looking for? Without looking up, Xuechen said, of course, I'm looking for daily necessities. Oh. Although Xuechen was very old, his cultivation was high. A man's charm lies not in age but in strength. Morong Shui admitted that she was a bit excited at the moment. Soon, Xuechen found several storage bags filled with miscellaneous items. I'll leave these to you, arrange them as you see fit. We'll have to live here for at least a year. Oh, okay. Excited, Morong Shui took the storage bags and began to empty out the items inside. Xuechen walked out of the cave and gazed into the distance at the mountain range he had destroyed, murmuring to himself, I'll wait for you all here for a year. I hope those disciples of the Flame sect who went out for training will come back to visit their sect within a year. This was the purpose of Xuechen temporarily settling here. If you don't eradicate the roots when cutting the grass, it will grow back when the spring wind blows. As long as there is enmity between them, he will never give the other party any chance or leeway. Whether it's a righteous sect or a demonic sect, as long as he has the ability, he will do everything to kill them all, including the pets they keep. Just as Xuechen was lost in his thoughts, time had unknowingly passed into the evening. Senior, everything is arranged. Good. Xuechen turned and walked back towards the cave. However, as soon as he entered the cave, his eyes widened. Looking at the red color filling the room and the large happiness character on the wall, Xuechen stood dumbfounded in place. In the only bedroom with a bed, Morong Xue lay shyly on the bed, covering her face with a blanket. Oh my god! Senior, please be gentle. Time flew by, and Xuechen and Morong Xue had been living in this makeshift cave for 3 months. From Morong Xue, Xuechen learned that the land they were standing on was called Dongo. The world they were in was called Lingshu Realm. Lingshu Realm was divided into 5 continents, and the lands beyond the 5 continents were collectively referred to as the wilderness. The place where Xuechen used to stay was described by Morong Xue as the wilderness. In the eyes of the cultivators from the 5 continents, the wilderness was a barren land. Apart from some trade, cultivators from the 5 continents rarely ventured into the wilderness. Senior, are you from the wilderness? Yes, I suppose so, but the cultivators from our place don't call it the wilderness. What do they call it? Shenzhou. Morong Xue was a bit speechless, but it was quite normal to think about it. Just like some small sects, they had very domineering names. On that day, Xuechen couldn't help but ask, Morong Xue, is there a way to rejuvenate in Dongzhou? Morong Xue nodded confidently, definitely. Upon hearing this, Xuechen became excited. As long as he obtained the method of rejuvenation, he would immediately leave here and retire to Nanyang country. However, Xuechen still didn't leave but stayed here for a full year. Surprisingly, he actually managed to wait for several cultivators. Xuechen didn't hesitate at all and directly attacked the other party. As for the possibility of making a mistake, that was not within Xuechen's consideration. Those who could come to such a place were not good people. Of course, he wasn't a good person either. Witnessing Xuechen's ruthless methods, Morong Xue was also in a dilemma. She was very worried that Xuechen would kill her at the drop of a hat. Of course, Xuechen had also entertained this thought. But in the end, Xuechen spared Morong Xue. Just before he was about to make a move, Morong Xue swore with her Dao heart that if she uttered a word about what she had seen that year, she would die instantly. Xuechen had witnessed the power of such an oath. This world was not without gods. When a cultivator swore an oath, it would be recorded directly to the heavens. Violating the oath would be directly punished. However, oaths could not bind ordinary people because there were too many people making oaths, and some even made oaths every day. After Morong Xue finished tidying up the cave, Xuechen destroyed all traces of their 1-year life there with a single earth spike. Morong Xue looked at the place where they had lived for a year with some reluctance. Senior, where are we going now? Xuechen thought for a moment and said, let's go to a market in a sect that you think is relatively safe. Once we get there, you can leave. Okay, senior, I understand. Half a month later, Morong Xue brought Xuechen to the market of her own sect. Senior, this is the market of our CS sect. There is no safer place than here. Morong Xue pointed to the bustling market filled with peach blossoms in front of her. Her excitement was palpable, considering she hadn't been back for a year. Xuechen gazed at the market in front of him, resembling a woman's boudoir, and took a deep breath. Surprisingly, even the air was fragrant. Just then, a graceful female cultivator spotted Morong Xue and Xuechen outside the market and happily ran over. Oh, senior sister Morong, when did you come back? And who is this gentleman? Morong Xue smiled and embraced the female cultivator, then introduced Xuechen, junior sister, this is my senior, Xuechen. Junior sister, this is a senior I met on the way. Oh, senior, I don't think I know your name. Xuechen calmly said, Xuechen. Oh, junior sister, this is Blood Demon. Morong Xue's eyes widened instantly. Due to a slight difference in accent, she mistook Xuechen for Blood Demon. Ouyang Chen beside her also widened her eyes. It was well known that only demonic cultivators above the spirit infant realm could call themselves Blood something in the eastern continent. Xuechen didn't notice the difference between Blood Demon and his name. The accents made the names indistinguishable. Yes, Xuechen, any objections? Morong Xue and Ouyang Chen swallowed hard. Objections? They dared not have any. At that moment, a streak of light appeared in front of Morong Xue and Ouyang Chen. It was a palace-dressed beauty, not exceptionally stunning as cultivators were generally beautiful. Although the beauty before them was attractive, Xuechen was immune. After all, having been to certain places, he was not easily impressed. The beauty gazed directly at Xuechen, sensing his cultivation at the 9th level of the spiritual Qi realm. However, this was not the wilderness, the eastern continent was vast and diverse, with many hidden cultivation techniques. Even if one practiced such techniques, concealing one's true cultivation required being at least one realm higher than the observer. Moran Shui and Ouyang Qian quickly bowed. Master. The beauty waved her hand and then lightly bowed to Shui Chen with a serious expression. Junior Nanlan Rongrua pays respects to Senior Blood Demon. May I ask what brings Senior to our CS sect? Nanlan Rongrua's gesture was a test. If Shui Chen didn't object to being called Senior, it meant his cultivation was indeed above hers. Sure enough, despite decades in society, Shui Chen's guard was somewhat lacking. Friend, no need to be polite. I'm just here to look around, see if there's a way to rejuvenate. Shui Chen considered himself quite polite. He also had a hidden agenda. He wanted to test if she possessed rejuvenation techniques. However, his words undoubtedly dropped a bombshell on Nanlan Rongrua. Nanlan Rongrua could now confirm that Shui Chen's cultivation was at least one realm higher than hers, and secondly, he came to cultivate demonic arts. It was well known that the quickest way to rejuvenate was to absorb the essence of young cultivators like them. Rejuvenation also enhanced one's cultivation, something demonic cultivators loved to do. Moran Shui and Ouyang Qian behind Nanlan Rongrua were trembling. Combining Shui Chen's words with the name Blood Demon, they seemed to foresee their fate. Imagining themselves hanging upside down over a huge pool of blood, throats slit, blood flowing down their hair into the pool below, they were on the verge of tears. Nanlan Rongrua also took a deep breath. She couldn't understand why Shui Chen would openly reveal his intentions. Wasn't he afraid that they would prepare to fight him to the death? Or had his cultivation reached a level of arrogance? However, since Shui Chen didn't immediately make a move, she didn't dare confront him on the spot. Then I wish Senior success. Senior, there are still some matters I need to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now. Morong Shui, Ouyang Qian, please stay behind to take care of the Senior. Nalan Rongrua said as he bowed to Shui Chen and then transformed into a streak of light and flew away. Morong Shui and Ouyang Qian swallowed nervously. They also wanted to leave. Shui Chen had no idea that the cultivators in the eastern region were so scheming. If he knew, he would definitely change his name. In the end, Morong Shui gathered her courage and asked softly, Blood Demon Senior, where are we going now? Shui Chen furrowed his brows at her words. Goodness, we're in your territory, and you're asking me where to go? Shui Chen thought for a moment and said, let's just wander around for now. See if there are any cultivation techniques I like. Senior, please follow us. The two of them followed Shui Chen cautiously, showing utmost respect in every word and action. Mainly because they were afraid that Shui Chen would suck them dry at the drop of a hat. Morong Shui had witnessed Shui Chen's methods. She had no doubt that even if their entire sect joined forces, they would only meet a quicker death. She was already regretting bringing Shui Chen along. On the other hand, Nalan Rongrua didn't stop for a moment and ran straight into the forbidden area of the CS sect. Although it was called a forbidden area, it was actually a place where disciples were forbidden to disturb the sect's high-level practitioners during their cultivation. In the forbidden area, two elderly women were leisurely fishing. Seeing Nalan Rongrua rushing in, one of the old women admonished, Rongrua, why are you in such a hurry? You are already the sect leader now, you must pay attention to your image in everything. But, Master, focus, calm your mind, and keep a peaceful attitude. I don't speak, focus on deep breathing. Inhale, exhale, inhale. Seeing Nalan Rongrua's breathing gradually stabilize, the old woman nodded in satisfaction. Alright, Rongrua, always remember to take a deep breath when in doubt. Nalan Rongrua nodded slightly and said, I understand, Master. Now, you can tell me what's on your mind. Master, the blood demon has come to our sect, intending to have our cultivators practice demonic techniques. Please make a decision, Master. What nonsense! The two old women stood up in an instant. Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier? Nalan Rongrua, _ It must be said that strolling through the market of the CS sect was truly relaxing. Peach blossoms were everywhere, and the air in the market was sweet and fragrant. The only downside was the imbalance of yin and yang here. After wandering for a long time, Shui Chen didn't see any male cultivators. Needless to say, there was definitely no place for researching dual cultivation techniques here. Since there were no male cultivators around, perhaps a research facility where male cultivators served female cultivators could be established. Shaking his head, Shui Chen pushed these thoughts aside. After visiting several shops selling cultivation techniques, Shui Chen couldn't find the rejuvenation technique he was looking for. He really wanted to ask Morong Shui, but he felt embarrassed to bring it up again. After all, he had already asked once before, and she hadn't taken him there, probably indicating it wasn't available here. With this in mind, Shui Chen decided not to continue searching. He looked at Morong Shui and Ouyang Qian, who were nodding obediently behind him, and said, I'm a bit hungry, how about you two? They both nodded quickly and said, "We're hungry too." Shuechen nodded and said, "Then let's find a restaurant. I'll treat you to a meal." The two dared not object to Shuechen's words, as long as they didn't end up as the meal. Little did Shuechen know that two figures passing by unintentionally had already begun to tremble. In the main hall of the CS sect, Nalan Rongrua looked at the two elderly women who had just returned and hurriedly asked, "Master, how is it?" "Can't see through it. Just feel that it's very dangerous." "Master, you and senior brother are both great cultivators at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, and you can't see through it either?" The two elderly women shook their heads solemnly at the same time. "It seems we can only seek help from the higher sect now. The Moon sect is a female sect, with female cultivators inside. In order to establish themselves in the eastern continent, they must have a protective umbrella behind them. Initially, there were some male cultivators, but they were later taken away by the sect behind them. The Tai sect is the protective umbrella behind the Moon sect. Every year, the Moon sect offers 10 female cultivators to the Tai sect. Of course, internally, they cannot call it an offering, but rather a promotion." As a light curtain slowly appeared, the dignified face of an old man gradually became clear. The old man seemed unaware that he had been projected here and was picking his nose. This person is Ling Wuhong, the third elder of the Tai sect, a spiritual realm cultivator. Nalan Rongrua quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. The old man opposite then realized and quickly sat up straight. "Moon Sect Master, what business brings you to contact me?" Reporting to the third elder, "A demonic cultivator has come to our sect, intending to take our cultivators to practice the art of rejuvenation. I hope the sect can send someone to help us repel the enemy." Ling Wuhong in the light curtain immediately became furious. "How dare a mere demonic cultivator be so arrogant? I will send someone over to deal with it immediately. How many people are there on the other side? And what is the highest cultivation level?" Nalan Rongrua breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "Only one person, cultivation level unknown." Ling Wuhong in the light curtain was taken aback. "Just one person?" Nalan Rongrua nodded. Ling Wuhong looked at the old woman behind Nalan Rongrua and said, "The two Moon sect elders should be at the 9th level of the spiritual infant realm. Can't even you see through the opponent's cultivation level?" Nalan Rongrua's master and senior brother nodded at the same time. Whether the opponent has cultivated a special technique or has a hidden treasure of cultivation, no matter how we look at it, we can only see the cultivation level of the 9th level of the spiritual Qi realm. Ling Wuhong furrowed his brows at the words. After a moment, Ling Wuhong said, "Activate your teleportation array, I will come over to see for myself." Nalan Rongrua and the others quickly thanked him. "Thank you, third elder." After ending the communication in the light curtain, Nalan Rongrua activated the teleportation array in the hall. In a flash, Ling Wuhong's figure appeared in front of the three. "Welcome, third elder of the sect." The old man waved his hand. "Where is the person, and in what place?" "In the market." As soon as Nalan Rongrua's voice fell, Ling Wuhong had already disappeared from the spot. Just a moment later, Ling Wuhong returned with a grim expression. "Third elder? I couldn't see through his cultivation level either." The three gasped at his words, as Ling Wuhong was a spiritual realm cultivator, and even he couldn't. Ling Wuhong glanced at the three, wanting to leave, but he restrained himself to maintain the face of his sect. Ling Wuhong complained, "This person's strength is probably not inferior to mine. Where did you provoke such a person? What is his name?" At this moment, Nalan Rongrua wished he could strangle his disciple Morong Shui, who had disappeared for a year and returned with a demonic cultivator. Reporting to the third elder, he calls himself Blood Demon. The old man breathed a sigh of relief at the words. The title Blood Demon is common among demonic cultivators, who often enjoy blood. Hopefully, this person is just an ordinary great demonic cultivator. Nalan Rongrua still had some worries and asked, "Third elder, what should we do now?" Ling Wuhong thought for a moment and said, "We don't know the opponent's specific cultivation level yet, so we can't act recklessly. I have a method to estimate the opponent's cultivation level, but it requires someone bold and unafraid of death." Ling Wuhong put it delicately, and Nalan Rongrua understood that he was asking for a sacrificial warrior. "Third elder, please rest assured, my disciple Morong Shui has long put life and death aside." Ling Wuhong nodded at the words and immediately took out a bead. "Huh, isn't this the test bead for the age of entry-level disciples of the sect?" Ling Wuhong nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed the age-testing bead. As I mentioned before, it is used to roughly estimate the opponent's cultivation level. It is widely known that the lifespan in the spirit infant realm ranges from 1,000 to 2,800 years, in the spirit god realm from 5,000 to 8,600 years, and in the spirit saint realm from 12,000 to 21,000 years. Once we detect the specific age of the opponent, we can roughly determine their cultivation level. Nalan Rongrua's eyes lit up at these words. She had to admit that although the method was simple, it was very practical. On the other side, Morong Shui, who was carefully peeling shrimp for Shui Chen, suddenly received a message from Nalan Rongrua. Outside the market, come quickly. Morong Shui immediately stood up and said to Shui Chen, Senior Blood Demon, please continue eating. I need to go out for a while. Shui Chen nodded in response. Ouyang Chen looked at Morong Shui for help, wanting to go with her. However, Morong Shui just glanced at her and ran off. Outside the market. Master, she'll listen to me, this is an age-testing bead. Find a way for the blood demon to touch this testing bead. Also, wear this mother and child projection bead around your neck. Off you go. Master, I. Before Morong Shui could finish, Nalan Rongrua flew off directly. Morong Shui was on the verge of tears. She had witnessed Shui Chen's formidable methods. She thought she could avoid going back, but not only did she have to return to serve Shui Chen, but she was also given such a dangerous task. Morong Shui took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. In the tavern, Shui Chen was asking Ouyang Qian about some common knowledge from the eastern continent. Morong Shui returned looking relaxed. Shui Chen immediately understood where she had just been. Senior Blood Demon, let me peel the shrimp for you. Before Morong Shui could pick up a large shrimp from the plate, an old hand grabbed her wrist. The atmosphere froze instantly. In the main hall of the CS sect, Nalan Rongrua and the others who were spying tensed up as they were discovered. Thump, thump, thump. Morong Shui was extremely nervous at this moment, her heart almost jumping out of her chest. Just then, Shui Chen's voice came through. Have you washed your hands? Ha! Morong Shui was momentarily stunned, then blushed immediately. I'll wash them first. Shui Chen let go of Morong Shui and then turned to Ouyang Qian, saying, Where were we in our conversation just now? Senior, we were discussing the major sects in the eastern continent. Good, please continue. Yes. Blushing, Morong Shui ran into the kitchen to wash her hands. How could he think like that? I'm so pretty, how could I possibly need to go to the bathroom? In the main hall of the sect, Nalan Rongrua and the others looked at the screen in front of them with black lines on their faces. Nalan Sect Master, your disciple is really, truly adorable. Nalan Rongrua's mouth twitched. However, they soon held their breath. After washing her hands, Morong Shui returned to the private dining room where Shui Chen was eating. Senior Blood Demon, I just found this. Do you know what it is? Nervously, Morong Shui took out the age-testing bead and handed it to Shui Chen. Without much thought, Shui Chen accepted it. Oh, there are numbers inside this thing? Watching the numbers rapidly changing inside the bead, Shui Chen became interested. He had never seen anything like it before. In the main hall of the CS sect, Nalan Rongrua and the others stared fixedly at the age-testing bead on the screen. 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 9,000. Finally, the age-testing bead on the screen stopped at 4 nines. Nalan Rongrua and her master and senior brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Although they couldn't handle someone in the Spirit Saint realm, the Tai sect had 3 Spirit Saint elders. However, at this moment, Ling Wuheng directly spoke up. Master of the Shiyu sect, I'm very sorry, we can't help you with this matter. Nalan Rongrua and the other 2 were dumbfounded. Ling Wuheng took a deep breath and said, what we see now is 9999. Not because the other party is only 9,999 years old, but because the age-testing bead has a limit of 9,999. In other words, the other party is at least a Spirit Saint realm expert. At least. Elder 3, you can't do this. The Shiyu sect provides offerings to your Tai sect every year. I will repay you tenfold in the future. After saying this, Ling Wuheng ran off without giving Nalan Rongrua and the others any chance. Thud. Nalan Rongrua instantly sat down on the ground. After a while, with a tearful voice, Nalan Rongrua asked, Master, what should we do now? Nalan Rongrua's master took a deep breath. Recruit people. Recruit a large number of disciples. Since we can't resist, let's feed him well. Let him eat his fill. The scenery of the Shiyu sect was beautiful, and their hospitality was very kind. Or rather, very respectful. If it weren't for Shui Chen still needing to find the method to reverse aging, he would have liked to stay here for a while. However, before Shui Chen could bid farewell, the appearance of a pill disrupted his plans to leave. Master? Should take these things with you. Whenever the blood demon shows a dangerous signal, give him one, try to stabilize him as much as possible, we need time. Master, hasn't the support from the superior sect arrived yet? Don't wait, we have already been abandoned by the Tai sect. To survive, we can only rely on ourselves. The Supreme Elder has already spoken. Starting today, we will recruit a large number of disciples. Even with more people, we might not be able to compete, right? No, we plan to feed him well. Shuechen was unaware that he had become a blood demon practicing demonic techniques in the Shiyu sect. After staying in the market of the Shiyu sect for a few days, Shuechen was planning to leave. After all, he was unfamiliar with the place. A couple of days ago, he felt a cultivator in the market whose cultivation surpassed the spiritual infant realm. The energy contained in the opponent's body was already formidable, so he wanted to quickly find the method to reverse aging and return to Shenzhou. There were not many high-level cultivators, and the pace of life was relatively relaxed. However, just as Shuechen was about to bid farewell, Morong Shui handed him a pill. Youth pill? Yes, senior, this is a pill refined by our fifth elder. Shuechen took the pink pill from Morong Shui's hand, his face filled with curiosity. Morong Shui explained, our fifth elder is one of the few alchemists. This pill is the result of her many years of research. It is said that the fifth elder maintains her youthful appearance with this pill. It is said? Shuechen looked at Morong Shui with doubt. Yes, because the main ingredient is difficult to cultivate, only 3 to 4 of these youth pills can be refined each year. This is the treasure of the fifth elder, and she usually doesn't give it to others. Upon hearing this, Shuechen immediately understood. It was probably because she had informed her master about saving the girl that she had brought this pill as a token of gratitude. Morong Shui had sworn not to mention the matter of Shuechen extinguishing the demonic flames of the sect, except for the day she saved her, which was already a year ago. Thinking of this, Shuechen calmly accepted the pill. Morong Shui also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I was clever, otherwise the blood demon would have definitely gone berserk. Shuechen didn't know what Morong Shui was thinking. After Morong Shui left the room, he took out the youth pill. Looking at the pink pill in his hand, Shuechen felt a bit excited. Instead of directly consuming it, he licked it with his tongue. It was a bit sweet. After not receiving any notification of reduced blood from the system, Shuechen finally swallowed the pill in one gulp. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. With a warm sensation rising in his abdomen, Shuechen became excited instantly. He could feel himself getting younger. However, the feeling came and went quickly. In just a few breaths, the sensation disappeared. Shuechen released a water curtain and carefully examined his face. In the end, he confirmed that the pill was effective. I remember last time I had 7,348 wrinkles on my face. Now there are only 7,347 and a half. If I had a few million more, I'm sure I could look like I'm 20 again. Shuechen retracted the water curtain with a fiery gaze. He never expected to find a way to rejuvenate himself after just over a year here. Although Morong Shui said that the main ingredient of this pill was not easy to cultivate, he had money. He could buy it. With that in mind, Shuechen got up and walked towards the door. He wanted to meet the 5 elders mentioned by Morong Shui. It would be great if he could get the prescription for making this pill from them. However, as soon as Shuechen opened the door, a figure rolled in. Ouyang Qian had a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were still a bit cloudy. Shuechen twitched his mouth. It was obvious that this girl had fallen asleep at his door. Morong Shui had only been gone for less than 10 minutes. In other words, she had leaned against the door and fallen into a deep sleep within 10 minutes. Elder. Ouyang Qian quickly got up and patted the dust off her buttocks. Elder, are you going out? Where are you going? Let me show you the way. I want to visit the 5 elders of your CS sect. Is that convenient? Convenient, definitely convenient. I'll take you there right away. Ouyang Qian remembered what Nalan Rongrua had instructed. Everything must follow the blood demon old monster. Elder, senior sister Morong went shopping. Should we call her? No need. Okay, please follow me, elder. Ouyang Qian controlled the flying sword in front, and Shuechen followed behind her, treading on empty space. Inside the CS sect, female cultivators looked up curiously at the 2 figures passing by in the sky. Who is that? Shu flying in the sky, a great cultivator above the spiritual infant realm. Wow! In the main hall of the sect, Nalan Rongrua and 2 supreme elders looked nervously at the figure in the sky. He's here. Stay calm, let's see what's going on first. However, at that moment, Ouyang Qian in the sky turned directly and flew towards the spirit medicine garden with Shuechen. The 3 in the main hall were stunned. What is he doing in the spirit medicine garden? Forget it, quickly go recruit disciples, we don't have much time left. Shuechen almost scared the 3 top experts of the CS sect just by coming to ask for a prescription. In the spirit medicine garden, a girl in a pink dress was carefully taking care of the spirit plants. Elder 5, Blood Demon Senior wants to see you. The girl trembled at the words and quickly looked towards Ouyang Qian and Shuechen. She had heard Nalan Rongrua say that a big demon had come to the sect, but she never expected him to come looking for her. Shuechen was also surprised when he saw the girl. She looked too young. Li Linger pays respects to Blood Demon Senior. Shuechen waved his hand with a smile. Elderly, no need to be polite. Elderly, I have a request today. Li Linger trembled at the words. Was the other party so polite because he wanted to borrow someone's head? Or was he here for a forced marriage? Li Linger took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Senior, please speak. Shuechen smiled and said, Today, Morong Shui gave me a youth pill. I heard it was refined by Elderly. I wanted to ask if this pill can be mass-produced. If possible, I would like Elderly's help to produce a large quantity. Li Linger breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Reporting to the senior, theoretically, the youth pill can be mass-produced, but the main ingredient is not easy to cultivate. Oh, what is the main ingredient? Shuechen quickly said, Tell me, I also have some resources, I should be able to purchase some. Li Linger hesitated upon hearing this and glanced at Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Qian immediately understood the situation. Seniors, fifth elder, you can talk, I'll go see my master first. Alright, go ahead. After Ouyang Qian left, Li Linger whispered, Senior, the main ingredient may not be easy to acquire. Oh? Shuechen looked puzzled. Is this thing a specialty item? Li Linger whispered, Actually, the so-called main ingredient is the bathwater of the disciples in the sect. What? Shuechen was first stunned, then he quickly understood. What the heck, you mean bathwater? Li Linger nodded somewhat embarrassedly. With Li Linger's explanation, Shuechen understood why the main ingredient was not easy to cultivate. Unmarried young female cultivators have a large amount of youth hormones in their bodies. After starting cultivation, spiritual energy will nourish and transform these hormones. Among these hormones, there is one that can make people youthful and beautiful. These hormones are secreted into the pool water when these female cultivators bathe. Li Linger collected these hormone secretions and refined them to produce the youth pill. Upon learning this information, Shuechen immediately felt like choking. Damn, why is that pill pink? Melts in the mouth, slightly sweet. It turns out it's bathwater. And it looks like it's the bathwater of hundreds of people. Looking at Shuechen's constipated expression, Li Linger cautiously asked, Senior, do you want a few more pills? Yes. Shuechen didn't hesitate, he took the pills and threw them into his mouth. Who is Shuechen? His Dao heart is exceptionally firm. For the sake of regaining his youth, can't he endure this bit of grievance? After taking a few youth pills, Shuechen felt like 2 more wrinkles had disappeared from his face. Is there any way to increase production? Li Linger shook her head upon hearing this. Unless we recruit a large number of new disciples, it's difficult to increase production. I've researched it, the longer disciples have been in the sect, the less desire they have. Only those new disciples who still have great admiration for the opposite sex will produce more hormones. After pondering for a moment, Shuechen asked, Does it have to be unmarried female cultivators? Li Linger nodded, yes, as long as they are equivalent to humans under 18 and have not engaged in sexual activities. Shuechen looked at Li Linger with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Li Linger explained, cultivators have a longer lifespan, and cultivation leads to slower development. A cultivator in the spiritual energy realm at 35 is equivalent to an 18-year-old human, not exceeding 60 in the mortal realm, not exceeding 180 in the spiritual pill realm, and below 400 in the spiritual infant realm can extract this youth essence. The higher the cultivation level of the female cultivator, the better the effect of the hormone secretion. I see. Shuechen nodded, then looked at Li Linger and asked, How old are you? Ah, outside the spirit medicine garden. Senior, is everything done? Shuechen nodded, It's done, but I have something to discuss with your sect master. Ouyang Qian quickly said, Senior, please follow me. After a while, the two arrived at the main hall of the CS sect. Nalen Rongrua and the 2 grand elders had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Shuechen landed, the 3 of them immediately bowed. Rongrua welcomes the senior. We pay our respects to the blood demon senior. Shuechen smiled and said, No need to be so polite, addressing each other as fellow cultivators is sufficient. Nalen Rongrua and the other 2 hurriedly said, Junior dare not overstep. Shuechen didn't pay much attention to these details, considering he was indeed much older than them. Nalen Rongrua cautiously asked, I wonder if senior blood demon has any instructions? Shuechen smiled and said, I am here to discuss a business deal with Master Nalen. Nalen Rongrua's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Could it be a matter of life and death? Before Nalen Rongrua could think further, Shuechen continued, I intend to establish a spirit spring pool in your sect to assist disciples in their cultivation. What does Master Nalen think? Ah? Nalen Rongrua and the 2 elders were stunned in place. Ouyang Qian on the side blinked her lovely eyes curiously at Shuechen. Senior, what is special about this spirit spring pool? Well, I plan to use single attribute spirit stones to pave the bottom of the pool, which will significantly increase the cultivation speed of your sect's disciples. Xuechen said solemnly. As for the entrance fee, Master Nalan can decide as she pleases. I have a deep bond with Morong, and one of our main focuses is sentiment. The group gasped at his words. This was indeed a grand gesture. Senior, where are you planning to go? To the mortal realm. All right, Senior, we will pack our bags immediately. No need, I will go alone and return soon. Xuechen handed a bag of spirit stones to Morong Xue, saying, I will be back in a few days at the shortest, or a month at the longest. I see a clear stream in your inner sect. Tell your master to allocate a piece of land by the stream for me. Then, gather some people to help build some rooms. I will take care of the rest when I return. Morong Xue nodded quickly. All right, Senior, rest assured, I will handle everything. Xuechen nodded and flew off into the distance. This time, he was in a hurry and chose not to walk. After half an hour, a huge city came into Xuechen's view. He didn't know where it was, but he didn't care. He was only there to collect some discarded spirit stones used by cultivators. Qitian City, an interesting name. Xuechen chuckled as he looked at the name on the city wall. Hutong Trading Company. Sir, what can I do for you? I'm looking for your shopkeeper. Xuechen cut to the chase, placing a spirit stone on the table. The attendant immediately called the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper appeared to be around 40 years old, with a cultivation level of the second stage of spiritual qi. I am Zhang Wei. I have met this Taoist friend. May I ask if you are here to deposit or withdraw spirit stones? Zhang Wei clearly mistook Xuechen for an ordinary cultivator at the 9th stage of spiritual qi. Xuechen didn't mind and smiled, saying, I would like to discuss a business deal with manager Zhang. Oh? Zhang Wei instantly became interested and asked curiously, please go on, Taoist friend. Xuechen smiled and said, I plan to build a house using discarded spirit stones. Can manager Zhang help me purchase some? Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. Friend, your idea is excellent. Discarded spirit stones may not be valuable, but they certainly look high-end. Is this house you're building for business purposes? Xuechen nodded with a smile. Zhang Wei asked, how many do you need? Xuechen thought for a moment and held up a finger. 10,000? No, 1 billion. What? In the end, Xuechen negotiated the deal at a price of 1 to 50,000, and he could gather the required amount in just 10 days. Although it was much more expensive than in the Divine Continent, Xuechen was still very satisfied. After all, there's no need to do it yourself. After finishing the business talk, Xuechen curiously asked, Manager Zhang, does your Huitong Trading Company have branches all over the world? Zhang Wei smiled and replied, of course, whether in the mortal world or the sect markets of cultivators, including major sacred places, we have branches everywhere. Even in those remote areas, our Huitong has spread to 99% of the cities. Xuechen was somewhat shocked to hear this, realizing the terror of the other party from the moment he entered the city and saw the name of this business. Friend, do you have any other business? If not, how about I invite you for a drink? From Zhang Wei's expression, it was clear that he had made a big profit from this deal. Xuechen immediately waved his hand and said, no need for a drink, Manager Zhang, I have a question to ask. Please go ahead. Where is the largest pleasure house in this city? Zhang Wei. Ah 400. Tianxiang Tower. Sir has money. Ah. Familiar opening, familiar dialogue. After a brief exchange, Xuechen also met the courtesans here. Sophie. Sophie's background is very tragic. Her grandfather enlisted at the age of 8 and never returned. Her grandmother raised her father alone, and 2 years before her mother gave birth to her, her father was killed by bandits. Unlucky in fate, unfair in heaven, war swept through their already broken family. In the end, her mother took her and her 2-year younger brother thousands of miles away as refugees. Due to long-term malnutrition and overwork, her mother also died. Entering Tianxiang Tower was also for her weak brother. After transcribing the story into a small book, the two chatted about some folk tales. When Xuechen left, he left behind a spirit stone. Whether Sophie would leave this place or stay was not something Xuechen considered. He never tried to persuade others to change their ways. It was all their own choice. They were just passing acquaintances, and as long as he didn't flip through the little book, Xuechen wouldn't even remember them. With plenty of time left, Xuechen spent the next few days exploring the pleasure houses in this city. At the same time, he transcribed more stories into his little book. 10 days later, Xuechen received the waste spirit stones from the Huitong Trading Company. Without any delay, Xuechen immediately flew towards the CS sect. Halfway there, Xuechen stopped and found an uninhabited hilltop to start charging these waste spirit stones. After half a day of effort, Xuechen fully charged the spirit stones with spiritual power. By the time Xuechen returned to the CS Sect market, it was already late at night. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Qian, who usually dozed off while walking, was not asleep at this time. "Senior, you're back." Xuechen nodded and smiled, asking, "Where is Morong Shui?" Ouyang Qian knew that Xuechen was inquiring about the spirit spring pool. Senior sister Morong is still building the courtyard for you." "Oh, she hasn't come back so late?" Ouyang Qian shook her head. Obviously, Morong Shui dared not rest until the work was completed. She was afraid that if Xuechen came back and was angry, he would eat her up. "Alright, I'll go take a look." "Okay, senior, I'll accompany you." Ouyang Qian quickly took out a flying sword and stepped on it. A moment later, the two arrived at a valley stream in the inner gate. Morong Shui was working hard. Beside Morong Shui, there were a dozen or so beautiful female cultivators. Looking at the only half-built bamboo house in front of him, Xuechen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Morong Shui. "Ah, senior, you're back so soon?" Morong Shui quickly put down her work and ran over. Xuechen frowned and asked, "Didn't I give you so many spirit stones? Why didn't you hire some people who can build houses?" Morong Shui hurriedly explained, "Senior, we don't have anyone in our CS sect who can do it. Where did these houses you live in come from? Over 1,000 years ago, our sect had male cultivators, and these houses were built by those male cultivators." But later Morong Shui didn't continue, as they later became a subsidiary sect of the Tai sect. In order to prevent male cultivators from influencing the disciples within the sect, the Tai sect took away the few male cultivators they had, and later on, CS sect was not allowed to recruit male disciples. As a result, certain tasks performed by men were lost. Fortunately, they were well maintained, or else there would have been nowhere to live long ago. No wonder Xuechen found this place so beautiful with its ancient charm. It turns out these houses were built over 1,000 years ago. This must be the world of cultivating immortals, or else these bamboo houses and wooden houses would have long turned into a pile of dust. Xuechen sighed and said, "Let me handle this." "Senior, how can we trouble you?" Before Morong Shui could finish, Xuechen waved his hand. The next moment, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to tremble slightly. The group of female cultivators were momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. "Run! It's an earthquake!" Xuechen had a black line on his face. Just then, the ground where Morong Shui and the others had just been working on began to shake. The half-built room they were constructing was also moved to the side. Soon, the shapes of more than 10 pools came into view. "This is basic spell, Earth Spike spell?" Nalan Rongrua, who appeared next to Morong Shui at some point, widened her eyes as she watched the scene before her. However, what happened next left this group of female cultivators even more astonished. Bamboo shoots quickly sprouted from the ground, growing into large bamboo trees in the blink of an eye. These bamboo trees continued to grow in a strange manner. Soon, a huge house frame appeared in front of everyone. Bamboo leaves began to wither rapidly, and vines sprouted from the ground, quickly wrapping around the entire structure. Xuechen cleared his throat. The vines instantly sprouted green leaves, and the entire house bloomed with colorful flowers. Before they knew it, the surrounding area was filled with female cultivators. Everyone stared blankly at this magical scene before them. Using the basic spell Earth Spike spell for laying foundations was one thing, but applying the basic spell's vine manipulation and growth spell to this extent truly broadened their horizons. Blood Demon Senior, you're amazing." Morong Shui's eyes were practically sparkling. However, upon hearing her words, all the female cultivators were stunned. Blood Demon? Swish in the blink of an eye, the female cultivators had all fled. The scene was now left with only Morong Shui, Ouyang Qian, and Nalan Rongrua. Xuechen didn't pay it any mind. He thought the female cultivators had gone back to rest or cultivate. After all, it was just basic spells, and everyone knew them, right? Of course, he hadn't learned any other spells. No, that's not right, he might have, but he had never studied them. It's up to you to arrange things inside. Xuechen smiled and handed several storage bags to Morong Shui, saying, "These contain single attribute spirit stones. You should lay these spirit stones in the various pools. When the cultivators come for bathing, they can enter the corresponding pool based on their cultivation techniques." His Morong Shui, Ouyang Qian, and Nalan Rongrua all gasped in shock. What a grand gesture! At the same time, they felt a sense of desolation in their hearts. With the other party investing so heavily, they were afraid they couldn't escape the clutches of the other party. A few days later, Xuechen's bathhouse, Spirit Spring Pool, opened for business. Xuechen sat at the entrance of the Spirit Spring Pool, with a table in front of him. On the table were 2 beads, one for age testing and one for purity testing. Spiritual Qi Realm, 15 years old, qualified. Spiritual Qi Realm, 21 years old, qualified. Spiritual Chi Realm, 19 years old, deflowered, turn left at the door. Transcendent Realm, 45 years old, qualified. Lingdan Realm, 323 years old, don't turn left when you go out. Oh, elderly, you really are only 60 years old. Master Nalan, I didn't expect you to still be a young girl, please come in quickly. The eliminated female cultivators blushed with embarrassment. Master Nalan Rongrua also had mixed feelings as he looked at these disciples. He was worried that these disciples were still in the dark, but he was pleased that bathing in the pool filled with spirit stones was really comfortable and beneficial for cultivation. The only one who knew the truth, Linger, remained silent. She was afraid that if she spoke out, she would lose face. However, she couldn't escape either, as she was also qualified. Of course, Morong Shuet and Ouyang Qian were also inside. What Shuechen didn't expect was that Nalan Rongrua was actually a young girl in the spirit infant realm, less than 300 years old. Master, let me help you bathe. Morong Shui reached out with a towel towards Nalan Rongrua. Nalan Rongrua directly slapped away Morong Shui's hand. Cultivators had self-cleaning abilities, even spirit chi cultivators wouldn't get mud on them, let alone her in the spirit infant realm. And Morong Shui staring straight at her chest made her very uncomfortable. Rejected, Morong Shui and Ouyang Qian whispered to each other on the side. Master, how did she grow so big? Smack! What are you muttering about? Master, can you hear from this far? Nonsense! In fact, not only could Nalan Rongrua hear, but Shuechen, who was sitting at the door monitoring, could also hear. Of course, he didn't want to hear these things. Time flies. A month passed in the blink of an eye. One night, elderly Shu Linger handed several boxes of youth pills to Shuechen and said, Senior Blood Demon, here are 50 youth pills. Shuechen frowned, why so few? Didn't you say it's enough to refine 100? Linger said embarrassedly, my cultivation level is a bit low, so it's slow to refine. Shuechen frowned at her words. This wouldn't do, he had to raise Linger's cultivation level. Thinking of this, Shuechen asked, is there any way to make a breakthrough quickly? Linger hesitated for a moment and said, there is a pill called the Heavenly Spirit Pill in the Tai sect. Each pill can break through one realm when taken, and it has no side effects. I am currently at the 3rd level of the Lingdan realm, so I can take 6 pills, but this pill is very expensive, and they usually don't sell it. Shuechen nodded at her words. Is there a way to make you break through to the spirit infant realm directly without harming your foundation? Ha! Linger widened her eyes. Even one heavenly spirit pill was a sky-high price for her. Looking at Shuechen's serious expression, Linger swallowed and said, there is another kind of breaking realm pill. If I take it when I reach the 9th level of the Lingdan realm, I have a 50% chance of breaking through to the spirit infant realm. Okay, I got it. Shuechen took out a youth pill and handed it to Linger, saying, this is your reward. Thank you, senior. Shuechen waved his hand. He planned to wait for a while and then go to the Tai sect to see if he could buy these 2 kinds of pills with money. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Shuechen noticed something was wrong. More and more female cultivators were coming to the bathhouse. The newcomers were all young and shy, with only 1 level of spirit chi cultivation. After inquiring, Shuechen learned that these were all newly recruited disciples. Moreover, the CS sect was continuously recruiting more disciples. Shuechen suddenly understood. By offering those conditions to Nalan Rongrua and providing the spirit stone pool for free, it was certain that everyone would recruit more disciples to take advantage of it. But this suited him just fine, he wasn't lacking in spirit stones. Immediately, Shuechen expanded the bathhouse 3 times its original size. CS sect's main hall. Master, what's the matter? Give the order that even those who have already lost their virginity, even if they are talented, should not be recruited. Yes, Master. Nalan Rongrua gazed into the direction of the valley and murmured, I hope Master's method will work. I also hope it can really sustain him. Congratulations, host, on living another year. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward of the Longevity Seeker, plus 10,000 life points, plus 10,000 mana points, plus 10 spirit stones. Shuechen calmly took out the spirit stones and threw them into the storage bag. He had visibly become much younger over the past year. The wrinkles on his face had decreased by more than 100. Although outsiders couldn't see his changes, as long as he could see them himself, it was enough. Shuechen hesitated about whether to help Linger of the Tai sect purchase pills to enhance her strength. It wasn't that he was stingy with spirit stones, but he was mainly afraid of trouble. In just 1 year, the CS sect had recruited over 500 new disciples, and they were still accepting more. It should be noted that the CS sect itself only had just over 2,000 cultivators. However, everything in the world has its own fate. The CS sect's aggressive recruitment of disciples had raised alarms among several nearby sects. The CS sect had 3 cultivators at the Spirit Infant realm and over 20 at the Spirit Pill realm, making it one of the top powers in the wilderness. However, in the Eastern continent, the CS sect was only considered a third-rate power. Their influence extended only a few thousand miles around them. Other sects of similar size had territories spanning over 50,000 miles. The CS sect's limited territory was due to being an all-female sect, making them an easy target for bullying. Bordering the CS sect were 3 other sects, the Ghost Valley, the Vajra Temple, and the 10,000 Laws sect. Apart from the 10,000 Laws sect, which was a normal sect for cultivators, the Vajra Temple followed a rare cultivation system focused on Buddhist practices. The Ghost Valley, on the other hand, was a sect of evil practitioners. All 3 sects shared a common higher authority, the Tai sect. The Tai sect used to be the superior sect of the CS sect, but it was abandoned a year ago. Such sects had dozens of subordinate sects under the influence of the Tai sect. Their highest combat power, the Spirit Infant realm, was merely an outer elder or an inner disciple in the Tai sect. Under the investigation of the Ghost Valley, the Vajra Temple, and the 10,000 Laws sect, the fact that the Tai sect had abandoned the CS sect could not be concealed. After all, these 3 sects were subordinate to the Tai sect, and it was easy to obtain internal information through connections. Although the specific reasons were unknown, it was easy to guess from the CS sect's aggressive recruitment that they were actively preparing for something. And for such a juicy piece of meat, it was impossible for normal people to resist taking action. After a month of discussions, debates, and disciple competitions, the 3 major sects finally divided the CS sect's territory among themselves. After all this, each sect sent a disciple to infiltrate the CS sect. However, it was embarrassing that the female disciple from the Vajra Temple was eliminated during the selection process. The CS sect did not accept disciples who had lost their virginity, but the disciples from the Ghost Valley and the 10,000 Laws sect successfully infiltrated. Su Linglong, 15 years old, Spirit Chi realm, go in. Zhou Qing, 16 years old, Spirit Chi realm, go in. Thank you, seniors. Su Linglong and Zhou Qing bowed slightly to Xue Chen. The 2 were the undercover agents sent by the Ghost Valley and the 10,000 Laws sect. After a month in the CS sect, the 2 did not rush to take action but diligently focused on cultivation. In just 1 month, both of them had broken through to the 3rd level of the Spirit Chi realm. Such breakthrough speed would be valued anywhere else, but the CS sect seemed indifferent to their progress. So, they took the initiative to approach the outer elders. As expected, they immediately gained the elders' appreciation and were given the opportunity to practice in the spirit pool daily. However, when the 2 entered the so-called spirit pool, they were dumbfounded. Why are there so many people? That person over there, wasn't she initiated into the sect with us? I remember she only had mixed spiritual roots. The 2 exchanged a glance, both filled with doubt. Just then, the bathhouse administrator Morong Shui shouted, "Sisters, don't block the way, go to the spiritual pool corresponding to your own attributes for cultivation." Upon hearing this, the 2 were even more astonished. Just beginners, right? Morong Shui pointed to a nearby sign and said, "Go there and check the rules." "Thank you, senior sister." The 2 bowed to Morong Shui and quickly headed towards the so-called sign. Notice for using the spirit spring pool for cultivation. 1. Choose the corresponding spirit spring pool for your own attributes. 2. Each person must cultivate in the spirit spring pool for at least 2 hours daily. 3. It is forbidden to urinate or spit in the spirit spring pool. 4. It is forbidden to steal spirit stones in spirit springs. 5. The spirit spring pool is closed for use every night from 0 to 1 o'clock. 6. As they read through the rules, the 2 widened their eyes. 2 hours every day. No wonder they had broken through to the 3rd level of spiritual energy realm in a month without anyone noticing. So that's how it is. In a place like this, even a pig with a bit of spiritual roots could probably break through to the 3rd level of the spiritual energy realm in a month. The 2 exchanged another glance and then went to their respective spirit spring pools. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Outside the market of the CS sect. Su Linglong, you've reached the 9th level of the spiritual energy realm so quickly? Did you receive great cultivation from the CS sect? Quickly give me the information. Well. Su Linglong handed the information to the contact person, who without even looking, ran straight back to the Ghost Valley. However, as the contact person handed the information to the Ghost Valley Sect Master, the Sect Master's expression instantly turned serious. 1st month after initiation, cultivation, breakthrough to the 3rd level of the spiritual energy realm, not appreciated. 2nd month, entered the spiritual pool for cultivation, breakthrough to the 5th level of the spiritual energy realm, not appreciated. 3rd month, breakthrough to the 6th level of the spiritual energy realm, not appreciated. 4th month, breakthrough to the 7th level of the spiritual energy realm, not appreciated. 5th month. 6th month. The CS sect had a huge spiritual pool for cultivation, with separate pools for different attributes. The pool bottom was paved with single attribute spirit stones, which would be immediately replaced after consumption. Each cultivator must spend a minimum of 2 hours in the spirit spring pool daily, with no maximum limit. The spirit spring pool closed every day from midnight to 1 a.m., guarded by a senior cultivator at the 9th level of the spiritual energy realm. The Ghost Valley Sect Master solemnly put away the jade slip in her hand and let out a long sigh. CS Sect, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. It seems we must take action immediately. The same thing happened at the Wanfaman sect, while the Jingang temple simply lay flat and ignored it. Many who had not yet broken through or cultivated were just ordinary women with average spiritual roots. Surprisingly, none of the outstandingly talented women were virgins. Even several women personally adopted by the elders from a young age had already lost their virginity. The Jingang temple's head was furious, but before he could react, it was discovered that his disciples had also lost their virginity. As a result, the matter was left unresolved. They had decided that once Wanfaman and Ghost Valley made a move, they would too. The information was no longer needed. 3 days later, Sect Master, the elders of Wanfaman and Ghost Valley are here to visit. Nalan Rongrua furrowed her brow upon hearing this. The relationship between their CS sect and Wanfaman, as well as Ghost Valley, was not good. Elder, what do you think they are here for? The CS sect elder was a middle-aged female cultivator who appeared older than she actually was. At the 9th level of the spiritual pill realm, she was over 600 years old and could be considered elderly. Sect Master, it's better to meet them and find out rather than speculate here. Regardless of their intentions, there's no worse situation than now, right? The Grand Elder finished speaking with a bitter smile on his face. Most of the disciples in the sect had been practicing at the Lingquan pool of Shuechen this year, saving a lot of spirit stones for CS sect. Elderly cultivators like the Grand Elder, who were either old or had already broken through, couldn't go to the Lingquan pool to practice, but they received more allowances and their cultivation was no longer indefinite. However, she was not the least bit happy because the blood demon old monster was guarding the inner gate. No one knew when the blood demon old monster would start harvesting them. After a while, 2 old women arrived at the main hall. For convenience, both sects had sent female cultivators. However, they were indeed a bit old. 10,000 Laws Sect. At the entrance of the Lingquan pool, Shuechen was leisurely lying on a chair. Ouyang Qian was rigorously inspecting the disciples entering the Lingquan pool to practice. Inside the Lingquan pool, Morong Shui looked here and there, occasionally replacing some spirit stones that had run out of spiritual energy. Shuechen was living such leisurely days. Although Li Linger's monthly output of 50 youth pills was not high, it was stable. Senior, I feel like you've gotten younger in the past year. Taking advantage of the free time, Ouyang Qian began to flatter. She just hoped to establish a good relationship so that Shuechen would target others first and not her. Is that so? Without waiting for Ouyang Qian's answer, Shuechen said with a smile, I feel the same way. Ouyang Qian's mouth twitched. She could only see wrinkles on Shuechen's face. How could she tell if he had gotten younger or not? Her previous words were just polite compliments. Ouyang girl, has your master not come to practice at the Ling pool these days? Senior, the elders of the 10,000 Laws sect in the Ghost Valley have come, so my master probably can't spare the time. Oh, alright, make sure she spends more time soaking in the pool later. Cultivation must not be neglected. Yes, senior, I will pass on the message to my master. Ouyang Qian felt desolate inside. She understood that her master had caught the eye of the old monster in front of her. With so many disciples in CS sect, there were occasional instances of laziness and skipping practice. Yet, her master was questioned for not coming for just 2 days. She could already imagine her master being caught by the old monster in front of her. Just then, the 2 old women mentioned earlier, led by Nalan Rongrua, arrived in front of Shuechen. Senior, these 2 friends from the 10,000 Laws sect in the Ghost Valley would like to visit our Lingquan pool. No! No! Shuechen decisively rejected Nalan Rongrua's request. What a joke! This was the main medicine collection point for his youth pills. The 2 old women from the 10,000 Laws sect in the Ghost Valley frowned directly upon hearing this. Their mission was to investigate CS sect's Lingquan pool and, if necessary, destroy it. The elders of the 10,000 Laws sect in the Ghost Valley had long been lurking in the market of CS sect. As long as they acted, the elders of the 2 major sects would immediately come to support them. If they were fast enough, CS sect wouldn't even have a chance to activate the sect's grand formation. However, now they were being blocked by a cultivator at the 9th level of spiritual energy. There is a rule in this Ling pool that only young girls can enter. There's no need to test these two, it's obvious they don't meet the requirements. Nalan Sect Master, please leave. Upon hearing Shuechen's words, Nalan Rongrua breathed a sigh of relief but also felt embarrassed. Nalan Rongrua turned to the two old women with an apologetic expression and said, "Two friends, I'm really sorry, this pool was opened by the senior, and I can't break the rules. In that case, let's forget about it." Nalan Sect Master, I've been here for a while now, and the sect still has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. No need to apologize, two friends. The two of them bowed, took out their flying swords, and flew off into the distance. After they left, Nalan Rongrua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Today, within the Sia sect, there were internal worries and external troubles, and she dared not make a single wrong step. Just as Nalan Rongrua was preparing to leave, Shuechen smiled and said, "Master Nalan, it seems like you haven't been cultivating these days?" Looking at Shuechen's lecherous face, Nalan Rongrua forced a smile and said, "Senior, I will go now." Feeling clean and waiting for the other party to reap, this kind of feeling was hard for anyone to accept. Yet Nalan Rongrua still had to maintain a forced smile. Everything seemed to return to calm, and the elders of Wanfaman and the Ghost Valley seemed as if they had never appeared. And so, 3 months passed. On this day, Li Linger handed 50 youth pills to Shuechen as usual. Shuechen also gave her one as a reward. After everyone left, Shuechen leisurely started taking the pills. However, when he swallowed the first pill, his face suddenly changed drastically. Alert, alert. Host is suffering from fatal toxin damage. Please evacuate immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999995. It's poisonous. Shuechen immediately looked around vigilantly. Not sensing any danger, Shuechen breathed a sigh of relief. No ambush, that's good. Shuechen frowned as he took out the bag of youth pills given to him by Li Linger. With a testing attitude, he swallowed another youth pill. As expected, the system's alert sounded again. Alert, alert. Host is suffering from fatal toxin damage. Please evacuate immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999991. Shuechen took another pill, and the alert sounded once more. Alert, alert. Host is suffering from fatal toxin damage. Please evacuate immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999988. Shuechen frowned. He had been cooperating with Li Linger for over a year, and he still trusted her more. Since the raw materials were collected by him, the problem could only lie with Li Linger. Thinking this, Shuechen decided to ask Li Linger. However, he still trusted Li Linger. He thought it must have been a mistake on Li Linger's part. Although it was late at night, Shuechen still disguised himself. However, when he sneakily arrived at the spirit medicine garden, he found Li Linger lying on the ground. Not good. Shuechen immediately ran over and lifted Li Linger up. Elderly, 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 you can't die. What will I do if you die? Shuechen shook Li Linger desperately, almost snapping her neck. But he managed to wake her up. Pill, the pill, it's poisonous. I know, I came to you because I ate the poisonous one. Hey, don't die. Seeing Li Linger faint again, Shuechen immediately pressed his palm on her chest. Pure spiritual power began to flow into Li Linger's body in large quantities, and her body started to tremble. Sensing the rampant toxins in Li Linger's body, Shuechen immediately directed his spiritual power towards those toxins. At this point, Li Linger's own spiritual power had been almost depleted, leaving only a thread protecting her heart. Although Shuechen's spiritual power was constantly attacking the toxins, the opponent had the advantage of arriving first, resisting Shuechen's power while attacking Li Linger's heart. Elderly, hold on. Shuechen sat on Li Linger, placing his other hand on her other chest to eliminate the toxins before they invaded her heart, regardless of whether Li Linger's meridians could withstand it, increasing the output of his spiritual power. Li Linger was immediately awakened by the pain. She grabbed Shuechen's arm with both hands and cried out in agony. MMOA Shuechen, said, if you want to scream, go ahead, but can you not scream so seductively? You're going to give people the wrong idea. Shuechen was not wrong, indeed, people had misunderstood. Outside the spirit medicine garden, Nalan Rongrua watched tearfully as the scene unfolded before her. Due to her line of sight, she could only see the upper bodies of the two. Elderly, CS sect will remember you. Nalan Rongrua gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and quietly left. However, if she had stayed a few more minutes, she would have realized that it was all a misunderstanding. With a shiver from Li Linger, Shuechen also let out a sigh of relief. Finally got it out. Elderly, how do you feel? Comfortable. Blushing, Li Linger turned her head and said, Senior, could you please get off me first? It was only then that Shuechen realized he was still sitting on her and awkwardly stood up and moved aside. Elderly, please don't misunderstand. I was also acting out of urgency just now. Senior, no need to explain, I understand. Li Linger stood up, bowed respectfully to Shuechen, and continued, Senior, do you still have those youth pills? Shuechen nodded in response and immediately took out the remaining youth pills. Li Linger picked up a pill, examined it carefully, and frowned, Senior, we have been deliberately poisoned. This is the 100 days soul-breaking powder. Once contaminated, the soul will break in 100 days. I suspect someone put this into our spirit spring pool, the batch of spirit spring water you gave us 2 months ago, so we have been poisoned for at least 2 to 3 months. Since we directly refined the spirit spring pool, the effect of the 100 days soul-breaking powder has been multiplied countless times, which is why I reacted so quickly and fiercely. Upon hearing this, Shuechen frowned and asked, So you mean everyone who entered the spirit spring pool has been poisoned? Li Linger nodded with a solemn expression. Is there an antidote? Li Linger shook her head. No, the 100 days soul-breaking powder has over 10 different formulations. Any mistake in the process will result in instant death by poison. Moreover, the antidote for the 100 days soul-breaking powder must be taken before being poisoned. There is no cure once poisoned. Of course, with the cultivation level of a senior like you can force out the toxins directly. Shuechen's brow furrowed even more upon hearing this. However, at that moment, Li Linger knelt down directly. Plop Senior, please save the life of a disciple of CS Sect. Li Linger will repay you by being a cow or a horse in the next life. Shuechen was speechless. Shouldn't it be offering oneself in this life? Why being a cow or a horse in the next life? Elderly, please get up. Shuechen helped Li Linger up and said, This matter started because of us, so I should take action. Thank you, Senior. Li Linger breathed a sigh of relief. However, she then regretfully said, Senior, I may not be able to help you refine the youth pills for a while. This poisoning has damaged my meridians, and I need time to heal. How long? Short-term could be a few years, long-term 3 to 5 decades. Shuechen, all 4 all oh. What? So long? Elderly, rest assured, I will find a solution. His solution was simple, the 2 types of pills from the Tai sect that Li Linger had mentioned before. With these 2 pills, Li Linger could not only recover quickly but also greatly increase the production of youth pills. Currently, the raw materials were enough to produce hundreds of youth pills per month, but due to Li Linger's cultivation level, the production could not keep up. Shuechen was determined to go to the Tai sect to buy those 2 pills for Li Linger. But before that, the person who poisoned them had to be identified. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Shuechen's eyes. Others could bully him, could rob him, but they couldn't stop his dream of rejuvenation. Let me find you. I guarantee that all the earthworms in your house will be split in half. Be good, don't be afraid. Come inside, let this old man check your body. Trying to run? Come back to me. At the entrance of the Lingquan pool, one by one, the young girls were dragged into the room by Shuechen, and after a while, blushing, they were let out. Due to the lingering effects of the 100 days soul-breaking powder, they were unaware that they had been poisoned. Naturally, Shuechen couldn't say anything about it, or who would dare to come in the future. The first to be dragged into the room by Shuechen were Morong Shui and Ouyang Xian, 2 laborers. Next were the disciples present at the scene. Of course, their toxins had not yet taken effect, and Shuechen simply pressed on their abdomen for a while to help expel the toxins. If Shuechen were to reveal the poisoning incident, it probably wouldn't matter. But he dared not say anything. Nalan Rongrua looked at the disciples dragged into the room by Shuechen, feeling heartbroken to the point of breathlessness. Has it finally begun? Nalan Rongrua took a deep breath, wanting to leave. However, at that moment, Shuechen had just helped a disciple expel the toxins. Oh, Master Nalan, come here, let this old man check your body. Nalan Rongrua. In just 2 days, Shuechen had expelled the poison from all the female cultivators of the CS sect. When all was done, Li Linger finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Lingquan pool cultivation was something she and Shuechen had come up with. If something really happened to someone because of this, she would also feel guilty. Li Linger took the Lingquan water collected by Shuechen over the past 2 days and said, Senior, rest assured, I will take these Lingquan waters back for a thorough examination. Shuechen instinctively replied, No need, I have already tasted it. Ah! Li Linger widened her eyes directly. Shuechen quickly coughed and said, Ahem, I misspoke. What I meant was I have already checked it. Li Linger looked at Shuechen with suspicion. However, Shuechen's face was too thick, with too many wrinkles, and no flaws could be seen. Senior, have you found the one who poisoned them? Shuechen nodded and said, Yes, I should have found them. After 2 days of detoxification, Shuechen had also found 2 suspects. Su Linglong, 15 years old, 9th level of spiritual chi realm. Zhou Qing, 16 years old, 9th level of spiritual chi realm. I checked the records, these two came here over half a year ago. In the past half year, these two have never missed a day of entering the Lingquan pool. But when I detoxified them, these two showed no signs of poisoning. Most likely, it's them. Li Linger took a deep breath at his words. Senior, how do you plan to deal with them? Shuechen smiled and said, young girls make mistakes, I'll just advise them later. Li Linger was somewhat surprised at his words. This wasn't how a demonic cultivator would act. She wanted to say, you're being too kind, but she didn't dare. For several days in a row, Li Linger didn't see Shuechen take any action. Su Linglong and Zhou Qing, the two young girls, still came to the Lingquan pool to cultivate every day. She couldn't help but sigh. Now she was beginning to doubt whether Shuechen was truly a demonic cultivator. What Li Linger didn't know was that Shuechen had already set his sights on the two of them. Shuechen believed that there must be someone behind these two. He had not acted yet because he wanted to wait for the two girls and the person behind them to make a move. On the other side, the Wanfaman and the Ghost Valley had quietly recalled all their disciples. At the same time, the two sect masters had secretly met. Are we not inviting the Golden Temple? Humph, those bald donkeys are just a bunch of useless people. They can't even find an undercover agent. What's the point of notifying them? We three have already discussed dividing the Shiyu sect. Are we going to let them benefit from our efforts for nothing? Impossible. Once we take over Shiyu sect, we will immediately crush the Golden Temple with thunderous force. As long as we destroy the Golden Temple before the elder of the Tai Yi sect gets wind of it, we can just apologize later and compensate with some spirit stones. The Tai Yi sect won't care about a fallen sect, after all, whoever manages it won't affect their income. Fine, when we take over Shiyu sect, you can have the group of female cultivators and the territory, I'll take a loss, and the Golden Temple territory will be mine. Humph, you're dreaming. Gather outside the Shiyu sect gate in 3 days. Alright, Shiyu sect. Nalan Rongrua didn't know why, but she had been feeling restless for the past 2 days. Although she had been melancholic for over a year, she had never felt this anxious before. Her intuition told her that Shiyu sect was in imminent danger. The restless Nalan Rongrua secretly found Morong Shui and Ouyang Qian. Has the blood demon been acting strangely recently? Morong Shui said, no, the blood demon has been quite normal these past few days. Ouyang Qian suddenly remembered something and said, Master, I have noticed something unusual. The blood demon has been intentionally or unintentionally observing 2 disciples. Nalan Rongrua hurriedly asked, who? Outer disciples, one named Su Linglong, and the other named Zhou Qing. Alright, I understand. You two go back, be careful. Yes, Master. After the two left, Nalan Rongrua headed towards the outer sect. Before long, she saw Su Linglong and Zhou Qing. Watching the two girls practicing, Nalan Rongrua couldn't help but sigh. The inevitable had finally arrived. After a deep look at the two, Nalan Rongrua ultimately didn't tell them to leave. The widespread recruitment of disciples by Shiyu sect was solely to support the blood demon and leave a trace of inheritance for the sect. This action was selfish, but perspectives differ depending on one's position. Nalan Rongrua did feel somewhat guilty, but not much. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of the spirit spring pool, Shuechen, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. Ouyang, did Su Linglong and Zhou Qing not come today? That's right, senior, but it's still early. It's not early, by this time, they would usually have arrived. Shuechen finished speaking and flew towards the outer sect. Seeing this, Ouyang Qian quickly used a messaging jade slip to inform Nalan Rongrua. Although she knew Nalan Rongrua couldn't do much. Outer sect. No one. The market was empty. Shuechen furrowed his brow. Just then, a massive energy wave rapidly approached Shiyu sect. Enemy attack. The female cultivators in the market reacted faster than Shuechen. Screaming, they drew their flying swords and flew towards the inner sect. It was only after the female cultivators in the market had left that Shuechen reacted. Damn it! Wait for me! However, when Shuechen returned, it was already too late. Shiyu sect's protective formation had been activated. Over 2,000 female cultivators, led by Nalan Rongrua, were already flying in the air, ready for battle. Li Linger anxiously looked around. She was searching for Shuechen. Not only Li Linger, but Nalan Rongrua and the high-ranking members of Shiyu sect were also hoping for Shuechen's appearance. After all, they were all just bait for the other party, and now the only one who could save Shiyu sect was this demon. Between dying early and dying late, they all wanted to live a little longer. Morong Shui, Ouyang Qian, where is the blood demon? Both of them were on the verge of tears. We don't know. The blood demon asked me about Su Linglong and Zhou Qing and then left. It was over. This was everyone's innermost thought. The Tai sect had already cut ties with them, and now the only demon who could save them had left. Nalan Rongrua took a deep breath and said, "Let's fight to the death. It's not that easy to take down our Shiyu sect." "Yes, sect leader." The blood demon they were concerned about was currently locked outside the sect's protective array. If they just lowered their heads slightly, they could spot the sneaky figure on the ground. Shuechen looked up at the countless floating skirts in the sky, the spring scenery under those skirts. Then he glanced at the attacking cultivators with their strange appearances, and without thinking, Shuechen knew they were the villains. 10,000 Laws Sect, Ghost Valley, what are you up to? Nalan Rongrua was respectful towards the blood demon, but she sternly shouted at the 10,000 Laws Sect in Ghost Valley, who were not much stronger than her. "Ha, sect leader Nalan, stop pretending. We have found out that your Shiyu sect's 2 elders are in closed-door cultivation. Even if you manage to call them out now, they are probably heavily injured. Also, you probably don't know that you have been poisoned." "What?" Nalan Rongrua was horrified, realizing that they had been poisoned. "Sect leader, what should we do?" "Everyone, don't panic, they are definitely bluffing." Although anxious, Nalan Rongrua had to maintain a calm demeanor. "Attack Shiyu sect, destroy, burn, kill, loot." Thousands of cultivators rushed forward excitedly. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. An ancient voice echoed beneath their feet. "So it's you guys. Daring to stop me from regaining my youth. Die." Countless vines shot out from the ground, wildly spreading towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, the vines grew from the thickness of a thumb to the size of a water bucket, and they continued to enlarge and thicken. Vine technique. How is this possible? The nascent soul realm elders from the 10,000 Laws sect in Ghost Valley were the first to react, immediately using their magical tools to cut down the vines. However, they underestimated the speed and strength of the vine's growth. Although it was a basic spell, with the massive spiritual power of Shuechen, these vines had become indestructible. Cultivators from the 2 sects were continuously pierced by the vines. The remaining cultivators were surrounded by the vines and the encirclement was rapidly shrinking. "Quick, set up the formation, raise the spiritual energy shield." The remaining cultivators of the 2 sects immediately erected a huge spiritual energy shield to resist the vine strangulation. However, at that moment, the air in the surroundings began to heat up. Boom boom boom, 3 fireballs with a diameter of over 100 meters directly smashed into their spiritual energy shield. Even the vines outside the shield were turned into ashes by the impact. Everything happened so quickly that until they turned into ashes, the cultivators of the 2 sects didn't know who would attack them, or how they had provoked such a powerful enemy who could defeat them with basic spells. Inside the Shiyu sect, all the female cultivators were staring blankly at the ancient figure outside the protective array. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, the 3rd elder of the Tai sect, Ling Wuhong, looked in horror at the mother and child projection pearl in front of him. So powerful. However, at that moment, the old man in the projection suddenly looked in his direction. Not good. Ling Wuhong quickly crushed the mother pearl in his hand. But he was overthinking it. Shuechen hadn't even noticed him. "Morong Shue, come with me." Morong Shue subconsciously asked, Go where?" Shuechen said grimly, "To wipe out those 2 sects." All the female cultivators of the Shiyu sect swallowed nervously upon hearing this. However, they quickly realized that it wasn't about wiping them out, right? Nevertheless, Morong Shue obediently followed Shuechen. Of course, she was scared alone, so she dragged Ouyang Qian along. And Shuechen didn't bring them along to show off, but to lead the way. After all, although he had been in Dongo for 2 or 3 years, he still couldn't distinguish between the directions. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the nearest Wanfaman. There were indeed not many cultivators inside, only a few gatekeepers. Without any nonsense, Shuechen directly threw over a dozen large fireballs. Wanfaman was originally built on a mountain range, but by the time Shuechen and the others left, it had turned into a depression. The Ghost Valley was also plowed dozens of times by Shuechen's water dragon technique. After completing these tasks, the 3 of them finally returned to Zayuzon Jingang Temple. The Buddhist cultivators who had just received the news collectively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Gurgle. Fortunately, this seat had the foresight not to participate in this conflict. "Abbot, didn't you discuss with Wanfaman and Ghost Valley how to divide Zayuzon's territory?" "Nonsense, this guy must be a spy sent by hostile forces. Drag him out and send him to see the Buddha." "Abbot, have mercy, have mercy." As the unseeing person was dragged away, the abbot of Jingang Temple wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Amatba, in the future, we must be cautious in our words and not speak recklessly. We are monks, we love peace." Yes, the abbot's words are indeed the consistent style of our temple. We love peace and only enjoy chanting. Amatba. Tai sect's main hall. Over 10 inner elders sat solemnly on both sides. Below these inner elders were nearly 100 inner disciples and outer elders. Surprisingly, the cultivation levels of these inner disciples and outer elders were all in the spiritual infant realm. At this moment, as the elders were whispering, a figure flashed on the main seat, and a middle-aged cultivator appeared on the seat. This person was none other than Chen Daoqi, the sect master of Taiyi sect, who governed the territory for thousands of miles around. Chen Daoqi's face was calm, showing no expression. "Greetings, sect master. Please, everyone, take a seat." After everyone sat down, Chen Daoqi continued, "Yesterday, our sects, Ghost Valley and Wanfaman, were destroyed. Jingang Temple has sent word that they are unwilling to take over the territories of the two sects. Do any of the elders have a suitable sect to recommend?" Chen Daoqi's tone was very calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Seeing that Chen Daoqi showed no intention of pursuing the culprit, one of the disciples sitting in the position of the disciples couldn't sit still. "Sect Master, before supporting another sect to take over the territories, I believe we should first investigate the responsibility of Ziyuzong. Now that Ziyuzong is no longer a subordinate sect of our Taiyi sect, how dare such a small Ziyuzong dare to destroy a sect under our Taiyi sect? Who gave them the courage? I suggest sending someone directly to wipe out this group of ignorant female cultivators." "Su disciple, I remember you also came from Ghost Valley, right?" Replying to the sect master, "I did indeed come from Ghost Valley before, but bang." Before Su disciple could finish speaking, Elder Ling Wuhuang slapped him. A dignified spiritual infant realm cultivator was turned into a pulp with a single slap. In the future, anyone who eats our food and thinks about other people's business, take this as an example. Ling Wuhuang's sharp gaze swept over the outer elders and disciples, making everyone shudder and quickly avoid his gaze. "Elder Ling, you watched Chen Daoqi's side and said, they are all fellow cultivators of our own sect. Just remind them, there's no need for such heavy-handedness." Ling Wuhuang clasped his hands towards Chen Daoqi and said, "Apologies, I was a bit agitated just now. It's mainly because I can't stand people who take advantage of us." Chen Daoqi helplessly said, "Alright, Elder Ling is also thinking for the sect, but this matter cannot go unpunished. Let's deduct 1 month's salary." After Chen Daoqi finished speaking, he looked at the elders and disciples. The third elder has already apologized and had his salary deducted. In the future, I do not wish to hear any voices that are detrimental to unity. "Yes, Master. I dare not." Anyone with a bit of sense knows that this matter is not so simple. Otherwise, even if the third elder is arrogant, he wouldn't be able to publicly kill a steward. Moreover, the elder who is at odds with the third elder, as well as the second elder, remains silent, indicating that this matter has involved some secrets unknown to them. Su the steward is also seeking death. He dares to ask about things that even Chen Daoqi hasn't mentioned and even dares to make suggestions. However, with this incident, no one dares to recommend their well-connected sect to take on this hot potato. Chen Daoming asked around, and everyone was passing the buck. In the end, this matter was left unresolved. It's just over 27 million square kilometers of land, which is dispensable for the powerful Taiyi sect. After the meeting ended and the inner sect stewards and outer sect elders left, Chen Daoqi finally showed a serious expression. "Third elder, are you sure they have discovered you?" Ling Warren nodded and said, "I gave Nalan Rongrua and the others the mother and child projection bead to test the blood demon old monster's age. Later, I left, and I forgot to give them the mother bead of the projection bead. Yesterday, I suddenly remembered this matter and was about to destroy the bead when I happened to see Wanfaman and the Ghost Valley heading to CS Sect to cause trouble. Later, the blood demon old monster suddenly looked in my direction, so I quickly destroyed the mother bead in my hand. I feel that the other party will soon come to our Taiyi sect." Chen Daoqi and the other elders immediately frowned upon hearing this. They truly did not want to confront an old demon whose strength was unknown but could easily kill thousands of cultivators with basic spells. Although they were righteous cultivators, no one stipulated that righteous cultivators had to eliminate demons and uphold justice. If they could avoid conflict, they would. This was the consensus among the high-ranking members of the Taiyi sect. Of course, if it were a small demon, they would have skinned and killed it long ago. Elders, there is no need to worry too much. The other party is only targeting CS sect, not our Taiyi sect. We cannot be sure if they have any hostility towards us now. Master, we must not be careless. Ling Warren said solemnly, the other party killed nearly 10,000 cultivators from two sects without hesitation. Such a demon will never show mercy to anyone. The elders also nodded in agreement. Yes, Master, we must not be careless. Chen Daoqi nodded at their words. Alright, fifth elder, gather all disciples to the inner sect and be ready to activate the barrier at any time. Furthermore, if the blood demon old monster does come, try to negotiate if possible. As long as their demands are not excessive, try to accommodate them. After all, the incident of the third elder peeping was indeed our fault. Yes, master. However, the master and the elders of the Tai sect had no idea that they had only guessed half of the truth. Xuechen was indeed considering when to go to the Tai sect. However, it was not to cause trouble for them but to prepare to help Li Linger purchase elixirs. As an alchemist specializing in youth elixirs, Li Linger was unable to refine elixirs for a short period due to poisoning. Xuechen had to take the risk of going to the Tai sect to buy elixirs to help Li Linger heal her injuries and improve her cultivation. To be honest, Xuechen did not want to interact with higher-level cultivators anymore, but he needed the youth elixir. At the same time, he also wanted to see if he could buy a rejuvenation technique or better elixirs at the Tai sect. Li Linger, dressed in a pink dress, came to Xuechen and smiled, saying, "Senior, I am ready." Xuechen nodded at her words. "Good, let's set off now. Senior, the imperial city of the Shiyu dynasty is just ahead. Shall we rest for the night?" Snowchen nodded as he looked at the slightly weary Li Linger. "Let's rest for the night before continuing our journey." When Snowchen forced out toxins from Li Linger, she injured her meridians. Bringing Li Linger along was also to ensure she took the elixir as soon as they bought it. Additionally, Snowchen felt that the eastern province was too dangerous. He had never encountered cultivators wanting to annihilate a sect back in Shenzhou. Well, except for the ones he personally dealt with. He didn't want Li Linger to end up dead right after he purchased the elixir. Over the past year, he had also tried to learn alchemy, but it turned out he didn't have the talent for it. "Senior, shall we find an inn?" "No rush, I have a better place in mind." After saying this, Snowchen walked towards a vendor selling candied haws. After buying one and handing it to Li Linger, he smiled and asked the vendor, "Brother, I have a question for you." The vendor, captivated by the ethereal beauty of Li Linger, didn't even shift his gaze. It wasn't until Snowchen called him twice that he snapped back to reality. "Please, go ahead. Do you know where the biggest pleasure house in this city is?" "Ha?" After a moment, the vendor looked pained as he watched Snowchen and Li Linger walk away. Such a beautiful fairy, sold off by her own grandfather like that. No, I must help her. The vendor immediately ran back home. Though he didn't have much money saved up, redemption was out of the question, but perhaps he could help for a night by Hua Tower. Sir has money." "No, sir, this fairy, granddaughter, it's fine, she's just here to see the world." And so, Snowchen and the courtesan chatted all night. By the time Li Linger woke up, Snowchen left behind a spirit stone. Snowchen also transcribed a sad and touching story. Orphaned by her parents, her best friend seduced her childhood sweetheart, leading to a miscarriage, and she ended up with a terminal illness, forced to sell herself to a brothel to afford treatment. Of course, in Snowchen's collection of stories, this one only ranked 10th. This pattern continued as they flew for a while and then rested. Finally, after half a month, they arrived at Tai City at the foot of the Tai Sex Mountain. However, despite being called at the foot of the Tai Sex Mountain, the actual distance between the two was thousands of miles apart. As a super-large sect, the Tai sect had tens of thousands of cultivators alone. Of course, over 90% of them were outer disciples at the Spirit Chi realm. In the Tai sect, one had to break through to the Transcendent realm before the age of 25 to enter the inner sect. This requirement was extremely strict. With such a vast number of cultivators, just a few markets couldn't meet the needs of these disciples. Thus, Tai City came into existence. Tai City wasn't solely a cultivator city. In fact, there were countless more mortals than cultivators here. Initially a small town, the population grew rapidly, expanding the city's size manifold. Most of the disciples expelled from the sect due to age chose to stay in Tai City. However, their descendants didn't necessarily possess spiritual roots. After thousands of years of reproduction, the number of mortals here had reached a terrifying amount. All the daily necessities here were purchased by cultivators from the outside world since the population was too large. There was also a saying that Tai City was the production base for Tai sect disciples. The mortals here didn't use gold or silver but a unique currency called Tai coin. "Wow, senior, it's so huge." Snowchen's mouth twitched, thinking to himself that he was indeed grand. However, he understood that Li Linger was referring to the city before them. This might no longer be called a city, it should be considered a country. Just that this country only had this one city. "Let's go, we need to find the Sky Spirit Pill and the Boundary Breaking Pill as soon as possible, then we can return to the Moon Sect." Okay. Xuechen's first stop was still the Hutong Trading Company. After all, he was quite familiar with this company. However, when Xuechen mentioned wanting to buy the Sky Spirit Pill and the Boundary Breaking Pill, the shopkeeper at Hutong directly shook his head, saying they couldn't get them. Moreover, the shopkeeper clearly told Xue Chen that it was impossible to buy the Sky Spirit Pill and the Boundary Breaking Pill. These two pills were strategic resources of the Tai sect and were simply not available for sale to outsiders. Xue Chen didn't give up and visited several other companies, but the information he received was the same. Even the auction house and the pill pavilion explicitly stated that they couldn't obtain them. And even if they could, no one would be foolish enough to sell them. Senior, maybe we should give up. As long as I wait a few decades for my injuries to heal, I can continue refining the youth pill. Hearing Li Linger's words, Xue Chen was indeed tempted, but then he rejected the proposal. Although a few decades were not long for him, he didn't want to stay in the eastern continent for too long as it was still somewhat turbulent for him. Moreover, even if Li Linger recovered from her injuries, the production would only be 50 pills per month. He might not have erased the wrinkles on his face before Li Linger's lifespan ran out. No rush, let's settle down first. I believe that there is always a way when there seems to be none. Okay. The two returned to Hutong Trading Company, exchanged some Tai coins, and bought a small house to live in. Xue Chen would inquire about the Sky Spirit Pill and the Boundary Breaking Pill every day, while Li Linger would stay at home, tending to the flowers and taking care of her health. And so, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Senior, you're back, come in and have dinner, the food is getting cold. Okay. Li Linger was no longer in a hurry. She even hoped that Xue Chen wouldn't get his hands on those two pills. This way, their moon sect would have more time. Senior? Li Linger called out twice before Xue Chen snapped out of his thoughts. What's wrong? Li Linger smiled and said, Senior, tomorrow is the Tai sect's once-in-a-decade Tai festival. All cultivators can go to the Tai sect's square to watch performances and competitions. Do we want to go? Xue Chen was tempted to refuse, but seeing the expectant look in Li Linger's eyes, he nodded. Since they had no leads, they might as well relax. However, what Xue Chen didn't know was that the high-level members of the Tai sect were extremely nervous at this moment. Third Elder, are you really sure that the blood demon old monster will come? It's been almost half a year, are you kidding me? Faced with the Elder's doubts, Ling Wuhan coldly snorted, my intuition tells me that I am absolutely right. Master, the blood demon old monster will definitely come. Chen Daoqi frowned upon hearing this. To be honest, he was starting to doubt whether the Third Elder was too anxious. Just based on a glance from the mother-son projection bead, confirming the other party's arrival seemed a bit. Third Elder, tomorrow is our Tai sect's once-in-a-decade Tai festival, let's put this matter aside for now. Ling Wuhan's eyes lit up at the mention of Tai coins. I got it. The Tai festival. Yes, the Tai festival. As an unparalleled demon, the other party will definitely not just show up like this. Tomorrow is the Tai festival. Not only will our Tai sect's subordinate sects send people, but also several major sects nearby will send elders to observe. Demons like to show off, and they can also establish their authority among all cultivators. The blood demon old monster is definitely waiting for tomorrow's Tai festival. By then, he will definitely show up, even directly declare war on us. Chen Daoqi and the elders took a deep breath. They didn't believe Ling Wuhan's words, but they felt that Ling Wuhan had gone mad. Alright, I understand, Third Elder, you go back and prepare first. When Ling Wuhan left, Chen Daoqi sighed and said, Elder 3 is probably scared into paranoia by the blood demon. Let's just ignore him and focus on what needs to be done. Yes, Master. At the entrance of Tai sect, Ling Wuhan stared intently at every cultivator entering. Not this one, nor this one. Elder 3 get lost. Friend Ling back off. Every cultivator who greeted Ling Wuhan ended up feeling rebuffed. Today, flying was prohibited at Tai sect, and the only way to enter the square was through the entrance. Ling Wuhan didn't believe he would fail to encounter the blood demon. As soon as he spotted the blood demon, he would signal to close the sect. Just as he suspected, Xue Chen and Li Linger were also heading in their direction. Senior, let me tell you, I've heard the master say before that the Tai festival at Tai sect is quite lively. Not only can you witness the spectacular scene of tens of thousands of Tai sect disciples, but also several other major sects similar to Tai sect will send representatives to observe. I've heard about it before, but I never thought I'd witness such a grand occasion. Xue Chen smiled at the words but remained silent, because he had never seen such a grand scene before. Tens of thousands of cultivators. Xue Chen doubted if there were as many cultivators in the land he used to stay in. And this was just a top sect in the eastern continent. It was said that there were 7 such sects in the east. Above them were the dominant forces governing the entire eastern continent, the Eastern Emperor Holy Land. Xue Chen dared not imagine how many cultivators there were in the Eastern Emperor Holy Land. Perhaps in the Eastern Emperor Holy Land, there were Spirit Pill Realm cultivators everywhere, and Spirit Infant Realm cultivators were as common as dogs. No wonder cultivators from the 5 continents referred to everything beyond the 5 continents as barbaric lands. Compared to here, Shuechen felt that the land he used to stay in was like a big city compared to a village. A village that couldn't even afford a village office. Today, there were many cultivators heading to Tai Sect. Both on the ground and in the air, cultivators were rushing. Shuechen and Li Linger maintained low-altitude flight. They didn't dare to fly too fast because there were too many people, and a sudden stop could lead to a collision. However, when Shuechen and the others were less than 100 miles away from Tai Sect, an urgent voice came from below them. "Seniors, please help me catch these spirit beasts." They looked down and saw a young man chasing several spirit beasts that were running around frantically. These spirit beasts were not highly cultivated, only at the 4th or 5th level of the spirit chi realm. But the young man's cultivation was not high either. He was only at the 6th level of the spirit chi realm. The young man finally caught a pig-shaped spirit beast, but instead of subduing it, he ended up being carried around by it. Watching the comical scene of the pig-riding youth, passing cultivators burst into laughter. However, despite the laughter, none of the cultivators went to help. They all laughed and continued flying towards Tai Sect. Looking at the youth riding the pig, Li Linger said, "Senior, shall we help him?" Shuechen nodded at the suggestion, as they had nothing else to do and helping others could be considered a form of entertainment. The two landed on the ground and quickly caught the rampaging spirit beasts. "Youngster Yifan, thank you, seniors, for helping out." Shuechen smiled and said, "That's a good name, sounds promising. Thank you for the praise, seniors." Yifan looked a bit embarrassed as he said to Shuechen and Li Linger, "Seniors, I wonder if you could help me by taking these spirit beasts to Tai Sect. There are too many guests today, and our fire room is really overwhelmed. I can't control these spirit beasts on my own. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you, seniors, I won't bother you." Shuechen smiled and said, "No problem, we'll help you deliver them. Remember to save a ham for me later." Yifan immediately patted his chest and said, "Senior, rest assured, I dare not say anything else, but sneaking some ingredients, well, you know. Young friend, now that your secret has been discovered by me, shouldn't I have another ham? Senior, you're blackmailing me. He. Li Linger watched the old and the young with a hint of amusement. How she wished that the Snow Chen in front of her would always remain as kind as he was now, but she knew it was impossible. He was a demon, and kindness was only temporary. Thinking of this, Li Linger felt a bit down. However, she quickly hid this feeling of dejection. "Senior, let's go, or we might not get in if we're late." "It's fine, we're not going through the main gate, we have our own way to the fire room. Besides, there's nothing interesting to see now. I heard the Sect Master has prepared a speech of 100,000 words. We won't be late if we go in a couple of hours." "Damn, young friend, thanks to meeting you, otherwise I would have been hypnotized for sure." "Oh, stop it." The three of them headed towards the Tai Sect while chatting. 100 miles was not far for cultivators. Even though Yifan was only at the 6th level of spiritual chi realm, with the blessing of spiritual power, they arrived at the Tai Sect in less than half an hour. Snow Chen and Li Linger followed Yifan to the legendary fire room. Although there were no high-quality ingredients here, there were plenty of spiritual beasts and plants. Looking at the plump cultivators in the fire room, Snow Chen was sure that these guys had been stealing food regularly. Yifan probably hadn't turned into this kind of person yet, considering he had just arrived at the fire room. After Yifan introduced them, Snow Chen and Li Linger quickly bonded with the group of plump cultivators. It had to be said that these guys were really good at cooking. A fish over a meter long had 2/3 of it stolen, leaving only a piece the length of a forearm that was pieced together to look like a whole fish. A rabbit weighing dozens of pounds turned into a pot of chili after being cooked. The bowls were large, the portions were generous, but there was hardly any meat. Moreover, the bowls were all larger on top and smaller at the bottom, making them look like there was more, but in reality, there wasn't much. After about an hour, these cooks were almost done with their busy work. As expected, there was a pile of leftover ingredients. Then these cooks started working again, but this time the dishes they made were not as exquisite, but they were plentiful and more fragrant. "Elders, come and taste." Looking at the thousands of dishes in front of them, all in large pots, Snow Chen and Li Linger were dumbfounded. The entire kitchen, including the two of them as guests, had just over 20 people, yet there were thousands of dishes. However, these plump cultivators were not at all polite and started eating heartily. "Elders, eat as much as you want, until you're full. So much, can you finish it all? Eat as much as you can, and whatever's left, we'll pack it up and give it to our fellow disciples later. Well, elders, please eat quickly, or the dishes will get cold." Snow Chen suddenly understood. The finely crafted dishes were for the elder Sect Master and the guests, while these dishes were for the disciples. Elders, try this rabbit, it's an ingredient only the elders can eat. Elder, here's your ham. Snowchen enjoyed his meal, but Ling Wuheng from the mountain gate turned red with anger. Impossible, how could he not come? My intuition is never wrong. He will definitely come. Just then, the voice of the seventh elder came from behind Ling Wuheng. Ah, third elder, don't wait any longer. Today, we have tens of thousands of cultivators from the Tai sect present, not to mention many guests. Excluding the sect master and the grand elders who are powerful spiritual saints, we have nearly 20 cultivators at the spiritual god realm. Do you really think he dares to come? Ling Wuheng hesitated for the first time upon hearing the words. Elder 7 patted Ling Wuheng on the shoulder and said, Elder 3, rest assured. What can he do even if he comes? Even if you accidentally peeked at him, what's the big deal if you openly looked at him? Our Tai sect has been passed down for nearly 70,000 years. What storms haven't we seen? If he doesn't come, it's fine. But if he dares to come, I'll be the first one standing in front of you. Good brother. Ling Wuheng gave Elder 7 a deep hug, feeling much relieved. Yes, as a dignified Lingshan realm cultivator and the third elder of the Tai sect, there was no need to worry all the time about a demon coming to find him. He was not Xia Karami, the sect would not stand by and let him be bullied. Understanding all this, Ling Wuheng felt much lighter. Elder 7 smiled and said, let's go, it's getting late. No rush, let me close the sect first. Don't get me wrong, I'm not afraid of that demon, I just feel that latecomers don't deserve to attend our Tai sect ceremony. Next up is Xingyidao, the dominator of the sky. It's Xingyidao. Is he very famous? Xingyidao, a cultivator at the 9th level of the transcendent realm, it is said that he has caught the eye of an inner disciple, and he will be accepted as a disciple after this Tai festival. Most importantly, he has only been practicing for 7 years and is only 26 years old this year. Wow, such terrifying talent in cultivation. There were too many cultivators from the Tai sect at this Tai festival. Fortunately, the square of the Grand Assembly was flanked by mountains, where many disciples and participating cultivators were mostly on the mountaintops on both sides. Those with higher cultivation levels settled at the foot of the mountain, with lower-level cultivators higher up. The high-ranking members of the Tai sect and the guests had their own positions on the square. Xuechen and Li Linger found a spot to watch the competitions on the square below. It had to be said that the battles between cultivators were quite spectacular. Their spells were as beautiful as fireworks. Of course, lower-level cultivators might need a telescope. Before long, Xingyidao defeated Wei Batian, followed by taking down more than 10 cultivators at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. Senior, Xingyidao is so strong, I probably can't even match him now. Xuechen smiled but didn't say anything. Li Linger was already injured at this point, and combat wasn't her main focus. In his opinion, that was just how it was. After taking a few pills, Xingyidao challenged a cultivator at the 1st level of the spiritual pill realm. As expected by Xuechen, although Xingyidao persisted for a few rounds, he ended up in a sorry state of defeat. Normally, unless encountering a situation where the opponent was injured, there was basically no chance of winning across a major realm. However, this was under normal circumstances, excluding those combat geniuses who could fight across major realms. Obviously, such individuals were rare. With Xingyidao's defeat, the Tai sect sent out another young cultivator at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. This young cultivator's combat power was even stronger than Xingyidao's, often defeating challengers in just a few moves. Xuechen also noticed that these Tai sect disciples were like guardians of the arena, waiting for foreign cultivators to challenge them. Only when no one challenged them would they send out their disciples for 2 rounds of competition and then challenge a higher-level cultivator to end the performance. It had to be said that the Tai sect's approach was excellent, showcasing the strength of their younger generation and bringing a lot of interest to the audience. Half an hour later, the challenges from the Transcendent Realm cultivators were nearing the end. Tai sect, by Yuntian, 9th level of the Transcendent Realm, the personal disciple of the 3rd elder of the inner sect. If successful in this round, you can obtain our Tai sect's unique Heavenly Origin pill. Challenge rules: cultivation level not exceeding the 2nd level of the spiritual pill realm. Any fellow Taoists willing to come forward for the challenge? Wow! Tens of thousands of cultivators gasped in shock. The Tianyuan pill is well known to everyone, as it is a pill that can elevate the cultivation level of a spiritual realm practitioner. The audacity of Baiyun Tian from Baiyun Heaven to accept the challenge of the spiritual realm is remarkable. Although it is only specified for those below the 2nd level of the spiritual realm, it can be considered quite exaggerated. Not only did the battle transcend realms, but it also crossed a minor realm. The scene fell silent for a moment. Baiyun Tian's confidence in doing so was absolute. Baiyun Tian, it's actually him. 1 year ago the practitioner beside Shuechen began to explain. With the explanation from the practitioner beside him, it was indeed true that Bai Yuntian was very strong. A year ago, relying on his cultivation at the 8th level of the transcendent realm, he fought against a practitioner at the 1st level of the spiritual realm and over a dozen transcendent realm practitioners, successfully killing all of them. However, Shuechen was not concerned about these matters, he was focused on the reward of the Tianyuan pill. Elderly, it seems you have dropped to the 2nd level of the spiritual realm now, completely meeting the challenge conditions. Do you want to give it a try? Upon hearing this, Li Linger blushed. She knew her own abilities well. I'd better not. I probably can't defeat her. Just as the two were talking, a practitioner at the 2nd level of the spiritual realm stepped onto the stage. The battle between the two was intense and quickly determined a winner. As expected, Bai Yuntian won without much effort. The young female practitioners in the audience cheered excitedly. Watching the confident Bai Yuntian in the field, Shuechen couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. There was a time when he also fantasized about winning the cheers of the young female practitioners in such a scene. But things didn't go as planned. He blamed himself for being bound to a system that had led him to age prematurely. After taking a pill, Bai Yuntian began to face the challenge of the next practitioner. After several consecutive challengers, no one else stepped up. Instead of challenging practitioners above the 3rd level of the spiritual realm, Bai Yuntian ended the performance by directly challenging the senior disciple of the inner sect of the Tai sect, Chendaoqi's direct disciple, Yihan, who was also at the 9th level of the transcendent realm. The two fought for over 100 rounds, casting spells like fireworks for half an hour, and in the end, Bai Yuntian was defeated by Yihan. The Tai sect showed everyone with strength that not only were their senior practitioners formidable, but the new disciples were also talented. As the competition ended, the next event began, appraisal of treasures. The Tai sect offered to help foreign participants in the Tai festival appraise treasures they had obtained by chance but were unfamiliar with. Surprisingly, Shuechen actually had something. He had received a formation jade disc while in Shenzhou. However, the appraisal result left Shuechen disappointed. The jade disc he received was just an ordinary formation jade disc. Moreover, there should have been 4 discs, each with the effects of trapping, power, defense, and illusion. The one he had only had a defensive effect, capable of defending against attacks from transcendent realm practitioners up to the 5th level, which was quite mediocre. Nevertheless, the appraiser praised the skillful restoration of the jade disc. However, when asked about it, Shuechen felt embarrassed and didn't say anything. He couldn't tell others that he had mended it with saliva. But as luck would have it, for every unfortunate person like Shuechen, there were those who identified genuine treasures. However, most people chose to sell their treasures to the Tai sect right away. This was probably the true purpose of the Tai sect. The appraisal didn't last long and ended shortly after sunrise the next day. Shuechen waited all night but didn't get to eat. It was then that he realized the Tai sect only provided one meal. For the practitioners, a sleepless night had no effect on their energy levels. Following the end of the appraisal, guidance on cultivating techniques began. While these programs were beneficial to others, Shuechen was not particularly interested. And so, 3 hurried days passed, and the Tai festival was coming to a close. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your presence as we near the end. Beep 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 beep. Firstly, I want to thank beep 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 beep. Then, I want to thank beep 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 beep. Shuechen finally understood what it meant to talk endlessly. During the opening ceremony, he and Li Linger had skipped the banquet at the fire room, avoiding this kind of hypnotic chatter. Now he understood. Chen Daoqi stood on the platform and spoke for a full hour, thanking every ancestor and senior present before finally concluding his lengthy speech. Alright, as we part ways, the Tai sect will also present the final gift to our fellow Taoists as in previous years. Chen Daoqi finished speaking and tapped his storage bag, causing a pill to fly out. Tianyuan pill. Chen Daoqi smiled faintly and said, as you all know, the Tianyuan pill is also very precious to our Tai sect. And the competition for the Tianyuan pill is a tradition of our sect. I hope that fellow Taoists will stop at the right moment and not ruin the harmony. The Tianyuan pill can only help a Lingdan realm cultivator break through one level, so I hope that fellow Taoists above the Lingying realm will not participate. To prevent any damage to the pill during the competition, I will place it in this pill furnace. But remember, whoever gets the pill, return the furnace to me. Chen Daoqi finished speaking, and the surrounding cultivators burst into laughter. Alright, let's begin. Chen Daoqi casually tossed the pill furnace into the air, and the cultivators who were already prepared rushed forward. Without a doubt, all those who made a move were Lingdan realm cultivators, and they were all experts above the 5th level of the Lingdan realm. Those below the 5th level of the Lingdan realm gave up directly, knowing they couldn't compete. Although Xuechen also wanted to help Li Linger seize the Tianyuan pill, he hesitated to make a move. With his strength, he could easily snatch from Chun Daoqi directly rather than engage in this competitive show. However, sometimes things tend to unfold beyond one's plans. No one, including Xuechen, expected that among the crowd was a mysterious figure. And this figure was standing right beside Xuechen. It was a middle-aged cultivator, standing less than 2 meters away from Xuechen. The cultivator gazed keenly at the hundreds of cultivators in the square. A bunch of fools. The middle-aged cultivator sneered, then pointed his fingers like claws towards the pill furnace in the air above the square. Come to me. The pill furnace trembled lightly and flew towards him. Oh no, stop the furnace. The hundreds of competing Lingdan realm cultivators were shocked and subconsciously released an attack towards Xuechen and the others. Seeing hundreds of spells coming their way, Xuechen finally reacted. Damn! Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom accompanied by a series of explosions, a huge smokescreen instantly obscured everyone's vision. The power of the attacks from hundreds of Lingdan realm cultivators was so great that even a Lingying realm cultivator would suffer severe injuries. The high-ranking members of the Tai sect quickly reacted and tried to rescue the situation. However, at that moment, several vines shot out from the smoke and directly entwined the hundreds of cultivators in the air. Oh no, retreat! But how could they escape? In the blink of an eye, the vines bound all the cultivators. As the smoke cleared, Xuechen was holding the pill furnace that belonged to Chen Daoqi. Li Linger beside him was unharmed, but the middle-aged cultivator on the other side was lying unconscious with severe injuries. At that moment, all the cultivators held their breath. Binding hundreds of Lingdan realm cultivators with a single move, even a fool could tell that this old man was extraordinary. The scene fell into complete silence. Xuechen furrowed his brow. He didn't intend to harm those who had attacked him, but at the very least, someone should come forward and apologize. It's best to compensate him with this Tianyuan pill. At this moment, Ling Wuheng had already widened his eyes on the high platform. Him Chen Daoqi cleared his throat and asked, Third Elder, what's wrong? Yes, it's him. Seeing Ling Wuheng's appearance, Chen Daoming directly asked Xuechen, May I ask for the friend's name? I am Xuechen. A gasp echoed among tens of thousands of cultivators. Blood demon? With a swoosh, the senior members of the Tai sect stood up collectively. Ling Wuheng had also calmed down by this time. Ha ha ha, I said he would come, you didn't believe me, but he really came. It had to be said that Ling Wuheng's persecution delusion was already in its late stage. However, under Ling Wuheng's instigation, the senior members of the Tai sect confirmed that Xuechen had come to cause trouble. Master, Chen Daoqi took a deep breath. Don't act impulsively. Let's not mention that the Blood Demon Elder currently holds hundreds of hostages, and I can't see through the opponent's strength for now. The fact that the other party could sneak into our heavily guarded inner gate without a sound shows how terrifying their strength is. To be honest, I can't see through the opponent's true cultivation level right now. I can't even sense a breath surpassing the spiritual energy realm. I suspect that he has already surpassed the spiritual saint realm. After Chen Daoqi finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Ling Wuheng. The inner gate elders were not the kind to blame Ling Wuheng, so naturally, he couldn't accuse him. But his eyes indicated that he was still dissatisfied with Ling Wuheng for attracting such a formidable enemy. Ling Wuheng smiled bitterly and said, Master, this matter started because of me, so let me handle it myself. Ling Wuheng wanted to fly towards the center of the square as he spoke. Third Elder, you can't. Don't act impulsively. Friend Ling, don't be reckless. Whether it was Chen Daoqi or the other elders, they all hurriedly tried to stop him. Even the guests from other sects quickly spoke up to dissuade him, although many of them were insincere. Just then, a slender hand held Ling Wuheng's shoulder. Let me go instead. The person was a handsome young man in his 20s. Master, Master. Greetings, Elder of the Tai sect. Greetings, Elder of the Tai sect of Tai sect. The handsome young man smiled faintly and said, Master and all the elders, no need for formalities. Friends, you don't need to be polite either. The handsome young man looked at the elderly figure in the center of the square and said, Let me test his strength. Elder, you can't. Before Chen Daoqi could finish speaking, the handsome young man had already disappeared from his original position. When the handsome young man reappeared, he was already in front of Xuechen. Xuechen was about to return the pill furnace to the other party, but the aura emanating from the handsome young man was continuously rising. Spiritual energy realm, transcendence realm, spiritual pill realm, spiritual infant realm, spiritual god realm, spiritual saint realm. In just a few breaths, the handsome young man's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the spiritual saint realm. All the cultivators held their breath, about to witness the strength of a great cultivator from the peak of the spiritual saint realm. Xue Chen was dumbfounded. What did this mean? Couldn't he defend himself a bit? However, Xue Chen was no longer a newcomer to the cultivation world. Not causing trouble didn't mean he was afraid. Beauty, are you planning to make a move? Hiss Beauty? Everyone gasped in shock. Even the senior members of the Tai sect, including Chen Daoqi and Ling Wuheng, widened their eyes. They had no idea that their elder and master turned out to be a female cultivator. The handsome young man blushed directly. Never had she thought she would be seen through at a glance. She didn't consider how someone as experienced as Xue Chen, a seasoned old fox, could not see through her simple disguise. But now that things had come to this, there was nothing to hide. The handsome young man removed the hair tied behind her back. Mu Ling Xue of the Tai sect, please instruct me. Mu Ling Xue's long hair floated behind her, coupled with her stunning beauty, momentarily stunning all the cultivators present. Xue Chen didn't care how beautiful she was. If she caused trouble for him for no reason, he wouldn't hold back. Mu Ling Xue took the initiative, waving her hand to cut off Xue Chen's vines. The trapped cultivators were freed in an instant and ran away. Seeing this, Xue Chen immediately struck out, creating a 1,000-foot water dragon that swiftly flew towards Mu Ling Xue. Mu Ling Xue remained calm, lightly tapping her storage bag. A long spear flew out and directly met the huge water dragon. Upon contact, the spear pierced through the water dragon's body, drawing a rainbow in the sky. Good! A disciple in the audience couldn't help but exclaim, but the elder beside him quickly slapped him. Shut up! However, all the cultivators relaxed a bit. It seemed that this blood demon wasn't as strong as they had imagined. Mu Ling Xue smiled faintly at the situation. However, soon everyone's smiles faded. Although the water dragon in the air was injured by the spear, it didn't lose much fighting power. Another 1,000-foot water dragon flew out from Xue Chen's hands, joining the battle. Mu Ling Xue immediately began chanting an incantation and the long spear transformed into a 100-foot-tall giant tiger, roaring and charging at the two water dragons. The tiger's strength was significantly greater than the water dragon's, maintaining the upper hand even against two opponents. However, this method of fighting based on spiritual power was not easy for Xue Chen. In the next moment, another water dragon flew out. The tiger struggled to hold its ground against three opponents. Another water dragon appeared. The tiger was pushed back as it faced four opponents. Yet another water dragon emerged. The tiger turned and fled. Mu Ling Xue was about to control the tiger to transform back into a spear when vines suddenly entwined around her legs. Mu Ling Xue was shocked, and even the high-ranking members of the Tai sect couldn't sit still. Elder, I'll help you. Chen Daoqi, also in the spiritual saint realm, immediately attacked the water dragon in the air. Xue Chen was furious. This was too much. Just as Xue Chen was about to erupt in anger, a delicate hand gently held him back. Senior. Looking at Li Linger beside him, Xue Chen took a deep breath. He suddenly remembered that he had only come to watch the excitement. How did things escalate to this point? Xue Chen turned to look at Mu Ling Xue and Chen Daoming, slowly retracting the water dragons in the air. Let's go. Xue Chen tossed the pill furnace in his hand to Chen Daoqi and prepared to leave with Li Linger. Mu Ling Xue looked at the pill furnace in Chen Daoqi's hand, then at Li Linger's figure, suddenly understanding the blood demon's intentions. It turned out that he wasn't here to cause trouble for her disciple Ling Warren, but for this woman. Wait! Before Xue Chen could frown, Mu Ling Xue took out 2 bottles of pills and threw them to Li Linger, saying, "These 2 bottles of pills are for this fellow Taoist." She didn't want to offend the blood demon in front of her. If the female cultivator in front of her died one day, the blood demon might remember today's events. Although these 2 bottles of pills were important to the Tai sect, it was clearly not worth offending a powerful demon cultivator. Li Linger took the pills handed to her by Mu Ling Xue with confusion. Upon opening them, she joyfully said to Xue Chen, "Senior, these are the Heavenly Origin pill and the Boundary-Breaking pill." Xue Chen's face, which had just shown a hint of anger, instantly broke into a smile. With these 2 pills, Li Linger could heal and break through, and he would have a steady supply of youthful essence pills. CS Sect. On the day Xue Chen and Li Linger returned from the Tai sect, Li Linger immediately went into seclusion. Li Linger did not disappoint Xue Chen after taking the Tianyuan pill and the Boundary-Breaking pill. Not only did she recover from her injuries, but she also broke through to the first level of the spirit infant realm in just 3 months. With Li Linger's cultivation advancing, the production of youth pills also increased instantly. While at the 3rd level of the spirit pill realm, she could only refine 50 youth pills per month, at the 1st level of the spirit infant realm, she could produce 500 per month. The wrinkles on Xue Chen's face were visibly reducing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. This made Xuechen extremely happy, wearing a smile for everyone he met every day. In the main hall of the sect, have there really been no disciples disappearing recently? Reporting to the Sect Master, there have been no missing disciples. Hearing this, Nalan Rongrua furrowed her brows. The wrinkles on Xuechen's face were rapidly fading, noticeable to anyone with keen eyes. Nalan Rongrua immediately thought that Xuechen had started hunting down the sect's disciples. However, after some investigation, no missing or reduced disciples were found. This only deepened her suspicions. Sect Master, nowadays, the number of disciples in our CS sect is increasing, and the pool at the Spirit Spring is not enough. I can't even squeeze in, it's full of people, and even if I manage to get in, I dare not move. Could you talk to Senior Blood Demon and expand a few Spirit Spring pools? Alright, I understand, you may leave. Yes. After the disciple in front of her left, Nalan Rongrua began to contemplate. Logically, the Blood Demon should have hunted down many of their CS sect disciples. After some thought, Nalan Rongrua decided to ask Li Linger. In her opinion, Li Linger and the Blood Demon should have an unusual relationship. After all, she had seen with her own eyes that night. Since the two of them returned a few months ago, she had not seen Li Linger again. Instead, she frequently saw Xuechen sneaking off to the Spirit Medicine Garden. So she believed that Li Linger must know something. In the Spirit Medicine Garden, Li Linger was working overtime to refine youth pills. Xuechen had risked defending the Tai sect to help her obtain the pills and advance to the Spirit Infant realm, so she had to make more youth pills to repay this favor. Elder 5. Nalan Rongrua called out and walked straight in. The next moment, Nalan Rongrua's eyes widened. Elder 5, you've reached the Spirit Infant realm? Li Linger quickly put away the pill furnace, her eyes avoiding Nalan Rongrua's gaze. She had broken through to the Spirit Infant realm a few months ago, but she had been in the Spirit Medicine Garden all this time, and no one knew about her cultivation except Xuechen. Now, seeing Nalan Rongrua, she didn't know how to explain. Sect Master, why are you here? Seeing Li Linger's expression, Nalan Rongrua couldn't help but take a deep breath. Elder 5, you've worked hard. Nalan Rongrua patted Li Linger's shoulder and turned to leave. Li Linger looked bewilderedly at Nalan Rongrua's retreating figure. She had only been refining some pills, was it really that hard? Outside the Spirit Medicine Garden, a tear gently slid down from the corner of Nalan Rongrua's eye. She could almost be certain that Li Linger and the Blood Demon had advanced so quickly by practicing dual cultivation techniques. Elder 5 has devoted herself to practicing dual cultivation techniques with the Blood Demon for the sect. As the Sect Master, I can only watch helplessly. No, I can't let her bear this pain alone. With that in mind, Nalan Rongrua's eyes became determined, and she flew straight towards the Spirit Spring Pool. At the Spirit Spring Pool, Xuechen was leisurely lying on a chair, basking in the sun. Smack 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 smack, I say, oh yang girl, can you chew more quietly when eating? You're a girl, you should be gentle, you know? Oh. Smack smack. Xuechen suddenly had a black line on his face, stood up, and snatched the fruit from Ouyang Qian's hand. Papaya, why are you eating this stuff? Senior, please give it back to me quickly. Say it first, and then I'll give it to you. Ouyang Qian blushed instantly, looking around before leaning close to Xuechen's ear and whispering, they told me that eating papaya can make your chest grow. Xuechen's face darkened at the words. Glancing at Ouyang Qian, who was almost at a C+, Xuechen couldn't help but shake his head. After returning the papaya to Ouyang Qian, Xuechen turned and saw Nalan Rongrua, who looked determined. Oh, Master Nalan, are you preparing to go to the front lines? Nalan Rongrua took a deep breath and said, Senior, I want to talk to you about something. Go ahead. Nalan Rongrua whispered, there are more and more disciples in the sect, and the Lingquan pool is getting crowded. No problem. Before Nalan Rongrua could finish, the ground trembled, and several large pools instantly appeared in shape. Morong Shui and a group of disciples wearing thin clothes ran out instantly. Earthquake! Run! Xuechen grabbed Morong Shui by the collar, his eyes inadvertently scanning the wet disciples. Seeing Xuechen, the disciples looked down at their almost transparent clothes, screamed, and ran back. Xuechen was at a loss, he really didn't see anything. If it were one or two people, he might have seen something, but with a bunch of people coming out, his eyes were overwhelmed. Ahem, it's not an earthquake, it's the expansion of the Lingquan pool. Quick, fill those pools with spirit stones. Oh, Morong Shui obediently nodded. After Morong Shui left, Xuechen turned to the puzzled Nalan Rongrua. Master Nalan, do you have something else to discuss? Nalan Rongrua said to Ouyang Qian, who was eating melon beside him, Ouyang Qian, go help Morong Shui with the spirit stones. Okay. Ouyang Qian nodded, she knew Nalan Rongrua was preparing to talk to Xuechen. After Ouyang Qian left, Nalan Rongrua blushed and whispered, Senior, you can also come to see me at night. Before Xuechen could react, Nalan Rongrua dashed away. What's going on? Xuechen was baffled. Go find her at night? What for? A bewildered Xuechen actually went at night. However, seeing Nalan Rongrua lying on the bed with flushed cheeks and thin clothes, Xuechen turned and ran away. He could now confirm that Nalan Rongrua was experiencing spring fever. To have thoughts about an old man like him, she must be extremely thirsty. From that day on, Xuechen intentionally avoided Nalan Rongrua. Nalan Rongrua, who wanted to sacrifice herself to save her fellow disciples, became depressed when she realized Xuechen had no interest in her. She couldn't understand why, despite being beautiful and under 300 years old, Xuechen rejected her. Meanwhile, Li Linger's cultivation was also improving day by day. The elder of the Tai sect, Mu Lingxue, gave her a bottle of 10 boundary-breaking pills. These pills not only helped to cultivate her at the 9th stage of the spirit realm break through to the spirit infant realm but also rapidly increased the cultivation of those in the spirit infant realm. With the improvement in cultivation, the production of youth pills also increased. As the production of youth pills increased, the supply of medicinal herbs for refining them couldn't keep up with the demand. One day, Li Linger told Xuechen about the shortage of medicinal herbs. No medicinal herbs left? Xuechen immediately asked, where can we buy them? Li Linger said, the Diamond Temple. They produce snow lotus fruits and eternity flowers. Just these two? Yes. Alright, I'll go to the Diamond Temple and buy some right away. Xuechen said and then returned to the Lingquan pool. Morong Shui, do you know where the Diamond Temple is? Yes. Let's go. Without further ado, Xuechen took Morong Shui and flew towards the Diamond Temple. As a sect that had barely survived over a year ago, the Diamond Temple had been living in fear recently. Especially when I heard that the blood demon elder from the CS sect caused a commotion at the Tai sect, even forcing the elders of the Tai sect to bathe with him. The Buddhist monks of the Jingang temple wished they could move out directly. However, what you fear most will come to pass. Abbot, the blood demon elder is here to visit. Garulu Abbot, the blood demon elder is here to visit. Just one sentence made the high-level members of the Jingang temple in the main hall jump up. Abbot, the mountain gate is this way. No, don't call me Abbot, I have already retired. You are the abbot now. Outside the Jingang temple. Looking at the young Buddhist monk in front of him, Xuechen looked puzzled. If he remembered correctly, this kid had just said he was a gatekeeper. Young friend, are you really the abbot of the Jingang temple? Yes. Morong Shui looked at the disciple monk in front of him who hadn't even changed his robe and said, you must have taken office recently, right? Yes, just took office less than a minute ago. Xuechen, Morong Shui. The newly appointed abbot of the Jingang temple, Ming Chen, was not very old, and his cultivation was pitifully low, just at the first level of the mortal realm. Led by Ming Chen, the two entered this temple full of incense. As soon as they entered, Xuechen and the others saw a group of old monks looking around sneakily. When these people saw Xuechen and the others come in, they quickly dispersed. The last one with nowhere to run quickly picked up a broom nearby and started sweeping the floor. Abbot Ming Chen, your floor-sweeping monk's cultivation is not bad. He's already at the spirit infant realm, right? Ming Chen, unfazed, said, the blood demon elder is too kind. We at the Jingang temple focus solely on Buddhist practice. We only like to chant scriptures, not concerned with cultivation. Indeed, Xuechen nodded. Truly a proper Buddhist temple. If he remembered correctly, many years ago he had seen a similar movie, where the cultivation of the floor sweepers was indeed the highest. Just then, several long-haired female Buddhist disciples walked past Xuechen. Xuechen looked at Ming Chen in confusion and asked, does your Jingang temple have female disciples? Ah! Ming Chen looked at Xuechen bewilderedly. Is it not allowed? Xuechen shook his head and said, no, I'm just curious. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be female practitioners among the Buddhists. But Guanyin of the Shishan Dali temple seemed to be a female incarnation. No, it seemed to be a male incarnation. Time had passed too long, and Xuechen couldn't remember clearly. Just as the three were leaving, the old monk who was sweeping the floor immediately dropped the broom in his hand. No, this old blood demon is lecherous. We must not let him take notice of our female disciples. If he were to harm our Jingang temple, it would be a disaster. With that in mind, the old monk immediately called over a group of elders. Abbot! Shoo, call me abbot no more, call me the abbot. Immediately expel all female disciples. Let them leave our Jingang temple at once. From now on, our Jingang temple will not accept female disciples. Yes, abbot. Xuechen did not know that his casual remark had turned the Jingang temple into a purely male Buddhist sect. Meanwhile, Xuechen and Morong Shui, after wandering around with Ming Chen, arrived at the dining hall. The prepared monks immediately brought out various delicious dishes. Do you still eat meat? Not long after, Xuechen and the others left. As soon as they left, a group of monks rushed in. By the abbot's order, from now on, the dining hall is not allowed to serve meat dishes. Everyone must eat vegetarian. CS Sect. Spirit Medicine Garden. These are all the snow lotus fruits and eternity flowers from the Jingang Temple. Shueqin handed 2 storage bags to Li Linger and continued, the next batch of snow lotus fruits and eternity flowers will take at least 10 years to mature. Is this enough? Li Linger took the storage bags, took a look, and then gasped in shock. More than enough, it's probably going to last 100 years. She strongly suspected that Shueqin had directly plundered the Diamond Temple. That's enough, senior, these are enough for us to refine tens of thousands of youth pills. Shueqin nodded happily at the words. That's good, that's good. Elderly, you go ahead with your work, I won't disturb you. Safe travels, senior. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Congratulations, host, on living another year. Congratulations, host, on receiving the Longevity Award, plus 10,000 life points, plus 10,000 mana points, plus 10 spirit stones. Shueqin casually took out spirit stones from his pocket and threw them into his storage bag. He no longer cared about this stuff. And what's the use of 10 spirit stones? Over the year, Shueqin consumed over 5,000 youth pills, causing nearly a third of the wrinkles on his face to disappear. Previously, he looked like a 120-year-old man from the mortal world. Now he looked younger, maybe around 110. Comfortable, with a few more decades, I'll be back to 20. Fantasizing about returning to his 20s and dating some young girls, a faint smile appeared on Shueqin's lips. However, he soon realized he was wrong. No matter what elixir, consuming too much of it would naturally build resistance in the body. Time passed swiftly, and another year went by. Congratulations, host, on living another year. Congratulations, host, on receiving the Longevity Award, plus 10,000 life points, plus 10,000 mana points, plus 10 spirit stones. Shueqin's face turned ugly as he threw the spirit stones from his pocket. Over the year, he still consumed over 5,000 youth pills. However, the wrinkles on his face decreased by less than 200. The effect was drastically reduced, or rather, completely ineffective. The nearly 1,000 youth pills he had consumed in the past 2 months had no effect at all. Shueqin knew it was time to leave. The road to longevity was long, and the path to rejuvenation was distant and arduous. One day, Shueqin found Li Linger. Elderly, I'm ready to leave. Li Linger felt a sense of loss upon hearing this, for she knew that the youth pills could no longer help Shueqin. Li Linger didn't try to stop him but silently handed a bag of youth pills to Shueqin. Senior, this month's youth pills. Shueqin didn't take the pills from Li Linger's hand but quietly looked at the young girl in front of him. After a while, Shueqin smiled and took the bag of youth pills. Li Linger, can you give me 2 boundary-breaking pills? Li Linger was surprised for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Li Linger didn't ask if Shueqin would come back. Shueqin didn't say either. At the sect's main hall. Master Nalan, I've come to bid farewell. Nalan Rongrua looked at Shueqin incredulously. He was leaving without reaping the disciples of the Shiyu sect? Why did he recruit so many disciples? Why did the blood demon spend so many spirit stones nurturing disciples? Nalan Rongrua felt a mess in his head. Master Nalan, I've troubled you at the Shiyu sect these years. Please accept these spirit stones. Shueqin took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it to Nalan Rongrua with a smile, then continued, I won't say goodbye to Morong and Ouyang. Please help me deliver these 2 boundary-breaking pills to them. Also, I have some advice. Master Nalan, you might consider recruiting some male disciples into the sect. Of course, I'm just speaking casually. Master Nalan, farewell. Shueqin finished speaking and turned to leave, only then did Nalan Rongrua come back to her senses. Blood demon before Nalan Rongrua could even say the word senior, Shueqin immediately interrupted her and said, stop. Ah! Shueqin sighed and waved his hand without facing Nalan Rongrua. Nalan Master, forget about me, it's impossible between us, Shueqin said before flying towards the CS sect. Nalan Rongrua, _ Actually, it's not surprising that Shueqin misunderstood. After all, it was Nalan Rongrua who misunderstood first. This misunderstanding still remains unresolved. Outside the CS sect, Shueqin glanced at this place where he had stayed for years. To be honest, he really liked it here. There was no fighting, and there were many beautiful female cultivators. Not only did he have 2 friends, Morong Shuet and Ouyang Qian, but also the beauty Li Linger. And there was even a beautiful Sect Master who had a crush on him. But in order to rejuvenate, Shueqin had to leave. Maybe one day, I will really come back. Shueqin muttered, then flew towards the direction of the Tai sect. Muling Shuet, the elder of the Tai sect, was definitely not young, but maintaining a youthful appearance of 20 years, Xu Huichen felt it necessary to seek advice from him. He even suspected that Mu Lingxue might possess the method of rejuvenation. Tai City. Xu Huichen found a place to rest at a leisure establishment for a night. Although I have some acquaintance with Mu Daoist, it's still appropriate to bring some gifts when visiting. With this in mind, early the next morning, Xu Huichen headed to a gift shop. Tai City was large, with many gift shops, some run by cultivators. Xu Huichen had no shortage of spirit stones, so naturally, he had to buy expensive gifts. Of course, there were no particularly precious gifts in Tai City. After all, they were just shops run by cultivators of the spiritual energy realm and the transcendence realm. The true meaning of gifts lies in the thought behind them. Destined Fate, what an interesting name for this gift shop. Dao, blood demon. Before the shopkeeper could finish saying Daoist friend, he remembered where he had seen the face in front of him. Blood demon old weirdo. Oh, you know me? Xu Huichen walked in with a smile. However, even with Xu Huichen's smile, the shopkeeper's legs went weak. Watching the blood demon old weirdo looking around the shop, the shopkeeper almost knelt down. Xu Huichen glanced around casually and lost interest. Any gift would do. Shopkeeper, the packaging of the gifts in your shop is not quite up to par. Gulp. The shopkeeper swallowed and quickly said, Senior blood demon, these are all samples. If you wish, we can redo them. Xu Huichen nodded at the words. Alright, help me prepare 10 of each gift. Pack them nicely, and after wrapping, send them to Mu Lingxue of the Tai Sect. Ah! The shopkeeper's mouth fell open. Elder Mu Lingxue of the Tai Sect. Not good. The blood demon old weirdo was proposing to the elder Mu Lingxue. What? Can't you deliver them? Yes. The shopkeeper nodded quickly, fearing that if he said a word of refusal, the capricious old weirdo in front of him might crush him with a single hand. Satisfied, Xu Huichen asked, Alright, how much spirit stones? I dare not. 99 spirit stones. Good. After paying the spirit stones, Xu Huichen casually said, Help me pass a message to Daoist Mu, tell him I will visit tomorrow. Xu Huichen said and left directly. Little did he know, a huge misunderstanding was approaching. Half a day later, over 100 boxes of gifts arrived in front of Chen Daoqi. Are you sure these are from the blood demon old weirdo for the elder Mu? The shopkeeper of Destined Fate gift shop quickly nodded and said, Yes, master, these were personally ordered by Senior Blood Demon to be sent to the elder Mu. Hiss damn! What does he mean by this? Ling Warren kicked over a box of gifts, glaring fiercely at the shopkeeper. Seeing this, the shopkeeper swallowed hard. Third elder, don't be impulsive. Chen Daoqi advised, perhaps this is a misunderstanding. These gifts are estimated to be. Chen Daoqi hadn't finished speaking when he saw several sets of clothes rolling out of the overturned box. Red in color, with the character for happiness. What kind of business does your gift shop mainly do? We specialize in matchmaking. Our shop organizes engagements. Before the shopkeeper could finish, Ling Warren became angry again. Damn it! Blood demon old monster, you have gone too far in disrespecting my Tai sect. Despite Ling Warren looking old, Mu Lingxue was his true master. As the saying goes, a day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. Well, now it's as a mother. The blood demon old monster's actions were undoubtedly not implying he wanted to marry his mother to be his father. How could Ling Warren endure this? Chen Daoqi gestured to the gift-giving shopkeeper and the shopkeeper quickly ran off. After the shopkeeper left, Chen Daoqi spoke up, Third elder, calm down, let the grand elder handle this personally. What needs my personal attention? Mu Lingxue suddenly appeared next to Ling Warren, smiling as she patted his shoulder. Warren, I've always told you not to get angry, remember to take deep breaths. Have you forgotten? Ling Warren dared to show his temper to others, but not to Mu Lingxue. He was the disciple Mu Lingxue had taken in since childhood, and the only one. Precisely because he was the only one, being beaten was a common occurrence. After being beaten many times, he naturally became afraid. Phew master, I'm feeling better now. Mu Lingxue nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the pile of gifts on the ground. Mu Lingxue casually picked up a bridal gown from the box Ling Warren had kicked over and said with a smile, This dress looks quite nice. Is there a disciple in the sect getting married? Upon hearing Mu Lingxue's question, Ling Warren and Chen Daoqi fell into silence. At the same time, both of them avoided looking at Mu Lingxue. Seeing their expressions, Mu Lingxue furrowed her brow directly. What, is someone trying to forcibly marry a disciple of my Tai sect? Both men nodded, then shook their heads. Seeing their reactions, Mu Lingxue sternly demanded, Speak. Chen Daoqi hurriedly said, It is a forced marriage, but not to a disciple, it's to the grand elder. Mu Lingxue was momentarily stunned, then she realized. Besides her, there were 2 grand elders in the Tai sect, and the other one was a male who usually secluded himself. Looking at Ling Warren's distressed expression, Mu Lingxue immediately frowned and asked, "Who is it?" "Blood demon old monster." "Alright, I understand." Mu Lingxue gently placed down the bridal gown in her hand, turned and walked towards the main hall. "Grand Elder, you don't need to worry about this matter, I will handle it." After saying this, Mu Lingxue disappeared in front of the two. Tai City. Xuechen was chatting with the courtesan Zhang Yi about life ideals at the dream immortal residence when suddenly their vision blurred, and Mu Lingxue appeared next to them. Zhang Yi was startled by Mu Lingxue's sudden appearance and instinctively threw herself into Xuechen's arms. Xuechen was taken aback by this unexpected embrace. Seeing this, Mu Lingxue frowned and said, "Blood demon friend, can we talk alone?" "Oh." Xuechen and Zhang Yi then realized and quickly let go of each other. I'll go outside and wait for you." After saying this, Zhang Yi ran out of the room. Once Zhang Yi left, Xuechen straightened his clothes, actually just patting his sleeves. "Mu friend, please have a seat." Xuechen smiled and asked, "I was planning to visit the Tai sect tomorrow, didn't expect Mu friend to come in person. How about it? Have you received the gifts I sent you?" Mu Lingxue calmly nodded and sat down opposite Xuechen. "Blood demon friend, may I tell you a story?" Although Xuechen didn't know why Mu Lingxue wanted to tell him a story, he was very interested in listening to stories. And in such a romantic place. Subconsciously, Xuechen took out his notebook and looked at Mu Lingxue expectantly. Mu Lingxue didn't pay attention to Xuechen's actions but slowly began to speak. "Many years ago he entered the sect a year before me. When I was young, I always dreamed of traveling the world with a sword. Until one day, I was ambushed by enemies. Just when I thought I was doomed, he appeared and bravely rushed towards the enemy to protect me. We agreed to become Dao companions when we reached the spiritual infant realm. But his cultivation remained at the 9th level of the spiritual pill realm. He was 76 that year, and I was 72. Now I am 8,460 years old, and he is still 76. But what we have in common is that he is still unmarried, and I am still unwed. Ling Warren is his brother's son, and I have always treated him as my own child." With that, Mu Lingxue revealed a radiant smile. It seemed that in her heart, he had always been by her side. Mu Lingxue finished speaking and looked quietly at Xuechen. She wanted to tell Xuechen that her lifelong love had been given to someone else. Her heart was closed off, and she had children who were not blood-related. To be honest, Xuechen was quite moved. But he couldn't help but feel awkward imagining Mu Lingxue, such a beautiful woman, embracing Ling Warren, that old man, patting his shoulder and head, saying good boy. Most importantly, what did it have to do with him? Was she perhaps looking for a companion after being single for so long? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told him she had been single all this time. Thinking this, Xuechen regretfully said, "Friend Mu, I sympathize with your experience, and I am touched. I truly envy your love. However, I'm sorry, I appreciate your kindness, but I currently have no plans to find a Dao companion." "What's this?" Mu Lingxue widened her eyes and looked at Xuechen. "You're rejecting me?" Xuechen, coming out of the dream immortal residence, didn't look too good. He and Mu Lingxue also cleared up their misunderstanding. He received both good and bad news. The bad news was that Mu Lingxue had not practiced the eternal youth technique, so maintaining a youthful appearance at 20 was purely due to her high talent and rapid cultivation breakthroughs. The lifespan of a 9th-level spiritual sage was 21,000 years, and Mu Lingxue, at 8,460 years old, was equivalent to a human in their 30s. It was normal for her to maintain a youthful appearance at 20, considering the slow aging process of cultivators. However, Mu Lingxue also gave Xuechen some good news. There was a sect called Tianshan located 70 million miles away from Tai sect. It was rumored that the Tianshan fairy would repeatedly switch between youth and old age. However, this person was very dangerous, said to be a demonic cultivator. Their cultivation level was unknown, but when Mu Lingxue was still at the spiritual pill realm, the other party was already a great spiritual sage. Over 8,000 years had passed, and Mu Lingxue had no idea if the other party had made any breakthroughs or to what extent. Because they had no conflicts, the Tianshan fairy seemed to have never left Tianshan, occasionally only sending out news that they were still alive. Xuechen let out a long sigh and flew towards Tianshan. There was indeed a method to rejuvenate in the eastern continent, but it was much more difficult than he had imagined. It was simple for ordinary people to rejuvenate, just needing a youthful pill to restore them from old age to a 20-year-old appearance. However, cultivators had longer lifespans and vastly different physiques, so the effects of the youthful pill were not as ideal. Although there were similar elixirs, they were no longer helpful to Xuechen. He could only search for a rejuvenation technique. Time flew by, a year passing in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, host, on surviving another year. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Longevity Award, with plus 10,000 life points, plus 10,000 mana points, and 10 spirit stones. Shuechen sighed and put the spirit stones into his storage bag. System, you always reward me with life and mana points, can't you give me some youth points as well? However, Shuechen's complaint received no response from the system. Over the years, he had complained several times. This system was not very intelligent, belonging to the type that was completely uncommunicative. It only did two things, reward Shuechen and then ask him to run. The location of Tianshan Mountain falls within the sphere of influence of the Xiantian sect. It was under the jurisdiction of the Xiantian sect but not directly governed by them. It was similar to the current situation of the Xie sect, located in the territory of the Tai sect but operating independently. The Xiantian sect had attempted to subdue Tianshan Mountain but failed. Over the millennia, the Xiantian sect had launched 2 attacks, both ending with their own elders heavily injured and fleeing in defeat. Eventually, the Xiantian sect gave up on the territory of Tianshan Mountain for hundreds of thousands of miles. There were 4 sects bordering the Tianshan region: the Spirit Sword sect, the Fire Cloud Cave, the Heavenly Sound Valley, and the Star Pavilion. Shuechen was currently within the jurisdiction of the Spirit Sword sect. Excuse me, how do I get to the Spirit Sword sect? A middle-aged cultivator was stopped, and upon seeing the fluctuation of Shuechen's 9th level spiritual qi, he straightened up. Young friend, it's not appropriate to address me like that. Among cultivators, only peers can be called friends. As a grand cultivator in the spiritual pill realm, you should address me as senior. Shuechen, seeing the cultivator in front of him preparing to educate him, Shuechen immediately took out a cultivation method book for the spiritual infant realm and practiced for half a minute. The next moment, a powerful aura erupted from Shuechen. 9th level spiritual infant realm. The middle-aged cultivator. Ahem. Shuechen stood up straight and lightly coughed to educate him, saying, young friend, you are right, among cultivators, only peers can be called friends. So, what did you just call me? The middle-aged cultivator, with a constipated expression, said, senior. After a conversation, Shuechen learned the name of the middle-aged cultivator, Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai was an elder of a small sect and was currently preparing to go to the market in the Spirit Sword sect for some business. Senior, may I know your name? I am Shuechen. Blood demon? Zhou Tai trembled instantly. What's wrong? And nothing. Zhou Tai wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously asked, may I know what business senior has at the Spirit Sword sect? Shuechen smiled and said, actually, it's nothing important. I originally wanted to visit the ferry of Tianshan, but I heard she never sees visitors. Upon hearing about the business dealings between the Spirit Sword sect and Tianshan, I decided to go to the Spirit Sword sect to give it a try. Zhou Tai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, as long as Shuechen wasn't causing trouble for the Spirit Sword sect. Senior, I advise you not to go to Tianshan. Oh, why is that? Senior, you may not know, but the ferry of Tianshan is rumored to be extremely fierce. Any cultivator from outside Tianshan who was caught there faces a dead end. Even if they manage to survive, they lose most of their cultivation and are thrown into the mines. Zhou Tai added. Even demonic cultivators face the same fate. Shuechen furrowed his brows upon hearing this news. It was not good for him. However, he still planned to thank Zhou Tai for informing him of this information. As for the way to express his gratitude, senior, the Huanhuan sect is just 500 miles ahead. Let me tell you, the female cultivators of the Huanhuan sect are. Ahem, Zhou Daoist friend, I'm just here to broaden my horizons. Senior, I understand. In fact, this is my first time here too. The Huanhuan sect, primarily composed of female cultivators, had 9 levels of female cultivators within the sect. The Hawan sect is just a small sect within the influence of the Lingjian sect, with the highest cultivation level in the sect being only at the 7th level of the spirit pill realm. However, the Hawan sect has quite a few disciples, numbering in the thousands. Yet, the overall strength of these cultivators is generally low, mostly possessing mixed spiritual roots. Mixed spiritual roots refer to spiritual roots with multiple attributes. The advantage of having mixed spiritual roots is the ability to cultivate techniques from multiple disciplines, but the downside is also evident: it is difficult to achieve high accomplishments. There have been rumors of a sacred ground once fully nurturing a mixed spiritual root genius, but the result only reached the Spirit Saint realm. For those outside the sacred ground, the Spirit Saint realm naturally represents the peak combat power. However, for a sacred ground, it would be more of a loss than gain. Even if this mixed spiritual root in the Spirit Saint realm is very strong and possesses the ability to fight across realms, compared to the resources invested in them, it is simply not worth it. In such a situation, mixed spiritual roots gradually began to be abandoned by the sects of cultivators. Nowadays, there are no sects willing to accept disciples with mixed spiritual roots. Consequently, many mixed spiritual root cultivators find themselves struggling on the edge of cultivation. Their progress is slow, and their strength is low. Therefore, they can only rely on doing business to support themselves. And the Hawan sect is involved in the business of flesh trade. Although it may seem unclean, they are actually just poor little cultivators striving for cultivation resources. The original Hawan sect was founded by a few female cultivators in the spiritual Qi realm. It gradually expanded later on and started accepting disciples with mixed spiritual roots who were not accepted by other sects. However, their cultivation levels have always been low, and they would often be taken advantage of by some rogue cultivators who wouldn't pay them after services. It wasn't until a powerful cultivator fell in love with a female cultivator from the Hawan sect that things changed. As the saying goes, it's better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish. This unknown powerful cultivator created a cultivation technique exclusively for them. Since then, the disciples of the Hawan sect have slowly progressed from the mortal realm to the spirit pill realm, and their lives have gradually improved. Xiaoxian, Dongxue, Senior Zhou is here to see you, Zhou Tai shouted before even entering the Hawan sect, causing Xuechen to be speechless. Friend Zhou, are you sure this is your first visit? Well. Zhou Tai looked embarrassed. Just then, two young girls ran over. They unabashedly hugged Zhou Tai's arm and used their chests to push against him. Senior Zhou, you're finally here. We haven't seen you in half a year. Zhou Tai awkwardly smiled and then shifted his attention, saying, this is Senior Blood Demon. Senior Blood Demon is a great cultivator at the 9th level of the Spirit Infant realm. Quickly, go and have someone receive him. Xiaoxian and Dongxue shivered involuntarily. Blood Demon? The Hawan sect had received demon cultivators before. But thinking about the fate of those sisters who had received demon cultivators, the two of them felt weak in the legs. At the same time, they were somewhat excited at the thought of their sect leader having a close relationship with the blood demon. Xuechen didn't notice anything wrong with the two girls. He thought they were using charms on Zhou Tai. We will inform the sect leader immediately. The high-ranking members of the Hawan sect immediately learned that a demon cultivator at the 9th level of the Spirit Infant realm had arrived at their sect. Shortly after, 3 female cultivators at the Spirit Pill realm welcomed Xuechen, including the sect leader of the Hawan sect, Shi Yufei, at the 7th level of the Spirit Pill realm. Hawan sect's Fengyue Pavilion. Xuechen subconsciously took out his notebook as he looked at the 3 lightly dressed female cultivators in front of him. Let's begin. Shi Yufei blushed and glanced at her 2 companions before somewhat embarrassedly asking, Senior, are we doing it here? The scenery here is pleasant, so let's do it here. Hey, why are you taking off your clothes? No, don't take off my clothes, don't touch their oh my. Xuechen felt sympathetic towards Shi Yufei's plight. Absent father, immature husband, unborn child. But this is not the reason they almost fought each other. They were just innocent elderly people who came to listen to stories. Snowchen happened to meet Zhou Tai, who was still unsatisfied, coming out with his pants on from the 3 fierce female cultivators at the Fengyue Pavilion. Senior, how was it? Dependable. How come your cultivation level? Snowchen clearly remembered that Zhou Tai was at the 4th level of the Spirit Pill realm when he arrived yesterday, but now this guy was only at the 3.5 level of the Spirit Pill realm. Why say it's the 3.5 level? Because this guy's cultivation level was drastically unstable. Just then, Xiaoxiang and Dongxue, 2 female cultivators with clear and refreshing spirits, walked out. Snowchen was surprised once again. These 2 female cultivators were at the 7th level of the Spirit Qi realm yesterday, but today they had reached the 8th level of the Spirit Qi realm. In an instant, Snowchen understood. Absorbing Yang to nourish Yin. The cultivation level lost by Zhou Tai was absorbed by the 2 female cultivators, Xiaoxiang and Dongxue. The 2 of them hugged Zhou Tai's arms and said, Elder Zhou, we can't bear to part with you. Zhou Tai gritted his teeth and comforted, don't worry, once I stabilize my cultivation level when I go back, I'll come find you immediately. His Snowchen immediately took a sharp breath. Damn, this guy is simply lecherous to the extreme. No, he's just lecherous to the point of recklessness. After a few minutes of intimacy, Zhou Tai still reluctantly bid farewell to the 2 women. Shortly after, the 2 of them left the Hahuan sect. They didn't rush to leave but flew at a low speed in the sky. According to Zhou Tai, there was a joyful valley next door, and before heading to the Ling sect, he wanted to visit there. Just by hearing the name, Snowchen knew that this joyful valley was not a decent place, so he readily agreed to this proposal. While flying to the joyful valley, a major event occurred at the Ling sect. Boom, the great Tao is boundless, all swords return to one, the sword comes. Above the Ling sect, countless flying swords gathered together to form a huge long sword. This long sword was like a sword of world destruction, dragging a long sword aura as it slashed towards a blood cloud in the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a middle-aged man in white robe standing on top of this huge sword. The man in the white robe was none other than the supreme elder of the Ling sect, the sword saint of the boundless sword. Boundless. I never expected you, old man, to have also achieved the spirit god realm. But dreaming of killing me, the blood demon, you're just daydreaming. The blood cloud rolled for a moment, and a huge face instantly formed. The big face opened its blood basin and swallowed the slashed giant sword in one gulp. Without any surprise, the blood cloud swallowed both the boundless sword and the boundless himself. However, soon the face of the blood cloud began to distort and emit painful roars continuously. No! Boom! After a moment, the blood cloud exploded, and large amounts of blood began to drip towards the ground. All swords returned to the sect. Boundless shouted, and the giant sword instantly turned into thousands of lights chasing after the blood rain. Before a drop of blood rain could fall to the ground, it was all destroyed by the sword lights. However, Boundless did not notice that there was a drop of blood attached to the back of his long sword. By the time he landed, that drop of blood instantly burrowed into the ground. It was too late by the time Boundless realized. Boundless, wait, I will come back for revenge sooner or later. The voice of the blood demon was still 100 miles away at the beginning, but by the time the last word fell, he had already escaped at least 10,000 miles. Supreme Elder. The Sect Master of the Ling sect and a group of elders finally gathered around. Supreme Elder, now that the blood demon has escaped, we may be in big trouble. However, Boundless just smiled faintly. The blood demon is seriously injured, and his cultivation level will definitely plummet. The blood demon can be reborn with a drop of blood, and I am not confident in completely killing him in one battle. So, it's better to let him escape. After saying this, Boundless slowly extended his hand from behind. When Boundless opened his palm, everyone was overjoyed instantly. In the hands of Wuji was a drop of blood, the blood of the blood demon. The blood demon was unaware that he was attached to the long sword in Wuji's hand, not because Wuji hadn't noticed him, but because Wuji was afraid he had left some other means behind and intentionally let him go. With this drop of blood, the Spirit Sword sect could observe his whereabouts at any time. They were just waiting for him to recover a bit, then they would immediately send someone to attack him. Spread the word, all disciples pursuing the blood demon, remember, do not kill him. I want to see how many times he can recover. Yes, Elder Supreme. Happy Valley. Shuechen and Jotai had just finished a night of joy. After bidding farewell reluctantly to the female cultivators of Happy Valley, the two headed towards the direction of the Spirit Sword sect. Don't ask why they didn't fly, the answer is they couldn't. However, Jotai couldn't hold on for long as they walked. Senior, wait, let's rest for a bit, my back is aching. Alright, I'm feeling a bit weak in the legs too. Last night, Shuechen and the female cultivators of Happy Valley had played games all night, and being already old and frail, he was starting to feel the strain. The two sat on a large rock, Jotai massaging his back, while Shuechen lightly tapped his old and weak legs. After a moment, Jotai stood up and said, Senior, wait for me, I need to use the restroom, I drank too much last night. Sure, go ahead. Feeling a bit weary, Shuechen slowly lay down on the rock. Over the years, in his pursuit of rejuvenation, his nerves had been stretched too tight. Meeting a like-minded Taoist friend, he rarely found a chance to relax. On the other side, Jotai entered the woods to relieve himself. However, just as he was urinating, a drop of blood followed his urine and entered his body. Normally, Jotai would have noticed this drop of blood, but after 2 consecutive nights of intense battles, he was feeling a bit disoriented. The moment the blood entered Jotai's body, he immediately sensed it, but it was too late. Jotai tried to cry out for help, but no sound came out. Soon, the blood that entered his body invaded his brain, devouring his memories. Blood demon? Humph, a mere 9th level Ling infant realm dares to call himself a blood demon like me, simply seeking death. Once I consume you, I'll have the confidence to fight against the Spirit Sword sect again. Jotai sneered and then put on his pants before walking towards Shuechen. Senior, I'm ready, we can set off now. Alright, let's go. Little did Shuechen know that the current Jotai was no longer the Jotai he once knew. After all, he hadn't known Jotai for long and had little understanding of him. Jotai, is there something you need to do with the Spirit Sword sect? The blood demon, who had absorbed Jotai's memories, naturally knew what was going on, but at this moment, he was absolutely not going to take Shuechen to the Spirit Sword sect. Nothing major, just going to pay some protection fees. Shuechen nodded in response. He was aware of the practice of lower sects paying protection fees to higher sects. It wasn't a big deal, and sometimes sects would even accumulate debts. Generally, as long as it wasn't a demonic sect, the higher sects wouldn't be too concerned, even if the payment was late or missed occasionally. Senior, Yunshui residence is not far from here, and it won't take us much out of the way. How about we visit my two friends there? Visit again? Jodai thought he would have to persuade Shuechen, but to his surprise, Shuechen immediately agreed. Sure, it's only right to visit friends when passing by. Jotai's mouth twitched. However, he was secretly pleased as he had already planned how to ambush and absorb Shuechen's cultivation and body. The naive Shuechen naturally had no idea that his friend beside him had murderous intentions. Little did Jotai know that the cultivators from the Spirit Sword sect were already on their way. The map of the cultivation world was vast. Although Yunshuiju is not far from Happy Valley, it is still a considerable distance for cultivators who can fly. Even though the two of them moved as fast as they could, they only covered less than a tenth of the journey in a whole day. Shuechen didn't rush Jotai, knowing that pushing him would only make him seem anxious. For Shuechen, who had a lifespan without end, a few days were no different from the blink of an eye. And so, the two of them walked for another 3 days. After a few days of traveling together, Shuechen had come to see Jotai as a true friend. Of course, Shuechen was unaware that the Jotai by his side had long been possessed by the blood demon old monster. The possessed Jotai was constantly looking for an opportunity to kill Shuechen and devour his physical body. However, Shuechen's energy was too vigorous, preventing Jotai from finding a chance to strike. What Jotai didn't know was that the hidden Lingjian sect cultivators also couldn't find an opportunity to act. Shuechen never concealed his aura, causing the Lingjian sect cultivators to hesitate to make a move. And so, on the 4th night of their journey to Yunshuiju, the two arrived at Immortal City. Shiliang City, Immortal Residence. Shuechen wanted to go in and listen to stories from the courtesans, while Jotai showed no interest in mortal women and left. The two agreed to meet outside the city the next morning before temporarily parting ways. Sir has money. After a brief exchange, Shuechen met the courtesan of the Immortal Residence, Jingyi, who was calm and elegant. The courtesan was a pair of sisters, whom Shuechen had met for the first time. With 2 spirit stones placed on the table, Jingyi, who had no story to tell, began recounting the tragic experiences of the 2 sisters. Orphaned at a young age, the sisters relied on each other, with one sister marrying her lover while the other developed a secret affection for her sister's husband. In the end, they both tragically perished, ending up in a brothel to heal their emotional wounds. The story was decent, and Shuechen naturally transcribed it into his own notebook. Afterwards, the 3 of them discussed some local anecdotes. Meanwhile, in a mountain forest hundreds of miles from Shiliang City, Jotai coughed up blood and felt weakened. Damn it, how did those guys find me? After parting ways with Shuechen, he had intended to find a cultivator to drink blood, but he was ambushed as soon as he sensed a cultivator's presence. 8 Lingjian sect cultivators at the Spirit Pill realm directly beat him up, nearly killing him on the spot. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and managed to escape. Lingjian sect, you will pay for this. After uttering a threat, Jotai began treating his injuries. His cultivation method was unique, allowing him to heal quickly but at the cost of his cultivation base. An hour later, Jotai had finished healing, but in his anger at having dropped to the 2nd level of the Spirit Pill realm, he smashed a nearby tree with a palm strike. The 8 Lingjian sect cultivators then emerged. So you were hiding here, we wouldn't have found you if you hadn't smashed the tree. Before Jotai could finish cursing, the 8 men charged at him and beat him up again. Half an hour later, Jotai, with severe injuries, managed to hide in a cave. Lingjian sect, you've gone too far. When I return to my peak, it will be your time to die. After making his threat, Jotai sat down to heal. Another hour later, he had finished healing, but his cultivation had dropped to the 1st level of the Spirit Pill realm. Frustrated at his decreased cultivation, Jotai kicked a stone in anger. Swish ha, so you were hiding here, we wouldn't have found you if you hadn't kicked the stone. Jotai. Without further ado, the 8 Lingjian sect men rushed in once again, grabbing Jotai and subjecting him to a brutal beating. This time, it was particularly harsh. After barely escaping, Jotai realized his pants had been torn off, one shoe was missing, and even his leg had been injured. He was clever this time and ran straight back to Shiliang City. The Lingjian sect cultivators who were secretly watching did not follow him. They didn't know Shuechen and had no idea about his relationship with the blood demon. The brief night passed quickly. Shuechen had just come out of Jingya and Jingyi's room when he ran into Jotai, who happened to be leaving. Shuechen sensed that Jotai had stayed next door in the middle of the night. However, Shuechen frowned when he realized that Jotai had reached the 9th level of the mortal realm at this moment. Senior, before Jotai could explain, Shuechen patted his shoulder with a serious tone and said, Hey, young man, show some restraint. Without a doubt, Shuechen thought Jotai had once again wasted his cultivation. What Shuechen didn't know was that Jotai had been attacked by someone else. 8 big men. And it was a 3-round attack. Seeing Jotai's appearance, Shuechen was truly afraid that he might not even make it to the Lingjian sect. However, it was someone else's hobby, so Shuechen didn't say much. "Friend Zhou, are you still going to Yunshui residence?" Jotai immediately replied, "Yes." If he's not going to Yunshui residence, could he really be going to the Lingjian sect? He must be seeking death. Shuechen didn't care anymore. After all, it was Jotai's own body. What he didn't know was that Jotai was already eager to devour him. The blood demon possessing Jotai knew that if he delayed any longer, his chances would become even slimmer. "It seems that I have to use that move now." Watching Shuechen's back, a cold light flashed in Jotai's eyes. Unaware that Jotai was preparing to attack him, Shuechen was still admiring the scenery along the way. Suddenly, Jotai pointed to the side and shouted, "There's a beauty!" Shuechen turned his head without any guard upon hearing this. In the mountain forest, a woman in her 40s or 50s was carrying grass on her back and walking down the mountain. "This counts too?" Shuechen was speechless. However, in the instant he turned his head, Jotai behind him shot a blood arrow from his forehead straight towards the back of Shuechen's head. Ding! The blood arrow didn't pierce Shuechen's head as Jotai had imagined. Instead, it was deflected and flew directly towards his shoulder. Jotai. Alert, alert. Host is suffering a fatal injury, please escape immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999998. Enemy attack? Shuechen was shocked and quickly turned around to look. He saw a 30-centimeter blood arrow lodged in Jotai's shoulder. "Friend Zhou, don't be afraid." Shuechen immediately pulled out the blood arrow. "Don't!" Jotai's warning came too late. As the blood arrow was removed, his blood sprayed all over Shuechen's face. "Ah!" Seeing this, Shuechen immediately realized his mistake and hurriedly inserted the blood arrow back. "Jotai, all for all oh. Friend Zhou, don't panic, let me heal you," Shuechen said as he placed his palm on Jotai's chest. With a large amount of spiritual power flowing into Jotai's body, the injury on his shoulder instantly healed. After treating Jotai's injury, Shuechen finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Jotai fell into silence as he looked at the blood arrow still stuck in his shoulder. "Damn it, if I knew this old man had so much spiritual power, I wouldn't have let him put it back." "Wait, it wasn't me who let him put it back." Just then, Shuechen spoke up. "Friend Zhou, let's leave quickly, this place is not safe." Hearing this, Jotai's eyes flickered as he said, "Senior, I actually saw someone attacking us just now." His intention was to shift the blame to the Lingjian sect. However, he underestimated Shuechen's patience as a shrinking turtle. "Forget it, it's better to avoid trouble, maybe they didn't mean it." Jotai, _. Taking a deep breath, Jotai temporarily held back. As they walked, Shuechen noticed something unusual about Jotai. "Friend Zhou, your arm?" Shuechen inquired. Jotai forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing, just a minor injury. It will be fine in a few days." Shuechen nodded in response, choosing not to press further. However, Jotai was in a panic internally. How could he not know about his own blood arrow? His arm was already useless after being hit by such an arrow. Even with his blood cloud technique to reduce cultivation and heal injuries, it wouldn't be enough. But he remained calm, he had a plan. As long as he devoured Shuechen, the state of this body would no longer matter. Soon, Jotai thought of a way to get rid of Shuechen poisoning. Of course, ordinary poison wouldn't work, and personally administering it was not easy. However, Jotai knew of a place shrouded in natural poisonous gas all year round. This gas was colorless and odorless, making it difficult for cultivators to detect. It was a bit far, but Jotai had already figured out how to lure Shuechen there. With this in mind, Jotai wasted no time. "Senior, let's hurry to Cloudwater Residence," he suggested. Shuechen gave Jotai a strange look. "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, it's just that youth comes with good health." Cloudwater Residence was built in the center of a picturesque lake. Upon entering the room at Cloudwater Residence, Shuechen marveled once again. Not only was the scenery breathtaking, but there was also a soft waterbed. The mountains were beautiful, the water was beautiful, and even the people were beautiful. The female cultivator who welcomed Shuechen was named Fairy Shueyun. After a night of conversation, Shuechen learned some news from Fairy Shueyun. He was actually moving further away from the Lingjian sect and closer to the influence of the Tianshan mountains. However, Shuechen wasn't too concerned. He could always turn back when needed. After bidding farewell to Fairy Shueyun, Shuechen decided to head to the Lingjian sect alone. He assumed Jotai would visit all the influential sects in the Lingjian sect's sphere of influence before taking care of business. While occasional visits were fine for Shuechen, deliberately seeking out these sects was not his preference. "Friend Zhou, I've thought it over and I'm preparing to go to the Lingjian sect. Shall we part ways here?" Xuechen proposed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tai immediately said, "Senior, please don't leave. Let's go together. Look at my current weakened cultivation. What if we encounter danger on the way?" Xuechen's mouth twitched upon hearing this. "Senior, didn't you say you were going to Tianshan when you visited the Lingjian sect? I have a plan now. Although it's riskier, the rewards are." Zhou Tai's words left Xuechen puzzled as he looked at him. "Weren't you warning against going to Tianshan not long ago?" Xuechen asked. Embarrassed, Zhou Tai replied, "That was then. Senior, rest assured. Once we infiltrate Tianshan, I have a way to disguise us as local cultivators. You're not going to the Lingjian sect anymore? Well, you see, there are a few ex-girlfriends in Tianshan." Under Zhou Tai's persuasion, Xuechen believed him. If it didn't work out, he wouldn't suffer much. After many years in the cultivation world, Xuechen had gained a rough understanding of his own strength. In short, he hadn't encountered anyone stronger than him yet. However, he knew that talents emerged in the cultivation world, so he remained humble and low-key. He had no desire to dominate the world, he only wanted to rejuvenate himself and enjoy life. A few days later, Xuechen followed Zhou Tai to a beach. Smelling the salty air, Xuechen couldn't help but reminisce about the year he first arrived in Dongzhou. "Senior, once we cross this inland sea ahead, we will reach the influence of the Tianshan Mountains. 2,000 miles ahead, there is a group of islands within Tianshan's influence, but the control there is not very strict. There are several small sects there. We just need to casually join one sect to obtain proof of identity as a cultivator native to Tianshan." Xuechen expressed his gratitude. "Thanks to Senior Zhou, otherwise I wouldn't know when I could enter Tianshan." Zhou Tai quickly waved his hand, saying, "No worries, we are friends." Xuechen nodded with a smile. "Yes, we are friends." An hour later, the two arrived at the archipelago Zhou Tai mentioned. Although it was a cluster of islands, the area was quite vast. Xuechen estimated from high above that each of the several large islands had an area of several million square kilometers. Of course, in the cultivation world, these were just a few small islands, as cultivators could fly. A day later, Xuechen and Zhou Tai joined a small sect. There were no inquiries or investigations, just the exchange of money. After paying, they each received identity tokens engraved with their positions. Xuechen was an outer sect elder, while Zhou Tai was an outer sect steward. Xuechen suddenly realized that these small sects were like underground organizations issuing illegal identity documents. They didn't care about what the members would do after joining. If anything happened, these small sects would simply disband. Xuechen and Zhou Tai agreed to set off the next day and went to rest. However, when Xuechen looked for Zhou Tai the next day, he was nowhere to be found. Xuechen waited from early morning until evening but still didn't find Zhou Tai. Looks like this guy went to find a female cultivator again. Thinking this, Xuechen decided not to wait any longer. They were already in the Tianshan region, and Zhou Tai couldn't help much further. Just as Xuechen was about to leave on his own, his sound transmission jade talisman vibrated. He had bought this jade talisman not long ago, and it contained a message from Zhou Tai, a good friend. However, this was an ordinary sound transmission jade talisman with a range of less than 5,000 miles and was easily interfered with. 3,800 miles to the southeast, come quickly. With just this brief message, when Xuechen inquired about Zhou Tai's situation, the jade talisman no longer responded. Xuechen furrowed his brow immediately. From the tone of the message, Xuechen could easily guess that Zhou Tai had encountered trouble. Honestly, he didn't want to meddle in others' affairs or intervene. But considering how Zhou Tai had shown him around and broadened his horizons, as well as helped him infiltrate Tianshan, Xuechen decided to go and see. However, at the slightest hint of danger, Xuechen would not hesitate to retreat immediately. Of course, Xuechen was quite confident in his own strength. Soon, Xuechen arrived at the location Zhou Tai had mentioned. It was a not-so-large island, covering just over 1,000 square kilometers. However, Xuechen couldn't sense the situation inside the island with his divine sense, which made him furrow his brow. Instead of directly entering the island, Xuechen kept circling around the small island in front of him. However, the island in front of him was anything but ordinary. Thick clouds floated above the island, blocking Xuechen's vision and divine sense from penetrating them. Xuechen tried to descend below the clouds to observe the island, but the clouds seemed like a barrier. Unless violently destroyed, they were impenetrable. However, judging from the energy contained in the clouds, Xuechen concluded that they posed no danger to him. So, after some thought, Xuechen decided to enter the island directly. The moment he landed on the island, Xuechen felt a special restraining force. Flight restriction? Did Jotai run into some forbidden area of a hidden sect? Looking at the sandy beach beneath his feet and the dense forest ahead, Xueqin hesitated slightly before heading towards the forest. As Xueqin continued forward, the island's atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. Quiet, too quiet. Although the surrounding trees were dense and shady, there was not a sound to be heard. No bird chirping, no insect buzzing, not even the rustling of leaves in the wind. The only sound was the footsteps of Xueqin. Alert, alert. Host is suffering fatal injuries, please evacuate immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999998. Alert, alert. Host is suffering fatal injuries, please evacuate immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999997. Alert, alert. Host is suffering fatal injuries, please evacuate immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999996. Listening to the continuous alerts of injury in his mind, Xueqin immediately looked around vigilantly. However, he found nothing, and he could be sure that there was no one ambushing him. But the system alerts in his mind kept indicating that he was under attack. Xueqin turned around and retraced his steps. However, after walking for only 10 minutes in, and half an hour back, he still couldn't see the beach he came from. He couldn't even see the edge of the forest. Damn, seems like I'm lost. What Xueqin didn't know was that on the beach he entered, Jotai was excitedly watching his direction. Almost there, soon I can devour this guy's body. Die soon, die on this silent island. Jotai licked his dry lips, kicked away a piece of rotten wood beneath his feet. But at the moment the wood flew away, 8 burly men from the Spirit Sword sect jumped out. Ha, if you didn't kick that wood, we wouldn't have found you. Jotai, all four all oh, hello, anyone here? Is there an ambush? Unlike what Jotai imagined, Xueqin was not panicking but leisurely searching for his trail. Xueqin had also dealt with the system alerts of being attacked. He simply turned off the system alerts temporarily. Indeed, without the system alerts, Xueqin was no longer harmed. Soon, Xueqin wandered to the edge of a pond. Looking at the pond in front of him, Xueqin stroked his chin in thought. Following the usual routine, there should either be monsters or beautiful women here. After a brief thought, Xueqin jumped in. As expected, after a search, he found 2 fish. Looking at the fish in his hand, Xueqin furrowed his brows. Could there be something wrong with these fish? Since these were the only living creatures he found on the island, Xueqin decided to conduct a thorough analysis on the 2 fish. Moments later, with a wisp of smoke rising, the 2 pitiful fish also emitted their rightful aroma. Friend Zhou, it's not that I didn't save you, I just couldn't find you. With a heavy heart, Xueqin launched a fierce attack on the grilled fish in his hand. Chomp chomp, not bad, this fish is quite tasty, just needs a bit more salt. On the other side, on the beach, Jotai once again escaped with heavy injuries. But now he looked extremely miserable. His shoulder, hit by a blood arrow, was directly severed. Even though he had used the blood cloud technique, he permanently lost that arm. Now he not only became a one-armed man but also fell to the 7th level of the mortal realm. What's worse, to escape the pursuit of the 8 strong men from the Spirit Sword sect, he had also fled into this poisonous forest. No, I must find that old man immediately, otherwise, with this body, I won't last long. Thinking this, Jotai hurriedly ran forward. Here, he couldn't use his divine sense to probe, and the sound transmission jade slip was completely useless. But Jotai had another way. Senior. Blood Demon Senior. Damn, it's awkward to call my own name. Senior, where are you? Jotai ran and shouted, trying to find Xueqin using this most primitive method. It had to be said, this method was quite effective. Before long, Xueqin heard his call. I'm here, Senior. Over here. Seeing Jotai, Xueqin was quite happy. However, Jotai wasn't as pleased when he saw the firewood and grilled fish beside Xueqin. At that moment, Xueqin also noticed Jotai's empty sleeve. Friend Zhou, what happened to your hand? Jotai, afraid that Xueqin would suggest leaving, nervously replied, it's nothing, just a minor injury. As far as he knew, the maximum endurance in the Ling infancy realm on this silent island was 2 hours, and it was still far from 2 hours. With his own spiritual soul in the spiritual god realm, he was confident he could endure longer than Xueqin. So not only could he not let Xueqin leave, but he also had to prevent Xueqin from knowing about the poison here. However, he didn't know that Xueqin was a skilled player. Friend Zhou, we should leave here immediately, something doesn't feel right. The air here is likely poisonous. Jotai's heart skipped a beat at the words, but he pretended to be calm and said, no way, Senior, are you mistaken? I don't feel any poison. Xueqin was stunned at his words, then activated the system alert sound. Warning, warning. Host is suffering fatal damage, please escape immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999378. Warning, warning. Host is suffering fatal damage, please escape immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999377. Xuechen couldn't help but gasp at his dwindling life points. In just 1 hour, he had lost over 600 points. At this rate, he would be done for in 17 or 18 years. This time, Xuechen didn't turn off the system alert sound but lowered it as much as possible. Friend Zhou, why did you come to this island? Are you being chased by someone? Zhou Tai had already prepared his response and confidently repeated it when Xuechen asked. Senior, I came here to seek treasures. Do you know why flying is prohibited here? Xuechen wasn't clueless and replied naturally, because there's a formation here. Hearing this, Zhou Tai chuckled and said, but do you know why this deserted island has a formation? Xuechen gave him a look and said, didn't you just say it? Because there are treasures. Zhou Tai felt a bit embarrassed but quickly turned serious and said, Senior, I have already located the treasure. We just need to. Before Zhou Tai could finish, Xuechen waved his hand and said, forget it, I'm not interested in any treasures. Are you leaving? If not, I'll go. Wait. Senior. In the end, Zhou Tai couldn't persuade Xuechen. Watching Xuechen walk back in the direction they came from, Zhou Tai reluctantly followed. However, he soon noticed something. Xuechen had no sense of direction. Seeing Xuechen veer off towards who knows where, Zhou Tai was ecstatic. But he still pretended and asked, Senior, how much farther do we have to go? Xuechen looked around confidently and said, don't worry, I can get us out in the time it takes to burn an incense stick. And so, the two walked for another half hour. Zhou Tai pretended to be tired and asked, Senior, did we take the wrong path? Xuechen thought for a moment and said, probably, but don't worry, we'll just change direction this time. Another half hour passed, and Zhou Tai, now genuinely tired, said, Senior, I can't walk much further. How much longer? Don't worry. Half an hour later, Zhou Tai was truly exhausted. The poisonous gas here was constantly eroding his body. Although his spirit was strong, his body couldn't hold on. Fortunately, it had been almost 2 hours since Xuechen entered this forest. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Tai said, Senior, shall we take a rest? Xuechen nodded after some thought. He needed time to carefully search for a route as well. Watching Xuechen deep in thought, Zhou Tai grew more and more excited. Half an hour passed, and Xuechen still showed no sign of trouble. It had been 2.5 hours since Xuechen entered. If Xuechen was fine, Zhou Tai couldn't bear it. His eyes grew increasingly unfocused, unable to understand why Xuechen's poison hadn't taken effect yet. Meanwhile, Xuechen, focused on finding the route, hadn't noticed Zhou Tai's increasingly pale complexion. Do we really have to break through the clouds in the sky? Xuechen looked up at the clouds in the sky, certain that if he destroyed that cloud, he could leave. Of course, there was another way, which was to destroy the forest. However, Xuechen didn't want to resort to that unless absolutely necessary. Zhou Daoist, when you arrived. Xuechen was interrupted before he could finish speaking, seeing Zhou Tai lying on a rock, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. All for all oh, wake up. Zhou Daoist, wake up quickly. Xuechen shook Zhou Tai's shoulders vigorously. Seeing no response, Xuechen slapped him several times. Slap, slap, slap. Just as Xuechen was about to loosen Zhou Tai's belt to wake him up, Zhou Tai finally regained consciousness. Senior. Zhou Tai was now extremely weak. He deeply regretted not anticipating that Xuechen was unaffected by the poisonous gas here. In fact, it wasn't that Xuechen was immune to the poison, but rather his bloodline was too thick. Zhou Daoist, don't worry, I will save you, Xuechen said, pressing his palm against Zhou Tai's chest. However, his usually effective magic failed this time. Zhou Tai's breath continued to weaken. At that moment, Zhou Tai gazed quietly at Xuechen, having given up struggling. He recalled his childhood. No one was born a demon, not even him, a blood demon. He was born in a harmonious village, with loving parents and a caring older brother. But everything turned to nothing in a battle between cultivators. Two cultivators fought above their village, and the aftermath destroyed the entire village. Everyone died except for him, pinned under his brother who died protecting him. The two cultivators, one dead and one injured, didn't spare a glance at the ants on the ground before leaving. From that day on, he embarked on the path of revenge. He swore to make the injured cultivator pay with his life. He wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. 100 years later, he fulfilled his vow, killing the entire family of that cultivator. 100 years of suppression led him to explode, tearing into the cultivator's flesh and blood. However, this scene was witnessed by cultivators from the Spirit Sword sect, who labeled him a demonic cultivator. At that time, his cultivation was still low, so the Spirit Sword sect acted without hesitation. Despite being hunted by the Spirit Sword sect cultivators, he not only survived but also fell into a secret realm, where he learned the blood cloud technique. From that day on, he had a new goal: to seek revenge on the Spirit Sword sect cultivators who pursued him. However, the cultivator from the Spirit Sword sect was no ordinary foe. Every time he broke through a level of cultivation, so did his adversary. This man was none other than the current supreme elder of the Spirit Sword sect, the peerless sword saint, Wuji. As his life experiences flashed before his eyes, Zhou Tai's life came to an end. Or rather, it should be said that the blood demon attempting to possess Zhou Tai had reached the end of its life. Zhou Daoist, hold on. Zhou Tai smiled, shook his head, and with his last effort, handed his storage bag to Xue Chen. I can't go on, my lifelong savings are all in there. Take it, it's for you, senior. Senior, walk south for a quarter of an hour, then head west, and you'll be out of this forest. Nice to meet you. Senior Zhou Tai finished speaking, his hands lost strength and fell heavily to the ground. A generation's pride, thus came to an end. Friend Xue Chen sadly looked at the storage bag in his hand, but ultimately didn't open it. With a sigh, Xue Chen took out a blanket from the storage bag, wrapped Zhou Tai in it, and threw him in. Friend Zhou, I appreciate your kindness, I'll leave this storage bag with you. As Xue Chen spoke, the ground trembled slightly, and a deep pit several tens of meters appeared in front of him. Digging so deep, Xue Chen was also afraid that wild beasts would dig out Zhou Tai and eat him. Of course, there seemed to be no wild beasts around here. After tossing the storage bag into the pit, Xue Chen threw Zhou Tai's body in as well. With a tremor of the ground, everything returned to calm. Ah! With a sigh, Xue Chen slowly turned and left. However, Xue Chen did not notice that a drop of blood had surged out of the deep pit where he had just thrown the storage bag. The blood looked around in panic. Damn, is this guy still a cultivator after all? Why didn't he even glance at the storage bag? However, at that moment, the blood horrifiedly discovered that something around was absorbing his last bit of life. No, accompanied by a silent scream, the true end of the blood demon, a generation's tyrant, had come. Xue Chen was unaware of this, still thinking that once he got out, he would definitely go and comfort the female cultivators who were friends with Zhou Tai. However, Xue Chen soon realized a serious problem. Damn, which way is south? Damn it, I only know front, back, left, and right. Xue Chen considered whether to go back and dig out Zhou Tai to ask for directions, but he thought better of it. Although he couldn't distinguish east, south, west, and north, it was said that throwing a leaf in the water could help determine the directions. So, Xue Chen untied his belt, moistened a spot with water, then casually picked a leaf and threw it in. Xue Chen had no idea that while using a leaf to distinguish directions was indeed a method, he only did half of it. One also needed a needle and friction. Moreover, the magnetic field here probably wasn't that good. After finding what he believed was the south, Xue Chen walked straight towards it. A quarter of an hour later, Xue Chen turned and headed west. By now, he was getting further and further away from the real exit. 2 hours later, Xue Chen finally saw the end of the forest. However, what he saw was not the sea but a vast open space. In the middle of the open space stood a large wooden house surrounded by some vegetables. Sensing Xue Chen's arrival, the door of the wooden house slowly opened. A girl of about 10 years old poked her head out, blinking her cute big eyes curiously at Xue Chen. The two stared at each other, neither speaking for a while. Xue Chen frowned because at this moment, the system had unexpectedly stopped notifying him of any injuries. In the end, the little girl spoke first. Grandpa, how did you get in? Me? I walked in. Girl, is this your home? The girl shook her head and said, No, I was locked in here. Ha? Xue Chen furrowed his brows directly. Feeling that Xue Chen posed no danger, the little girl warmly invited him to sit inside. The interior of the wooden house was different from what Xue Chen had imagined. It didn't look like a child's room but rather like a woman's boudoir. Inside the room, 2 cats were being raised, just ordinary earthly cats. The little girl was very hospitable, first pouring water for Xue Chen, then bringing out a lot of snacks. However, these snacks are just some dried vegetables, tasteless. Grandpa, did you really walk in? Did the poisonous gas in the forest disappear? Xue Chen shook his head at the words and said, No, the forest is still full of poisonous gas. Girl, what are you doing here? The little girl said discontentedly, I'm not called girl, I'm called Tianxin. Ah, Xue Chen smiled awkwardly. Xue Chen, you can call me Grandpa Xue Chen. Due to the difference in accents between Dongo and Shenzhou, Tianxin naturally heard it as blood demon, but she wasn't afraid, after all, she was young and ignorant. Oh, okay, blood demon grandpa. I don't know how I got here, but when I woke up, I was here. Tianxin said somewhat dejectedly, I think I was captured by bad people and locked up here. But fortunately, there's Xiao Bai in Dubai, otherwise I would have wanted to die long ago. Hearing Tianxin's words, Xue Chen frowned. Who would be so bored as to capture an ordinary person and lock them up in a place like this? Before Xuechen could think further, Tianxin looked at him expectantly and asked, "Blood Demon Grandpa, since you can come in, can you take me out?" "Take you out?" Xuechen hesitated. He wasn't familiar with the other party, nor did he understand the other's background. He didn't want to inexplicably offend someone. The effort to set up an island to trap the little girl in front of him indicated that both sides either had a big grudge or were protecting each other. Whether friend or foe, taking away this little girl would offend the owner of this island. Thinking of this, Xuechen refused. "No, I can't take you away." The expected crying and fussing did not happen. Tianxin just lowered her head in disappointment, slowly took back her snacks and the water cup she handed to Xuechen. Xuechen, really is a child. "Alright, I should leave too," Xuechen said and walked towards the door. Tianxin didn't stop him, but stood at the door, watching his back eagerly, until Xuechen disappeared from her sight. After a while, Xuechen came back. Looking at the little person in front of him, Xuechen sighed. If he destroyed this place himself, he could naturally leave, but the little girl would lose the protection of this island. Whether the other party was a relative or an enemy of the island owner, he seemed to have to take her away first. Thinking of this, Xuechen asked Tianxin, "Girl, do you know how to get out?" Tianxin didn't know how she came in, so naturally she couldn't know the way out. However, Xuechen decided to take her with him. "Blood Demon Grandpa, didn't you say you couldn't find the way out?" Tianxin carried a small package. Inside was just a change of clothes and some dried vegetable snacks. As for Xiaobai and Dabai, the two cats were released. "Well, they were actually abandoned. It's because I couldn't find the way out that I brought you along." "Ha?" Tianxin looked at Xuechen in confusion, not understanding what he meant. However, Xuechen just smiled faintly, then stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! The forest in front instantly collapsed on a large scale, and the surrounding trees made bursts of air-bursting sounds. A wide road extended directly from under Xuechen's feet to the outside of the forest. Xuechen knew that although violence was effective, it would really destroy the formation here. Wow! Tianxin looked like a child who had never seen the world. Her eyes widened. Well, she was actually a child who had never seen the world. "Blood Demon Grandpa, are you a fairy?" Xuechen smiled without answering Tianxin's question. "Let's go, I'll take you to find your family." "Thank you, Blood Demon Grandpa." Time flies, half a year passes in a blink of an eye. Tianshan City is 1,000 miles away. Two figures, one old and one young, are speeding towards this direction. "Hold on, girl. Tianshan City is just ahead." Xuechen's voice sounded anxious. I might not make it." Tianxian lay on Xuechen's back, her breath growing weaker. "Don't fall asleep, girl, wake up. Blood Demon Grandpa, Before Tianxian could finish, she fainted. Xuechen immediately increased his speed. Moments later, Tianshan City, at the extremely fresh winehouse. "Eat slower, don't choke." Chomp, chomp, watching Tianxian devouring meat, Xuechen couldn't help but shake his head. Half a year ago, he left Silent Island with the little girl in front of him. However, Xuechen soon discovered that Tianxian had a huge appetite. To put it simply, it was probably the equivalent of 10 adult mortals. Of course, Xuechen was wealthy, so he didn't mind providing her with food. What troubled Xuechen was that this girl seemed to be a glutton reincarnated. She would clamor about being hungry if she didn't eat for an hour. Initially, Xuechen ignored her, but when Tianxian fainted from hunger in front of him, he realized she wasn't pretending. Xuechen couldn't fathom how she survived on Silent Island with such an appetite. When Xuechen inquired, Tianxian told him that she could go a day or two without eating on Silent Island and wouldn't feel hungry. Even if she ate some vegetables or snacks, she would be full. So, in this half year, Xuechen didn't have much time to help her find her relatives. He just took her to eat. As a result, after half a year of eating, the little person in front of him not only didn't gain a pound but actually became thinner. And it was quite noticeable. "Burp, Blood Demon Grandpa, I'm full." Tianxian patted her slightly bloated belly contentedly, leaning back comfortably in her chair. Seeing this, Xuechen quickly reached out to shake her, and Tianxian didn't fall asleep. This was another special trait of Tianxian. She would fall asleep when full. Of course, she would wake up hungry again soon. "Let's go, I just heard that there is a famous doctor nearby. I'll take you to see him." "Oh." Tianxian obediently nodded and got up to follow Xuechen out of the winehouse. Watching the little girl beside him, Xuechen couldn't help but sigh. Tianshan City wasn't large, it was a city where cultivators outnumbered mortals, so the population wasn't that high. Most of these cultivators were disciples of the Tianqi, and the rest, apart from a few disciples of the Spirit Sword sect, were cultivators from some local sects in Tianshan. And this Tianqi was the name of the sect where the Tianshan Tong Lao was located. Zhou Tai had told Xuechen before that Tianshan had strict regulations. and only when he arrived in Tianshan City did Xuechen truly feel this. To be honest, in the past half year within the influence of Tianshan, Xuechen had only encountered identity checks twice. But here, the atmosphere was noticeably tense. Not only did one need to show their identity token to purchase items in all shops, but even walking on the streets would often encounter disciples of Tianqi coming forward to check. Fortunately, Tianxian was just a mortal, otherwise, Xuechen would have been in trouble. Soon, the two found the renowned doctor. However, after examining for half an hour, the doctor came to a conclusion: malnutrition. And for this, the doctor charged Xuechen 10 spirit stones for the diagnosis fee. Helpless, Xuechen could only come up with a solution that wasn't really a solution. Fasting pills. These things were cheap. 1 spirit stone could buy 5 bottles, and each bottle contained 20 pills. It was said that the bottles containing fasting pills were more expensive than the pills inside. An ordinary spiritual Qi realm cultivator could last 3 to 5 days on 1 fasting pill. A transcendent realm cultivator could last 10 days to half a month on 1 pill. Thinking quickly, Xuechen immediately took Tianxian to buy 1,000 bottles of fasting pills. A total of 20,000 fasting pills, and it only cost 500 spirit stones. After finding an inn, Xuechen packed all the fasting pills into an empty storage bag and handed it to Tianxian. Hang this storage bag around your neck. When you're hungry, take one out to eat. Yes, blood demon grandpa. If nothing's wrong, you should go to bed early. I'll go inquire about some information. Tianxian obediently nodded and said, okay, I understand. Xuechen gently rubbed her little head and then left the room. Soon, Xuechen arrived at the front desk on the first floor. The shopkeeper was a third-level spiritual practitioner, not young, probably in his 50s or 60s. The other person was also a practitioner, likely in his 70s or 80s. Senior, is there something you need? Xuechen didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, shopkeeper, are there any pleasure establishments in this city? The shopkeeper looked at Xuechen with a black line on his face. After looking around and seeing no one nearby, he whispered, there are, but, what's wrong? Xuechen looked puzzled at the shopkeeper in front of him. He didn't understand what was so hard to say about this. He felt fine asking around. The shopkeeper coughed softly and said, Senior, such matters are prohibited in Tianshan City, so although there are pleasure establishments, without acquaintances, you can't enter. Before the shopkeeper finished, Xuechen said, do me a favor, your expenses, I'll cover them. Senior, you've misunderstood, my wife. Upon hearing this, Xuechen immediately took out 10 spirit stones and handed them to the shopkeeper. All right. Without hesitation, the shopkeeper pocketed the spirit stones. Senior, wait for me. After saying this, the shopkeeper went to the back kitchen. A moment later, a 200-pound woman followed the shopkeeper out, grumbling all the way. Going to wash your hair in the middle of the night? I'll wash your turtle wife. Keep your voice down, don't offend the senior. The shopkeeper winced as he took out 2 spirit stones and handed them to the woman. Wife, I'm going to wash my hair with the senior and be right back. The woman's face lit up upon seeing the spirit stones. Go ahead, whether you come back or not is fine. The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, then came to Xuechen's side and whispered, let's go, senior. Xuechen nodded and followed the shopkeeper towards the so-called pleasure establishment. However, the further they walked, the more Xuechen felt something was amiss. They were heading towards a secluded alley. Seeing the shopkeeper leading the way, Xuechen furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, Xuechen wasn't worried about danger. The shopkeeper led Xuechen to a very shabby-looking house. The main door was tightly closed, with only a small door open, and a suspicious man standing at the entrance. After a brief conversation between the shopkeeper and the man, the shopkeeper waved at Xuechen and said, Senior, come in quickly. Xuechen hesitated for a second upon hearing this but followed inside. As soon as Xuechen entered the room, the door behind him closed. The room was not spacious but filled with women, including both practitioners and ordinary people, all at the first or second level of spiritual cultivation. The shopkeeper leaned in close to Xuechen and whispered, Senior, feel free to choose. Quick meal for 1 spirit stone, overnight stay for 3, 1 practitioner package includes 1 ordinary person. Xuechen, all for all oh. Damn it! He wanted to go to a pleasure establishment to chat with a courtesan and gather information, not to be in this kind of place. However, the shopkeeper couldn't contain himself any longer and promptly selected a female practitioner and a decent-looking ordinary woman. Oh, don't rush, stop talking nonsense, you're the one who lost the Ouyang radical. You're so bad. The 3 of them, speaking words Xuechen couldn't understand, headed upstairs. Xuechen wanted to leave, he really didn't want to stay in such a place. However, at that moment, the door was kicked open. A group of practitioners rushed in. Tianqi enforcement team, everyone, put your hands on your heads and squat down. you're all under arrest. Xue Chen, all for all, young friend, give me some face. After all, I am a cultivator at the 9th level of the spiritual infant realm. Xue Chen took out a spiritual stone and handed it to the leading disciple of the law enforcement team. However, the disciple coldly grabbed Xue Chen's hand. Bribing the law enforcement team is a serious offense. Xue Chen, Tianshan City's law enforcement team. Name. Just call me Lao Feng. Age. Can't remember. Cultivation level. Should be at the 9th level of the spiritual infant realm. Affiliated sect. Rejiba Island Sect. Well, our sect is built on an island called Rejiba, so that's the name. Xue Chen was also helpless. Those sect leaders just set up sects to profit from spiritual stones, so the names were naturally casual. The law enforcement disciple nodded and said, the identity information checks out. Lao Feng, you are now facing 2 charges, attempted PC and attempting to bribe the law enforcement team. Now you have 2 choices. 1. Notify your sect to send someone to pick you up and pay 3,000 spiritual stones. We will post your portrait and criminal information on Rejiba Island for half a month. 2. Pay a fine of 1,000 spiritual stones and work in the mine for half a month. You choose. Can I pay more spiritual stones to avoid working? No. In the end, Xue Chen reluctantly chose the second option. There was no way. Not to mention losing face, even calling his sect to pick him up would be futile, as it was essentially a shell sect. In the mine, Xue Chen met the owner of the Wei Ji Xian Inn again. Senior, you're here too. How many spiritual stones were you fined? 1,000, and you? 2 pieces. Both of them twitched their mouths. To prevent them from escaping, they were both fitted with tracking bracelets. Of course, the PC crime was not severe. Compared to criminals with decades-long sentences, their punishment was just a public security measure. So, their tracking bracelets only served the purpose of location tracking. The innkeeper was at the 3rd level of the spiritual Qi realm and was assigned to mine. Xue Chen, at the 9th level of the spiritual infant realm, was appointed as a temporary supervisor. There was no choice. The cultivators guarding the mine were only at the 7th level of the spiritual pill realm. Compared to the upright law enforcement team, this place was clearly much more lax. Moreover, the mine was not a valuable one. Those serving sentences here were just individuals caught for public security violations. Normally, even without a cultivator from the Tianchi sect overseeing, no one would dare to escape. After all, escaping from prison was a serious crime, and the longest sentence heard of here was only 2 months. 2 months was nothing for cultivators. In the mine, the innkeeper dug away with each swing of the hoe, and Xue Chen leaned against a rock behind him, chatting. After a while, through their conversation, Xue Chen gathered a lot of useful information. The current leader of Tianchi was not called the Sect Master but the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden was also a disciple of the Tianshan child goddess. As for how many generations of disciples she was, that was unclear. After all, Tianchi had changed Holy Maidens many times. As for the Tianshan child goddess, she had not appeared in the eyes of the world for many years, but no one doubted whether she was still alive. The Xian Tian sect had suspected twice, and both times the elders were severely injured and fled. What surprised Xue Chen was that the Xian Tian sect had attacked Tianshan exactly 3,000 years apart, and the next 3,000 years were just 7 years away. Everyone outside was speculating whether the Xian Tian sect would attack Tianshan again this time. Xue Chen's 6th sense told him they would. With such a deep-seated grudge between them, the Xian Tian sect, as the dominant force in the region, would never swallow this humiliation. As for the nonsense that the Tianshan child goddess didn't like territorial disputes, Xue Chen didn't believe it. It's just that the Tianshan maiden doesn't like to fight for territory. Being attacked twice by the other party, anyone would get angry. There must be a reason why the Tianshan maiden didn't kill the elder of the Xian Tian sect and let him escape. The most likely reason is that the Tianshan maiden didn't have the strength to kill the elder of the Xian Tian sect. Of course, all of this is not important to Xue Chen. He only wants to obtain the Tianshan maiden's rejuvenation technique. However, besides money, he seems to have nothing else to offer. Thinking of this, Xue Chen felt a moment of distress. Xue Chen even thought about capturing the elder of the Xian Tian sect to exchange for the rejuvenation technique. But he quickly suppressed that idea. Once a person resorts to any means to achieve their goal, they will eventually lose themselves. His future was already lost, and if he lost himself as well, Xue Chen didn't know if he would still be himself in the end. Perhaps his thoughts were naive, but that was his only insistence. He didn't want to lose his persistence on the long path of cultivation. Even if he couldn't obtain the rejuvenation technique, he wouldn't regret it. Just then, the shopkeeper shouted in surprise, "Senior, look at this!" Xuechen came back to his senses at the words and looked in the direction of the shopkeeper. Huh, spirit stone? Doesn't quite look like it. Xuechen stepped forward and carefully examined the oval-shaped stone dug out by the shopkeeper. The outside is the residue of a spirit stone, but inside. Damn! It's alive! Xuechen quickly threw the oval-shaped stone in his hand. The next moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the stone. As the cracks increased, the stone made crisp cracking sounds. Miners and cultivators from the Tiansa also gathered around upon hearing the commotion. Everyone nervously watched the stone on the ground, and some timid ones had already started running out of the mine. The cultivator in charge of this minefield from the Tiansa also arrived at this moment. He came to stand behind Xuechen immediately. Senior Feng, what is this? Xuechen shook his head at the question. I don't know, but I feel it's weak. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that. Weak is good. Just then, roar. Accompanied by a fierce roar, the mine began to tremble slightly. However, no one was worried about a collapse as it had already been reinforced by spells. With the intense roar, a small beast at the spirit chi realm leaped out of the stone. Oh my, stones can give birth to offspring. Even though they were prepared, everyone couldn't help but comment. The small beast was very cute, with a furry head, big ears, and adorable eyes. Its body resembled a lion but in a miniature version with very short legs. Oh, so you're this little thing. A cultivator stepped forward and grabbed the small beast by the neck. The small beast immediately got angry and let out a fierce roar at the cultivator. Roar! Despite its weak strength, the little one had a loud voice. This roar made even the shopkeeper at the third level of the spirit chi realm dizzy. Not only the shopkeeper but all the spirit chi realm cultivators felt dizzy under this roar, and even a few transcendent realm cultivators were stunned. Oh, little one, itching for a fight, huh? The cultivator holding the small beast raised his hand, ready to be slapped by the small beast. However, at that moment, another anomaly occurred. Crack, crack, crack. Countless cracking sounds of stones echoed around the people. Gulp. Everyone swallowed nervously. The Tiansa sect cultivators immediately sent out a distress signal. All spirit chi realm cultivators, retreat. Transcendent cultivators, protect your ears. Those few nascent soul cultivators over there, go catch the bigger ones. Everyone, be careful not to harm the adorable beasts. Yes, Elder. Xuechen stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing the mine in front of him. Whenever a beast managed to escape the cultivator's capture and run out, Xuechen would immediately send a vine to entangle the beast. Beside Xuechen stood an elderly woman, also a 9th layer nascent soul cultivator. She was one of the elders of the Tiansa sect, Wu Yan. It was Wu Yan who had just given orders, he was just a worker. Wu Yan delivered some unfortunate news to Xuechen. Xuechen's sect, the Rejiba Island sect, had been disbanded the previous night. Of course, to Xuechen, this sect was just an empty shell, so its disbandment meant little to him. He only thought, good riddance. Elder, there are 10 beasts inside. Wu Yan took the spirit beast bag and hung it on his waist. The spirit beast bag was used to store spirit beasts, different from a storage bag. A storage bag lacked air and oxygen, whatever was put in would come out the same. It couldn't store living beings. However, some extraordinary life forms could be placed inside. The spirit beast bag had air and a temporal space, making it suitable for spirit beasts. Of course, you could even put people in it. With the support of many Tiansa disciples, the beasts were soon captured. Elder, all the beasts are here, we should head back. Good. Wu Yan nodded, then turned to Xuechen and asked, Lao Feng, have you considered joining our Tiansa sect? Consider? Consider what? Wasn't Xuechen's goal to infiltrate the Tiansa sect? However, formal membership was out of the question. Working for a few years was acceptable. So Xuechen replied, I have considered it, and I think the position of guest elder suits me better. A guest elder received a year's salary for a year's work. Wu Yan nodded, they needed time to observe Xuechen. The role of guest elder was beneficial for both parties. After Xuechen left with Wu Yan, the boss of the Wajixian finally came to his senses. Damn, senior, take me with you. But Xuechen was already out of earshot. However, he did remember him. Xuechen passed on a message to his wife, saying he had gone to work for a reward of 3 spirit stones. The boss's expression upon hearing this news was unknown to Xuechen, but he was currently very happy, because he had arrived at the Tiansa sect's inner gate. Blood cough. Due to the incident of being caught by the PC, Xuechen had used the name Lao Feng at the time, so he had to continue using that name now. However, Tian Xin clearly didn't want to call Xuechen by another name. Grandpa, is this going to be our home from now on? Tian Xin looked at the large courtyard in front of her with excitement. Xuechen smiled but didn't answer her question. He knew that he and this girl would eventually part ways. The day he found her relatives would be the day they said goodbye. Of course, if she grew up and still couldn't find her family, Xuechen was prepared to bid her farewell. His lifespan was too long, every friend in his life was just a passing visitor. Xuechen led Tian Xin into the house, which was simple yet elegant. Tian Xin curiously looked around, her face beaming with joy. "Do you like it here?" Xuechen asked softly. "I love it. Thank you, Grandpa." Tian Xin hugged Xuechen's leg, her eyes shining. Xuechen patted Tian Xin's head, feeling a slight tremor in his heart. "Girl, this is for you." Xuechen handed a spirit beast bag to Tian Xin. Thinking it was a storage bag containing spirit pills, Tian Xin immediately reached inside. Ouch! When Tianxin took out her hand, a cute beast at the Qi refining realm clung to her hand. The cute beast greedily sucked Tianxin's blood, showing no intention of stopping. Tianxin panicked and quickly looked to Xuechen for help. "Grandpa, please help me catch it." However, Xuechen shook his head with a smile. "Girl, just wait a moment." Tianxin didn't understand what she had to wait for, but she chose to trust Xuechen. After a moment, Tianxin felt a bit dizzy. However, at that moment, the cute beast loosened its teeth and slowly fell to the ground. Xuechen then released a spiritual power to heal the injury on Tianxin's finger. "Girl, this little one will be your companion from now on. Can you feel its presence when you close your eyes now?" These were all things Xuechen had learned from the disciples of the Tianqi sect. There were too many cute beasts, and almost every inner disciple of the Tianqi sect had one. As a guest elder, Xuechen also received a cute beast at the Transcendent Realm, but he exchanged it for the one he gave to Tianxin now. "Grandpa, I feel it. I think I can talk to it now." Excitedly, Tianxin picked up the cute beast, but at this moment, the cute beast clearly fell into a deep sleep. Xuechen looked at the little girl in front of him and smiled. "Girl, do you want to cultivate?" Tianxin looked up in surprise and asked Xuechen, "Can I really cultivate?" Xuechen smiled and nodded. If such a special girl couldn't cultivate, then there would be something wrong with this world. Time passed quickly, and half a month flew by. Damn, this is really unbelievable. Xuechen didn't consider himself a great teacher, but he thought he was fine teaching some basic techniques. However, what shocked Xuechen was that Tianxin, this girl, really couldn't cultivate. Tianxin tried hard, but she couldn't resonate with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Without being able to resonate with the spiritual energy, she couldn't cultivate. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Feng, I have disappointed you." Tianxin's mood was a bit low, and she clearly found it hard to accept this fact. Xuechen gently patted Tianxin's shoulder and comforted her. "Don't worry too much, not being able to cultivate is also fine. Living this life peacefully and healthily is a kind of happiness. Unlike me, 100 years later, still the same as today, completely unable to experience the joy of life and death." Tianxin, really felt offended. She really wanted to give this happiness to Xuechen. However, the child's worried expression disappeared quickly. With the company of the cute beast, Tianxin soon forgot about her inability to cultivate. And so, the two of them, along with the beast, lived peacefully in this yard larger than an ordinary royal mansion for a year. Apart from the occasional disciples of the Tianqi sect bringing supplies every now and then, they never stepped out of this yard. Xuechen was not in a hurry, his time was not valuable, and he could wait. He believed that there would always be a chance to make some friends and to meet the fairy of Mount Tianshan. As a senior worker, he didn't believe that the Tianqi sect would give him so many spirit stones for nothing every year. Indeed, just as Xuechen received his salary, Wu Yan found him. Wu Yan smiled, ruffled Tianxin's head, and looked at Xuechen, asking, "Feng Daoist, have you been comfortable living here this past year?" Xuechen smiled and nodded. "Very good, the environment here is good, quiet, and suitable for meditation. I fish when I have nothing to do, study some minor spells, and lead a leisurely life." Wu Yan nodded with a smile. "That's good." Then Wu Yan's tone changed. "But Feng Daoist, you might have to help us for a while in the future." Xuechen was prepared and calmly nodded. "Elder Wu, please go ahead." "Feng Daoist, you should know that the only sect that has dealings with us Tianqi is the Spirit Sword sect. Recently, there was news from the Spirit Sword sect that someone intends to destroy the sect. For cultivators, including Xuechen, went to support the Spirit Sword sect. Intersect elders Shaowen, male, middle-aged, at the 7th level of the spiritual infant realm. Intersect elder Huang Daodu, female, middle-aged, at the 6th level of the spiritual infant realm. The sect's chief disciple, Luo Yunxue, female, a young girl, at the 9th level of the spiritual pill realm. Naturally, the one leading the team is this chief disciple. Although her cultivation is the lowest, her status is obviously the highest. This mission is also a test for her. However, this is the overt power. Xuechen could sense that there was another cultivator at the spiritual god realm secretly following them. Spirit Sword Sect. As soon as Xuechen and the others landed, a middle-aged cultivator walked over with a smile. Friends from Tianchi, you've worked hard. Master Lin is too polite. After a brief exchange, Xuechen and the others followed the cultivator to a grand hall. What surprised Xuechen was that there were quite a few cultivators here. There were 11 cultivators at the spiritual infant realm alone, clearly divided into several small groups. This indicated that these cultivators were not from the Spirit Sword Sect. After some pleasantries, Xuechen learned some information. Currently, there are 5 forces in the Grand Hall. Apart from the Spirit Sword Sect and their Tianchi, there are also Baoshan Sect, Qiyue Sect, and Xingqian Pavilion. These 3 sects are adjacent to the Spirit Sword Sect, and their usual relationship is good. This time, they were hired by the Spirit Sword Sect as assistants. The number and strength of the opponents are unknown. The reason the other side wants to destroy the Spirit Sword Sect is simple. The sect possesses a sword. The sword is called Soul Devourer. Just by the name, it's clear that it's a demonic sword. The entire Spirit Sword Sect is actually built on top of a huge formation. And this formation is to suppress the demonic sword Soul Devourer. So, to obtain the demonic sword, one must destroy the Spirit Sword Sect. As for why the other side hasn't made a move against the Spirit Sword Sect, it has been investigated. It turns out they have already taken action. Most of the spiritual veins within a radius of 50,000 miles of the Spirit Sword Sect have been secretly destroyed, and their formation to suppress the demonic sword has gradually become powerless. In this situation, the Spirit Sword Sect should logically seek help from the Xiantian Sect. After all, the Spirit Sword Sect has paid a considerable amount of protection fees to the Xiantian Sect. However, the Xiantian Sect has been unable to spare any hands recently as they are busy dealing with a more pressing matter. They did not disclose the specifics to the Spirit Sword Sect but made it clear that they could not spare any additional manpower. Xuechen immediately thought whether the Xiantian Sect was up to something, but he quickly dismissed the idea. If the Xiantian Sect wanted the demonic sword, they would have taken it long ago, and the Spirit Sword Sect would have had no ability to resist. Cultivators in this world are not as righteous as they seem. They would not refrain from using weapons of demonic cultivation just because they claim to be on the right path. The fact that the Xiantian Sect has not acted indicates that they truly do not want this item, and the Xiantian Sect probably looks down on a demonic sword that the Spirit Sword Sect can suppress. But if it's not the Xiantian Sect, then who could the enemy be? Thank you to the friends from Tianchi, Baoshan Sect, Qiyue Sect, and Xingqian Pavilion for coming to help. Let's rest for tonight, and we will begin assigning tasks tomorrow. Subsequently, disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect led Xuechen and the others to a secluded cave dwelling. Yes, the 4 of them shared one cave dwelling. To be honest, Xuechen, who was used to living in houses, did not really like staying in this cave dwelling. To him, it was just a cave. Of course, he would not say anything since he was a guest. As soon as the disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect left, Luo Yunxue looked at Xuechen and asked, "Elders, what do you think of Master Lin's words?" Upon hearing Luo Yunxue's question, Xiaoen and Huang Daodu's gazes both fell on Xuechen, as he had the highest cultivation level among them. After a moment of thought, Xuechen spoke up, "There's something I don't quite understand." The 3 of them quickly asked, "Elder Feng, please share." Although not an elder, Gongfeng was addressed as one, albeit without real power, so it was fine for the 3 to call him an elder. Xuechen nodded and said, "According to Master Lin, the plan against their Lingjian sect has long been in motion." Then who could destroy the spiritual veins of the Lingjian sect within a radius of 50,000 miles under the noses of several sects? The 3 lowered their heads and furrowed their brows in thought upon hearing this. After a moment, Luo Yunxue suddenly looked at Xuechen and said, "The 3 major sects." The 3 major sects mentioned by Luo Yunxue were naturally Baoshan Sect, Qiyue Sect, and Xingqian Pavilion. Xuechen nodded and then shook his head. "I feel this matter is not so simple. The 3 major sects are naturally the prime suspects, but I always sense there are others behind these 3. Luo Yunxue and the others immediately chimed in unison, "Xiantian Sect." Xuechen smiled but did not refute, as he did not believe Xiantian Sect was behind this. In his view, the power gap between the 2 sides was too significant for Xiantian Sect to resort to such covert means if they truly wanted the demon sword. Of course, there was still a possibility, considering that Xiantian Sect's failure to send cultivators for support was a major issue. Xuechen did not believe that Xiantian Sect would encounter trouble. Even if the elders in the spiritual god realm were unable to intervene, sending an outer sect elder or a steward in the spiritual infant realm would not be a problem. The fact that they did not send even one outer sect elder or steward was suspicious. However, the likelihood of a hidden hand behind the scenes was slim. Of course, all of this was just Shueqin's speculation. The night quickly passed. After a brief meeting, Shueqin and the others received their assigned tasks. Elders Xian and Huang Dudu were sent to repair the spiritual veins, accompanied by 5 other cultivators in the spiritual infant realm. Shueqin and Luo Yunshui were left inside the Lingjian sect to deal with the impending enemies. Of course, Shueqin, a 9th-level spiritual infant cultivator, was truly staying to fight, while Luo Yunshui, given her extraordinary status, was left behind for her safety. However, Shueqin knew that there was a protector behind this girl. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Although the atmosphere in the Lingjian sect was tense, it remained calm, and nothing significant occurred that day. Unlike Shueqin's makeshift messaging jade slip, Luo Yunshui's communication jade slip was much better. Even from a distance, she could contact Xian and the others. Surprisingly, Xian and his team's work went smoothly that day, with no incidents as they successfully repaired a smaller spiritual vein. The next day arrived, and there was still no enemy attack on the Lingjian sect. However, in the evening, Xian and his team encountered a wave of enemies. Fortunately, the opponents were not very strong and were successfully repelled by Xian and his team. By the 5th day, there was no sign of enemies at the Lingjian sect. However, Xian and his team had engaged in a major battle. 1 elder from Baoshan sect and 1 from Qiyue sect, both in the spiritual infant realm, were seriously injured. These 2 elders were sent back to their respective sects, and the gaps were filled by 2 elders from the Lingjian sect. It's worth mentioning that the elders from the Lingjian sect and the other 3 sects are all in the spiritual infant realm. At this point, the Lingjian sect only had 5 cultivators in the spiritual infant realm, including Shueqin. However, Luo Yunshui secretly informed Shueqin that the Lingjian sect still had an elder in the spiritual god realm, the infinite sword saint. Of course, even without her telling him, Shueqin would not be afraid. Luo Yunshui analyzed, the enemy is trying to deplete our strength, indicating they might not be very strong themselves. Shueqin smiled and nodded. Yes, they might be weak. On the 13th day since Shueqin and the others arrived, Xian and his team encountered trouble again, as over 10 cultivators in the spiritual infant realm attacked them. However, before the Spirit Sword sect could send reinforcements, a large number of cultivators arrived outside the sect. With a violent tremor, the great battle officially began. Outside the Spirit Sword sect, hundreds of figures concealing their faces stood on flying swords, their hands swiftly changing as spells directly landed on the sect's protective array. They are all Spirit Pill Realm cultivators, and they are all above the 5th level of the Spirit Pill Realm. Luo Yunshui took a sharp breath. Even for their Tianchi sect, it was not an easy task to gather so many cultivators above the 5th level of the Spirit Pill Realm. Disciples of the Spirit Sword sect, listen to my command. Form the formation. With a loud shout from the Spirit Sword sect's Sect Master, all cultivators below the Spirit Infant Realm began to gather together. In a moment, dozens of arrays with hundreds of people instantly took shape. Soon, Shueqin saw the Spirit Sword sect's town sealing technique. The low-grade version of the 10,000 Swords Unite of the Sword Art 100 Swords Unite. Dozens of huge and thick long swords, like a group of fierce beasts, pierced through the formation, carrying sharp sword energy, rushing towards those cultivators. However, those cultivators were obviously not ordinary people. Faced with such a fierce attack, they each displayed their ultimate skills, trying to resist this wave of offense. Nevertheless, the sword cultivators specialized in the path of killing. Their attacks were exceptionally sharp. After a round of simultaneous attacks, despite the cultivators giving their all, 2 unlucky fellows were still hit by the sword energy and fell from the sky. However, the casualties of these 2 individuals did not have a significant impact on the overall situation. Next, both sides continued to engage in a fierce battle. Just then, more than 10 figures slowly walked out from behind the group of Spirit Pill Realm cultivators. All of these people were actually Spirit Infant Realm cultivators. The Sect Master of the Spirit Sword sect, Lin Jia, said solemnly, "Fellow Taoists, it's up to us next. We must stop them, absolutely cannot let them break through our protective array." At this moment, among the Spirit Infant Realm cultivators remaining in the Spirit Sword sect, each of the 5 major families had 1 representative. Apart from the Spirit Sword sect's Sect Master Lin Jia, who was at the 8th level of the Spirit Infant Realm, Shueqin and the other 3 were all at the 9th level of the Spirit Infant Realm. Shueqin and the others nodded, and along with Lin Jia, the 5 of them immediately flew towards the protective array. Just as Shueqin and the others flew out of the protective array, the 5 Spirit Infant Realm cultivators from the other side directly met them, while the remaining 5 Spirit Infant Realm cultivators continued to attack the Spirit Sword sect's protective array. Attack! Lin Jie shouted and took the lead in launching an attack on a spirit infant realm cultivator from the opposite side who was at the 9th level. The elders of the three sects did not hesitate either, each selecting an opponent. The one left out unexpectedly encountered an accident, because he faced Xue Chen. Looking at the cultivator in front of him who was completely covered, Xue Chen didn't waste any words and directly sent out a water dragon attack. The cultivator, watching the roaring water dragon approaching, widened his eyes in an instant. Damn, this guy must have taken a life-threatening pill and gone all out. He was sure he couldn't take this move. Damn! Help me quickly! With the cultivator's cry for help, the next moment, more than 10 attacks landed on Xue Chen's water dragon. The water dragon dissipated instantly under the attacks of over a dozen spirit infant realm cultivators, and the scene fell into silence. Because except for Lin Jie, all spirit infant realm cultivators had taken action. This included the elders of the three major sects. Lin Jie looked angrily at these cultivators in front of him and the elders of the three major sects. If he still didn't understand the situation now, he would be a fool. The elders of the three major sects and those masked cultivators no longer pretended and revealed their true identities. Among the 10 spirit infant realm cultivators were the injured elders of the Baoshan sect and the Qiyue sect not long ago. Translation: I didn't expect Feng Daoyou's strength to be so strong at Tianchi. It's us who underestimated you. The three sect cultivators naturally held a grudge against Xue Chen for exposing them prematurely. Xue Chen smiled faintly and said nothing. Although the other side had more people, he considered them weak. Including the two Lingshan realm cultivators hidden among the crowd, they were all weak. Let's attack together and take him down first. Over a dozen cultivators made their move, and a dozen spells instantly struck towards Xue Chen. With a wave of his hand, Xue Chen erected a shield. The shield wasn't strong, but it had an absurd number of layers. Dao Yu Feng, I'll assist you, Lin Jie shouted as he arrived by Xue Chen's side. Xue Chen wanted to say he didn't need help, but he was afraid of being accused of showing off. At that moment, a Linging realm cultivator inexplicably launched a close-range attack on Xue Chen. However, the dagger-shaped magic treasure in his hand failed to penetrate Xue Chen's defensive shield. Xue Chen smiled faintly and immediately grabbed the man by the neck. The man widened his eyes in fear but then calmed down, because an elder had appeared behind Xue Chen at some point. Let him go, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. The speaker was one of the two Lingshan realm cultivators hidden in the three sects camp. Xue Chen was about to strike the man, but before he could, a sword light flew out from the spirit sword sect towards the elder behind Xue Chen's back. The elder's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated a kilometer away. Friend, you're not a cultivator from the three major sects, are you? Accompanied by a calm voice, a white-robed cultivator flew out slowly from the spirit sword sect. The newcomer was the Lingshan realm elder of the spirit sword sect, the sword saint, Wuji. At that moment, everyone's gaze turned towards Wuji. Wuji arrived by Xue Chen and Lin Jie's side, glanced at the cultivator in Xue Chen's hand, and then pointed at the man's forehead. Seeing this, Xue Chen released his grip. The next moment, the cultivator began to struggle in pain. Help, help me. The Linging realm cultivator flew in agony towards the two Lingshan realm cultivators, but before he reached them, his body began to crack. In the next moment, countless sword lights flew out from his body, and he turned into a rain of blood instantly. Wuji calmly looked at the other two Lingshan realm cultivators and said, Dao Yu Feng, you've worked hard. Sect Master, please return to protect the sect's grand formation. Next, leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Xue Chen didn't waste any words and flew towards the sect's grand formation. He was just a high-level worker now. As long as it wasn't directed at him, he would go along with whatever others said. As soon as Xue Chen flew back to the sect's grand formation, Wuji outside and the two Lingshan realm cultivators from the three sects began their verbal attacks before the battle. In short, it was mutual questioning, mockery, belittling each other, and praising oneself. Lin Jie also began directing his disciples to organize attacks and defenses. It had to be said, staying inside the grand formation was comfortable. You could attack others, but they could only target the formation's shield. Of course, allowing the enemy to attack the shield was not an option. Intercepting those spells aimed at the shield was more important than killing the enemy. Luo Yunshui asked with concern, Elder Feng, are you okay? Xue Chen shook his head and said, I'm fine. Just then, Luo Yunshui's sound transmission jade pendant rang. After a moment, Luo Yunshui took a deep breath and respectfully bowed to Xue Chen. Elder Feng, please help save Elder Xiao and Elder Huang. Half Moon Mountain Range. The mountains were steep, the peaks towering, and the clouds swirling around them. The river flowed endlessly, rushing eastward. Along the riverbanks, lush green trees and abundant flowers and grass created a beautiful picture. The waterfall in the mountains cascaded down like silver threads, splashing countless water droplets and filling the air with a refreshing mist. Beneath this picturesque scene, a fierce battle was unfolding. Sean and his group of 7 were originally repairing the spiritual veins when they were ambushed. What's more, the elder of the Star Pavilion suddenly betrayed Sean and another elder from the Spirit Sword sect. Now with 1 dead and 1 injured, only Huang Daodu, 2 remaining elders from the Spirit Sword sect, and the Star Pavilion elder were left with fighting capabilities. Outnumbered and in a dire situation, a 100-foot-long water dragon suddenly surged into the battlefield. Elder Feng. Huang Daodu exclaimed in joy at the arrival of none other than Xue Chen. The elder from the Star Pavilion recognized Xue Chen instantly, but the remaining 10 or so cultivators in the spiritual infant realm did not. Elder Yen, what are your 3 sects up to, releasing cultivators like this? The elder from the Star Pavilion frowned and said, how would I know? Not knowing, Xue Chen naturally didn't answer their question. Elder Huang, you go first, I'll cover your retreat. Huang Daodu hadn't spoken yet when the cultivators on the other side sneered, such arrogance. In the next moment, dozens of vines shot up from the ground, entangling the group of cultivators. Except for the Star Pavilion elder in the 7th layer of the spiritual infant realm, the remaining 10 cultivators were all below the 5th layer, causing chaos among them. Damn! It's a dual attribute cultivator. Everyone, be careful. Huang Daodu and the 2 elders from the Spirit Sword sect breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Elder Feng, be careful. The 3 quickly evacuated with the heavily injured Sean and the deceased elder from the Spirit Sword sect. Once they were far away, the group of cultivators on the other side managed to deal with the vines and water dragon. Everyone, attack together. However, the ground trembled the next moment. It was still the vine art, but this time the vines were thicker and larger. Quick, escape. This old guy must be a cultivator above the spiritual god realm. However, it was too late for them to escape as the vines sealed off all their retreat paths in the blink of an eye. Soon, the 11 cultivators in the spiritual infant realm were surrounded by the vines that were shrinking to space around them. Watching the struggling cultivators, Xue Chen finally sent them a small fireball. Boom! After a violent explosion, the half-moon mountain range. No, it was more like a basin. By the time Xue Chen returned to the Spirit Sword sect, the battle here was nearing its end. Although Huang Daodu and the others had escaped back to the inner gate, the protective array of the sect had already been breached by the cultivators from the 3 sects. The entire Spirit Sword sect was filled with battles, with disciples of the sect and cultivators from the 3 sects lying everywhere. The Guardian of the Falling Clouds, a cultivator in the spiritual god realm, also appeared. However, another cultivator in the spiritual god realm hidden within the 3 sects emerged as well. The 4 engaged in a particularly intense battle, escalating to a fight in the sky 1,000 feet high, occasionally hitting an unfortunate bystander with the shockwaves. Seeing Xue Chen return, the Falling Cloud's guardian breathed a sigh of relief. But as expected, another unexpected event occurred. Although the Falling Cloud's guardian was strong, in this situation, she was undoubtedly the best hostage candidate. The Sect Master of the Red Moon sect broke through Lin Jie's defenses and grabbed the Falling Cloud's guardian by the neck. Stop, or I'll kill her. The scene fell silent. The identity of the Falling Cloud's guardian became a concern for everyone present. Lin Jie sternly said, think carefully, are your 3 sects not afraid of the wrath of the Tianshan? The Sect Master of the Red Moon sect sneered, if I dare to grab her, I won't be afraid. Stop the nonsense, leave the Spirit Sword sect, and we'll release her once we get the Demon Sword. Lin Jie took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, disciples of the Spirit Sword sect, obey my command, withdraw from the inner gate. Master, the disciples of the Spirit Sword sect looked at Lin Jie unwillingly, having lost so many senior brothers. A senior elder of the Spirit Sword sect hurriedly exclaimed, Master, this is not advisable. Lin Jie, with a solemn expression, waved his hand and said, just leave. Seeing Lin Jie's determination, everyone reluctantly withdrew from the inner gate. Yes, Master. Xue Chen silently watched the scene before him, knowing things would turn out this way. But it didn't matter to him, after all, he was just a hired hand. Huang Daodu supported the still unconscious Sean and came to Xue Chen's side. Elder Feng, what should we do now? Xue Chen calmly replied, let's play it by ear. When they relax their guard, I will try to see if I can save Luo Yunxue. Huang Daodu had no better ideas at the moment, so he could only nod. Soon, except for the 3 sects Spirit Infant Realm cultivators, all the cultivators withdrew from the inner gate of the Spirit Sword sect. At this moment, above everyone's heads, for Spirit God Realm cultivators were still fiercely battling. With a series of attacks from the 3 sects cultivators, the ground began to tremble, and the houses and caves of the Spirit Sword sect quickly collapsed. After a moment, a sword emitting a dangerous aura appeared before everyone. It was a heavy sword 8 feet long and the size of a palm. The demonic sword was engulfed in dark green flames, with several iron chains wrapped around it. The Sect Master of the Crimson Moon sect grabbed Luo Yunxue and approached the demonic sword, then firmly grasped the sword's hilt. Crack! The iron chains instantly broke one by one. The Sect Master of the Crimson Moon sect excitedly pulled out the demonic sword. However, at that moment, a vine directly wrapped around him and Luo Yunxue, dragging them into the underground. Not good. The 3 spirit infant realm cultivators of the sects finally reacted and immediately launched a fierce attack towards the ground. The vine carrying the Sect Master of the Crimson Moon sect and Luo Yunxue emerged next to Xuechen. Xuechen smiled faintly and released Luo Yunxue. Thank you, Elder Foam. Luo Yunxue quickly bowed to Xuechen. Xuechen waved his hand. The Sect Master of the Crimson Moon sect was tightly bound by the vine, unable to move or speak, only managing to shout from his chest, "Why wait any longer to act?" The 3 sects cultivators immediately realized the situation and rushed towards them. Lin Jie and 2 senior elders of the Spirit Sword sect quickly arrived with the sect's disciples by Xuechen's side. However, just as Xuechen and the others watched the approaching 3 sects cultivators, stab a short sword pierced into Xuechen's waist. Alert, alert. Host is suffering a fatal injury, please evacuate immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999975. Luo Yunxue widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Jie. Xuechen also turned his head, frowning at Lin Jie. He never expected the Sect Master of the Spirit Sword sect to be a villain. He had suspected the 4 senior elders of the Spirit Sword sect but not Lin Jie. Well, Xuechen hadn't really been on guard against these people. After all, in his eyes, they were all too weak. Now he understood that the Sect Master of the Crimson Moon sect's words were not directed at the 3 sects cultivators but at Lin Jie. Friend Feng, I'm sorry, I had no choice. Lin Jie slowly pulled out the short sword from Xuechen's waist. Then, Lin Jie gently pushed Xuechen's body, thinking Xuechen was already dead. However, embarrassingly, he didn't budge. At that moment, Xuechen smiled. Xuechen hated it when people said he couldn't do something because he really couldn't. And since he really couldn't, Lin Jie stabbing him in the waist was just adding insult to injury. Master Lin, I have no interest in your conspiracies and tricks. Stabbing me with a sword is one thing, I can understand that. After all, you are a hidden villain. But why the hell did you have to stab me in the waist? Lin Jie tried to escape, but it was already too late. Just as he flew up a meter, Xuechen grabbed his ankle. Die! Xuechen grabbed Lin Jie and smashed him towards the ground. Lin Jie widened his eyes in terror, watching the ground getting closer and quickly raised his shield. Bang! The ground was instantly smashed into a deep pit. Despite the protection of the shield, Lin Jie was still severely hit. However, Xuechen didn't stop, grabbing Lin Jie again and smashing him towards another side. Bang! Bang bang bang! After dozens of consecutive hits, the 2 of them disappeared from the sight of the crowd. A senior elder from the Spirit Sword sect cautiously approached the deep pit and swallowed nervously. This well is a bit too big. It was only then that the cultivators from the 3 sects reacted. Damn it, save him. Stop them. Another fierce battle was about to erupt. The Spirit Infant Realm cultivators from the 3 sects did want to save someone, but it wasn't Lin Jie they were saving. It was the Sect Master of the Crimson Moon sect, or more precisely, the demonic sword in his hands. As for Lin Jie, well, no one cared about him. Damn, this vine is impenetrable. Capture the saintess disciple and force her to hand over the demonic sword. Instantly, the gazes of these cultivators turned back to Luo Yunxue. Huang Daodo faced 5 opponents alone and was pierced through the abdomen by a thick wolf's fang club in a moment. The sturdy club took away large chunks of Huang Daodo's flesh and blood. If she hadn't run fast, she might have had to abandon her physical body. Luo Yunxue was supporting Xiao Shan when she saw Huang Daodo's defeat and immediately unleashed her strongest move. Senior Elder, save us. Boom! A flipping sky seal smashed in front of the Spirit Infant Realm cultivators from the 3 sects. The middle-aged man in blue who was battling the Spirit God Realm cultivators from the 3 sects landed beside Luo Yunxue. The newcomer was Luo Yunshua's protector, the senior elder of the Tianchi sect, Yi Liangchen. Let's go! Seeing that there were few disciples left from the Spirit Sword sect, Yi Liangchen understood that the situation was lost. He immediately grabbed Luo Yunxue and Huang Daodu, preparing to retreat. Luo Yunxue hurriedly shouted, "Senior Elder, Elder Feng is still down there." Yi Liangchen frowned at the words, glanced at the deep pit beside him, and released Huang Daodu. Then, Yi Liangchen reached out towards Xuechen, who was still digging a well hundreds of meters below. It had to be said that this guy had really long arms. By this time, Lin Jie had already lost his breath, and even the spirit infant inside him had dissipated. Just as Xue Chen was about to deliver the final blow, a hand struck towards him. Xue Chen was about to cut off the hand when he looked up and saw Luo Yunxue and Yi Liangchen above. So he gave up resistance and let the other party grab his arm. Initially, this hand was reaching for his collar. In the blink of an eye, Xue Chen was brought out of the deep pit by Yi Liangchen. The battle had already ended at this point. Apart from the spirit god realm elder from the spirit sword sect, Infinite, all the others had been killed by the cultivators from the three sects. And now, even Infinite was likely to be defeated in a one-on-two battle, especially with so many cultivators from the three sects below. Let's go! Yi Liangchen grabbed Xue Chen and Luo Yunxue, immediately retreating. Luo Yunxue held the heavily injured Xiao Shuan, while Xue Chen quickly picked up the wounded Huang Daodu. The five of them hung in the air like a string of grapes. However, Xue Chen didn't forget to deliver the final blow to Lin Jie in the deep pit. The next moment, the cultivators from the three sects saw a sun hurtling towards the ground. Source text: boom. A powerful shockwave instantly spread out. Even though Xue Chen and the others had flown nearly 100 miles away, they were still directly overturned by this powerful airwave. Oh my! Yi Liangchen quickly stabilized his figure, incredulously looking towards the direction of the Lingjian sect ruins. Luo Yunxue also stared blankly at the scene in front of her, then turned to look at Xue Chen, who had a calm expression on his face. Yi Liangchen came back to his senses, also looking at Xue Chen in astonishment. That strike by Xue Chen just now had definitely reached the spiritual god realm, even reaching the strength of a full-powered strike at the 7th or 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Feng Daoist, are you a triple attribute cultivator? Xue Chen shook his head at the words and said, no, this old man is of all attributes. His Yi Liangchen and Luo Yunxue suddenly gasped in cold air. All attributes, a cultivator of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Of course, this was only their understanding of all attributes. Yi Liangchen was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. Not good, run. This time he didn't go to grab Xue Chen. In his view, the other party was already a cultivator of the same level as him. Before Xue Chen and the others had run far, a sword cry that pierced through the clouds sounded from the direction of the Lingjian sect. Woji, with white hair fluttering behind him, held the soul-devouring demon sword in one hand, and his white robe had turned into a black robe emitting demonic flames. The two spiritual god realm cultivators fighting against Woji were now fleeing for their lives. Xiantian sect. Woji's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted and chased after the two spiritual god realm cultivators. When Xue Chen and the others returned to the Tian Shan, the entire Xiantian sect's sphere of influence had descended into chaos. The Lingjian sect was destroyed, and the soul-devouring demon sword recognized Woji as its master. Several days later, Woji made his way to the Xiantian sect. However, even though he had turned to the demonic path, Woji was still no match for the Xiantian sect. Even the supreme elders and sect master of the Xiantian sect did not show themselves. Just the second elder of the inner sect of the Xiantian sect was able to severely injure Woji in a few moves. The once sword saint was now a prisoner. Everything happened too quickly, and even the internal members of the Tianqi had not had time to digest this information. Xue Chen, as an honorary elder, was not required to attend meetings before. Bluntly put, he was an outsider. However, Xue Chen was called to the meetings these past few days. Xue Chen also met the current manager of the Tianqi, Saintess Tong Yen. Tong Yen was different from the Saintess Xue Chen had imagined. In his mind, the Saintess should be pure and simple. However, Tong Yen was not young, looking similar to a woman in her 40s in the mortal realm. Moreover, Tong Yen exuded an aura of a domineering female CEO, not pure or simple at all. After several meetings, no concrete results were reached. Besides Xue Chen and the others, only Woji and the two spiritual god realm cultivators were left as the parties involved. There was no need to investigate the rest, not even a trace was left behind. However, they came to a conclusion that this matter was definitely related to the Xiantian sect. Otherwise, Woji would not have attacked the Xiantian sect. Of course, this conclusion was obvious. However, Xue Chen was puzzled. Why did Woji turn to the demonic path? Why did he attack the Xiantian sect? There were many unreasonable aspects to this. If Woji had known earlier that the Xiantian sect was going to target him, he would have definitely turned to the demonic path earlier, rather than waiting for his disciples to die. But if Woji did not know in advance, how did he find out in the end? Unless those two spiritual god realm cultivators told him. But why would they do that? Also, even if Woji turned to the demonic path, he could not have been unaware of the gap between himself and the Xiantian sect. Instead of quietly cultivating, he directly attacked the Xiantian sect. Why did he do that? Most importantly, the Xiantian sect could easily crush Wuji with just one finger, so why go through such a big circle? All of this was too mysterious and complex. Xuechen was not foolish, and the high-level members of the Tianqi were not either, but they just couldn't figure it out. This was also why Xuechen disliked getting involved in the disputes among cultivators. It's so damn mind-boggling. Congratulations, host, on surviving another year. Congratulations, host, on receiving the Longevity Award, with plus 10,000 life points, plus 10,000 mana points, and plus 10 spirit stones. Time flies, and another year has passed in the blink of an eye. Snowchen made quite a few temporary friends at Tianqi this year. Of course, there were more people trying to curry favor with him. Xiaoshan and Huang Daodu, two inner sect elders, could be considered half-friends of Snowchen. The main reason was that Snowchen had saved them. The matter of the Spirit Sword sect had been put on hold. Tianshan had temporarily become an isolated place, with no nearby sects for trade. The reason was simple. It had been almost 3,000 years since the last attack by Xiantian sect on Tianshan, and no sect was willing to take the risk. Especially after the only sect that had dealings with Tianshan, the Spirit Sword sect, was destroyed, no sect dared to gamble. This year, Snowchen also learned some news about Tianshan's fairy maiden from some sources. The fairy maiden of Tianshan had not left Tianqi but had been in seclusion in a forbidden area. The so-called forbidden area was not a dangerous place, just a mountain valley where disciples were forbidden to disturb the fairy maiden's cultivation. As for the rejuvenation technique, only the fairy maiden of Tianshan knew it. Fortunately, Saintess Tong Yen revealed that the fairy maiden of Tianshan would soon come out of seclusion. It could be as soon as a year or as late as 3 years, but the fairy maiden of Tianshan would definitely come out of seclusion. Snowchen speculated that the fairy maiden of Tianshan was coming out of seclusion to deal with this 3,000-year checkpoint. It seemed that Xiantian sect would probably attack again this time. Snowchen didn't know if he could obtain the rejuvenation technique from the fairy maiden of Tianshan, but for now, he can only continue to wait. With such a vast eastern continent, is rejuvenation still so difficult? Sighing, Snowchen shook his head and stopped worrying about this issue. I wonder how Tianxin is doing with her studies. Muttering to himself, Snowchen headed towards the Lotus Pond. The Lotus Pond was not on their mountain peak but in Elder Huang Daodu's management area. The Lotus Pond housed many descendants of Tianqi's elders or newly accepted disciples. These juniors were young and, while cultivating, also studied some cultural subjects. Since Tianqin couldn't cultivate, Snowchen had asked Huang Daodu to help teach her some music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Tianqin would ride her contracted beast, Xiaoming, to the Lotus Pond for her studies every day. In the Lotus Pond, there were dozens of pavilions. Inside these pavilions were one or several young men and women. At this moment, Tianqin was earnestly reading a book with a young man in white in one of the pavilions. The young man was reading cultivation techniques, while Tianqin was studying worldly knowledge. Under their feet, two cute little beasts were playing around. Suddenly, Tianqin pointed to the book in her hand and asked, "Senior Yi, what does the phrase 'to learn of the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is enough' mean?" The young man thought carefully and replied, "It should mean that if one understands a truth in the morning and dies in the evening, it is still worthwhile." This phrase encourages people to constantly pursue knowledge and moral perfection. Upon hearing this, Tianqin suddenly understood and quickly prepared to take notes. At that moment, an elderly voice came from outside the pavilion. "Girl, don't listen to his nonsense, Grandpa." Tianqin quickly put down the book in her hand and ran to Snowchen, skillfully linking her arm with his. Snowchen smiled and ruffled her hair, asking, "How's your studying going, girl?" Tianqin frowned at his words and said, "Grandpa, there are many famous sayings that I don't understand. For example, just now, I asked Senior Yi about the phrase 'to learn of the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is enough.'" Snowchen explained, "To learn of the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is enough means that if I knew your location in the morning, you could die in the evening. The old man's words are a warning to you, never let your enemies know where you live, as it can be very dangerous. Of course, on the flip side, if you have a grudge with someone, you must find out where they live and then go there to wipe out their whole family. Remember, some people have their hearts on the left, some have them on the soles of their feet, and there are rumors that some have them in their buttocks. It's best to burn them to ashes with fire and then keep watch nearby for a few years." Xuechen carefully explained to Tianqin, drawing from his years of experience. It's rare for cultivators not to have enemies, but Xuechen had none, because all his enemies were dead, including their relatives and pets. You see, some extraordinary individuals can even reincarnate in animals after death. Xuechen continued to impart his experiences to Tianqin. Although Tianqin was just an ordinary mortal, Xuechen knew that the conflicts in the mortal realm were no less than those among cultivators. However, at some point, the pavilion was surrounded by young men and women. They earnestly took notes of every word Xuechen said in their little notebooks, because they had never heard such words before. Xuechen's words seemed to open a door to a new world for them, showing them a different perspective. With youthful fervor, they all harbored dreams of traveling the world with a sword, and Xuechen's experiences were undoubtedly a precious treasure. However, at that moment, a discordant voice sounded beside Xuechen. "Feng, Elder Feng, I think what you said is not right." It was Yi, the senior brother Tianqing mentioned. Xuechen glanced at the white-robed youth beside him and inexplicably felt the urge to slap the kid. You see, Xuechen had long seen through most things in the world, and the few obsessions he had were simply staying alive, rejuvenating, and listening to stories from courtesans. He was sure that none of these obsessions involved slapping people, but he really wanted to slap this kid. Not because he had contradicted him, but because Xuechen felt that urge the moment he saw him. Nevertheless, Xuechen suppressed this inexplicable urge and asked with a faint smile, "Young man, what's your name?" "I'm Yi Bufan, from the Yi family." Yi Bufan replied respectfully. Xuechen knew Yi Liangchen, the protector of the Fallen Cloud sect. He didn't expect this kid to have some background. But why did this kid's name sound like that of a scoundrel? Xuechen chuckled and said, "Young man, why don't you share your insights?" All the young men and women present turned their gaze to Yi Bufan. Seeing this, Yi Bufan cleared his throat and smirked. Damn! Xuechen now understood where that urge to slap the guy came from. He liked being slapped by the crooked-mouthed war god. Congratulations, host, on surviving another year. Congratulations, host, on receiving the Longevity Award, with plus 10,000 life points, plus 10,000 mana points, and 10 spirit stones. The timeless system prompt informed Xuechen that another year had passed. On that day, Xuechen was studying how to merge two spells together. Aquatic Wood, could the Water Dragon spell and the Vine spell be combined? He had been researching this spell for several days. Holding a vine seed in his palm, he began to infuse it with some water attribute spiritual power. Despite his careful infusion of spiritual power, the seed was still drowned by the water energy. The seed burst open, splattering Xuechen's hand with milky white liquid. Calmly, Xuechen wiped his hands on two pieces of paper. He crumpled the damp papers and tossed them into the nearby trash can. Undeterred, Xuechen knew that achieving results in spell research was not a quick process. What he had in abundance was time. Not long after, a bunch of discarded tissues were already thrown into the trash can. Just as Xuechen took out a bag of new seeds, Tianqing's adorable beast burst through the door and ran in. Awu Xuechen, seeing this, set down the seeds and gently rubbed the beast's head. What, is it time to eat again? Awu, all right. Xuechen picked up the adorable beast and headed towards the pavilion in the courtyard. In the pavilion, Tianqing waved vigorously. Grandpa, hurry up. Xuechen smiled at the remark, but soon his expression turned serious. Yi Bufan emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates of food. Yi Bufan pays respects to Elder Feng. As Tianqing's classmate and senior brother, it was reasonable for Yi Bufan to visit them. But that didn't mean Xuechen would necessarily treat him well. Of course, in Xuechen's view, it was just to maintain his image as an elder. Please, have a seat. Xuechen gently placed Tianqing's adorable beast aside, then kicked Yi Bufan's sleeping beast into the nearby trash can with a swift foot. Yi Bufan's beast angrily popped its head out of the trash can, glanced at Xuechen, then quickly shut its mouth. Grandpa, I'm going to the market with senior brother Yi this afternoon. Do you need anything? I can bring it back for you. Surprisingly, Xuechen did have something he wanted to buy. Nodding, Xuechen said, bring some seeds with spiritual energy, not big trees, just vines. Grandpa, are you still researching the fusion of water and wood technique? Yi Bufan quickly suggested, Elder Feng, my family ancestor has a lot of experience in spell research, you might want to discuss with him, alright? I'll keep that in mind. Xuechen decided to find Yi Liangchen later. If he couldn't figure it out, he would ask him for advice. Just then, a bell rang through the sky. Soon after, the voice of the energetic Saintess Tongyan resounded. The Lady of Mount Tianshan has emerged. All elders are requested to gather at the sect's main hall tomorrow morning for a meeting. Elder Feng, please also proceed to the sect's main hall. Xuechen's eyes lit up instantly. The Lady of Mount Tianshan has emerged. With a swoosh, Xuechen set down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up. I have something to attend to, I'll be leaving. Watching Xuechen hurriedly depart, Yi Bufan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Tianqing, who was still focused on eating, Yi Bufan murmured, Junior sister, don't worry, I will find a way for you to cultivate. Tianqing, who was busy eating, didn't catch Yi Bufan's murmurs. Senior brother Yi, aren't you eating? If you're not eating, I will. We can't waste food. Yi Bufan, _ The Lady of Mount Tianshan has emerged. This news was excellent for Xue Chen. Friend, can you sell me your rejuvenation technique? No, that's too abrupt. Ahem, friend, are you willing to sell your rejuvenation technique? However, at that moment, a clear voice sounded behind Xue Chen. Do you want it? Ha! Xue Chen quickly turned around to see a beautiful woman in her 20s smiling at him. Damn, he was too excited, his vigilance had dropped so much. You're the all-attribute elder foam, right? The woman walked up to Xue Chen, stared at him, then casually glanced at the nearby trash can, saying, Elder foam, you need to take it easy with your body. Xue Chen, miss, this is, oh, no, you're the Lady of Mount Tianshan? Xue Chen realized halfway through his explanation. The woman's energy fluctuations were very strong, although slightly inferior to his, she was the strongest cultivator he had ever seen. Even Mu Lingxue from the Tai sect couldn't compare, indicating that this person was indeed the Lady of Mount Tianshan he had been waiting for. The beauty looked at Xue Chen and smiled, saying, Tianshan Tongla was the name people from the outside world used to refer to me. My name is Shangguan Cai's Walangxia. Xue Chen, _ Damn, he had never heard such a long name before. Shangguan Daoist. Shangguan Cai's Walangxia interrupted Xue Chen before he could finish and reminded him with a smile, you should address me as senior. Upon hearing this, Xue Chen immediately reached into his storage bag. However, it was quite embarrassing as he couldn't find any cultivation techniques above the spirit infant realm. He suddenly remembered that he had never purchased any cultivation techniques above the spirit infant realm. Shangguanya, shortened for your convenience, Shangguanya waved her hand and said with a smile, alright, let's just stick to being fellow Taoists. Feng Taoist, Tong Yen told me that you cultivate all attributes? Xue Chen nodded in response. Yes. Shangguanya's eyes lit up at his response. Feng Taoist, to be honest, I am also preparing to attempt cultivating a third attribute recently. Perhaps we can discuss it together. A third attribute? Xue Chen immediately understood the information Shangguanya mentioned, meaning she was already a dual attribute cultivator. A dual attribute cultivator above the spirit saint realm? Unbelievable. It was rumored that only the Holy Land had nurtured multiple attribute cultivators above the spirit saint realm, and that was many years ago. He never expected to encounter one now. Truly, the world was vast, and one should not underestimate anyone. Shangguanya extended her hands, with frost emanating from her left hand and flames from her right. Feng Taoist, would you like to experience my dual ice and fire attributes? Xue Chen immediately shook his head vigorously. Was this something a pure-hearted old man like him could experience? Shangguanya looked at the frost and flames on her hands and said, I am currently cultivating dual ice and fire attributes. Although the ice attribute is a variant of the water attribute, it repels the fire attribute even more. So, I am thinking of cultivating a third attribute to balance them out. However, I have been thinking for a long time but haven't figured out which attribute would be suitable. Do you have any good suggestions, Feng Taoist? Xue Chen was immediately at a loss upon hearing this. His all attributes were given by the system and not cultivated by himself. Although he had been studying after entering the cultivation world for these years, it was too short a time, and he hadn't discovered much. Just then, Xue Chen saw Shangguanya's dual ice and fire attributes, and memories that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years surfaced deep in his mind. He remembered the time when he used to take a bath in a tub filled with ice and fire. Ahem, experiencing dual ice and fire attributes along with electric therapy was simply exhilarating. Thinking of this, Xue Chen blurted out, thunder attribute. Thunder belongs to wood. However, the wood attribute is too gentle to counterbalance the powerful ice and fire attributes. The thunder attribute possesses great strength and vitality. Feng Taoist, you are truly brilliant. Shangguanya was so excited that she jumped up as if she were a 10,000-year-old little girl. She never expected to find the answer to her long-standing problem with Xue Chen. If the old man in front of her wasn't so old, she would have wanted to reward him with a kiss. Xue Chen never expected that he inadvertently solved Shangguanya's dilemma. However, all of this was unimportant. What mattered was that he could now speak up. Shangguan Taoist, it seems your issue has been resolved. Can you sell me the rejuvenation technique? Shangguanya immediately suppressed her excitement upon hearing this. She walked up to Xue Chen, gently patted his shoulder, and said in a mature manner, Feng Taoist, since you have cultivated all attributes to the 9th level of the spirit infant realm, you must have experienced many stories. All these rejuvenation techniques are nothing but deception. Everything in the world follows a predetermined fate. Monks like us naturally have long lifespans and age slowly. If there were truly a method to reverse aging, would there be cultivators in the immortal realm who look middle-aged or elderly? Even if the method is profound and beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators, I have seen many elders from sacred places, and not one of them resembles a young beauty. If there were truly a method to reverse aging, wouldn't they practice it too? Just because one person prefers a mature appearance, does everyone else as well? Feng, you've been fooled. Shangguanya patted Xueqin's shoulder and left gracefully. Xueqin was stunned by Shangguanya's words. After a long time, Xueqin regained his senses. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Weren't you always seeking the method to reverse aging? Time flew by, and 2 more years passed. Xueqin tried countless times but still couldn't obtain the method to reverse aging from Shangguanya. Tianxin had grown from a young girl who just left the Silent Island into a teenage girl. At the age of 14 or 15, it was the time of budding love. At this age, she didn't even understand what love was, only that she enjoyed being with someone. Junior sister, I'll leave you here, I need to go back to cultivate. Okay, senior brother Yi, goodbye. Goodbye, junior sister. Tianxin watched Yi Bufan's departing figure reluctantly, unaware that Xueqin had appeared behind her at some point. While Tianxin gazed at Yi Bufan's back, Xueqin was watching her. Xueqin knew that as an immortal, he shouldn't have emotional attachments. But no one is perfect, and this calamity would eventually come, just not as soon as he thought. Tianxin turned and saw Xueqin, her heart racing as she blushed. Grandfather, why are you here? I came out for a walk. Xueqin smiled and didn't scold Tianxin. Let's go, it's time to go back and make dinner. Okay, grandfather, tonight I'll make your favorite spicy pig intestines. Xueqin chuckled and ruffled Tianxin's head. However, Tianxin instinctively pulled back. Grandfather, don't ruffle my head, I've grown up. Xueqin paused for a moment at her words, then nodded with a smile. Alright. Purple sun peak. The pure moonlight spilled onto the earth. Yi Bufan sat cross-legged under the moonlight, absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. At 17, he stood tall, with extraordinary looks and a remarkable presence. Although young, Yi Bufan's cultivation was impressive, already a cultivator at the 4th level of the transcendent realm. Barring any mishaps, this kid could form a spiritual pill before he turned 20. Achieving the spiritual pill realm. His cultivation speed could be considered outstanding even among the major sacred places. Anyone who saw him would have to praise him as a remarkable young man, polite, handsome, knowledgeable, talented in cultivation, and with a powerful background. A perfect heartthrob. Swish, a masked figure instantly landed next to Yi Bufan. Before Yi Bufan could react, the newcomer grabbed him by the collar and flew off into the distance. How dare you! A massive hand flew out of the palace, aiming for the masked figure. But before Yi Liangchen could rejoice, a huge vine pierced through the ground and wrapped around the giant hand. By the time Yi Liangchen cut the vine, Yi Bufan had already been taken away by the masked figure. Who dares to act so recklessly? Ignoring Yi Liangchen's futile rage, Xueqin took Yi Bufan to a secluded cave. The cave seemed freshly dug. Before Yi Bufan could speak, Xueqin removed his mask. Phone, Elder Phone. Yi Bufan widened his eyes, looking at Xueqin in disbelief. At the same time, Yi Bufan felt immense fear. Was Elder Phone revealing his true self to annihilate him? Cough. Yi Chen cleared his throat and said, "You don't have to be afraid. Long story short, I see potential in you and am ready to take you as my disciple. Now, bow and accept me as your master." Yi Bufan stood frozen in place. What? Bow or not? Xueqin crushed a large rock beside him with one hand. This gesture undoubtedly conveyed to Yi Bufan that if he didn't bow today, he might not leave here alive. Yi Bufan swallowed hard, quickly knelt down, and bowed. Disciple Yi Bufan pays respects to master. After Yi Bufan kowtowed 3 times, Xueqin finally smiled in satisfaction. Very well. Xueqin helped Yi Bufan up and said, "I have nothing special to give you, take this bag of spirit stones and spend it as you wish." Yi Bufan took the storage bag and scanned it with his spiritual sense, gasping at the sight. There were so many, too many, and they were all single attribute spirit stones. But why were there 2 types of spirit stones? Yi Bufan quickly understood the reason. Bufan, from the moment I saw you, I knew you were extraordinary. I see you practice wood attribute techniques, which is limiting. Starting tomorrow, you will also practice earth attributes. These single attribute spirit stones are for your cultivation. Yi Bufan widened his eyes in disbelief. Remember, I have high hopes for you. Xueqin patted Yi Bufan on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Cultivation goes against the natural order, so remember to focus wholeheartedly and not be distracted. To prevent you from losing focus in your practice, don't seek a Tao companion until you reach the spiritual perception realm." That's settled. Master, I understand. Only then did Xuechen nod in satisfaction. Good disciple, I have high expectations for you, Xuechen said contentedly before leaving. After Xuechen had been gone for a while, Yi Bufan snapped back to reality. Damn! Wait, Master, you didn't say when you would guide me in my practice. No, this won't do. Still not working. Xuechen had lost count of how many times he had failed. His water-wood fusion technique still showed no progress, failing outright at the first stage. He had even tried letting the vines grow first before infusing them with water spirit power, but it still didn't work. A small amount of water spirit power was fine, but a bit more would cause the vines to collapse. Although this could be considered a successful fusion technique, Xuechen was far from satisfied. It seems I need to discuss this with someone. That kid Yi Bufan mentioned that Yi Liangchen is quite knowledgeable in this area. With that in mind, Xuechen immediately flew towards Xiang Peak. Upon arriving at Xiang Peak, Xuechen encountered Yi Bufan who was practicing. Disciple pays respects to Master. Master, do you have any business here? I'm here to see your ancestor. Master, about the cultivation. Bufan, I brought you in, but your cultivation is up to you. Xuechen patted Yi Bufan's shoulder and walked towards the palace ahead. Ah! Yi Bufan stared blankly at Xuechen's back, momentarily unable to process everything. Yi Daoist, are you there? Who? No money, no talk. Xuechen, _. Seeing Xuechen, Yi Liangchen felt uncomfortable. He had long known about the masked man incident involving Xuechen. After all, Xuechen hadn't told Yi Bufan not to talk about it. But Yi Liangchen was displeased with Xuechen's actions, especially since Xuechen had taken the person right from under his nose, which was embarrassing. However, since Yi Bufan had already accepted Xuechen as his master and received so many spirit stones, Yi Liangchen couldn't say anything more. Feng Daoist, what brings you here? Xuechen smiled faintly at the sight and said, I heard that friend Yi is very skilled in spell research. I have encountered a difficult problem, so I came to seek advice. Yi Liangchen immediately straightened his chest at the words, feeling much more at ease. Friend Feng, please tell me about it. I have some insights into spell research. Xuechen then shared his thoughts on the waterwood fusion technique with Yi Liangchen. Afterwards, Xuechen showcased his research results to Yi Liangchen. Seeing the faint water spirit power on the vines in front of him, Yi Liangchen immediately approached. It's truly a dual attribute fusion skill. However, this water spirit power is too weak, not even 3% of the wood spirit power. Although it enhances combat power to some extent, it's not significant. Yi Liangchen pondered with his chin in hand. His contemplation lasted a whole day. Xuechen did not rush him but sat aside continuing his research. I got it. Yi Liangchen exclaimed excitedly, it's the seed, the issue lies with the seed. This is just an ordinary seed. If it's only of the wood attribute, there's no issue. But to incorporate water spirit power, the seed can't bear it. Friend Yi, I have also thought about this issue, Xuechen said as he took out a more advanced seed. Then, another vine appeared in front of Yi Liangchen. However, this time, the water spirit power on the vine was much stronger, accounting for almost 10%. Yet, this had reached the limit, and more vines couldn't be sustained. Looking at the vine in front of him, Yi Liangchen furrowed his brows and said, Friend Feng, honestly, I feel this fusion technique is already quite perfect. If there were vine seeds of the heaven and earth spirit treasure level, the water-wood spirit power could potentially reach a 1-to-1 ratio, significantly boosting combat power. Xuechen rolled his eyes at his words. Isn't that obvious? If there were so many heaven and earth spirit treasure level vine seeds, why would I even come to discuss with you? You know, this stuff is consumable. Let's not even talk about whether I have them or not. Even if I did, would I lose several heaven and earth spirit treasures in a fight? Go bankrupt? Time passed swiftly. A month flew by in an instant. The two of them had been researching in this palace for a month. After a month of continuous research, they finally gave up. Yes, no matter what, they were stuck at this step with the seeds. They tried many methods but ultimately couldn't bypass the seed issue. That day, Xuechen walked out of Yi Liangchen's palace. Before parting, Yi Liangchen grabbed Xuechen and said in a deep voice, Old Feng, meet me at the forbidden place tonight. Xuechen looked deeply at Yi Liangchen and nodded, alright. Back in the courtyard, Xuechen was embraced by a graceful figure as soon as he entered. Grandpa, why did you go out for so long? Woo, it's been a month. Why did you go out for a month before coming back? Tianxian was truly crying, her tears soaking Xuechen's clothes. Xuechen opened his mouth but ultimately didn't say a word. A month was just a period of cultivation for a cultivator. For an immortal like him, it was a fleeting moment. That's why Xuechen didn't want Yi Bufan to disturb Tianxian, as there was a distinction between immortals and mortals. Yi Bufan only needed a deep cultivation, and Tian Xayan's life might pass by lonely for a long stretch. Xuechen patted Tian Xayan's shoulder, already planning how to find her a good family. Stop crying, girl, go cook. Grandpa wants to eat your spicy stir-fried intestines. Okay. Watching the girl's figure as she left, Xuechen sighed deeply. The longevity tribulation, the first tribulation, the tribulation of family affection, could he really pass through it smoothly? Xuechen did not evade, for he knew that this calamity would come sooner or later. Midnight. The fierce wind brought dark clouds, obscuring the bright moon. The night was dark and stormy, the perfect time for treachery and theft. Outside the forbidden area, Brother Yi, Brother Feng, attack! Yi Liangchen's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Xuechen took a deep breath and stepped into the forbidden area. At the moment Xuechen entered the forbidden area, Shangguanya, who was meditating with closed eyes, opened hers. Leaning against the trunk of a huge ancient tree, her gaze calmly pierced through all obstacles to the figure invading the forbidden area. I, Lao Fu, have come to learn from the renowned Tianshan Tong Lao. Due to the accent differences between Dongzhou and Shenzhou, Shangguanya mistook it for Xuechen. With a swift movement, Shangguanya appeared instantly in front of Xuechen. Xuechen never expected that the first person from Dongzhou to know his name would do so in this manner. Shangguanya frowned as she looked at the black-clothed figure before her. Her spiritual sense could only see a blur on Xuechen's face. It was evident that trouble was brewing. Show yourself, you sneaky fellow. Before Xuechen could react, Shangguanya swiftly completed a spell. This speed was at least worth being single for 10,000 years. A huge halo appeared around Shangguanya, and icicles shot towards Xuechen like sharp swords. Damn! Xuechen never expected Shangguanya to attack so fiercely from the start and immediately ran for it. He ran, she chased, and soon many cultivators flew in from all directions. Stop him! The Holy Maiden Tan Yen and two Spirit Realm Elders directly tried to delay Xuechen momentarily to give Shangguanya an opportunity. However, their strength was clearly insufficient against Xuechen. Water Dragon Technique. Two huge water dragons appeared instantly, blocking all attacks and carrying Xuechen away into the distance. Shangguanya wasted no time and chased after him. Shortly after the chase began, Shangguanya's expression changed. Damn it! She immediately gave up chasing Xuechen and headed back towards the forbidden area. However, by the time she arrived, it was too late. A large portion of the ancient tree she resided in had been chopped off. Holy Maiden Tan Yen and the two elders gasped in shock. They knew how much Shangguanya cherished that tree. It wasn't just a branch of the ancient tree that was cut, it was like cutting into Shangguanya's heart. Moreover, the most crucial point was that this branch bore the only fruit of the ancient tree. Shangguanya had guarded this fruit for thousands of years, and when it ripened, she could consume it directly, gaining a new attribute. This would greatly enhance her combat power. Tan Lao! Shangguanya roared, immediately inform Lao Feng and Yi Liangchen to come here. Do these two think I'm getting senile? Do they think I'm clueless just because I'm wearing a mask? If I don't beat the crap out of them today, they won't get away with it. Brother Yi, are we really not going back? Don't worry, once we figure it out, Tan Lao will surely forgive us. Alright. Immediately, Yi Liangchen took out the branch cut from the ancient tree. In an instant, a majestic vitality filled the entire cave. This tree is called the Year Ring, said to have been brought out by Tan Lao from an ancient secret realm 7,000 years ago. This tree blooms every 5,000 years, bears fruit every 5,000 years, and there is only this one fruit. Yi Liangchen pointed to the green fruit on the branch, saying, "It's this one. Brother Feng, we don't have much time left." The vitality on the branch was rapidly fading. At this rate, in at most half an hour, this fruit would also wither completely. Alright. Snowchin immediately took the initiative to pick the fruit, and the water and wood spiritual power flowed into it continuously. With the infusion of the water and wood spiritual power, the fruit in his hand began to change. Soon, the fruit started to sprout, with numerous roots growing out from the bottom of the fruit, attempting to penetrate the ground. Snowchin quickly cut off these roots upon seeing them. However, as soon as he cut them off, new roots grew out again. Yi Liangchen shouted, "Brother Feng, infuse earth attribute spiritual power." Snowchen hurriedly added the infusion of earth attribute spiritual power upon hearing this. Indeed, the roots no longer reached towards the ground but instead wrapped around Snowchen's arm. "Brother Feng, don't panic, I'll help you." Yi Liangchen drew his long sword and slashed at the roots. Snowchen increased the output of spiritual power upon seeing this. With a massive influx of spiritual power, the sapling began to grow rapidly. 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters. When the trunk reached 30 centimeters, it stopped growing and gradually became strange. Sect Main Hall. Shangguanya sat at the head with a gloomy expression. Have they not been found yet? Reporting to Master Tong, not yet. A senior elder whispered, did those two escape? Tong Yen shook her head and said, impossible, the descendant of the senior elder, Yi Bufan, is still here, and Fang's granddaughter is also in the sect. Just then, a disciple rushed in. The senior elder and elder Feng have arrived. Shang Wanya immediately stood up. Snow Chan and Yi Liangchen had just reached the door when everything went black before their eyes, and the next moment, they were grabbed by the collar and lifted up. Have you thought about how you want to die? Gulp. The two swallowed hard, wanting to ask if they could die painlessly. Master Tong, give us a chance to explain. Hoof. Shang Wanya snorted and let them go. Convince me, and I'll let you leave in one piece. The two swallowed hard again. Of course, Snow Chen was not afraid of death. If he were to act, Shang Wanya was no match for him. He was just feeling guilty after all, for snatching the treasure that someone had guarded diligently for thousands of years. But what's done is done, and the cost of compensation was too high. Come on, start your performance. Shang Wanya sat back in her seat, quietly watching the two. Yi Liangchen lightly touched Snow Chen's arm, and Snow Chen could only reluctantly take out the object. The next moment, everyone stood up from their seats in unison. It was a tree, or rather, a living tree. 30 centimeters tall, with 2 legs, 2 arms, a few green leaves on top of its head, and a pair of eyes filled with both foolishness and wisdom. Abu! Abu! Seeing the giant looking at him, Abu quickly hid behind Snow Chen. However, the next moment, Abu was flashed and caught by Shang Wanya, the legendary tree person. Shang Wanya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she directly stuffed Abu into her chest. With the little tree person, what else did she need in terms of fruit? She had obtained the wood attribute 2,000 years in advance. Alright, forget about cutting my rings, you can go now. Snow Chen, all for all oh, Abu. Abu called out and tried to escape the double mountain squeeze of Shang Wanya, but as soon as it popped its head out, Shang Wanya pushed it back in. Abu popped its head out again, and Shang Wanya pushed it back in. After a few rounds of this, the male cultivators on the scene all swallowed hard. So fierce. Shang Wan. Before Snow Chen could finish speaking, he was glared back by Shang Wanya. Then we'll leave first. Friend Feng Yi Liangchen pulled Snow Chen and gave him a look, then walked out of the main hall. It was only after leaving the main hall that the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yi, this tree person hasn't grown up yet. Yi Liangchen smiled slightly at the words. Friend Feng, you said it yourself, this tree person hasn't grown up, right? Xue Chen suddenly realized. The two exchanged smiles. 3 days later, Xue Chen was basking in the sun. With a whoosh, Shang Wanya appeared next to Xue Chen. Friend Feng, how have you been feeling these days? Xue Chen smiled and said, not bad. Why, do you have something, friend Shangwan? Shang Wanya faintly smiled and said, nothing much, just came to see you. Friend Feng, these are some elixirs and medicines sent by my disciples. I can't finish them all, so I'm giving them to you. Without waiting for Xue Chen to refuse, Shang Wanya placed a bunch of gift boxes on the table. Seeing this, Xue Chen sighed and said, friend Shangwan, just take Abu with you. I nurtured it, and only my wood, water, and earth spiritual powers can continue its growth. A forced fruit is not sweet. Shang Wanya gritted her teeth and said, but it quenches thirst. You and Yi Liangchen stole my annual ring fruit, causing me to lose a wood attribute spiritual power. Am I not entitled to anything? Xue Chen fell silent at her words. Shang Wanya took Abu from her chest and placed it on the table next to Xue Chen. The meaning was clear. Abu, Abu. Abu saw Xue Chen and immediately jumped into his arms with joy. Seeing this, Xue Chen sighed, but in the end, he injected some 3-element spiritual power into Abu. As soon as Xue Chen finished injecting, Shang Wanya snatched Abu away. Watching Abu being stuffed back into her chest, Xue Chen felt 1,000 regrets. But there was no choice, Abu indeed belonged to Shang Wanya. Friend Feng, I'll come to see you in a few days. After saying this, Shang Wanya was about to leave, but Xue Chen hurriedly called out, friend Shangwan, the rejuvenation technique. Shang Wanya deeply looked at Xue Chen upon hearing this. She knew it was Xue Chen's obsession. I'll give it to you in 3 years. After saying this, Shang Wanya disappeared on the spot. 3 years later, the Xiantian sect attacked. Xue Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew he couldn't escape. Well, without giving something, it's impossible to receive anything in return. Xue Chen let out a long sigh. He had already decided that once he obtained the rejuvenation technique, he would immediately take Tianxin back to Shenzhou. He even thought about protecting Tianxin for a lifetime. 100 years was just a short period in his life. He had many 100 years. However, plans often fail to keep up with changes. Xue Chen would never have thought that this family tribulation wouldn't even take 100 years. Congratulations, host, on living another year. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward of longevity, plus 10,000 life points, plus 10,000 mana points, plus 10 spirit stones. Time flew by like a white horse crossing a crevice. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Under the banyan tree by the pond, Tianxin, 18 years old, dressed in a white long dress, stood gracefully by the pond like a fairy. Her gaze was focused and gentle, landing on the blooming lotus flowers in the pond, as if searching for the most beautiful one. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining on her, reflecting her delicate skin and bright eyes. She bent down slightly, reaching out to gently pick the nearest lotus flower, cradling it in her hand with care, feeling its softness and vibrant life force. Time flies, has it been 8 years already? Watching the girl's figure in front of him, Xuechen couldn't help but recall the scene of their first meeting 8 years ago. The image of her peeking out from the wooden house, observing him, still felt like yesterday in Xuechen's heart. 8 years was just a blink of an eye for Xuechen. However, for Tianxin, she had truly grown from a little girl to an adult. Grandpa, this lotus flower is so beautiful. Can we use it to make beggar's chicken when we get back? At the moment Tianxin turned around, Xuechen's old face lit up with a smile. Sure. Xiaomeng, as Tianxin's voice fell, a lion-sized cute beast instantly flew over. Roar Tianxin held the lotus flower and helped Xuechen onto the back of the cute beast, flying towards their small courtyard. Mundane days always passed quickly. Shangguanya hadn't brought Abu to see Xuechen for a month. As the 3,000-year deadline approached, not only the Tianqi, but the entire Tianshan region became increasingly tense. That day, Yi Bufan found Xuechen. Master, I'm leaving. Xuechen nodded calmly. With a major battle looming, Tianqi would naturally transfer some talented but weak disciples out. Their current cultivation level couldn't change the outcome of the battle but could leave a legacy for Tianqi. Of course, if Tianqi won again, these talented disciples would return immediately. Yi Bufan took a deep breath and said, Master, I want to take junior sister with me. Xuechen shook his head calmly. No need. But, before Yi Bufan could finish, Tianxin came out. Senior brother Yi, you go? I want to stay with Grandpa. Yi Bufan looked at Tianxin, then at Xuechen, took a deep breath, and handed a box to Tianxin. Junior sister, this is a vitality-enhancing pill that can extend your lifespan to 150 years. Within 100 years, I will find a way for you to cultivate. Yi Bufan said, then without waiting for Tianxin to refuse, he took out a flying sword and left in a streak of light. Tianxin looked at the vitality-enhancing pill in his hand, then at Xuechen resting with closed eyes, and finally kept the pill. When Tianxin returned to the room, Xuechen opened his eyes. Xuechen gently stroked the storage bag, and a vitality-enhancing pill appeared in his hand. Surprisingly, it was also a vitality-enhancing pill. In fact, he had bought this pill long ago but had never given it to Tianxin. Soon, a large group of Tianqi's talented disciples were sent away. If Tianqi were defeated, these disciples would all fall into wandering cultivators. It should be noted that the cultivation system in this world was already very complete, with 99% of the resources controlled by the major sects. As wandering cultivators, they were destined to embark on an extremely difficult cultivation path. But Xuechen knew that Tianqi would not lose this time, because he was here. He had not yet obtained the rejuvenation technique. At least he wouldn't let Shangguanya die at the hands of Xiantian sect. 5 days later, the Xiantian sect's army attacked. This time, Xiantian sect did not choose a direct assault but steadily advanced towards Tianqi. On the first day of the war, Tianqi lost the outer territory for thousands of miles. The disparity in strength between the two sides was still too great. Apart from Shangguanya, Tianqi only had 3 Lingod's realm elders in Tanyan, a Lingod's realm saintess. Xiantian sect, on the other hand, had over 10 Lingod's realm elders. The number of Ling infant realm cultivators under the sect was more than 10 times that of Tianshan. Even without the Lingod's realm cultivators from Xiantian sect, the Ling infant realm disciples and elders were enough to dominate the entire Tianshan region. Of course, this was under the condition that Shangguanya did not make a move. On the 5th day of the war, all the territories outside the Tianshan region, except for the Tianqi mountain range, had been lost. Of course, Tianqi did not resist much. There was no need to defend the lost territories outside. As long as they repelled Xiantian sect, those lost territories would return. In the sect's main hall, Tanyan began to arrange everyone's defenses and positions. Contrary to what Xuechen had in mind, Tianqi seemed to have no intention of going out to battle Xiantian sect, but rather wanted to rely on the ancestral protection array to deal with the opponent. Xuechen and Tian Xian sat quietly on the side. No one said anything about Xuechen bringing his granddaughter to the meeting. After all, his status was just a worshipper, and not running away directly in this situation was already the greatest favor to Tianqi. As the tasks were assigned by the elders one by one, Xuechen also received his task. His task was relatively simple, mainly to support the elders with insufficient spiritual power. Just as Xuechen was about to leave outside the sect hall, he was stopped by Yi Liangchen. "Brother Feng, let Tianxian go to the forbidden area, it's safer with Granny Tong there." Xuechen shook his head at the words. "No need, she is safe by my side." "You sigh." Yi Liangchen sighed, shook his head, and walked away. The two did not exchange any words of take care and stay safe. Having lived for a long time, they had become indifferent to life and death. Of course, that was just Yi Liangchen. Xuechen still wanted to live well. If he wasn't afraid of death, he wouldn't have lived to old age. On the first day of Xiantian Sect's siege on Tianchi, a fierce attack was launched. However, judging from the cultivation levels of the cultivators mobilized, Xuechen could tell that this was just the first probing wave. A large amount of spiritual stones were infused into the array by Tianqi's elders, and the consumption of spiritual stones was calculated in tens of thousands every moment. But for a long-standing power that had existed for thousands of years, this level of consumption was not a concern for the time being. On the second day, Xiantian Sect's offensive was significantly stronger, with two elders in the spiritual god realm bombarding the ancestral protection array recklessly. To Xuechen's surprise, Tong Yen did not order a counterattack to stop them, but continued to pour spiritual stones into the ancestral protection array. Watching the powerful spell effects outside the array, Tianxian quietly held onto Xuechen's arm. "Grandpa, can we survive this?" Xuechen gently rubbed Tianxian's hair at her words. "Don't worry, Grandpa is here. No one can harm you." Xuechen didn't know what Tianqi's plan was, but he knew that if they continued with this passive defense, Tianqi's spiritual stones would eventually be depleted. Shangguanya still hadn't shown up, but sensing Abu, Xuechen knew that Shangguanya was inside the forbidden area. Xiantian Sect also didn't launch a full-scale attack, as both sides seemed to be waiting for something. The sixth day arrived in the blink of an eye. On this day, Tong Yen and the three supreme elders of Tianqi all came out. Xiantian Sect also ceased its attack on Tianqi's ancestral protection array. Immediately after, a larger array rose around Tianqi. Dozens of light pillars from the array pierced through the sky, and a huge shield instantly enveloped the entire Tianqi mountain range. The expressions of Tong Yen and the three supreme elders changed for the first time. Three old figures rose in the Xiantian Sect camp and slowly walked towards Tianqi's ancestral protection array. Tong Yen took a deep breath. "Everyone, the moment of life and death has arrived." There was no need for many words. At this critical moment, saying anything was meaningless. To survive, they had to give it their all. Under the arrangement of the elders, all disciples of Tianqi poured their spiritual power desperately into the ancestral protection array. Xuechen frowned slightly at the sight. He didn't understand why, at this point, they were not preparing to fight back but instead pouring spiritual power into the ancestral protection array. When the array was broken, wouldn't everyone become lambs to be slaughtered? At least from the perspective of those disciples, that's how he saw it. At that moment, one of the three spiritual saint realm elders of Xiantian Sect spoke in a deep voice. "Tong Yen, open the ancestral protection array, and I promise not to kill you all." Tong Yen ignored the elder and silently took out a golden tripod. The golden tripod flew out of Tong Yan's hand and directly merged into the ancestral protection array. The protective array of the Xiantian Sect, which had been bombarded for 6 days and was on the verge of collapse, instantly returned to its original state, with its defensive power increased several times over. Stubborn and unyielding. With the old man's voice, nearly 2,000 Lingdan realm cultivators and over 100 Linging realm cultivators from the Xiantian Sect immediately launched a fierce attack. A large number of spells fell on the protective array of the Tianqi, creating ripples. However, the protective array integrated with the golden cauldron was much stronger than Xuechen had imagined. Even with so many cultivators bombarding it, the array showed no signs of breaking. But with the addition of over 10 Lingshan realm cultivators from the Xiantian Sect, the cultivators of the Tianqi gradually couldn't hold on. Huang Daodu was the first to weaken, shouting to Xuechen, "Elder Feng, come and help quickly." "All right." Huang Daodu took out spiritual stones and pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and immediately sat down cross-legged to restore his spiritual power. Xuechen did not hesitate, taking over Huang Daodu's position and infusing a large amount of spiritual power into the protective array. With Xuechen's participation, everyone was surprised to find that they were consuming less and less spiritual power, and the protective array became increasingly solid. Xuechen didn't know what the Tianqi had planned, he just wanted to obtain the technique of rejuvenation after this incident. It wouldn't be a bad choice to withstand the protective array and retreat to the Xiantian Sect. Watching the impregnable protective array, the three Ling Shang realm cultivators of the Xiantian sect finally changed their expressions. Damn, I didn't expect the heavenly mountain fairy to have such treasures. We can't wait any longer. It's only a 2-hour interval before Shangwanya's cultivation drops. Let's attack together. With the three great Ling Shang realm cultivators taking action, the protective array of the Tianqi once again began to falter. The disciples of Tianqi fell like wheat, some even had their dantians directly shattered. However, the seemingly faltering protective array repeatedly blocked all attacks. Damn it, bring him out. The Sect Master of the Xintian sect couldn't hold back any longer, shouting and retreating behind two elders, his hands quickly forming seals. Kill! With a roar, a sword light pierced through the sky and directly struck the protective array. Boom! Except for Xuechen and the four Lingshan realm cultivators like Tongyan, everyone was sent flying by this strike. A cultivator exuding demonic flames appeared outside the protective array in the blink of an eye, raising his hand to strike again. Wuji! This person was none other than Wuji, the former elder of the Lingjian sect who had been imprisoned by the Xiantian sect several years ago. Unexpectedly, not only did the Xiantian sect control Wuji, but they also allowed him to advance to the 9th level of the Ling Shang realm in such a short time. However, from the cracked skin of Wuji, it could be seen that after this attack, his life had also come to an end. Sword cultivators focused on killing, and their attack power was absolutely the strongest among cultivators of the same level, without a doubt. Wuji should be one of the trump cards the Xiantian sect used to deal with Shangwanya, but now he had no choice but to be exposed prematurely by the Xiantian sect. Open the gate of heaven with one sword. With Wuji's roar, a sword light thousands of feet long descended onto the protective array. Boom! The protective array was instantly shattered by this strike. It wasn't that Xuechen couldn't handle it, but Tong Yan's golden cauldron couldn't withstand it. After shattering the protective array, the momentum of the sword light continued towards the forbidden area. Ding! With a crisp sound, the sword light instantly turned into twinkling stars and disappeared between heaven and earth. Wuyan, it's been over 10,000 years, and you still won't let me go? Shangwanya stepped out of the forbidden area step by step, walking in the void. However, at this moment, her appearance no longer retained youth but had aged to the appearance of 80 or 90 years old. Sparse hair, loose teeth, wrinkled skin, hunched body. Even if it's 10,000 years, I won't let you go. Shangwanya, return the life of my daughter Tsai. The old man named Wuya had eyes blazing red as he charged towards Shangwanya. He even forgot he was a mage, not a melee warrior, showing the depth of his hatred towards Shangwanya. Meanwhile, Xuechen felt a sense of foreboding. Tsai. Instantly, he recalled the scene of his first meeting with Shangwanya. Tianshan Tonglao is how the outside world refers to me. My name is Shangwan Tsai Xuelanxia. Just then, a cry brought Xuechen back to reality. Tong Lao. Xuechen looked and saw Shangwanya being struck down by the two elders of Xiantian sect. Stop! Hold your hand! Xuechen shouted, sending a palm strike towards the two elders of Xiantian sect. Two water dragons instantly flew out towards them. At the same time, Xuechen landed beside Shangwanya. Shangwanya spat out blood, looking at Xuechen with a bitter smile. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Remember the technique you promised me. Despite suspecting the technique, Xuechen still wanted to see it, unwilling to give up. Fine. However, at that moment, a change occurred. Grandpa. Xuechen, focused on saving Shangwanya, forgot about Tianqin. At that moment, Tianqin was flying towards him on a cute beast. Xuechen's face changed instantly upon seeing this. Xiantian sect had 3 spirit saint realm cultivators, and Xuechen had only blocked 2. The remaining Xiantian sect master had been controlling Wuji all along. Wuji's sword struck towards Tianqin, flying towards Xuechen. How dare you! Xuechen flew towards Tianqin, while vines emerged from the ground, directly targeting Wuji and the Xiantian sect master in the air. Boom alert, alert. Host is suffering fatal injuries, please evacuate immediately. Current life points remaining, 99998888. The powerful sword energy struck Xuechen's back, causing him to let out a sigh of relief. It's okay, girl, Grandpa is here. However, before Xuechen could finish speaking, Wuya's mad laughter echoed nearby. Ha, I've finally avenged. Shangwanya's chest was pierced by a long sword. Shangwanya, you can reincarnate, but this time I've set up an array in Tianqi. I want to see how you can possess your next life. Wuya laughed maniacally, but at that moment, Shangwanya suddenly looked towards Xuechen's direction, or more precisely, towards Tianqin. The next moment, Shangwanya lost her breath. Xuechen was instantly filled with rage. Trying to possess my granddaughter, dream on. Xuechen erected thousands of shields around Tianqin. However, these shields seemed ineffective, as if there was nothing to intercept. Tianxin's eyes began to change gradually. Damn it! Shuechen roared, striking towards Tianxin with his palm. Grandpa, Grandpa. No! Wuda's voice carried anger and unwillingness as he cast spells towards Shuechen and Tianxin. Wuji unleashed his strongest attack once again. A sword opening the gates of heaven. As the sword light descended, Wuji's body dispersed into the air. The remaining cultivators of Xiantian's sect also launched their strongest attacks. Countless spells and spiritual treasures instantly engulfed Shuechen and Tianxin. 9,000, 7,000, 3,500. The shields on Tianxin's body rapidly collapsed. Shuechen watched silently, making no move. The cultivators of Tianxi who tried to help were all thrown back before they could approach. Except for the 4 spirit god realm cultivators, the rest were either dead or severely injured. This is just the aftermath of those spells. One can only imagine the fate awaiting Tianxin if Shuechen's shield completely collapses. Yet Shuechen remains motionless. As Tianxin's shield is about to vanish, her eyes undergo a complete transformation. One of her pupils turns ice blue, while the other becomes crimson. Shuechen recalls that Shangguanya once mentioned she was a dual attribute cultivator of ice and fire. Shuechen slowly raises his palm. At that moment, Tianxin's eyes instantly return to normal. Grandfather. Tianxin smiles faintly at Shuechen. The smile is just like the first time they met. Shuechen gazes into Tianxin's eyes, confirming that she is indeed Tianxin. A person's eyes cannot deceive, especially not Shuechen. With the final layer of shield on Tianxin completely shattered, a massive halo forms behind her in an instant. Countless ice spikes shoot out from the halo towards the incoming spells and cultivators of Xiantian sect. In an instant, many cultivators of Xiantian sect fall. But let's go! Along with Shangguanya's complete rebirth, Xiantian sect realizes the situation is lost and immediately chooses to retreat. Unable to stop Shangguanya's rebirth for the 3rd time, Wuya goes mad. If not for another elder and the Sect Master personally taking him away, he probably wouldn't leave. Shuechen watches Tianxin quietly, or perhaps he should now call her Shangguan Xin. Although his face remains expressionless, a battle rages within his heart. To kill or not to kill? Tong Lao, Tong Yan and the others walk over to support. Shangguan Xin waves her hand and then looks at Shuechen, saying, "Grandfather, can we talk somewhere else?" Without waiting for Shuechen's response, Shangguan Xin flies towards the forbidden area. Shuechen watches Shangguan Xin's back quietly and eventually follows. Under the Tree of Years, Shangguan Xin smiles faintly at Shuechen. "Grandfather, this is the rejuvenation technique you wanted." Shuechen doesn't reach out but calmly looks at the familiar face before him. Seeing this, Shangguan Xin gently places the technique she holds on a nearby stone table. This technique is called 9 reincarnations. Every 3,000 years, I shed a part of my soul to be reborn, making others believe it's a rejuvenation technique. Once you start the 9 reincarnations, you cannot stop. Every 3,000 years, you must undergo a reincarnation. My first life was as Tsai, the daughter of Woya, who was not yet an elder of Xiantian sect at that time. That's why my name is so long. And why I never thought of destroying Xiantian. Grandfather, if you think I'm not Tianxin, you can act. Shangguan Xin stops speaking and sits quietly. She knows she is no match for Shuechen. Shuechen gazes at the familiar yet unfamiliar face before him for a long time without speaking. After a while, he asks a question. "So, was this ending predetermined from the beginning?" Shangguan Xin nods gently. "Even if my previous self didn't die, when the time comes, we will merge into one." Shuechen looks deeply at the girl before him. He doesn't know what to do now. She is Tianxin, but not entirely. As they merge into one, Tianxin gains cultivation abilities and a long lifespan. But with over 10 years of memories against thousands of years of impact, is she still herself? Perhaps he shouldn't have brought Tianxin here. In that case, Wuya has succeeded. Shangguan Xin didn't lie to Shuechen, she is Tianxin and Sai. Xiantian sect has attacked Tianshan 3 times, yet she never thought of destroying it, as Wuya was once her father. Perhaps the only mistake was that Shuechen should not have gone to the Silent Island. After a long time, Shuechen silently turned and walked towards the forbidden area. "Grandfather, will you come back?" Shuechen did not answer, but he knew he would never come back here. No, it should be the Tianshan Mountains, including the Xiantian sect within tens of millions of miles, he would not step into them again. Shuechen once again felt exhausted from the cultivation world. Just as Shuechen stepped out of the gate of the heavenly pool, a figure leaped into his arms. Abu. Abu happily hugged Shuechen, pressing against his chest. Shuechen rubbed Abu's head. He wanted to smile, but he couldn't bring himself to do it now. "Abu, At that moment, Shangguan Xin fell behind Xuechen. Xuechen knew she had come to take Abu away. Abu was important to her. Abu seemed to know that Shangguan Xin would not let it leave with Xuechen like this. Drooping its head in disappointment, Abu seemed to make a certain decision after a moment. A seed spat out from its mouth, and its foolish yet wise eyes instantly only showed wisdom. Abu. Abu gently placed the seed in Xuechen's arms and then ran towards Shangguan Xin. Grandpa, before Shangguan Xin could say anything else, Xuechen turned into a rainbow and disappeared on the spot. Watching Xuechen's figure, a hint of loneliness flashed in Shangguan Xin's eyes. In the next life, once cultivation began, it could not be stopped. In the numerous cycles, she longed even more for a touch of familial love. Her next life was already a part of her soul, they were one. I just want to live. Shangguan Xin murmured and turned towards the forbidden area. She would wait under the tree of years for the next 3,000 years. Perhaps the Xiantian sect would strike again, perhaps she would die in one of the cycles, but she had no way out. Xuechen flew for half a year in one go. His speed was fast, and he didn't even know how far he had flown. Cultivators he met on the way sensed his aura of being unwelcoming to strangers and avoided him. That day, Xuechen finally grew tired of flying. Looking at a city on the horizon, Xuechen flew over slowly. Beizhou, Tianxiang City. Time flew by, 5 years passed in a hurry. In a small courtyard in the northern alley, Xuechen calmly looked at the small sapling in the pot in front of him. In these 5 years, Xuechen turned off the system's prompts and never used magic again. He lived like an ordinary person, getting up every morning, taking walks, strolling the streets, and occasionally chatting with neighbors. Xuechen never missed a meal, doing everything an ordinary person would do. He felt the length of time for the first time. The 5 years did not consume his mind, instead, it made him more steady. Under his careful nurturing for 5 years, the seed Abu gave him had grown into a small tree. Perhaps due to Xuechen not infusing it with spiritual energy, the tree grew very slowly, and now it was less than 10 centimeters tall. At that moment, someone gently pushed open Xuechen's courtyard door, and an old man in his 60s walked in. Lao Mo, finished eating? Let's play mahjong. The visitor was Xuechen's neighbor, Grandpa Gu. Grandpa Gu would come over to take Xuechen to play cards when he had nothing to do. The main reason was that Xuechen was terrible at playing, and it was easy to win money from him. Of course, after a day of playing, they would only win or lose about 20 to 30 copper coins. Alright, let's go. Xuechen watered the small sapling, placed it where the sunlight could reach, and then followed old Gu towards the mahjong parlor. The so-called mahjong parlor was actually a small tea house run by Aunt Zhang, a neighbor. Inside, there were only 4 tables for neighbors to play cards and drink tea. Every day, she only made a little money selling tea, and occasionally when her neighbors didn't feel like cooking at home, she could earn some meal money. Oh, Grandpa Gui, you've brought old Mo over again to lose money. Can't you talk? Today I brought old Mo here to win money. He. Although there weren't many tables in the tea house, there were indeed quite a few people. Behind the 4 card players stood 7 or 8 advisors directing the game. Old Mo, play faster, understand? You can't play this card, play this one, listen to me. Don't discard live tiles, follow the previous player. Why are you holding onto this tile? All the tiles have been played. See, you didn't listen to me, you just gave someone a winning hand. Damn it, old Mo, if you don't play these tiles, they'll last until next year. I knew I couldn't draw the right tiles, it's really frustrating. With Xuechen winning 25 copper coins, the afternoon passed by just like that. Old Gu, who won the money, was very happy. Let's go, old Mo, come to my place for a drink tonight. That night, old Gu bought a roasted chicken with the money he won, and then added some more money to buy a pot of wine. After 3 rounds of wine, old Gu started talking nonsense. Old Mo, when you first came, I thought you wouldn't last long, but it's been several years and you're still in good health. If only I could have your health in 12 years. Xuechen smiled but didn't reply to old Gu. However, he knew it was time for him to leave. This time, Xuechen didn't say goodbye to anyone, not even to the house. He only took the small tree from the pot with him. He left the house deed on the table in the house without saying a word. He disappeared from the city as if he had never been there. On the official road, Xuechen walked quietly, holding the small tree. He had lost his purpose once again, as well as the direction of his future. Rejuvenation seemed like a deception, leaving him at a loss. Longevity could be a blessing, but also a calamity. If he could live forever with the appearance and body of a 20-year-old, it would be wonderful and joyful. But at Xuechen's age, where sometimes he couldn't even find the tools to relieve himself, it wasn't so joyful. Of course, this was just a metaphor, not a reality. His health was still good. At that moment, a few beggars approached Xuechen. Sir, please, give us some food. After searching for a while and finding no food, Shuechen took out his money pouch and said, "I don't have any food on me, but how about a few copper coins each?" "Okay." Shuechen gave them 5 copper coins each and continued walking ahead. Soon, 2 of the beggars he had given money to caught up with him. "Old man." With a flash of cold light, their heads fell to the ground. Shuechen didn't even look back and continued walking forward. After living in Tianxiang City for 5 years, Shuechen had learned some things about the northern continent. Of course, he didn't know much. After all, in these 5 years, he hadn't interacted with any cultivators. Unlike the eastern continent, the northern continent didn't have cultivation sects but was controlled by various cultivation families. The East Spring Kingdom where he was now was under the influence of the Lin family. The monarch of the East Spring Kingdom was known to be strict but had been in power for 120 years. It was said that he had over 200 princes and princesses, and even more royal grandchildren, making it a pure breeding ground for the monarch. As Shuechen pondered whether to live in the imperial city for a few years, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. On a powerful steed, a young man in purple robes was clutching his chest and rushing towards Shuechen at high speed, followed closely by a group of masked men in black. "Old man, move aside." Upon hearing this, Shuechen immediately stepped aside. Swoosh! The masked black-clad assassin shot several short arrows at the young man, who narrowly dodged them. As the young man passed by Shuechen, he shouted, "Quick, run!" Shuechen remained still, calmly watching the young man gallop past him. As expected, as the black-clad assassins rode past Shuechen, one of them casually shot an arrow at him. Just as Shuechen was about to take down the group, a group of white-clad women descended from the sky, intercepting the arrows and engaging in combat with the black-clad assassins. Moments later, as the black-clad assassins fell one by one, the young man in purple robes leisurely rode back. The white-clad women immediately knelt down. "We arrived late to assist, please forgive us, young master." "Rise, it's not your fault." Shuechen couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head at the scene before him. He never expected to encounter such a prince in peril scenario. But he wasn't a beauty himself. The other party wasn't a beauty either. This encounter was utterly meaningless. Shuechen shook his head wryly and continued walking forward. "Sir, please wait." Shuechen didn't stop, but the young man behind him continued, "It was my fault that you were in danger just now, so consider this silver as compensation." In the next moment, a white-clad woman came forward and forcefully stuffed a bag of silver into Shuechen's hand. Pausing to look at the silver in his hand, Shuechen stopped in his tracks. Over the years, he had either been robbed or robbed others. This was the first time he had been given money. Turning around, he looked at the young man and the group of white-clad women who were dealing with the bodies of the assassins. The young man also looked at Shuechen with confusion. He didn't understand why Shuechen stopped after taking the money. Suddenly, Shuechen laughed. "Young friend, are you wealthy?" In this scorching summer, the voices of an old man and a young man intermittently echoed on the quiet official road. Aimlessly, Shuechen, with a hint of interest, chose to follow the young man in purple robes. Through their conversation, Shuechen learned that this guy was not a prince at all. Not only was he not a prince, he was a damn rebel. The young man's name was Zichen, the son of the head of the Dawn Society. True to his name, this guy loved to wear purple robes. This was why Shuechen mistook him for a prince. And the Dawn Society was a rebellious organization trying to overthrow the royal family of the Eastern Spring Kingdom. The current ruler of the Eastern Spring Kingdom was a transcendent realm cultivator. With power in the hands of cultivators, the welfare of the common people was of little concern. In the eyes of cultivators, the common people were nothing but ants. The current ruler of the Eastern Spring Kingdom only sought pleasure and paid no attention to governance. The bunch of princes below either sought enlightenment in cultivation or fought for the position of crown prince. Even those who wanted to do something for the people lacked the ability to do so because there were too many princes. The entire Eastern Spring Kingdom was on the brink of collapse, with corpses littering the land and the people suffering. Hence, the Dawn Society emerged. It was a superpower composed entirely of martial artists, with many experts in the innate realm. Zichen's father, Zi Tianyang, was a Grandmaster realm super expert. Of course, none of this mattered. What mattered was that Shuechen received news of the rejuvenation technique. The ruler of the Eastern Spring Kingdom paid no attention to governance, as the power was held by a person named Crimson Blood Old Demon. And the news of the rejuvenation technique came from this Crimson Blood. This Crimson Blood was not a cultivator, he was nearly 100 years old but appeared young at times. Crimson Blood currently held the position of the royal tutor in the Eastern Spring Kingdom, and the black-clad assassins were sent by him. Although the news of the rejuvenation technique piqued Shuechen's interest, he didn't pay much attention to it. In his view, techniques that even the cultivation world couldn't find were nothing but a fantasy in the mortal realm. Moreover, mortals are different from cultivators. Cultivators have extended lifespans, so many elixirs that can restore youth with just one pill have little effect on them. Just like the youth-restoring pill, Xue Chen still had a pile of them in his storage bag. Xuebo, when I ascend to the throne, I will buy you a rejuvenating elixir that can turn back the years for a hefty sum. Watching the deeply affectionate Zichen, Xue Chen nodded with a smile. All right. 3 days later, the group arrived at a huge city fortress, Wanhua Fortress. Since they were antagonists, it was only natural for them to stay in such a place. Xuebo, you're getting older, go rest first. Xiaoye, arrange a comfortable room for Xue Chen. Yes, young master. Xue Chen didn't say anything and just followed Xiaoye, the white-clad woman, as she led the way. When Xue Chen had walked away, a woman beside Zi Chen asked softly, young master, should we try to probe him? Zi Chen shook his head at the suggestion. This person conceals his aura, moves steadily, and can catch the assassin's sleeve arrow with just 2 fingers. His strength is definitely above innate. Moreover, judging by his age, he might have even reached the same level as my father, a grandmaster. If he intended harm, he would have struck already. I trust people without doubt and doubt those I trust. Let's not mention probing again in the future. Yes, young master. Unbeknownst to them, although Xue Chen had walked away, he could still hear their conversation. Xue Chen shook his head with a smile. It seemed that the so-called hospitality was only extended when you had power. He knew that there was no such thing as someone giving money upon first meeting. Just then, Xiaoye finished arranging the room. Xuebo, I've laid out the bedding for you. Is there anything else you need? Xue Chen looked up at the blazing sun outside and then at the thick quilt on the bed. Xuebo, if you don't need anything else, I'll take my leave. Wait. Council chamber. Zi Chen was discussing matters with several incense masters when a white-clad woman suddenly entered. Young master, Xuebo has gone to Zhouyue City 30 miles away. What's the matter with that? Before Zi Chen could finish, the woman continued, he went to visit the pleasure quarters. Zi Chen. Zhouyue City, Tianxiang Tower. Sir, you're wealthy. The courtesan's name was Yunshiming, 18 years old, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. The next morning, Xue Chen emerged spiritedly from Tianxiang Tower. It had been many years since he had had a heart-to-heart talk with a courtesan. That night, Yunshiming was exhausted, but Xue Chen was thoroughly enjoying himself. From Yunshiming, Xue Chen once again transcribed a touching story. Young and fatherless, with a shameless stepfather and an incompetent mother. She just wanted to earn enough money to open a rouge shop. Although he didn't know if the story was true, Xue Chen still thought she was a good girl. Wanhua Fortress. As soon as Xue Chen tried to enter the fortress, he was met with curious gazes from everyone. A few bearded men approached Xue Chen and whispered softly, Xuebo, you're aging like fine wine. Xuebo, remember to bring me along next time. Xuebo, take care of yourself. I heard Xiaolu went somewhere and came back with a terribly itchy lower body. Remember to bring an umbrella. Stop talking nonsense, I've been sunbathing for a few days and the itch is gone. Xue Chen, all for all oh. In contrast to the enthusiasm of these bearded men, Zi Chen's personal guard, the group of white-clad women, looked disdainfully at Xue Chen. Xue Chen didn't care, as the opinions of others were irrelevant to him. After all, who would remember who in a few hundred years? Back in his room, Xue Chen drank a glass of water and then noticed a small tree quietly growing in a pot beside him. Sorry, I forgot to let you sunbathe. Xue Chen said as he picked up the small plant and took it to the courtyard to bask in the sun. Xue Chen basked in the sun, quietly watching the small tree in the pot that was less than 10 centimeters tall, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. 5 days later, through relentless effort, Xue Chen successfully tanned himself. Already old, his face now darkened, even his smile seemed terrifying. Of course, this was his self-punishment for forgetting to sun the little cloth. Admitting mistakes and standing up to punishment, Xue Chen always had a good attitude. These days, Zichen was busy with meetings discussing important matters, naturally not paying attention to Xue Chen. When he finally remembered Xue Chen after being busy, he looked at the dark old man before him and was momentarily incredulous. Xuebo, what's wrong with you? Xue Chen calmly replied, nothing, just been sunbathing for a few days. Zichen looked at the scorching sun outside and then at Xue Chen. Damn, running out to sunbathe in over 40-degree weather, isn't he afraid of sunburning himself to death? Zichen for the first time felt that the old man in front of him might be a bit unreliable, but now he really needed a skilled person, so he could only grit his teeth and say, Xuebo, 3 days later there is a Miechuan assembly, with important members of 7 rebel forces attending. I would like you to accompany me. Xue Chen nodded indifferently at the words. He had nothing else to do, and besides, the other party was paying him. Okay. The ancient road, the western wind, the thin horse, the black-faced old man driving drunk. Watching pedestrians walking faster than his carriage, Zichen couldn't help but ask, Shuebwa, can you speed up a bit? Shuechen picked up the wine jug and took a sip before saying leisurely, the horse is too thin, the whip is weak, young man, don't be in a hurry. Zichen, _ Wow, are you reciting poetry to me here? Shuebwa, if we go any slower, we'll miss the assembly. Fine, then hold on tight. Shuechen put down the wine jug, and with a flick of his wrist, his spiritual power directly whipped the horse's buttocks. Nay, the thin horse's eyes instantly turned red, and after a long howl, its 4 legs became strong and powerful in an instant. Swish in an instant, the speed of the carriage exceeded its limit, and the 2 wheels of the carriage lifted off the ground. Zichen, not paying attention, crashed through the wooden board behind him and flew out. When he finally managed to get up, there was no trace of the carriage, only a cloud of dust in the distance. Damn, Shuebwa, wait for me, I haven't gotten on the carriage yet. But Shuechen, drunk as he was, couldn't hear his voice. 3 days' journey, Shuechen arrived in just an hour. The thin horse was still excited, digging its legs into the ground continuously. Alright, we've arrived at Xianyang City, huh, where are the people? When did they get off? Looking at the hole in the back of the carriage, Shuechen fell into silence. The carriage had indeed arrived, but the goods were gone. Damn it! Forget it, let's find a place to eat first. With just a slight use of his divine sense, Shuechen decided not to bother with it. Simoon Tower. Sir has money. Take care of the horse, preferably find a few girls to chat with it, it's been a bit too excited lately. Turtle Boy. Off for all 300 miles away. Gurgle looking at the tea stall beside him, Zichen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Don't ask him why he didn't go up to have a cup of tea, it's because he had no money. How could he, as a young master, carry such a vulgar thing as money on him? It's okay, Shuebwa should be back soon to pick me up. Zichen muttered to himself and continued walking forward. Shuechen did come, but only his divine sense accompanied him. Coming back to pick him up was out of the question. Shuechen was currently busy listening to the courtesan tell stories. Even the thin horse was enjoying a refreshing wash under a few pairs of gentle hands. And so, Zichen walked from day to night. He was hungry and thirsty. At that moment, the sound of the flowing water of the creek echoed in the mountain valley, catching Zichen's attention. He immediately dashed towards the creek. Having been hungry all day, he greedily crawled to the edge of the creek and drank the water heartily. Gurgle, gurgle. Unbeknownst to Zichen, not far upstream, a naked woman was shyly hiding in the water. Shuechen's spiritual sense naturally detected the woman. In the past, Shuechen would have immediately retracted his spiritual sense, but this time he did not. Instead of retracting his spiritual sense, Shuechen scanned the woman from every angle without missing a spot. Even though the woman was submerged in the water with only her head visible, Shuechen scanned every strand of hair on her body. Back at the Suyulu, while chatting with the courtesan, Shuechen suddenly revealed a peculiar smile and murmured, "Interesting." His gaze returned to Zichen. Zichen, feeling half full, did not leave immediately but casually lay down on the ground. Has Shuebwa taken the wrong path? Why hasn't he come back to find me yet? Could it be that he hasn't noticed I'm missing? By the way, this river water is quite sweet. Splash. The woman in the river couldn't help but burst into laughter, realizing she had been exposed. She hurriedly flew towards her clothes. Who goes there? Zichen instantly jumped up. He felt a flash of a white figure pass by before a long sword was pointed at his neck. The woman had a stunning face, dressed in red with her skirt gently swaying in the wind. Her damp hair slid down her shoulders, giving off a unique beauty at first sight. Others might not know, but Zichen felt like he was falling in love. Seeing Zichen's unabashed gaze, the woman angrily shouted, "Dang Tuzi, still looking? How do you want to die?" Sensing the sword on his neck about to pierce his skin, Zichen swallowed hard and quickly said, "Miss, let's talk. I can take responsibility for you." At the Suyulu, Shuechen, who was eavesdropping, couldn't hold back and sprayed tea all over the courtesan's face. If this kind of pickup line could work, he would perform on the spot. It had to be said, having the protagonist template made a difference. The woman not only forgave Zichen but they soon engaged in a lively conversation. As the saying goes, good looks save the day. With the woman's company, Zichen, who had no money for food, had his problem solved. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and Zichen and the woman finally arrived at Xianyang City. If it weren't for the urgent meeting, Shuechen estimated they might have had a child before coming. Of course, whether they could have a child was another question. Yes, in just 2 days and 3 nights, they were already together. They did what they should and shouldn't do. This efficiency could definitely be ranked at the top worldwide. Zichen's first priority upon arriving in Xianyang City was to find Xuechen. He couldn't help it, his money was still with Xuechen. Moreover, Xianyang City was not as safe as usual. Several major rebel forces had gathered, and it was uncertain if the henchman of the Red Blood Demon would show up here. Zichen found Xuechen at Tingfeng Pavilion. Xuebua, I'm sorry for making you worry. I accidentally fell off the carriage. This is Baixue, also a righteous rebel. Xuechen smiled at the words, casting a meaningful glance at Baixue. It had to be said, Zichen was quite scheming. He didn't blame Xuechen immediately but took the initiative to apologize. To put it bluntly, this guy was a hypocrite. However, Xuechen wondered how long he could keep up the act. If he could keep it up for a lifetime, then he would truly be a gentleman. Xuechen looked at Baixue and said with a smile, Baixue, what a nice name. With such a beautiful appearance, could you be a princess? Baixue's face instantly turned red at the words. Xuebua, you flatter me. Clearly, she was not a princess. Xuechen also knew that he was just joking. Xuechen was not someone who joked often. Being able to joke with him meant that he was really interested in this person. Seeing Xuechen praised by Baixue like that, Zichen was also very happy. After all, Baixue was already his woman. Xuebo, the anti-spring assembly will be held tonight at midnight. Please make sure to help me out. Xuechen naturally understood what he meant. It was nothing more than trying to gain the position and power of the leader of this alliance. Xuechen wasn't very interested in this kind of mortal struggle, but he still smiled and nodded. No problem, but perhaps I won't need to take action. Baixue, you agree, right? The so-called anti-spring assembly was actually just a group of rebels discussing how to divide the territory after capturing the city. There are no walls that do not let the wind through, and the disciples of the national teacher would naturally not just stand by. Fierce battles unfolded outside the house, while the representatives of the 7 righteous armies remained calm inside, discussing. Xuechen calmly watched the figures falling outside the house. At that moment, he felt that life had its highs and lows no matter where you were. The 7 people inside were spirited, while the guardians outside silently shed their last drop of blood for their beliefs. Xuechen did not take action but calmly watched everything. He could clearly feel that there were more assassins lurking in the dark. Xuebo, aren't you going to take action? Baixue seemed somewhat puzzled, perhaps hoping to witness Xuechen's skills. Xuechen shook his head at the question. My duty is only to protect Zichen. Before Baixue could say anything else, the sound of a table being overturned came from inside the house. Obviously, someone was not satisfied with the outcome of the discussion. Xuebo. Upon hearing the voice, Xuechen exerted a slight force under his feet, and the roof instantly shattered. Without caring about anything else, Xuechen grabbed Zichen and rushed off into the distance. Xuebo, take Baixue with you. She won't be in danger. After saying this, Xuechen ignored Zichen's calls and ran swiftly towards the direction of the carriage as if his legs were fitted with engines. 2 hours later, the thin horse broke through the gates of Wanyue village, and Zichen almost vomited from the nausea. Young master. The female guards of Zichen immediately ran up. Seeing this, Xuechen jumped off the carriage and headed towards his room. Xuebo, thank you. Xuechen waved his hand. Taking people's money and solving their problems, that's all. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. The 7 righteous armies, including the Dawn Society, first raised the banner of rebellion. War quickly engulfed the entire eastern spring country. Zichen's subordinates were mostly warriors, and although their numbers were few, they were fast in capturing cities and territories. Their goal was clear: persuade surrender, and if unsuccessful, execute immediately. In just 2 months, Zichen's initial few hundred followers had expanded to over 30,000 people. They had captured 5 cities. Even under Zichen's restraint, the common people still could not avoid some casualties. Managing a few hundred people is easy, but managing tens of thousands is difficult. The former Eastern Spring country defenders, after capturing cities, began looting, raping, and killing. Although Zichen's supervisory team killed a large number of people, they still could not completely prevent such incidents from happening. As the saying goes, when the world prospers, the people suffer. When the world perishes, the people still suffer. At this moment, this saying was perfectly reflected. Along with Zichen's continuous growth, the Dawn Society also kept sending experts to help. However, to Zichen's surprise, the Crimson Blood Demon seemed to have left him aside and did not send anyone to assassinate him. But the more this happened, the more uneasy Zichen felt. One day, Zichen found time to seek out Xuechen. Xuebua, the leaders of the other 6 rebel forces have all been attacked by experts, but the Crimson Blood Demon has yet to make a move against me. I suspect there is a huge conspiracy at play. Shuechen remained silent at the words, unsure about the darkness and the schemes involved. Shuebua, I want you to protect me closely during this time. Shuechen nodded at the request. Alright. That night, as Purple Dust was preparing to sleep with Little Moon by her side, Shuechen appeared. Shuebua, for your safety, it's better if you sleep alone, Shuechen said, picking up Little Moon and tossing her out. Purple Dust. The next day, Purple Dust spent a long time in the toilet. The next moment, the toilet was punched and shattered. Sorry, I thought something had happened to you. Carry on, you're fine. Purple Dust glanced at the onlookers around and then at her sore bottom. That night, Purple Dust told Shuechen that she felt safe now and didn't need close protection anymore. Shuechen shrugged indifferently. Time passed, and it was the second year of the uprising. 3 of the 7 rebel forces had been wiped out by the Eastern Spring Kingdom's army, while the remaining 4 continued advancing towards the capital. There was no turning back in this war from the very beginning. Over the year, Purple Dust gathered more followers, including surrendered soldiers and refugees. Those who had committed misconduct were sent away, and the army was now disciplined and well-trained. As they advanced towards the capital, Purple Dust's followers increased in numbers. His behavior as a wise ruler attracted more people to join him. With over tens of thousands and then over 100,000 followers, Shuechen seemed like a transparent figure following Purple Dust. 3 years later, Purple Dust's rebel army finally reached the outskirts of the Eastern Spring Kingdom's capital. Of the 7 rebel forces, only the Dawn Society remained. They had never been targeted and had been growing steadily. Even Purple Dust felt it was somewhat unreal. The Eastern Spring City was guarded by 100,000 elite soldiers, while behind Purple Dust stood nearly 1 million troops. Yes, in less than 5 years since the uprising began with just a few hundred people, he now commanded a 1 million-strong army. Purple Dust didn't rush into the final attack but allowed the army to rest for 3 days. Besides the 100,000 soldiers in the Eastern Spring Kingdom, there were no reinforcements. Perhaps even the reinforcements had joined Purple Dust. On the night the army rested, a figure sneaked into Purple Dust's tent. Come! Purple Dust tried to shout, but his voice was muffled by soft red lips. Looking at the face he had longed for, Purple Dust embraced the figure tightly. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the 2 of them in the world. The next morning, as he looked at the empty space beside him, the night of tenderness felt like a dream. Fortunately, that night, the figure returned. Don't leave, okay? Purple Dust held White Snow tightly, not wanting to lose her for a second. But White Snow only responded with her red lips. Another night of passion passed. Thus, while the army rested for 3 days, Purple Dust engaged in a 3-day battle with White Snow. On the day of the impending battle, Shuechen, unusually, sought out Purple Dust. Seeing the weakened Purple Dust before him, Shuechen shook his head. Young one, your body isn't holding up well. Purple Dust. He wanted to retort, you couldn't handle 3 nights in a row either. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Purple Dust composed himself and asked, Shuebua, what's the matter that made you seek me out suddenly? Shuechen nodded with a smile, there's something I need to discuss. Zichen quickly straightened up. Please go ahead, Shuebo. Shuechen smiled faintly at the scene and said, I just came to ask a question. If you and that girl by Shui were both in mortal danger, who would you want me to save? Below Dongquan City, soldiers surged like a raging tide, their sheer numbers leaving one speechless. These soldiers were like locusts covering the sky, a dark mass that instilled fear at first sight. With a roar from Zichen, the horn of the final attack suddenly sounded, marking the beginning of a thrilling life and death struggle. In an instant, the sounds of shouting and roaring filled the air, echoing through the sky. Blades flashed and shadows of swords intertwined, blood and violence permeating the land. The land seemed soaked in blood, a shocking crimson color everywhere. As the saying goes, one man's success is built upon the bones of thousands. In this brutal war, most seemed destined to become part of the countless white bones. The soldiers of the 100,000 Forbidden Army continued to resist the rebel army's attack with unwavering courage. However, despite their all-out efforts and bloody battles, Dongquan City fell after only half a day of defense. Traitor! A traitor within Dongquan City opened a city gate desperately. Without much thought, Zichen led a group of experts into the palace as if entering an uninhabited place, charging fiercely. The palace maids and eunuchs, sensing the danger, panicked and fled, grabbing valuables as they ran. Zichen did not stop these people, leading his experts straight into the depths of the palace. Along the way, they encountered little resistance, as if all the palace guards had been dispatched to the city walls. Arriving at the magnificent Golden Luan Hall, they found no trace of the emperor, leaving everyone puzzled. But when they found the emperor, everyone froze in place. In the vast garden, life went on as usual. Although there were thousands of people present, none of them appeared to be guards. Apart from the singing girls, these were all the emperor's offspring. Of course, the actual number of the emperor's offspring was far more than just a few hundred, the rest had probably fled. But with so many still present, it was evident they felt no fear. Even when they saw Zi-Chen and his group covered in blood rushing in, no one fled. The dancing girls wanted to run, but they dared not. Zi-Chen stared in anger at everything before him, his voice booming like thunder. Incompetent ruler, Zhu Yan. Are you still indulging in pleasure? Ha ha. Boy, do you think we can't eliminate you traitors? Zhu Yan grinned, showing a hint of disdain, and continued, I just can't be bothered to act, otherwise, with just you ragtag bunch, how could you breach the palace? Zhu Yan's words were full of confidence and contempt, as if he considered Zi-Chen and the others insignificant. He then sneered, I just find it all too boring, that's why I've tolerated your existence until now. Do you really think I'm unaware of your collusion with the imperial tutor? Stop spouting nonsense. What collusion with the imperial tutor? Zi-Chen's brows furrowed tightly upon hearing this, his eyes flashing with angry sparks. Incompetent ruler, spare the talk, today is your day of reckoning. However, Zhu Yan looked disdainfully at the people beside Zi-Chen and sneered, with just you weaklings? What if I join in? A figure flashed like lightning, swiftly passing by, and after a few graceful leaps, landed steadily in front of Zi-Chen. Father! The person was none other than the leader of the Dawn Society, Zi-Chen's father, a martial arts master comparable to a transcendent realm cultivator, Zi Tianyang. Xuechen stood on the rooftop, holding a small sapling, quietly watching the scene before him. As expected, the two sides did not rush to fight next, instead continuing with a verbal exchange. Xuechen had seen this kind of scene many times before. Of course, this was only in the mortal realm. Usually, cultivators would engage directly in combat. However, it didn't take long before both sides started to attack each other. Yet, the fight was not between two top experts but rather a prince at the 5th level of spiritual energy facing off against a prenatal martial artist. Xuechen shook his head at the sight. In the blink of an eye, nearly half an hour had passed. Both sides had suffered casualties. Overall, the Dawn sect had more casualties. Even though cultivators at the spiritual energy level could fly, the advantage was clear when the aerial forces fought the ground forces. The younger ones had their fill, and now the elders joined the fray. The battle between Zi Tianyang and Zhu Yan was exceptionally intense. Zi Tianyang knew his weaknesses, so he had honed his archery skills. Each arrow he shot carried the force of thunder towards Zhu Yan in the sky. However, he had underestimated the emperor. After dozens of rounds, Zhu Yan's controlled flying sword pierced Zi Tianyang's chest. Father! Zi-Chen's eyes instantly turned red. But just as the emperor landed with a laugh, a long arrow tore through the air and aimed at his back. Grandfather! Zi-Chen's eyes widened. It turned out that Zi Tianyang had long known he was no match for Zhu Yan, so he had baited him to expose a vulnerability. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A crimson fox flew out of the emperor's spirit beast bag and pounced directly on the arrow. The fox held the arrow in its mouth, but instead of thanking it, the emperor grabbed the fox by the neck and swiftly appeared behind Zi-Chen. In the next moment, Zi-Chen's neck was also seized. Let go of Chener. An angry elder rushed over. However, Zhu Yan simply stepped on his flying sword and soared into the air. The message was clear, if you have the guts, come up here. The elder was furious and immediately reached for Zhu Yan's descendants. Some who had cultivated quickly flew away, but many became like lambs to the slaughter. Zhu Yan, release Chener, or I will kill all your descendants. But Zhu Yan just laughed and said, Old man, I may not have much else, but I have plenty of descendants. As long as I'm alive, how many descendants do I need? Ha ha. After speaking, Zhu Yan ignored Zi-Chen's grandfather and instead looked at the fox and Zi-Chen in his hands. Kid, here's your chance. One of you will die, you choose. Zi-Chen furrowed his brow at the words, not understanding Zhu Yan's intentions. The fox was clearly his pet, having just saved him from a fatal blow. But when Zi-Chen met the fox's gaze, a familiar figure gradually appeared in his mind. You're Bai Shui? The fox did not answer but instead lunged at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan sneered and did not stop the fox. The next moment, the fox, about to bite Zhu Yan, spurted blood. Zhu Yan coldly said, even a beast wants to bite its master, seeking death. Seeing the fox's weakening breath, Zi-Chen began to struggle desperately. However, his strength was no match for Zhu Yan, akin to a little chick before him. Just then, Zi-Chen remembered his trump card. Shui Bo. Just as Zhu Yan was about to sneer, an old, dark-skinned man appeared beside him. What terrified Zhu Yan was that the man was not standing on a flying sword. Ignoring Zhu Yan's fear, Xuechen smiled at Zi-Chen and asked, have you made up your mind? Whom do you want me to save? Zi-Chen was instantly torn. He wanted Xuechen to save Bai Shui, but he also bore the responsibility of millions of people. After a long time, Zichen asked in a deep voice, "Shuebo, can you save both of them?" Shuechen was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then he smiled. "All right, son. Senior." Zhu Yan looked at Shuechen in extreme horror, his body trembling as if engulfed by an invisible fear. The intense fear made Zhu Yan unable to even move his feet, let alone run away. Unlike the ignorant and fearless mortals, as a cultivator, he deeply understood the significance of flying through the air. At least a difference of 2 major realms meant that not only him, but even the geniuses of the Holy Land could only find a cool place to lie down. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, Shuechen enveloped Zhu Yan and the Red Fox in a spiritual force like a gentle breeze, slowly sending them back to the ground. Fellow Daoist, the separation between immortals and mortals is an unspoken rule among cultivators. Shuechen's voice was calm and gentle, but the power contained within made it impossible to ignore. It's not a great fault for a fellow Daoist to yearn for the mortal realm, but treating the lives of mortals as insignificant is not acceptable. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yan immediately knelt down, his face full of fear. After being an emperor for so many years, facing the threat of death at this moment, his inner fear was infinitely magnified. "Senior, I was wrong. Please spare my life." Zhu Yan's voice was tearful as he desperately kowtowed, hoping to receive Shuechen's mercy. Shuechen looked at Zhu Yan kneeling on the flying sword and shook his head slightly. "Fellow Daoist, in the next life. Forget it, you have no next life to hope for." A fiery ball floated out from Shuechen's fingertips and slowly landed on Zhu Yan's forehead. Zhu Yan's eyes widened in terror, he opened his mouth to say something, but no sound came out. In an instant, he turned into ashes and scattered in the air without being reborn in the flames. Shuechen turned his head slowly to look at Zhu Yan's terrified descendants, sighed softly, and then turned and left. "Take care of yourself. If this had happened decades ago, these people would have been doomed." No, decades ago, Shuechen wouldn't have bothered with such trivial matters at all. With more experiences, people would gradually change. Shuechen was no exception. Uncle Shui Purple Dust called out softly in the direction Shuechen was leaving, but received no response. With Zhu Yan's death, this war came to an end. Purple Dust successfully ascended to the throne. Of course, there was still the Grand Emperor and the Grand Emperor's father above him. 3 days later, a figure landed lightly on the roof of Purple Dust's palace. "Who?" The guards rushed out immediately, but upon seeing that it was Shuechen, everyone quickly retreated respectfully. Shortly after, Zixianyang jumped over to Shuechen's side. "Senior." Shuechen nodded. Zixianyang didn't know how to speak for a moment because he wasn't very familiar with Shuechen. The two stood quietly like this. After a while, they heard rustling sounds under their feet, as if someone was getting dressed. In the room, Bai Shui was carefully putting on clothes, trying not to wake up Purple Dust, so her movements were exceptionally cautious. However, Purple Dust woke up. "Shuer, why are you getting dressed?" I want to get up and drink water. I have water." "No. On the roof, Shuechen and Zixianyang both looked embarrassed. However, both of them had thick skins and pretended not to hear anything. After a while, the room was filled with intense sounds of fighting. Then a sentence from Purple Dust made the two unable to hold back. "Shuer, can you change back to your original form?" "Shuechen, all for all o." Zixianyang Comet Senior, I'll take my leave. Zixianyang felt too embarrassed to stay, so he bowed and disappeared with a few jumps. Shuechen also quickly covered the ears of the small tree in his arms. In fact, the small tree only had 2 leaves. Half an hour later, the room finally fell silent. The red fox climbed onto the roof, gradually transforming into the appearance of white snow as it approached Shuechen. Senior Shuechen gazed quietly at Bai Shui, then sighed and said, "Humans give birth to humans, demons give birth to demons. If you two are together, you can only give birth to half-human, half-demon beings. Do you want to give birth to such beings?" Bai Shui. After a long pause, Bai Shui knelt down directly. She looked at Shuechen with pleading eyes and said, "Senior, please don't take me away. I want to accompany Zichen through this lifetime." Shuechen rolled his eyes at her words. "You're thinking too much. Love whoever you want, I don't have the habit of running a pet shop." "Ha!" Bai Shui widened her eyes, momentarily unable to react to Shuechen's words. Shouldn't he, following the usual practice, accept her as his spiritual pet? "If you're not taking me with you, then why are you here?" Soon, Shuechen clarified her confusion. "I've come this time to ask you for the technique of rejuvenation. Little fox, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I could tell you're not young. As a second-level spirit beast, equivalent to a cultivator beyond the mortal realm, your human form should at least resemble someone in their 40s or 50s. Am I right?" Bai Shui's face showed a conflicted expression at his words, but she eventually gritted her teeth and nodded. Senior's guess is correct. I'm actually 380 years old this year. It's what has kept my youth. Bai Shui spoke and spat out a bead in front of Xuechen, her appearance rapidly aging, soon turning into that of a woman in her 50s. Watching Xuechen take the bead, a hint of loneliness flashed in Bai Shui's eyes. She knew that if Xuechen took a liking to the bead, she wouldn't be able to stay. Her guess was right, Xuechen did indeed take an interest in the bead. The wood attribute's spiritual energy is strong, but I don't need too much wood attribute spiritual energy. It's really strange. Xuechen wanted to swallow the bead to test it, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Mainly because he felt disgusted thinking about how this fox and Zichen played around. Who knows if she had. In the end, Xuechen returned the item to Bai Shui. He just couldn't get past that mental barrier. Little fox, where did you get this bead from? Bai Shui happily took the bead and swallowed it quickly, her appearance swiftly reverting to youth. From the Deepwood Sea, where I used to live. I found it in a secret realm. There's an even bigger one there, but it's too dangerous, so I didn't dare to take it. Xuechen's eyes lit up at her words. Draw me a map. Yes, senior. A moment later, Bai Shui handed the map to Xuechen. It had to be said, girls draw maps well, detailed and beautiful. Xuechen took a glance at the map and stored it in his storage bag. Alright, little fox, I'm leaving. I wish you both to have offspring soon. Also, there are risks in giving birth at an older age. After saying this, Xuechen hugged a small tree and flew towards the direction of the Deepwood Sea as mentioned by Bai Shui. Bai Shui's lips twitched. Senior, will you come back? Xuechen didn't look back or answer. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. Who knows? The Deepwood Sea was not located in the vast ocean but was an immense, boundless forest. This mysterious and ancient forest resembled a huge green sea, with dense trees blocking out the sky, giving an endless and profound feeling. The Deepwood Sea was not far from Dongquan country. After a short half-day flight, Xuechen arrived at his destination. However, to Xuechen's surprise, it was far from the tranquility he had imagined. In the sky, cultivators riding flying swords could be seen everywhere, shuttling back and forth. On the ground, there were many figures bustling back and forth. As soon as the cultivators saw Xuechen flying in the sky, they carefully avoided him. Xuechen furrowed his brows slightly, but after a brief moment of thought, he continued flying towards the location marked by white snow. However, when Xuechen finally arrived at his destination, he was surprised to find many cultivators gathered there. Some were chatting in small groups, while others observed the surroundings silently, as if waiting for something important to happen. Moreover, these cultivators were quite powerful, mostly in the spiritual pillar realm and spiritual infant realm. Xuechen's cultivation level was at the 9th level of the spiritual infant realm, and his arrival immediately alerted everyone present. Xuechen looked around at the cultivators, frowning involuntarily. At that moment, another cultivator at the 9th level of the spiritual infant realm flew towards Xuechen. This cultivator was short and shriveled, looking like a small old man in his 70s, with a slightly sinister appearance. Friend, I am Tianjizi. Would you like to team up with me? Xuechen smiled slightly at the words and asked, Oh, do you understand the art of fortune-telling, friend? Tianjizi hesitated for a moment, then nodded, saying, I have some knowledge of divination. Xuechen continued, then, according to your insight, will I encounter a disaster in the near future? Tianjizi, starry-eyed face. Friend, please don't joke. I have not foreseen any disaster for you in the near future. Upon hearing this, Xuechen chuckled and said, good. In that case, let's team up. Xuechen had his own considerations. This was his first time entering the secret realm, and he needed someone to guide him. He was afraid of the traps, not because they might harm him, but because he might inadvertently destroy the secret realm with excessive force. The collapse of the secret realm didn't matter, as long as he had obtained the bead. Tianjizi looked at Xuechen in confusion, scratching his head. He didn't understand the connection between teaming up and the absence of a disaster. May I ask for your name, friend? Xuechen. Hello, Shui Daoist. Through the conversation, Xuechen learned why these cultivators were here. Just like him, they were here to explore the secret realm mentioned by Bai Shui. Xuechen couldn't help but complain silently. No one had discovered this secret realm for over 100 years, and now that he had arrived, so many people had found it. However, Xuechen didn't mind. With his strength, no one here could take away the bead he wanted. Tianjizi seemed to enjoy teaming up and soon found another teammate. This was a middle-aged cultivator, also at the 9th level of the spiritual infant realm, carrying a huge coffin on his back. The middle-aged cultivator had a somewhat fierce appearance and called himself Lang Yunzhong. To Xuechen's surprise, Lang Yunzhong turned out to be a demonic cultivator. Xuechen didn't have much fondness for demonic cultivators, nor did he have any prejudice against them. He had encountered some demonic cultivators before. These individuals were more ruthless in their methods and more aggressive in their actions compared to orthodox cultivators. Unlike orthodox cultivators, demonic cultivators were generally less afraid of death. Of course, everyone fears death. It's just that demonic cultivators fear death much less than orthodox cultivators. As time passed, more and more cultivators gathered around. Xuechen didn't know what they were waiting for, but seeing everyone else waiting, he didn't ask. And so, as the sun set and the moon rose high in the sky, Tianjizi and Long Yunzhong stood up simultaneously beside Xuechen. Tianjizi said in a deep voice, "The secret realm is about to open." However, as soon as Tianjizi's voice fell, a spiritual boat flew over, and more than 20 cultivators jumped off the boat. Without exception, all these cultivators were in the spiritual infant realm. Although these cultivators came down together, they belonged to two different groups. One group consisted of only 4 people, with the character Lin embroidered on their cuffs. The remaining 20-plus cultivators had the character Tian embroidered on their cuffs. Tianjizi took a deep breath and said, "Members of the Tian family and Lin family are here too." Upon hearing this, Xuechen immediately remembered that they were currently within the territory controlled by the Lin family. It seemed that the Tian family was superior to the Lin family. However, Xuechen didn't care. Even if they were all in the spiritual infant realm, he wouldn't mind. Apart from everything else, he must get his hands on the pearl that Bai Shui mentioned. The arrival of cultivators from both families did not scare anyone away. Even the cultivators in the spiritual pill realm remained confident. Before long, accompanied by a tremor on the ground, a halo appeared on a wall. The moment the halo appeared, the cultivators rushed towards it. At that moment, Xuechen witnessed the brutality of competing for treasures in the cultivation world. The cultivators flying behind did not hesitate to attack those in front. With spells and magical treasures flying, many cultivators bled before even entering the secret realm. Those who died or were seriously injured were mostly in the spiritual pill realm. This was just the first round of elimination. Xuechen and his 2 companions were not attacked. After all, the 3 of them were at the 9th level of the spiritual infant realm. Of course, they also had no interest in attacking others. Sensing no danger from Xuechen's group, an ordinary-looking young cultivator quietly followed them. It seemed like he cultivated some special technique, as Tianjizi and Lang Yunzhong didn't notice him. Xuechen had spotted him long ago but didn't say anything. After all, the young man had his own cleverness, which was a skill in itself. As long as he didn't pose a threat, it was fine. The 3 of them entered the halo together, and the surrounding space instantly changed. Although it was still a dense forest, Xuechen could feel that they were no longer in the northern continent. There were no other cultivators around Xuechen, not even Tianjizi and Lang Yunzhong, indicating that this teleportation was random. However, Xuechen could sense that Tianjizi and Lang Yunzhong were not far from him. At the same time, the 2 of them seemed to sense Xuechen's location and were flying towards him at high speed. What surprised Xuechen was that the young man who had followed them in was also approaching him. However, Xuechen didn't pay much attention to it. Shortly after, Tianjizi and Lang Yunzhong caught up. "Friend Xue, let's go. We need to hurry," Tianjizi said. Xuechen nodded at his words. However, they had only flown a short distance when Xuechen stopped. Tianjizi looked at Xuechen in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Xuechen didn't answer but looked towards a nearby spot. "Young friend, you've been following us all this way. Shouldn't you come out now?" Upon hearing Xuechen's words, Tianjizi and Lang Yunzhong immediately struck towards the direction Xuechen was looking at. Although they didn't sense anyone there, they didn't want to waste the opportunity. After the dust settled, an ordinary-looking young man walked out. "3 friends, it's a misunderstanding." The young man's cultivation was not high, only at the 5th level of the spiritual infant realm, but he easily withstood Tianjizi and Lang Yunzhong's attack. Tianjizi and Lang Yunzhong exchanged a glance and understood each other's thoughts. Tianjizi whispered, "Let's not start a conflict for now." Xuechen smiled and looked at the young man, asking, "Young friend, can you explain why you've been following us?" The young man bowed and said, "I am Li Fei, and I just want to team up with you 3. Tianjizi frowned and said, "Teaming up is fine, but using a false name is not." The young man was surprised that Tianjizi saw through his deception. "I'm sorry, I've been cautious these years. I am Han Pao Pao. Would you like to team up with me, fellow cultivators?" Xuechen was taken aback by the words, a sense of unease suddenly rising in his heart. The memories of hundreds of thousands of years were too many, making some of his memories blurry. However, he had a feeling that this name was ominous. Xuechen had a premonition that teaming up with this young man would not lead to anything good. "Fellow cultivators, please allow us a moment to discuss." Tianjizi casually threw out a few spirit stones, and a soundproof barrier instantly formed around the three of them. Shui, Long, what do you think? Shueqin frowned and said, this person gives me a strange feeling. Lang Yunzhong nodded and said, this kid looks ordinary, but his strength can surpass several realms. Although I didn't use my full power just now, this person is still not to be underestimated. After hearing this, Tianjizi's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile that was hard to interpret, and he said softly, I understand your thoughts. But, here, he deliberately paused, a barely perceptible shrewdness flashing in his eyes. This person is very likely the legendary harbinger of disaster. Just now, I observed his appearance and secretly cast a divination. The divination indicates that if we team up with this individual, the likelihood of encountering danger will increase by more than tenfold, while the chance of survival will decrease by tenfold. Shueqin and Lang Yunzhong both gasped in shock. However, Tianjizi paused and said, the harbinger of disaster is heaven's punishment. But the heavens are fair, there is punishment as well as reward. Although the harbinger of disaster may bring misfortune, it also brings opportunities. Since you two are willing to explore the secret realm, you are not cowards. In my opinion, with this person's current strength, at most, we will attract enemies from the first or second level of the spirit god realm. As long as we are careful, we still have a chance of survival. After Tianjizi finished speaking, he added, opportunities always coexist with dangers. It was clear that he agreed to team up with Han Pao Pao. Lang Yunzhong thought for a moment and also nodded. Despite the danger, he was still willing to gamble on that slim chance. Seeing this, Shueqin could only nod helplessly. However, Shueqin believed that everything had its limits. No matter how powerful the harbinger of disaster was, he shouldn't attract dangers far beyond his own realm, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be a harbinger of disaster but a harbinger of death. Tianjizi removed the soundproof barrier, retrieved the spirit stones, and smiled at Han Pao Pao, saying, welcome to join us. Thus, their temporary team of 3 became a team of 4. Soon, Shueqin noticed a problem. Han Pao Pao always liked to stay a few steps behind the 3 of them. It must be said that the harbinger of disaster was extremely powerful. Just as the 4 of them flew out not far, danger approached. Swoosh! Accompanied by a chirp, a huge flying monster swooped towards them, reaching the top of their heads in the blink of an eye. Damn! It's a monster! Seeing this, Lang Yunzhong immediately patted the coffin behind him, and a sturdy silver-armored zombie flew out, directly confronting the oncoming monster. Tianjizi also reacted swiftly, taking out a compass artifact and flying to the side to assist Lang Yunzhong in controlling the silver-armored zombie. Han Pao Pao, seeing this, furrowed his brows slightly and subconsciously moved back. However, at that moment, an old and powerful hand pressed on his shoulder. Shueqin smiled faintly and said, young friend, what are you planning? Han Pao Pao awkwardly explained, I just wanted to step back to a safe distance before taking action. Shueqin smiled slightly at his words. Don't worry, I am right behind you. You are safe. Before Han Pao Pao could say anything, a vine suddenly shot out from the ground and bound the flying monster that was in fierce combat in midair. Tianjizi and Len Jianshu immediately joined forces to cut off the monster's head upon seeing the situation. Shueqin patted Han Pao Pao's shoulder and said with a smile, young friend, remember to charge forward next time. Han Pao Pao looked at Shueqin's back and took a deep breath. Based on the move just now, Han Pao Pao estimated that he was probably not a match for the other party. Such a powerful vine technique. No, there's also some water spiritual power on it. This person is a dual attribute cultivator. Not only Han Pao Pao noticed the water spiritual power on the vine, but Tianjizi and Len Jianshu did as well. Tianjizi teased, friend Shui, I didn't expect you to be a hidden expert. Shueqin smiled and said, didn't you ask? Where does the hidden come from? Tianjizi rolled his eyes at the remark. Could friend Shui share your combat power? Shueqin calmly replied, above the spirit saint. Tianjizi rolled his eyes directly. Just then, the monster's head suddenly burst open, and the silver-armored zombie in Len Jianshu held a terrified monster infant and walked out. Len Jianshu looked at Shueqin and the others and said, I really need this monster infant. What do the 3 friends say? Shueqin and the others shook their heads simultaneously, indicating no objection. Except for the demonic and evil cultivators, no one really needed this thing. Seeing this, Len Jianshu arched his hand towards Shueqin and the others, and the silver-armored zombie immediately bit into the monster infant in its hand. The scene was somewhat bloody, and Shueqin and the others turned to look at the monster's corpse. Tianjizi said, I feel there's something inside. Shueqin nodded in agreement, feeling that there was treasure in the monster's belly. The two exchanged a glance and then looked at Han Pao Pao, the implication clear. Han Pao Pao frowned slightly upon seeing this. He understood that Shuechen and Tianjizi were reluctant to enter the monster's body themselves and wanted him to go in and retrieve it. Han Paopao took a deep breath, then lightly tapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and several reddish-brown iron-armored flying insects flew out. Pointing at the monster's corpse, Han Paopao sent the insects over. Tianjizi and Len Jianchu were surprised to see this. Although they didn't recognize the insects, they sensed danger from them. They re-evaluated the young man's combat power once again. Shuechen didn't feel much, just a few insects. If he acted, he could easily burn them with fire. Soon, the iron-armored flying insects brought out a pile of items. Among them were storage bags, some cultivator's treasures, and even an arm. It belongs to a Lin family cultivator. Tianjizi pointed to the sleeve with the Lin character. The group exchanged glances and silently divided the pile of storage bags and treasures. Len Jianchu had just taken the monster infant and naturally couldn't take more. Shuechen wasn't interested either. He didn't value these things. They were just artifacts of some spirit infant realm cultivators, of no use to him. As for selling these artifacts for spirit stones, Shuechen had no interest. He didn't like spirit stones and had no interest in them at all. Most importantly, he could produce them himself when he needed them. Abundant and pure. As for the consumption of spiritual power, although the system only provided 10,000 mana points per year, that was the limit. Even if he didn't deliberately absorb them, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to flow into his spiritual sea. It was inexhaustible, he simply couldn't use it all. After Tianjizi and Han Paopao finished dividing the storage bags and treasures, the four of them continued on their way. Shuechen didn't know how Tianjizi calculated the direction, but the route he guided was almost identical to the map Bai Shui had drawn for him. In such a place, they tacitly refrained from using flying techniques. Although they were walking, the speed was still fast. As they continued forward, Shuechen also saw other cultivators who had entered the secret realm, or their corpses. Han Paopao's disaster body also displayed powerful abilities, with the four encountering attacks roughly every half hour. Of course, as Tianjizi said, danger coexisted with opportunity. Their gains were not insignificant. However, Shuechen had never taken anything, causing Tianjizi and the others to feel somewhat anxious. After all, Shuechen's strength was the greatest, yet he didn't want anything. Soon, Shuechen dispelled their doubts because he had his eyes on a bunch of grapes. "Friends, I really like that bunch of grapes over there." "Shue, I don't think you should like it." "Don't worry, it's just a group of little bees." Tianjizi and the others looked at the large group of small bees guarding the spiritual treasures on the distant cliff and swallowed nervously. Thousands of spiritual pill realm, dozens of spiritual infant realm, and even one spiritual god realm. Even the small bees in the spiritual pill realm were the size of wild dogs, their stingers gleaming like swords. Damn, how can you call these little bees? They seriously doubted if they would be stabbed into a sieve if they went up there. Shuechen could easily eliminate these small bees, but the monsters guarding the treasures had a problem. When they encountered danger, they often destroyed the treasures they guarded. The largest bee was perched on top of that bunch of grapes. If Shuechen displayed too much strength, that spiritual god realm bee would definitely destroy the grapes immediately. So Shuechen needed Tianjizi and the others' help. He just needed them to lure the bee a bit away. Han Paopao frowned and instinctively stepped back. However, as soon as he took a step back, Shuechen appeared behind him again. "Little friend, do you want to protect us again?" Han Paopao, _ When thousands of people want to harm you, you might not be afraid. But thousands of bees are completely different. And they are thousands of wild dog-sized bees. These damn bees are like killer bees. But the three dared not back down. Not to mention that Shuechen helped them win so many treasures, based on Shuechen's strength alone, they didn't want to provoke him. After a brief discussion, the four rushed towards the group of bees. Their tactic was simple. They had no tactic. Shuechen promised that as soon as the spiritual god realm bee left the grapes, he would take action to eliminate the bees. Although the three didn't fully believe in Shuechen's abilities, they had decided that as soon as the spiritual god realm bee left the grapes, they would immediately turn and flee. Whether Shuechen could succeed then would not be their concern. Charge! With Han Paopao taking the lead, the battle began instantly. Han Paopao rushed ahead, directly in front of Cold Cloud. "Friend Han, I didn't expect you to be so brave. I'm sorry, I underestimated you before." The corner of Han Paopao's mouth twitched, wanting to retort, "Do you think I wanted to? Damn, didn't you see the footprints on my butt?" It had to be said that this guy Han Paopao had many tricks up his sleeve. Giant God technique, golden armor, evil repelling divine thunder. With two golden armored flying insects flying out, Han Paopao also transformed into a giant over 10 zhang tall, with thunderous light flashing around him. Any bee that approached Han Paopao lost its vitality dozens of zhang away from his body. Cold Cloud and Tianjizi couldn't help but gasp in shock. At this moment, Han Paopao's combat power had definitely exceeded the spiritual infant realm. In other words, this kid, at just the 5th level of the spiritual infant realm, had a terrifying combat power that reached the level of the spiritual god realm. Help! Han Paopao cursed for the first time. There were just too many of these small bees, and the spiritual infant realm bees were already flying towards them. Tianjizi and Cold Cloud quickly stepped in to help Han Paopao relieve the pressure. Xuechen was not idle either, but in order to numb the bee in the spiritual realm, he only used the strength of the 9th level of the normal spiritual infant realm. Sure enough, as soon as the giant bee in the spiritual realm on the grape saw its subordinates being slaughtered, it immediately flew up. Xuechen's eyes flashed as he saw this. The bee in the spiritual realm had just flown a few hundred meters when a vine broke through the soil and directly entwined its body. Just as Xuechen was about to deal with this group of bees, a sudden change occurred. A figure flashed by the grapevine, and the grapes disappeared instantly. Damn, dare to pick up my leftovers, Earth Spike. Boom! An Earth Spike broke through the ground 50 miles away and shot straight into the sky. Looking at the distant peak, Han Paopao, Tianjizi, and Lang Yunzhong all took a sharp breath. Even the bloodthirsty bees were stunned in place. Damn, is that an Earth Spike? Xuechen flashed past and instantly appeared at the tip of the Earth Spike. The cultivator who wanted to pick up the leftovers hadn't fallen yet, but the Earth Spike had pierced through his spiritual spring and spiritual infant, and it seemed he wouldn't survive. Do you know who I am? Xuechen laughed at the words. Friend, why don't you tell me who you are? However, the cultivator did not tell Xuechen his name or background, but instead showed a relaxed smile. No, it's better if you don't know. The cultivator finished speaking and breathed his last. Xuechen was stunned at the sight. Damn, so that's what it means. I thought you wanted to drag some fellow practitioners down with you. Xuechen shook his head, took a look at the cultivator's storage bag, and sure enough, the grapes were inside. Xuechen took out the grapes, ready to throw the storage bag back to the corpse, but a technique book inside caught his eye. The Eternal Youth Technique? Xuechen put away the technique book and planned to look at it when he had time. After throwing the storage bag back, Xuechen casually sent a small fireball towards the cultivator. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the mountain peak that had just soared into the sky was instantly blown off halfway. When Xuechen flew back to Tianjizi and the others, the little bees had already fled. The 3 of them trembled at the sight of Xuechen, especially when they remembered what Xuechen had said not long ago. Above the spiritual saint. Now no one doubted that Xuechen was joking. Xue, senior, did you get it back? Xuechen nodded at the words and took out the grapes. The grapes were large, a total of 36, each with a diameter of about 1 meter. Friend Tian, do you recognize these grapes? Tianjizi shook his head and said, I've never seen them before. Just then, Han Paopao spoke up, saying, these are not grapes. Xuechen and the others looked at Han Paopao. Han Paopao pointed at the grapes and said solemnly, I've seen this in a book called The Chronicles of the Strange. This is called the blood birth fruit. This fruit is nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and blood, and it has the effect of enhancing cultivation and breaking through realms. However, Xuechen hurriedly asked, however what? Han Paopao furrowed his brow, took a deep breath, and said, it is rumored that this blood birth fruit has a slight hallucinogenic effect that even cultivators in the spiritual realm cannot avoid. Xuechen breathed a sigh of relief at the words. What's a little hallucination? And it's just a little bit. He wasn't interested in much else, just the seeds of the blood birth fruit. Yes, he was ready to study his water-wood fusion technique again. Come, each person take a few, handle the flesh as you like, and give me the seeds. Each of the 4 took 9 blood birth fruits and began to carefully cut the flesh of the fruit. Watching the crystal-clear flesh, Xuechen, relying on his thick bloodline, took a bite directly. The 3 of them asked quickly, Senior, how does it taste? They weren't just curious, mainly because this thing could enhance cultivation. If it wasn't too dangerous, they wanted to try it too. Xuechen smacked his lips and said, so sweet, so fragrant, just as smooth and delicate as a young girl's skin. He took another bite. The 3 Tianji disciples looked at each other hesitantly, wondering whether to taste the blood birth fruits. Suddenly, the fruits began to rapidly wither. Damn! The 3 disciples quickly turned to Xuechen again. Senior, is it dangerous? Xuechen glanced at his health bar, showing 999999999. No, it's safe to eat. Xuechen reassured them as he continued to devour the fruit. Unbeknownst to himself, he had only intended to taste it at first. Seeing this, the Tianji disciples no longer hesitated and also took a bite. Soon, they, like Xuechen, were greedily devouring the blood birth fruits. Hey, you're here, sir. Damn, I hate being called sir, call me young master Shui. Tonight, this young master has booked all the courtesans in the city. I'm going to fight 10 tonight. Ha ha ha, girl, give me a smile. If the girl won't smile for me, I'll smile for you. He. Ha ha ha, I have finally deciphered the secrets of the heavens, my arithmetic is complete. Today, I can ascend. Friend, with just 3 million spirit stones, would you like to join me when I ascend? I am Li Fei, are you really up for a fight, friend? Don't be afraid, I am Han Pao Pao, I mean no harm. Not good, the enemy is too strong, we must retreat immediately. My golden armored zombie is finally complete. From now on, I am invincible in the Spirit Saint realm. I can even exchange blows in the Spirit Saint realm. Shui Chen and his companions who had eaten the blood birth fruits were now trapped in hallucinations. Not illusions, but hallucinations. The fruits themselves were not poisonous, only causing mild hallucinogenic effects. However, consuming too much would induce hallucinations. Each fruit was a meter in diameter, and each of them had eaten 9. Their skin, hair, and even their clothes had changed color, with Shui Chen turning completely yellow, Han Pao Pao purple, and Lang Yunzhong red. The Tianji disciples were even greener than leaves. The only one not eating the fruits was the silver-armored zombie controlled by Lang Yunzhong, who was unfortunately dragged into dancing by the others. In the nearby jungle, 5 cultivators were secretly observing the scene. Brother Yun, what are these 5 up to? Yun frowned and said, one of them should be a silver-armored zombie, the other 4 I can't identify yet. The strength of this silver-armored zombie should be close to the spirit god realm. If we sell it to the demon cultivators, we won't lack cultivation resources for 1,000 years. Should we make a move? Bold ones live, timid ones starve, let's go. A moment later, 5 bruised and swollen individuals joined the dance around the silver-armored zombie. They did not expect that besides the silver-armored zombie, the other 4 were also unexpectedly powerful. Brother Yun, what do we do now? Don't worry, I've already sent a message to Chen Dao and the others, we'll. Shortly after, 7 more people joined the dance around the silver-armored zombie. Brother Yun, what now? Don't panic, there are many cultivators in the secret realm. I have a treasure that can simulate the aura of heavenly treasures, it will definitely attract a large number of cultivators. Half a day later, hundreds of bruised and swollen cultivators were dancing vigorously around the silver-armored zombie. Outside the secret realm, they might be elders or ancestors of a sect. But here, they were just dancing fools. Dance and lose face, or don't dance and face the consequences. Brother Yun, what now? Don't be afraid, I've seen it all. I have a holy beast pill here, it can attract a large number of demonic beasts in minutes. Is that the holy beast pill that can evolve bloodlines when consumed by demonic beasts? Exactly. Moments later, a large group of demonic beasts with red eyes charged towards them. Before the dancing cultivators could react, numerous pink vines sprang out from the ground. Soon after, a group of bruised and swollen demonic beasts joined the dancing around the silver-armored zombie. After some time passed, the stiff silver-armored zombie in the crowd began to show some changes. Its rigid body started to sway along with the surrounding crowd. The dance grew faster and faster. That day, he forced the old man to dance. The old man didn't want to, but he said he would set off fireworks to liven things up, so the old man saw the sun. Elder Tianjia's diary. Joyful times are always short-lived. 3 days later, when Shui Chen and the others woke up, there was no one within 1,000 miles except for the 4 of them. Of course, the demonic beasts were gone too. Everyone knew there were 5 anomalies here. What's happening to us? The 4 of them looked at each other and suddenly realized. Blood birth fruit. Ling Yun exclaimed in surprise, hey, Tianjizi, you've reached the spiritual realm? Tianjizi was taken aback by the words, then looked at Ling Yun, friend Ling, aren't you in the spiritual realm too? The 2 quickly looked at Shui Chen and Han Pao Pao. Shui Chen's cultivation level remained the same, and the slight spiritual power of the blood birth fruit was inconsequential to him. Han Pao Pao, on the other hand, had jumped directly from the 5th layer of the spiritual infant realm to the 9th layer. However, Han Pao Pao was not excited but frowned as he looked around and said in a deep voice, there are many footprints here. Wait, friend Ling, what is your silver-armored zombie doing? Upon hearing Han Pao Pao's words, Shui Chen and the others quickly looked at the silver-armored zombie. The silver-armored zombie stood on a rock, its silver armor emitting a faint golden light. That wasn't the focus was that this guy was twisting his body in a seductive manner. Everyone widened their eyes. Damn! Dancing zombie! Ling Yun was very lucky. Not only had his own strength reached the spiritual realm, but the strength of the silver-armored zombie had also reached the spiritual realm and was evolving towards the golden-armored zombie. But he was also unlucky because even if he locked it back in the coffin, it would still occasionally twist around. Ling Yun felt for the first time that his treasure was not as cute as he thought. He was a demon cultivator, not a dance cultivator. Seeing the strange looks from Shuechen and the others, Ling Yun said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, about today's matter, what's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing." Ling Yun ultimately swallowed back the threatening words. There was no way. He seemed to have no confidence in taking down anyone at random. Just then, Shuechen suddenly remembered that although he had eaten his blood-birth fruit, what about the seed? Shuechen immediately looked at Tianjizi, Han Paopao, and Ling Yun. "Fellow Taoists, what about my seed?" The three. The seed? The seed had naturally been eaten by them. And it had been 3 days already. There was no way they could vomit it out. So it could only be MMMA. 2 hours later, Shuechen watched in silence as the 27 seeds, each the size of a fist and stained with a hint of blood, sank into silence. "Fellow Taoists, how did you swallow these seeds, each bigger than a fist?" The three looked at Shuechen. The implication was clear. Seeing this, Shuechen took out a clean seed from his storage bag. "Although I also had illusions, I know what should be eaten and what shouldn't." The three fell into silence at his words. "Damn, this guy, so you're selectively having illusions, huh? So, are we the only 3 clowns here?" Shuechen rinsed the blood-dyed fruit seeds several times with disdain, then placed them separately in a storage bag. "Alright, my fellow cultivators, let's continue our journey. We've been delayed for so long, we might be far behind others now." The three nodded at his words. Tianjizi said, "Everyone, please wait a moment. Let me cast a divination first." He then poured out 5 copper coins from his shoe. Shuechen was surprised to see Tianjizi using divination for the first time. It also reminded him of a friend from decades ago. "Tian Dao, why do you keep copper coins in your shoes?" Tianjizi chuckled at his question. "Senior, this is a special technique of our sect, the 9-star arithmetic. I can't go into details with you." Shuechen nodded, but couldn't resist asking curiously, "Do you know Lao Feng?" He also kept 7 copper coins in his shoe. Tianjizi was taken aback by his words and then looked sharply at Shuechen. "Senior has met my senior brother? So, Senior is a friend of my senior brother. My apologies for the oversight. May I ask how Senior knows my senior brother?" "Through academic research." From Tianjizi, Shuechen learned that Lao Feng's alias was the Divine Calculator. Yes, an alias, as this guy used to specialize in feng shui and tomb exploration. To put it nicely, he was a tomb raider. Of course, grave robbing was quite common in the cultivation world. Some cultivators even left legacies in their tombs. Tianjizi didn't know why Lao Feng went to the Divine Land, and he hadn't even heard of it. The Lingshu realm was vast, with the 5 continents of East, South, West, North, and Central, where many spiritual practitioners spent their whole lives exploring. Not to mention Tianjizi, who used to be only at the spiritual infant realm. As Tianjizi's hands performed intricate gestures, the 5 copper coins began to spin rapidly. Shuechen couldn't understand it, and Ling Yun was equally uninterested, while Han Paopao watched Tianjizi with a hint of meaning. It must be said that Han Paopao's cultivation was comprehensive, but his appearance was too ordinary. Han Paopao didn't know that his looks had cost him points in Shuechen's eyes. If he knew, he would surely retort, "Is it wrong to look average? Alright, this way." Tianjizi put away the coins and pointed in a direction. To the group's surprise, the following path was unusually smooth. They didn't encounter any cultivators or even any demonic beasts. When things go abnormally smooth, there must be demons. Let's be cautious. However, they were overthinking it, as the path ahead remained smooth. Soon, the 4 arrived at a canyon. As Shuechen looked at the canyon before him, he felt a surge of excitement because this was the location White Snow had told him about. The bead he needed was inside. Owl accompanied by a howl, a group of wolf-shaped demonic beasts rushed towards them. "Be careful. These are lustful willow wolves, run." This time, Han Paopao was very loyal, at least he reminded everyone when they ran. But with Shuechen around, he was destined not to escape. Just as he took a few steps back, Shuechen pulled him back. Just a group of spirit pill realm demonic beasts. Ling Yun snorted and charged forward. However, they soon heard a loud smack, and Ling Yun flew back even faster. "Damn, there's a bigger one behind." In fact, Ling Yun didn't need to say it. Shuechen and the others had already seen it. Because it was really huge. Regardless of its strength, its mountain-like size alone was intimidating enough. Especially the thing swinging beneath the wolf's crotch, it was at least as exaggerated as 10 people surrounding it. Moreover, there was a human-shaped indentation on top. Shuechen glanced at the flushed Ling Yun, then at the wolf's crotch, and quickly moved to the side. At that moment, Tianjizi shouted, "Senior, I'll take care of the big one, you handle these small ones." After saying that, Tianjizi, along with Lang Yunzhong, dragged the struggling Han Paopao and charged towards the group of Spirit Dan Realm demon wolves. However, Tianjizi and Lang Yunzhong quickly understood why Han Paopao had run away. Damn, these lascivious demon wolves were truly disgusting, actually standing on their hind legs and shooting wildly at them. In an instant, a sky full of thick phlegm engulfed the three of them. Xuechen widened his eyes in shock. Damn, how cruel. At the same time, the small mountain-like demon wolf slowly stood up. Watching as the opponent's exaggerated weapon slowly raised to the extreme, Xuechen couldn't help but shiver. Without any hesitation, Xuechen immediately erected tens of thousands of defense shields around his body. At the same time, he took out a blood-birth fruit seed and threw it out. The next moment, a vine with the dual spiritual power of water and wood burst out of the ground, directly entwining the demon wolf's younger brother. The vine tightly wrapped around the demon wolf brothers' necks, and the demon wolf desperately tried to claw at the vine around his brother's neck. By now, it was fully charged, and if it wasn't launched soon, it would suffocate itself. However, this blood-birth fruit vine not only possessed the toughness of wood but also the gentleness of water. No matter how it scratched and clawed, the vine showed no signs of breaking, instead tightening even more. A fierce glint flashed in the demon wolf's eyes, and it bit down on its own brother. Sacrifice the brother for survival? Xuechen couldn't bear to watch and immediately sent out a water dragon. The water dragon carried the demon wolf to who knows where, leaving behind a hundreds of feet wide trench on the ground. This gorge also turned into the Peugeot Avenue. By this time, Tianjizi and the others had finished the battle and flew over. They even took the time to bathe and change clothes. Xuechen didn't ask when he saw this. Those who understood, understood. Tianjizi looked at the Peugeot Avenue in front of him and sighed, "Senior, your spell power is too great, we've lost our target." Xuechen shook his head at the words and pointed to a huge hole in the ground, saying, "I feel that all the good stuff is down here." Lang Yunzhong's eyes lit up at the words, and he immediately flew towards the hole. Before long, intense fighting sounds came from the hole. Xuechen and the others quickly flew over. To Xuechen's surprise, the person fighting Lang Yunzhong turned out to be himself. Not only had Lang Yunzhong turned into two, even his silver-armored zombie had become two. For a moment, Xuechen and the others couldn't tell who was who. Han Paopao asked in confusion, "Mirror technique?" Tianjizi immediately shook his head, "It's a clone. Only Ling Dao can see the mirror technique, since we can see it, it must be a clone." Han Paopao frowned, "So what do we do now? Just watch like this?" Xuechen looked at Tianjizi and asked, "Can't you figure out who's real among them?" Tianjizi immediately shook his head at the question. Seeing this, Xuechen said, "Forget it, let's separate them first. Han Paopao, you go." Han Paopao. However, when Han Paopao rushed up to separate the two Long Yunzhongs, a change occurred. Another Han Paopao appeared out of thin air and instantly engaged in battle with Han Paopao. Xuechen and Tianjizi exchanged a glance and quickly took a few steps back. "Senior, what do we do now?" Xuechen hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Is there a limit to the strength of these clones?" Tianjizi shook his head, "I don't know, maybe there is." Xuechen hesitated for a moment at the words but ultimately decided to give it a try. He didn't quite believe that the other party could clone him. After all, he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. If they could clone him like this, then they would be invincible. As Xuechen approached the four motionless figures ready for battle, a shadow kept forming in front of him. However, it seemed that the energy on the other side was insufficient, as the shadow took a long time to materialize. Xuechen was delighted at the sight, but soon, his smile froze. In a cold cloud, Han Paopao, a silver-armored zombie, swiftly charged towards the shadow. After the fusion of the four, a Xuechen appeared before everyone. Yet, that was not all. The shocking part was that this Xuechen looked only about 20 years old. Anger surged within Xuechen as he gazed at the handsome and upright figure of his counterpart. He had been searching for the elixir of youth for so many years, only to be outdone by a mere replica now. "How dare you! Perish!" Xuechen's palm struck out towards the replica. This strike bore no spells, only boundless power. With a resounding crash, the young Xuechen was reduced to ashes before he could utter a word. Watching his younger self being obliterated in an instant, Xuechen couldn't help but sigh in relief, grateful for his longevity. If he had come out to roam the world a few 100,000 years earlier, this might have been his fate. Just then, a voice sounded in Xuechen's ear. "Congratulations, you have passed the first test, overcoming yourself." With these words, a bead floated slowly into Xuechen's hand. His eyes lit up at the sight of the bead because it was identical to the one White Snow had. Without hesitation, Xuechen swallowed it in one gulp. He could clearly feel himself rapidly regressing in age. This bead had at least made him look 2 years younger. In other words, he now appeared to be at most 88 years old. Excited by this revelation, Xue Chen remembered White Snow's words about an even larger bead here. Unbeknownst to Xue Chen, Tianjizi and Han Paopao beside him were staring at him wide-eyed. Damn, that bead seems to be the legendary retrospective bead. I've read about it in ancient texts. In ancient times, this retrospective bead was a precious treasure used by cultivators to correct errors in their cultivation techniques by revisiting the past. It is said that with just one retrospective bead, one can rectify deficiencies in cultivation techniques within 3,000 years. It's such a waste to use it just to regain youth. Observing the informative Tianjizi and Han Paopao said in a deep voice, but why did the senior only regress his appearance by 2 years? Does that mean his appearance has only aged 2 years and 3,000? Hearing Han Paopao's words, Tianjizi and Han Paopao fell silent. After a while, Han Paopao, with a hint of suspicion, said, perhaps it wasn't used in the right way, hence the ineffective result? Tianjizi immediately nodded. That must be it. Just then, Xue Chen snapped out of his surprise. Fellow Taoists, don't just stand there, let's continue forward. I have a feeling that there are even greater surprises ahead. The three of them quickly followed Xue Chen towards the front. Before long, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. It was important to note that they were currently underground. As they gazed at the mist-shrouded cliff in front of them, the four halted their steps. These mists are peculiar. Let me take a look. Han Paopao, unusually, volunteered to investigate. His eyes shone with a gleam as he stared directly at the mist in front of him. In just a moment, Han Paopao's face changed drastically, and he took several steps back. A cloud dragon, a sky coffin in the clouds. Tianjizi and Ling Yunzhong's faces changed simultaneously upon hearing this. However, at that moment, a huge fireball was thrown into the mist from the side. Regardless of what it is, I will break it with my strength. Senior, don't. However, Han Paopao's warning came too late as Xue Chen's fireball was thrown directly into the mist. With a resounding boom and a beastly roar, the mist gradually dissipated. Replacing them were 200-foot-long dragon serpents and a group of silver-armored zombies emerging from the broken coffins in front of everyone. Among these silver-armored zombies, there were even a few golden-armored ones. Lang Yun couldn't help but drool at the sight of those golden-armored zombies. But in an instant, he snapped out of it. Holy crap, run! Run? Why run? Let them die! Xue Chen waved his hand, and 2 blood-birth fruit seeds flew out. Before the 2 dragon serpents could react, they were tightly entwined by suddenly sprouting vines. At the same time, the ground trembled, and before the group of zombies could even get up, they were pierced through by suddenly emerging ground spikes. The 3 Tianji disciples swallowed hard. They now seriously suspected that Xue Chen was a monster who had come out of the Holy Land. Lang Yun looked at the barely alive zombies, feeling heartbroken and unable to breathe. Senior, can I have the blood of these zombies? Xue Chen casually waved his hand at the question, as he had no use for that stuff. Han Paopao, on the other hand, had his eyes on the 2 dragon serpents. Senior Xue Chen, seeing this, said directly, take them. Han Paopao was overjoyed, but when he looked at the 2 irritable dragon serpents, he quickly shook his head. Senior, let's forget about it. They are just the guardians of this tomb, and their lives are already short. Let them go. Xue Chen looked meaningfully at Han Paopao upon hearing this. It had to be said that Han Paopao now seemed like the protagonist in a novel, while he was the sidekick. In the end, Xue Chen released the 2 dragon serpents because he could also sense that their vitality was fading. As expected, after being released, the 2 dragon serpents did not thank Xue Chen but instead gave Han Paopao a deep look before starting to mate openly in front of everyone. In less than 2 minutes, a dragon egg floated towards Han Paopao, and the 2 dragon serpents completely lost their vitality and fell into the abyss. Tianjizi looked enviously at the dragon egg in Han Paopao's arms and murmured, their mating speed is not much slower than my senior brother's. Xue Chen, _ Well, by saying that about your senior brother, I wonder if he'll slap you when he meets you in the future. And even if your senior brother is fast, can he make a child in 2 minutes? Xue Chen glanced at Lang Yun, who had already collected enough blood, and said, alright, let's continue on our way. I wonder how far we have to go next. Xue Chen was a bit puzzled at this moment. How did Bai Xue, with that kind of strength, manage to obtain the retrospective pearl, and she even knew about a bigger one? Although Xue Chen was very puzzled, he didn't doubt it because Bai Xue had no reason to deceive him. As the 4 continued to advance and pass through several more levels, they finally arrived at the final level. At this point, Xue Chen also saw the supersized pearl that Bai Xue had mentioned. It was bigger than a fist. Just as Xue Chen was about to approach it, Tianjizi quickly pulled him back and said, Senior, wait. Tianjizi pointed to the side where a chessboard was set up. This level probably can't be solved with violence. Upon hearing this, Shuechen immediately turned to look at Han Paopao. Han Paopao quickly took 2 steps back and shook his head, saying, I don't know how to play chess. However, Shuechen didn't care about that. You've already gained a lot of benefits, now you need to sit down and run. Seeing this, Han Paopao had no choice but to sit down with a stiff face. The moment Han Paopao sat down, a figure gradually appeared on the opposite side of the chessboard. It was an immortal-looking old man with white hair. The old man smiled, but his expression turned sour when he looked at Han Paopao. Young man, your appearance doesn't quite meet my liking. Han Paopao, _ Young man, your appearance doesn't quite meet my liking. Senior, appearance doesn't represent everything. In some cases, appearance may be an advantage. For example, when interacting with others, a good appearance often leaves a better impression. However, if one only has looks without substance, it's just superficial. The younger generation believes that while appearance is important, the essence of cultivation lies in inner growth and elevation. Focusing too much on outward appearance may lead to neglecting inner refinement. Cultivation should not be limited to external forms but should emphasize inner realization. Only by cultivating both internally and externally can one reach a higher realm. Han Paopao finished speaking and quietly watched the phantom of the old man in front of him. Snow-Chen and Tianjizi beside him immediately gave him a thumbs up. The phantom of the old man was stunned for a moment, then smiled with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Ha, young friend, to have such insights is rare, I am impressed. The phantom of the old man slowly moved his hand over the chessboard, and a puzzle appeared in front of Han Paopao. Young friend, please proceed. Han Paopao frowned as he looked at the puzzle in front of him. Honestly, he really didn't know how to play chess. Tianjizi was about to offer some guidance but was pulled back by Snow-Chen. Believe in him. However, reality taught Snow-Chen a lesson. This wasn't something you could just play around with by randomly placing a few chess pieces. Young friend, it seems we are not meant to play. The phantom of the old man smiled faintly and slowly dissipated in front of everyone. Han Paopao shrugged at Snow-Chen and said, Elder, see, I told you I couldn't. Snow-Chen frowned and looked at Tianjizi beside him, saying, your turn. Tianjizi nodded confidently. As soon as Tianjizi sat down, the phantom of the old man reappeared. Friend, your appearance enough talk, let's begin. I have no strategies left, just a simple puzzle friend, you have lost. Tianjizi. Later, Snow-Chen and Cold Cloud also took a few moves. As expected, no one was a match for the phantom of the old man. Seeing the huge resurgence pearl right in front of them but unable to obtain it, Snow-Chen's mood gradually became restless. Tianjizi comforted, Elder, let it go, forced melons don't taste sweet, although we can't beat him, there will always be someone who can. Snow-Chen's eyes lit up at his words. Yes, you're right. There will always be someone who can beat him. After saying this, Snow-Chen immediately put on a black robe and flew towards the ground. Although Tianjizi and the others didn't understand what Snow-Chen was up to, they knew it couldn't be good. They quickly disguised themselves as well. As soon as Snow-Chen emerged from the ground, he saw several suspicious figures. Those people naturally noticed the imposing Snow-Chen as well. Just as they were about to slip away, a blood-red vine extended from Snow-Chen's hand and quickly bound the several cultivators. Elder, spare us. Rest assured, I just need your help, I will definitely reward you later. After saying this, Snow-Chen carried the bound individuals and flew off into the distance. An hour later, hundreds of cultivators and a large group of demonic beasts were brought back by Snow-Chen. There were even a few spiritual gods among them. The cultivators and demonic beasts, seeing the zombies twisting beside Cold Cloud, turned red with anger. Damn it, I knew it, it's those 4 colors again. Damn it, do they really think we won't recognize them just because they're disguised? Brother Yun, what should we do? Are we going to dance again? Don't worry, what's up, Brother Yun, do you have a trick up your sleeve? No, I just meant dancing, I'm very good at it. Snow-Chen looked at the group of cultivators and demonic beasts who volunteered to help behind him and said, I am very grateful for your assistance. There is a chess game here. Whoever can break it, I will reward them with tens of millions of single attribute spirit stones. Hiss! All the cultivators gasped in unison at the words. Tens of millions of single attribute spirit stones. Damn, even if one cultivates to death, they wouldn't be able to use them all. No wonder they didn't find any opportunities in the secret realm, turns out the opportunity is here. A cultivator at the second level of the spiritual god realm hurriedly shouted, Senior, let me. I am the 10-time chess king. Let me take down this game for you. The remaining cultivators were anxious upon seeing this, but cultivation is about seizing opportunities on one's own. Snow-Chen's eyes lit up at the words and he nodded, saying, alright, you go ahead. As the chess king's vines retreated from his body, he tidied up his clothes and calmly walked towards the chessboard, taking a seat. This time, the old man's phantom didn't waste any words and directly signaled that the chess king could begin. Half an hour later. You lost. Senior, I am the chess saint, dare to challenge me. I am the chess god, I am the chess expert, I don't know how to play. Roar chirp howl. The great battle lasted for a month, and unsurprisingly, all the cultivators and demonic beasts were defeated. No one claimed Snowchen's 10 million grand prize, and Snowchen could only watch as the retrospection bead glowed. After all the cultivators and demonic beasts had left, Tianjizi stepped forward to console. Senior, let it go. Destiny is predetermined and cannot be forced. Snowchen sighed at the words and then nodded. Just then, the silver-armored zombie in the cold mist twisted its alluring figure and walked to the chessboard. Snowchen, Tianjizi, the silver-armored zombie, and Han Peopeo's eyes lit up. The silver-armored zombie laughed. I understand now. After watching for a month, he has mastered the essence of 100 schools. This is a sure win. Snowchen and the others smiled at the words. However, they soon wore black lines on their faces. The silver-armored zombie slowly reached for a chess piece on the board, then retracted, and reached for another position, repeating the process. Indeed, after observing for a month, he had learned the postures of 100 schools, not the skills of chess. Moreover, he integrated the postures of chess with dance, sitting there twisting and turning, looking quite deserving of a beating. And that's exactly what happened. The usually calm phantom old man jumped up, kicked the silver-armored zombie down, and proceeded to beat him up. He could tolerate battles with Snowchen and even playing chess with demonic beasts, but he couldn't stand this humiliation from the silver-armored zombie. I'll make you dance. I'll make you come and go. You want to mess with me? Damn it, keep dancing. Snowchen and the others stood by, eyes wide in shock. However, they soon noticed a problem. Despite the phantom old man looking fierce, he didn't cause any harm to the silver-armored zombie. The zombie even seemed to enjoy it, lying on the ground and letting himself be beaten. Meanwhile, he continued to twist his body. Eventually, the phantom old man couldn't bear this mental humiliation and broke down. I pass it on to you all, get this guy out of here. Snowchen's eyes lit up at the words, grabbed the silver-armored zombie, and threw him out. The phantom old man looked deeply at Snowchen and the others before slowly dissipating. I have never seen such shameless people like you. As the phantom old man's voice faded, the retrospection bead slowly descended from the void. Snowchen then realized that the retrospection bead he saw was not actually in this timeline. Fortunately, he had chosen to team up with Tianjizi, otherwise, he might have missed out on the treasure this time. Along with the retrospection bead, a jade plate, a cultivation technique, and a bottle of blood also descended. Snowchen glanced at the cultivation technique and tossed it to Han Pao Pao. It was a primary cultivation technique that could be cultivated to the spiritual saint realm. The blood is the blood of ancient demons, but it has been so long that it's almost thickened into syrup. Of course, the ancient demons here refer to the ancient demons of the spirit realm, with strength just surpassing the spiritual saint realm. Shuechen tossed this bottle of blood to Long Yunzhong. Finally, Shuechen didn't even look at the jade plate and threw it to Tianjizi. The three of them quickly bowed to Shuechen in gratitude. Shuechen waved his hand, holding the retrospective bead, larger than a fist, and asked the three, "Can this thing be cut open?" In the end, Shuechen swallowed it. The process is not described. Anyway, his throat felt a bit sore. With the retrospective bead going down his stomach, Shuechen's appearance quickly changed. 87-86-85. Finally, Shuechen's appearance returned to around 75 years old. At this moment, although Shuechen still looked elderly, he no longer had the appearance of being on the verge of death at any moment. He stood much straighter, exuding an aura of immortality and dignity. He could now be completely called a handsome old man. In this wave, Shuechen felt like he had become at least 40,000 years younger. Shuechen looked at his hands, clenched his fist tightly. From now on, I don't want to hear anyone say I can't do it. Entrance to the secret realm. Elder, two fellow Taoists, the green hills will remain unchanged, and the clear waters will flow forever. We will meet again if fate allows. After bowing to Shuechen and the others, Long Yunzhong turned around and disappeared from their sight with a few jumps. As Long Yunzhong left, Han Pao Pao also bowed to Shuechen and Tianjizi. Elder, Taoist, this junior still has some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After speaking, Han Pao Pao immediately flew away. Shuechen looked at Tianjizi and asked, "What about you?" Tianjizi shrugged and said, "I have nothing to do." Shuechen. He really wished Tianjizi would be tactful and leave on his own. After all, he was busy wanting to go chat with a courtesan. But since Tianjizi didn't leave, he couldn't bring himself to drive him away. After all, they had been teammates in exploring dangers together, and this guy was also Lao Feng's junior brother. There was no way Shuechen could only temporarily let this guy follow him. "Elder, where are we going now?" Shuai-chan rolled his eyes at the question. I've only been in the northern continent for a few years, how would I know where to go? Tianjizi asked, Elder, do you have any business in the northern continent? Shuai-chan nodded and then shook his head. I'm just looking for a way to rejuvenate, wherever that takes me. Tianjizi immediately said, Elder, I know a way to rejuvenate. Shuai-chan's eyes lit up. Tell me. Tianjizi thought for a moment and said, but we need to find a fellow Taoist for this matter. 3 days later, in the Xianfeng dynasty, Guiyang County, outside the Jin mansion. Last time I came, this guy was living here. Tianjizi looked puzzled at the mansion in front of him. He didn't sense the aura of his friend. How long ago did you come last time? Not long, just 40 or 50 years ago. Tianjizi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. For cultivators, several decades were indeed not long, especially for those in the spiritual infant and spiritual god realms. But in the mortal world, it could be a lifetime for a person. Elder, don't worry, I'll go ask right away. Shuai-chan said with a black line on his face, I'm not in a hurry. Just then, a small door next to the main gate slowly opened, and a 16 or 17-year-old girl peeked out sneakily. The girl was startled to see Shuai-chan and Tianjizi, then quickly straightened her back after realizing, coughed lightly, and said, Gentlemen. Before the girl could continue, Shuai-chan reflexively said, Gentlemen have money. Tianjizi. The girl, underscore? After a brief conversation, it was revealed that the girl's name was Jinlian, the granddaughter of Tianjizi's friend Jindahai. As for Jindahai, Jinlian said he had been away from home for 5 or 6 years and hadn't returned. However, not long ago, Jindahai sent a letter saying he would be back in the next 2 years, but he didn't mention where he was. Shuai-chan and Tianjizi, upon receiving the news, decided to stay in Guiyang County for a few years. Tianjizi also needed a few years to digest the gains from this trip to the secret realm. That day, Shuai-chan bought a mansion next to the Jin family at a high price, and the nameplate was changed to Shui Mansion on the same day. The original owner didn't want to sell, but Shuai-chan offered too much. Shui Mansion and Jin family were close together, so Shuai-chan and the girl Jinlian became acquainted. Jinlian liked the world outside the mansion, but the rules of the Jin family were strict, and she was always caught and brought back shortly after running out. Grandpa Shui, Grandpa Tian, wait for me, I'll come back tomorrow. Shuai-chan and Tianjizi looked on with black lines as Jinlian was taken away. Isn't this the 25th time she's been brought back this month? Yeah. What date is it today? The 12th. The next day, Tianjizi was sunbathing in the courtyard while studying the jade disc brought back from the secret realm. Shuai-chan's small tree sapling was placed on the stone table beside him. Under Tianjizi's careful care, the sapling finally grew another centimeter. By the afternoon, Jinlian hadn't shown up, which puzzled Tianjizi. Just as Tianjizi was about to use his divine sense to check the situation, a hole suddenly appeared in the wall. Jinlian crawled through the hole. Dream on if you think you can lock me up. Humph. Tianjizi couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Oh, Tianjizi, is Grandpa Shui not at home? Tianjizi smiled and said, he went to the Golden Moon Pavilion, he probably won't be back tonight. Jinlian curiously asked, what is the Golden Moon Pavilion for? Why isn't Grandpa Shui coming back tonight? Tianjizi's mouth twitched at her words, unsure of how to explain to Jinlian. So he had to come up with a kind lie. The Golden Moon Pavilion is a charity organization where girls from poor backgrounds are helped. Your Grandpa Shui went to help them. Oh, Jinlian nodded. Little did Tianjizi know, Jinlian had already noted down this Golden Moon Pavilion. Grandpa Tian, I'm going out to play for a while. If someone comes looking for me, just say you didn't see me. Tianjizi chuckled and waved her off. Go ahead. After Jinlian left, Tianjizi looked at the hole she had dug and shook his head with a smile, then lightly flicked his finger, and 3 spirit stones fell around the hole. Soon, ripples spread around the hole, and the wall instantly returned to its original state. Of course, the hole was still there, but except for Jinlian, no one else could see or touch it. Below the Golden Moon Pavilion, Jinlian looked at the poorly dressed girls upstairs and couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. It's so cold, and they're dressed so lightly. No wonder Grandpa Shui came here to help them. I want to help them too. Jinlian muttered to herself and strode into the Golden Moon Pavilion. Shuai-chan was chatting with the courtesan Yanfengjia when the servant knocked on the door. Sir, your granddaughter is looking for you. Shuai-chan was taken aback. Did he have a granddaughter? Just then, Jinlian peeked out from behind the servant. Grandpa Shui, there you are. Shuai-chan. Yanfengjia looked at Shuai-chan, then at Jinlian, who was not much younger than herself, and fell into silence. She had seen many grandfathers looking for girls, but it was the first time she had seen a grandfather being found by his granddaughter when looking for a girl. Shuai-chan quickly explained in a low voice, Miss Yan, please don't misunderstand, she's my granddaughter. Yan Fengjiao nodded with an understanding expression. Yes, she got it, granddaughter. After the turtle boy left, Xuechen frowned and asked Jinlian, what are you doing here? Jinlian raised an eyebrow at Xuechen and said, Master Xue, both Tianji and Iji have told me everything, so there's no need to pretend. I'm here for the same reason as you, I'll do whatever you do. Jinlian took out her own money pouch and placed it on the table. Xuechen and Yan Fengjiao widened their eyes. They instinctively looked at Jinlian's lower body. Xuechen even scanned with his divine sense. In the end, he confirmed that Jinlian was not disguised as a man. Yan Fengjiao blushed even more. She had entertained men before, so it wasn't unusual for a woman to pay. But this combination of an old man and his granddaughter. Just as Xuechen was about to educate Jinlian, a sword light passed by several miles away, like a silver snake winding in the night sky. Xuechen subconsciously glanced at the sword light outside the window, then stood up with a swish and took a step to the window. For cultivators, several miles away felt like it was right in front of them. They could even see a few spots on the other person's face clearly. The graceful figure in the air seemed to sense Xuechen's gaze, turned her head, and gave him a faint smile. The moonlight fell on her, reflecting her graceful figure like a fairy descending to earth. Xuechen felt an indescribable surge in his heart, as if a little deer was running wild inside him. He gazed at the figure with fiery eyes, as if she was the only one in the world. That moment of eye contact seemed eternal to Xuechen. It was her, Bai Yue. He would never forget her 167 centimeters height, size 37 shoes, and the 167 strands of hair beside her ear. He would never forget that she tricked him out of 87 spiritual stones. He would never forget. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Xuechen's palm gradually grew warm. He really wanted to give her a son right away. Sensing the spiritual energy fluctuation here, Bai Yue's figure paused slightly. After a moment, she actually turned and flew towards Gaiyang County. Master Xue, what are you looking at? Jinlian curiously walked to Xuechen's side and looked out the window. However, Bai Yue had already landed outside the city gate, so Jinlian naturally couldn't see anything. Xuechen took a deep breath and slowly retracted the spiritual power in his hand. He suddenly turned to Jinlian and Yan Fengjiao. Girls, can you tell stories? Ha? Jinlian looked at Xuechen blankly, not understanding why he suddenly asked that. Yan Fengjiao looked pensive and nodded at Xuechen. Xuechen smiled faintly and said slowly, in fact, I am a cultivator, what you call an immortal. Bai Yue did not directly approach Xuechen but chose to stay in an inn. Xuechen looked much younger than he did decades ago, so Bai Yue did not recognize him. Nor would she imagine that the old man on the verge of death in the wilderness decades ago would come to the northern continent. She would never have thought that in such a vast world, they would meet again. Bai Yue's aptitude for cultivation was not actually good. However, she managed to reach the 6th level of transcending the mortal world in just a few decades. This was thanks to her appearance and her deceitful skills. Over the years, she had obtained many cultivation resources by deceiving those cultivators in the mortal realm. Bai Yue slowly pushed open the window and looked at the pedestrians on the street. Her thoughts drifted back to decades ago. Don't get it wrong, she never thought of Xuechen at all. She only remembered her life in Shenzhou. Born in Shenzhou, she became a cultivator by a twist of fate. She had a mixed spiritual root of 3 elements and was rejected by many sects, so she had to resort to deceiving those naive cultivators. Although life was very hard, she still felt that period was the happiest time of her life. Later, she deceived too many people and had to choose to leave the divine land. After experiencing several twists and turns, facing life-threatening crises multiple times, she arrived here, in the northern continent. Thinking back on the hardships she had endured over the years, Bai Yue smiled bitterly and shook her head. Is this what cultivation is all about? No one answered Bai Yue, perhaps only she knew the answer to this question. Bai Yue's gaze slowly turned towards the direction of the Golden Moon Tower. Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. I just want to borrow some cultivation resources. I will repay double in the future. Bai Yue didn't know that her murmuring voice had been heard by Xuechen. From the moment she appeared, Xuechen had most of his attention focused on her. Even if she went to the restroom, Xuechen had to know how many grams she had excreted. At this moment, Xuechen was explaining his most precious storybook to Jinlian and Yanfeng Jiao. Suddenly hearing Bai Yue's murmurs, Xuechen couldn't help but show a faint smile. Grandpa Xue, why did you stop telling the story? What should we do next? Hearing Jilian's question, Xuechen smiled and said, next, you should find a way to make her take out all the spirit stones on her body. We will discuss these details later. For now, let me help you unlock your spiritual roots and enter the realm of spiritual energy. Although you both have mixed spiritual roots, I have my ways. We don't have much time, so let's get straight to the point. Come, lie down first. I will help you clear your meridians and assist you in forming your spiritual spring. Grandpa Shui, it tickles gently. As Jinlian and Yanfeng Jiao trembled for a while, they officially entered the realm of spiritual energy. However, Shuechen did not stop but continued to help them improve their cultivation. Baiyue's strength was at the 6th level of the transcendent realm, so Shuechen naturally couldn't let Jinlian and Yanfeng Jiao's cultivation be too low. It wasn't until the two women's bodies were close to their limits that Shuechen slowly withdrew his hands. Watching the two exhausted women fall asleep, Shuechen quietly left the room. However, he didn't leave but kept his eyes wandering over the guests at the Golden Moon Tower. If he only deceived Baiyue of her spirit stones, then Shuechen wouldn't be the ruthless person he was. But this time, he wouldn't personally kill Baiyue, he wanted her to end her own dirty life. Soon, a handsome and charming young man with a bitter look caught Shuechen's attention. This guy had a woman on each arm, and his hands were very restless. Even when passing by a 50-year-old madam, he couldn't resist touching her, let alone a slightly more delicate-looking girl. One had to admit, this kid was something else. Kid, it's you. Shuechen immediately walked towards the young man who suddenly stood in front of him. Seeing Shuechen blocking his way, the young man furrowed his brows. However, the imposing aura emanating from Shuechen made him uncertain. Every time he took a step to the side, Shuechen would also take a step, always blocking his path. The young man frowned and said, "Old man, can you move aside?" Shuechen smiled faintly and asked, "Young man, can you do me a favor? I will give you a chance." The young man was stunned for a moment, then looked arrogantly at Shuechen and said, "Get out of the way. If you want to deceive me, go practice some more." "Damn, I thought you were someone important." After the young man finished speaking, he pushed Shuechen aside and walked towards the room with the two women in his arms. Obviously, he mistook Shuechen for a swindler. Seeing this, Shuechen didn't stop him, just smiled faintly and said, "Young man, I have some knowledge of divination. Beware of bloodshed tonight." The young man was furious at the words, turned around and said to Shuechen, "I, Simon Guang, am not easily frightened. What if there is no bloodshed tonight?" Shuechen smiled faintly at his words. "Don't worry, I've never miscalculated a divination." Although Shiman Guang was ruthless and not one for many words, he was quite cautious. After exchanging harsh words with Shuechen, he sent people to pay handsomely for the services of several experts. These experts were then stationed by his bedside, completely eliminating the risk of an assailant sneaking in to attack him. As for embarrassment, well, as long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was fine. "As long as you protect me from shedding blood tonight, I will reward each of you with 100 taels of gold." Upon hearing this, the experts patted their chests resoundingly. Shuechen couldn't help but smile and shake his head at the scene. Even if Shiman Guang had brought in some mortal warriors, or even cultivators, he wouldn't escape the bloodshed tonight. However, just as Shuechen was about to make his move, his expression suddenly changed. The brick he was going to use to create bloodshed was thrown out by Shuechen. Could it be that I truly have the gift of divination? In the room, Shiman Guan was engaged in a fierce battle with two women from the Golden Moon Pavilion. Although the two women were experienced, having people watching the battle by the bedside was quite embarrassing for them, a first for these grown-up ladies. At that moment, a blush appeared. Shiman Guang immediately widened his eyes, and the room fell into silence. The woman panicked and hurriedly explained, I was supposed to come tomorrow." Shiman Guang furrowed his brow lightly, but before he could say anything, a warrior spoke in a deep voice, "Young Master Shiman, how do we settle this?" Shiman Guang opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. The warriors were displeased. "You bring us here to watch a show, and now you're using the excuse of 100 taels of gold to fool us. Do you really think we're fools?" Before Shiman Guang could explain, a hot-tempered warrior punched him in the nose. Shiman Guang's nose started bleeding instantly. Soon, the room was filled with more intense sounds of fighting. Outside the room, a passing servant boy shook his head upon hearing the noise. Young Master Shiman is still playing around as usual. The sky after dawn gradually turned a fish-belly white. On the distant horizon, a faint light appeared, like a golden ribbon slowly pulling apart the curtain of the sky. With the rising sun, the light became brighter and brighter, illuminating the whole world. Shui Mansion. Shuechen sat calmly by a stone table. Tianji was teaching Jinlian and Yanfengjiu some simple spells. As the door was knocked, Shuechen smiled faintly. The visitor was Shiman Guang. He not only had a bruised face but also limped as he walked. Upon seeing Shuechen, Shiman Guang immediately knelt down with a thud. "Master, this young one has made a mistake. I hope Master can save me." Sob. Shiman Guang then detailed the events of the previous night to Shuechen. Tianji couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, Jinlian and Yanfengjiu were both in a state of cultivation. Tianji looked at Xuechen with some curiosity. He didn't expect Xuechen to be skilled in divination. But after some thought, Tianji understood, considering Xuechen's cultivation level, knowing some divination was normal. Can Xuechen do divination? Yes, he learned it from Lao Feng. Just one trick. As the saying goes, a single brilliant move can conquer all. Of course, the events of last night were purely coincidental. After all, Xuechen even had the brick ready. Watching Shimen Guang in tears, Xuechen smiled and said, "Young friend, I can certainly help you, but before that, I have a question to ask you." Shimen Guang quickly nodded. "Master, please ask. How good are your skills in wooing women?" "Ha? Golden Moon Pavilion. Oh, you mean Lord Shui? He lives in the West City, in a mansion called Shui Mansion, easy to find." "Miss, could it be that you are also Lord Shui's granddaughter?" White Moon's mouth twitched, but she didn't argue. After handing a few copper coins to Turtle Boy, she gathered a lot of useful information. Everyone calls him Uncle Shui. Uncle Shui is very rich, exceptionally rich. Nothing else, that's it. Oh, wait, there's more, his health is exceptional. He can play with the courtesans all night every time. White Moon looked at Turtle Boy and asked, "Can I meet the courtesan who entertained Uncle Shui last night?" Turtle Boy shook his head and said, "I told you, Uncle Shui is very rich. Every courtesan he chooses is redeemed. The courtesan from last night left before dawn, and today's hasn't been selected yet." White Moon nodded, then pointed at Turtle Boy's forehead and casually took back the copper coin she had just rewarded him. After White Moon left, Turtle Boy gradually came to his senses. How did I end up here? Xuechen had been watching White Moon's every move. When he saw White Moon walking towards where he lived, Xuechen couldn't help but feel curious. In his opinion, White Moon wouldn't just show up like that. And he was not disappointed. White Moon just pretended to pass by his mansion, then rented a small room on the street next to his. The next morning, White Moon set up a tofu stall outside her house and started selling tofu. Due to her beauty and simple attire, White Moon's tofu sold out quickly, which made her frown. So the next day, she deliberately added some bitter melon juice to the tofu. As expected, her business declined significantly. This was the result she wanted. She wanted to have a chance encounter with Xuechen. Not knowing Xuechen's cultivation level, she didn't hide her own strength. She believed that a cultivator would be curious to chat with a fellow practitioner selling tofu in such a place. However, after waiting for half a month, she still hadn't seen Xuechen pass by her tofu stall. So she moved her stall closer to where Xuechen was until she even placed it at the entrance of the street where Xuechen lived. If not for fear of arousing Xuechen's suspicion, she would have placed her stall right at his doorstep. However, 2 months passed, and Xuechen never left his mansion. White Moon even began to wonder if Xuechen had secretly left the county. Just as White Moon was about to give up on this plan, 3 figures appeared in her sight one day. The person leading them was a thin old man with profound cultivation that White Moon couldn't discern. Behind the old man were 2 young girls, both of whom were surprisingly in the transcendent realm. "Ahead is the home of my good friend, Old Shui. Remember to be sweet. Old Shui may not have much else, but he has plenty of spirit stones. Flatter him a bit, and he might give you a big red packet that's enough for you to cultivate to the spirit pill realm." "Yes, master, you can rest assured. My words are sweet enough." As they chatted, the 3 headed towards Shui's mansion. When they passed by White Moon's tofu stall, the youngest girl stopped. "Hey, sister, how come a transcendent realm cultivator like you is selling tofu here?" Upon hearing this, White Moon immediately forced a bitter smile. Before she could say anything, the leading old man sternly said, "Nonsense, don't disturb others' cultivation." The girl stuck out her tongue cutely at the old man's back. "Sister, I'm Jinlian. I'll come find you to play later." After saying that, Jinlian happily ran towards Shui's mansion. As Jinlian passed by the entrance of the Jin family's mansion, a middle-aged couple happened to be leaving. The woman was momentarily captivated by Jinlian's lively appearance. "This little girl looks like the daughter in my dreams. Dear, don't think too much. I promise to work hard, and next year we'll have a daughter." "Damn it, annoying Sister Baiwa, let's not set up a stall today. I heard there's an auction at Zhangjiufang Market. Let's go check it out," Jinlian said eagerly to Baiwa. Baiwa hesitated for a moment, but seeing Jinlian's sincere and enthusiastic eyes, she eventually nodded in agreement. In reality, Baiwa was already ecstatic inside. She knew that cultivators from major sects were pure-hearted and innocent, but she never expected Jinlian to be so naive, even surprisingly so. Baiwa's carefully planned scheme had already succeeded halfway before it even officially began, which secretly pleased her. However, despite her inner joy, Baiwa remained highly vigilant. In the following days, Jinlian didn't show any suspicious behavior. Every day, she either took Baiwa to the market or to a small auction. Moreover, Jinlian was very generous when shopping. She didn't haggle over prices or even bother to ask about them. She would also give Baiyue some small trinkets. It seemed that spirit stones were merely currency in her eyes. Through subtle probing, Baiyue successfully obtained a wealth of information from the innocent Jinlian. According to Jinlian, they came from a secluded and mysterious sect. The person who appeared with Jinlian that day was her master, Tianjizi, an extremely powerful cultivator in the spiritual god realm. There was also a woman named Yenruyu, Jinlian's senior sister. What surprised Baiyue was that both Jinlian and Yenruyu were cultivators with multiple elemental roots. However, according to Jinlian, their secluded sect didn't call it mixed elemental roots but rather multiple elemental roots. Jinlian and senior sister Yenruyu had come with Master Tianjizi for a routine visit. Their visit was to Tianjizi's close friend, Uncle Shui. Furthermore, Baiyue learned from Jinlian that Uncle Shui was also a cultivator with multiple elemental roots. Upon receiving this information, Baiyue was excited beyond words. So, she made a decisive change to her original plan. Initially, she only wanted to deceive Uncle Shui for some cultivation resources, but now her goal was to become his disciple. Of course, joining Jinlian's secluded sect would also be great if all else failed. After half a month of interaction, the two of them became inseparable confidants. One day, Jinlian asked Baiyue again, "Sister Baiyue, why were you selling goods in Gaiyang County?" Baiyue sighed deeply at the question and said slowly, "I originally came from an extremely ordinary family." Her voice was slightly melancholic, seemingly filled with endless emotions. "By a stroke of luck, I unexpectedly obtained a mysterious cultivation technique and some precious spirit stones. Since then, I embarked on this rugged yet fantastical path of cultivation." At this point, Baiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, but it was soon overshadowed by a faint sadness. However, to my surprise, the cultivation world was also filled with countless intrigues and deceptions. When I first entered the cultivation world, I was penniless, with nothing to my name. The few spirit stones I had were also swindled away by others. Fortunately, I met him later on. Baiyue's face revealed a subtle, gentle smile as she spoke. But, to my dismay, he turned out to be just another fraud. A hint of pain and disappointment flashed in Baiyue's eyes, but more prominently, there was a reminiscence of the beautiful moments of the past. At that moment, her eyes seemed to reflect the bits and pieces of the past. There was reminiscence, deep affection, and beauty. However, there was not a hint of hatred. As time passed by, after a long while, a clear tear from Baiyue unknowingly slid down her cheek. She gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, smiling as she looked at Jinlian, softly saying, "Sorry, maybe some dust accidentally blew into my eyes." Baiyue's smile seemed like a spring breeze brushing Jinlian's face, momentarily captivating her. Baiyue's gaze, when it swept over the captivated Jinlian, held a hint of pride. She could deceive so many cultivators. Her strength was not just empty talk. She was very confident in her deceitful skills. However, she did not know that Jinlian, who was well versed in Xueqin's Book of Deceit, had long reached maximum resistance to these stories. Moreover, her story couldn't even make it into the top 5 in Xueqin's little Book of Deceit. "Baiyue, you are so pitiful," Jinlian said as she gave Baiyue a tight hug. In that instant of their embrace, they both unconsciously revealed a sinister smile. Just then, a graceful figure slowly descended beside them. The person was Yen Fingjiao, but now she had changed her name to Yenruyu. Seeing Yenruyu's arrival, Jinlian and Baiyue immediately separated. "Friend Yen. Friend Bai." After exchanging greetings, Yenruyu looked at Jinlian and said, "Junior sister, Shui's disciple, brother Dongmen, has come out of seclusion today. Master asked me to tell you to go back early." Jinlian's eyes lit up at the news. "Sister, are you talking about brother Dongmen, who gets shy when he sees girls, as mentioned by Master?" Yenruyu smiled wryly and patted Jinlian's head. "Junior sister, brother Dongmen is after all Shui's disciple. Please don't tease him, alright?" Jinlian obediently nodded. "Sister, rest assured, I promise." After Yenruyu left, Jinlian turned to Baiyue and said, "Baiyue, let's go. I'll show you the innocent young boys of the cultivation world." Baiyue understood instantly that this girl had ulterior motives. But didn't Jinlian's appearance fit perfectly into her plans? However, Baiyue still pretended to be reserved and said, "This doesn't seem appropriate. What's wrong with that? We're just going to tease him, ahem, have some fun with him. Hurry, I can't wait to see his shy look." Jinlian said as she grabbed Baiyue and headed towards the direction of Shui's residence. "No, what I meant was, I'm an outsider." "What outsider? We are good sisters." Jinlian didn't see that Baiyue behind her had a strange smile on her lips. Baiyue also didn't see that Jinlian in front of her had a similarly eerie smile on her lips. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of Shui's residence. Baiwei took a deep breath as she looked at the mansion in front of her. She knew that the smoothness of her future life depended on today's performance. What she didn't know was that stepping in here, her life was already destined. As Jinlian slowly pushed open the large door in front of them, Baiwei followed without hesitation. In the courtyard, two venerable old men were playing chess. They were dressed in white robes, exuding an ethereal aura, as if untouched by the mortal world. Sitting at a stone table under an ancient pine tree, the chess pieces on the board were arranged in an orderly manner. One of the old men held the white pieces, pondered for a moment, made a graceful move, while the other old man gazed at the chessboard, lost in thought. The gentle breeze rustled, the pine trees whispered, yet the two old men were undisturbed, fully focused on the game. Their expressions shifted between seriousness and ease, as if in this small space, they had forgotten the troubles of the world. Time quietly passed, and the game entered a crucial stage. The gazes of the two old men became sharper, each move in the game filled with mystery. Finally, one of the old men smiled faintly, placing a piece on the board, sealing the victory. With the outcome decided, the two old men exchanged a smile, like old friends sharing a silent understanding. They rose from their seats, slowly moving away from the chessboard, as if the game they just played was merely a conversation with nature. Watching the two old men stand up, Baiwei's heart couldn't help but quicken. This is what a true grandmaster looks like. Compared to the oddities she had encountered before, these two old men could truly be called masters. If she could successfully attract the disciple of this senior, just the thought of it made Baiwei's legs feel weak. At that moment, the most handsome of the old men looked at Baiwei with a faint smile and said, "We meet again, young friend." Baiwei quickly bowed in respect. "Senior still remembers me?" Shuechen nodded with a smile. "That night, I mistook you for a junior passing by, and we exchanged a brief glance." Baiwei suddenly realized, wondering why Shuechen had looked at her that night, now understanding the reason. Before the two could continue their conversation, Jinlian hurriedly pulled Baiwei towards the backyard. "Senior Shui, Master, let's go play with Dongmen's senior brother for a while." Tianjizi, feeling a headache, looked at Jinlian and Baiwei's backs. "This girl has no manners at all." Shuechen smiled and said, "Girls should be lively, it's good." Watching Jinlian ahead and hearing the conversation between the two seniors behind her, Baiwei couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and jealousy. Both having mixed spiritual roots, the girl in front of her could sail smoothly, while she had been struggling in the cultivation world for so many years. With Jinlian pulling her, they quickly arrived at the backyard. In the courtyard, a young man was focused on writing something. "Senior Dongmen!" Jinlian's loud shout startled the young man, almost causing his brush to fall. The young man slowly looked up at Jinlian and Baiwei, a blush appearing on his face. Baiwei looked at Dongmen Ching in front of her and couldn't help but nod in approval. Among the cultivators she had seen, Dongmen Ching's appearance was definitely top-notch. And the fact that he blushed the moment he saw the two of them indicated his lack of worldly experience and rare contact with the opposite sex. For such an innocent young man, Baiwei was confident she could easily win him over. Jin Junior sister, Yen Junior sister. Dongmen Ching seemed a bit nervous and mistakenly took Baiwei for Yen Ruyu. Just as Baiwei was about to explain, Jinlian, on the side, quickly turned her eyes towards Dongmen Ching and said, "Senior Dongmen, my senior sister is here this time to fulfill the engagement with you. My master and senior Shui have said they have something to attend to, so they want you to marry my senior sister right now." After saying this, Jinlian glanced at Baiwei, hinting for her to tease Dongmen Ching a bit. However, Baiwei's mind was filled with thoughts of the engagement Jinlian mentioned. Dongmen Ching had an engagement? And with Yen Ruyu? The appearance of this engagement once again disrupted the plan she had just formulated. But she was not discouraged. She believed that as long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no wall that cannot be knocked down. Just a piece of marriage contract, Baiwei, had encountered it before. Seeing Baiwei hesitating, Jinlian immediately took out a wedding dress from her storage bag. "Senior Dongmen, look, we've brought the wedding dress, let's hurry, time is running out," Jinlian said and tossed the wedding dress to Baiwei. Before Baiwei could refuse, the dress automatically draped over her. Dongmen Ching was a little mesmerized by Baiwei in the red wedding dress. Baiwei, seeing this, secretly activated a bit of spiritual power, causing a blush to appear on her face. Just then, a figure slowly landed next to Jinlian. The person who arrived was Yen Ruyu with a gloomy expression. "Junior sister, can you explain to me?" "Senior sister, humph, it seems you don't respect me as your senior sister," Yen Ruyu said as she slapped towards Jinlian's chest. Her sudden move left the innocent Jinlian stunned in place. However, while Jinlian was frozen in place, Baiwei was not. Baiwei felt secretly pleased but acted swiftly. Just as Yen Ruyu was about to hit Jinlian, Baiwei swiftly blocked in front of her. Bang! Baiwe spat out a mouthful of blood and her body flew backward. Whether intentional or not, she flew directly towards Dong Minqing. As expected, Dong Minqing caught her effortlessly. In the moment they locked eyes, both blushed. At that moment, Jinlian burst into tears. Why a swift movement. No, it was two. Xuechen and Tianjizi appeared before everyone. Master, about senior sister. Before Jinlian could continue, Tianjizi interrupted her. Be quiet, I understand you very well. Tianjizi then looked at the injured Baiwe in Dong Minqing's arms and sighed. Young one, I apologize for this. Take these spirit stones and this healing pill as a gift. Tianjizi tossed a storage bag to Baiwe and turned to Xuechen. Lao Shui, look at the mess we're in. I have no face left. Xuechen also glanced at Jinlian, who looked like a victim, and shook his head in resignation. Children will be children, some mischief is normal. Xuechen then looked at the gloomy Yan Ruyu and said to Tianjizi, recently, I received news from my friend Laofeng that he has returned. I plan to visit him for a while. Ruyu, you are more stable than your junior sister, accompany us two old men. After Yan Ruyu glanced fiercely at the smug Jinlian, she bowed to Xuechen and said, yes, senior. Master, I. Dong Minqing wanted to say something, but Xuechen waved his hand. Focus on your cultivation, don't neglect the guests, take care of your junior sister Jinlian. After Xuechen and Tianjizi exchanged a glance, they flew away with Yan Ruyu. Watching their backs, Baiwei couldn't help but smile. She never expected things to go so smoothly. Her gaze towards Jinlian was filled with disdain yet also gratitude. Go on, by the time you return, I will have already become Dao companions with Dong Minqing. Jinlian, oh Jinlian, if you were my junior sister, I would have slapped you to death long ago, but you are my best friend, and I am truly grateful to you. Hundreds of miles away, Tianjizi and Yan Ruyu curiously looked at Xuechen. Xuechen rolled his eyes at the question, go find your senior brother? What a joke, who knows where he is? Shenzhou. Ha, I finally opened this secret realm. Let me see what treasures are inside. Moments later, damn, it's an ancient teleportation array. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In this brief half-year period, Baiwei, relying on her intelligence and wit, effortlessly conquered Dong Minqing. Between them, they had experienced everything that should and should not be done. Baiwei firmly believed that even when Xuechen and Tianjizi returned, they would have no grounds to blame her. However, the slightly tricky issue was the alarming rate at which Jilian's spirit stones were being consumed. Not only did she exhaust her own spirit stones, but she also nearly depleted Baiwei's savings. Furthermore, whenever shopping, Jinlian always dragged Baiwei along, and once their pockets were empty, she shamelessly demanded money from Baiwei. The items she purchased were all expensive but of no practical value. On this day, Baiwei was indulging in intimacy with Dong Minqing. After a fierce battle, Baiwei was exhausted and nestled in Dong Minqing's arms. For some reason, she had been feeling an unbearable itchiness down there recently, but she didn't pay much attention to it. After all, as a cultivator beyond the mortal realm, she could easily suppress this itching sensation with a little spiritual power. Brother Dongmen, sister Baiwei, are you there? Hearing the voice outside the door, Baiwei trembled. Whenever Jinlian asked if someone was there, it was either to borrow money or on her way to ask for money. Junior sister, I'm here. Before Baiwei could speak, Dong Minqing got up, dressed, and went out. Baiwei had no choice but to follow suit and get dressed. As expected, Jinlian came to borrow spirit stones from them again. Junior sister, you're spending spirit stones too quickly. Dong Minqing helplessly took out the last 200 spirit stones and said, this is all the spirit stones I have. My master and senior Tianji didn't leave me any spirit stones when they left. Oh, just a few spirit stones, I'll repay you tenfold when my master returns. After saying that, Jinlian grabbed Baiwei and flew towards the nearest market. Watching Jinlian's back, Baiwei couldn't help but shake her head. In these 2 months, Jinlian had spent well over 100,000 spirit stones. Considering her entire wealth was less than 5,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones could not even be produced by an ordinary Lingdan realm cultivator. And this was just some of Jinlian's pocket money. To be honest, Baiwei envied Jinlian a lot. But she would soon become Dao companions with Dong Minqing, and then she wouldn't lack spirit stones anymore. Thinking of this, Baiwei felt relieved. What the other party had, she would soon have too. The arrival of the two instantly made all the cultivators in the market enthusiastic. Friend Jean, look at the super cute and invincible spirit beast mount I've prepared for you, only 300 spirit stones to take it home. Friend, don't believe him, it's just a Lingji realm mount, 300 is enough to buy 10, come and see my flying sky wings, with it, you can fly without a flying sword, only 280 spirit stones. Friend. Seeing the cultivators around constantly flattering, Baiyue couldn't help but take a deep breath. Jinlian, we don't have that many spirit stones. Jinlian instantly became unhappy at the words. Sister Baiyue, don't you still have a flying sword and spiritual weapon? Just give them as collateral, and when my master returns, I'll buy you even better ones. Baiyue. If it weren't for the fact that Jinlian was speaking up for her, Baiyue really wanted to slap the fool in front of her to death. Sensing Baiyue's hesitation, Jinlian immediately took out a sound transmission jade slip. Master, when are you coming back? Brother Dongmen isn't giving me spirit stones anymore. Sniff sniff. Jinlian didn't speak ill of Baiyue, but it still startled her. After all, Dongmen Cheng was engaged to Yen Ruyu. She had already encroached on Yen Ruyu's territory, and now if Jinlian spoke ill of Dongmen Cheng, it would definitely be detrimental to her plans. Thinking of this, Baiyue quickly tugged at Jinlian's sleeve. Jinlian, it's not that your brother Dongmen isn't giving you spirit stones, he really doesn't have any left. Jinlian turned to Baiyue and said, I know, I just want my master to come back sooner. Baiyue really wanted to strangle the girl in front of her at those words. In the end, she gritted her teeth and took out her own magical weapon and flying sword. Looking at the few copper coins left in her storage bag, Baiyue fell into silence. However, shortly after, her storage bag was also taken out by Jinlian. On the way, Jinlian alternated between riding a spirit beast and gliding with the flying sky wings, having a great time. Until the end, Jinlian took out a flying sword and stepped on it, causing Baiyue to be unable to hold back. Damn it, so you think you can do whatever you want, huh? Do you think you can mess with me? Just as Baiyue was about to get angry, Jinlian stepped on the flying sword and said, Sister Baiyue, let's hurry, Senior Dongmen asked me to come back quickly. With a swoosh, Jinlian disappeared from Baiyue's sight. Baiyue was dumbfounded. Damn it, take me with you. Can't you see me without a flying sword? Baiyue took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Fortunately, with the help of spiritual power, she arrived at Guyang County in just an hour. Looking at the mansion in front of her, Baiyue took a deep breath, straightened her clothes, and then gently knocked on the door. However, after a long time, there was no sound from inside the door. Baiyue frowned and knocked on the door harder. As expected, no one came to open the door. Finally, Baiyue couldn't resist and used her divine sense to probe inside. To her surprise, there was no one inside the Shui mansion at that moment. Baiyue immediately pushed the door and walked in. The large courtyard was empty. Baiyue panicked and called out for Jinlian and Dongmen Cheng. For the sake of marrying into a wealthy family, she had risked everything. After searching for a while, Baiyue only found a letter left by Dongmen Cheng in the room. Dear you, by the time you read this letter, I will have left. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye, I had no choice. 6 months ago, I met a martial artist, and soon we entered into a relationship, but I didn't expect him to have a serious infectious disease. Yes, I am bisexual, I like women, and I like men too. I rented this house, and I have already returned it. I am now going to find my master to cure the disease. Please believe me, I will come back to you as soon as I am cured. Love you, Dongmen Cheng. Upon reading this, Baiyue immediately took out a sound transmission jade slip. As expected, Dongmen Cheng had blocked her. Baiyue smiled, feeling endless anger filling her body. How could she not understand that she had been deceived? He left, taking Jinlian with him. And Jinlian owed her a lot of spirit stones. Even her magical instruments and flying sword were gone. Dongmen Cheng, don't let me find you, or I will make you pay. Would a normal person seduce someone else's fiancé? She lost because of her own greed. She was warned from the beginning that Shiman Guang had a fiancé. Elders, the task you assigned to me has been completed. Good, young one, you did well. Xuechen patted Dongmen Cheng on the shoulder, very satisfied with his performance. Before parting, Tianji reminded Dongmen Cheng, young one, your cultivation was forcibly raised, and you have many serious illnesses, some of which have deeply affected your body. If you restrain yourself and refrain from sexual activities in the future, you may live a few more years. Tianji handed a bottle of elixir to Dongmen Cheng. This bottle of elixir contains 100 pills, each of which can suppress for a year. Thank you, elders, I understand. In the remaining years, I will do good deeds to seek blessings in the next life. Dongmen Cheng accepted the elixir, bowed to Xuechen and Tianji, and then left gracefully. After Dongmen Cheng left, Xuechen turned to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu tactfully bid farewell to Xuechen and Tianji. Thank you, elders, for your guidance. Ruyu also needs to find her own place. Xuechen nodded in response. Tianji gave a few more instructions before they parted ways. When Yen Ruyu left, Jinlian quickly followed suit. Master Xue, Master Tianji, I also. Before Jinlian could finish, Tianjizi grabbed her collar. You, don't you me. If you leave, how can I explain to your grandfather? Shui Chen shook his head at the scene. Alright, I should go see this old friend now. Senior, should we accompany you? No need. Shui Chen flew towards Guiyang County. In a dilapidated house, Baiyue curled up on the bed, trembling uncontrollably. She didn't expect Dong Menqing's poison to be so potent. In fact, she should have had an outbreak long ago, but Dong Menqing had been taking elixirs, and the effects transferred during their intimate moments. Now that Dong Menqing was gone, she no longer had the aid of those elixirs. At that moment, a figure with an ethereal presence appeared at Baiyue's window. Seeing Shui Chen, Baiyue was filled with joy. Senior, save me. Seeing Baiyue in her current state, Shui Chen's heart softened. Girl, before I save you, let me tell you a story. As Shui Chen spoke, Baiyue's face grew paler. Well, it was already quite pale to begin with. Though I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years, my experiences are not lacking, but rather completely absent. Thank you. If not for you, I might still be a simple old man now. Shui Chen finished speaking with a gentle smile towards Baiyue, his hand slowly reaching for her head. Is it worth it? Just a few spirit stones. Even if you wanted to reclaim those spirit stones, did you have to harm me like this? Killing without batting an eye, was it necessary to go to such lengths? Setting everything aside, do I really deserve to die? I only wanted some cultivation resources, how wrong was I? Shui Chen, perhaps you should be called Blood Demon, even blood demons are not as cruel as you. You're right, there was a time when people called me Blood Demon. But your words can no longer shake me in the slightest. There are far too many people in this world who are more pitiful than you. Shui Chen's hand finally rested on Baiyue's forehead, ending her life filled with lies. Not letting her suffer to the point of suicide was Shui Chen's greatest mercy towards her. As a fireball descended, Baiyue completely dissipated from this world. Watching where Baiyue disappeared, Shui Chen let out a long sigh. In the end, I was too soft. From the moment Shui Chen saw Baiyue again, her death was already sealed. Shui Chen simply allowed her to experience the feeling of being deceived by those cultivators before her death. Those who kill will be killed. Those who deceive will be deceived. Shui Chen was just repaying in kind. Jin residence. The middle-aged couple looked at Jinlian, Shui Chen, and Tianjizi in silence. This middle-aged couple were Jinlian's parents. 3 months ago, under Shui Chen's guidance, Tianjizi sealed everyone's memories of Jinlian to set up Baiyue. Now that the memories had returned, the middle-aged couple should have been happy, but they couldn't find joy. In these 3 months, they wanted a daughter, so they worked tirelessly and now she was on the way. Although not yet born, she was already 2 months along. And this daughter in front of them was not as obedient as they had imagined. Dad, Grandpa Shui and Grandpa Tianji are Grandpa's good friends, bring out your cherished wine. Hey, butler, go dig up the vegetables my mother planted herself, and while you're at it, have my grandmother's chickens killed and stewed, said Jinlian eagerly, unaware of the increasingly grim expressions on her parents' faces behind her. That night, Jinlian's parents found her grandmother. Mother, this girl has been with her father since she was young. Maybe we shouldn't keep her after all. Anyway, Yuner is pregnant again. Alright, go ask the 2 immortals if they can seal our memories again. And seal your father's memories too. I'll pretend he was killed by bandits when he was young. After all, you were raised by me alone. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. One day, a middle-aged man around 30 years old arrived at the entrance of the Jin mansion. This man was Jin Dahai, a good friend of Tianji. Hey, granddaughter, I'm back. However, Jin Dahai was soon kicked out by his granddaughter. As Jin Dahai struggled to get up outside the gate, Tianji appeared beside him. Jin Dahai. Damn it, Tianji, did you do this? Tianji patted Jin Dahai's shoulder and sighed. It was your wife and child who asked me to seal their memories. Jin Dahai fell silent for a moment upon hearing this and then nodded. Where is my granddaughter? Follow me. A moment later, the two arrived at the Golden Moon Pavilion. Watching Jinlian chatting happily with the courtesan, Jin Dahai fell into silence once again. After a while, Jin Dahai looked at Tianji and asked, Tianji, what is your cultivation level now? Tianji asked in confusion, first level of the spiritual god realm, why? Jin Dahai's mouth twitched as he discreetly put away the magical weapon behind him. Nothing, just haven't seen you in a long time, just checking in. Just then, Jinlian also saw Jin Dahai and hurried over. Grandfather? Jin Dahai smiled and nodded. Jinlian was overjoyed and threw herself into Jin Dahai's arms. Grandfather, I missed you so much. Grandfather, you're finally back. Quick, 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 grandfather, give me some spirit stones to pay off the debt to Uncle Shui. What debt? Jin Dahai looked at Jinlian in confusion. Oh, just some normal expenses for the past 6 months waiting for you, not much, just 200,000 spirit stones. How much? How much? Jin Dahai widened his eyes, looking incredulously at Jinlian. Just then, a ethereal voice sounded behind him. 200,000, single attribute spirit stones. Uncle Shui. The courtesan bowed slightly to Shui Chen before leaving the room, knowing she was not needed there for the moment. Jin Dahai turned to see a man around 70 years old, with a cultivation level matching his own at the 9th level of the spiritual infant realm. Most importantly, this guy was even more handsome than himself. Jin Dahai understood that this was Uncle Shui, as mentioned by Jinlian. He slowly reached for the storage bag at his waist. 20,000 single attribute spirit stones, what a joke! Just as Jin Dahai was about to grasp the magical weapon, Tianji introduced him to Shui Chen. Dahai, this is Senior Shui. Oh, why are you holding a magical weapon? Jin Dahai. Tianji looked at Jin Dahai in confusion, while Shui Chen also looked at him curiously. I wanted Senior to help me evaluate this magical weapon, yes, that's it. Jin Dahai was cursing Tianji in his heart for not mentioning earlier that this was a senior expert. He almost mistook him for an ordinary 9th level spiritual infant realm cultivator. At the same time, he felt disdain for Shui Chen's behavior of concealing his cultivation level. You know, this kind of behavior is very unfriendly to others. Shui Chen took the artifact from Jin Dahai with a faint smile and said, artifacts in the shape of a wheel like this generally excel in speed. However, my friend Jin, this artifact of yours is a pity, missing a corner. In actual combat, using it will consume a lot of divine consciousness, and the effect may not be ideal. Jin Dahai nodded at the words, yes, if this artifact were complete, it should be able to unleash the combat power of the spiritual god realm, but unfortunately, it was already damaged when I obtained it. Jin Dahai then took out a fragment and said with a bitter smile, I tried to find many master craftsmen to repair it, but their prices all exceeded the inherent value of this artifact. Not to mention I don't have that many spirit stones, even if I did, it wouldn't make sense to foolishly repair it. Tianji nodded and said, this situation is quite normal, after all, many materials used by cultivators in the past are now hard to come by. These artifacts used by past cultivators actually have more research value than practical value, and repairing them is also quite troublesome. Shui Chen smiled faintly and said, I have some research in repairing artifacts. If my friend Jin doesn't mind me possibly messing it up, I can give it a try. Jin Dahai was instantly excited and almost jumped up. Senior, if you can help me repair this artifact, I will directly acknowledge you as my grandpa. Shui Chen, Tianji, all 4 Jinlian, *** grandpa, if you acknowledge Shui grandpa as your grandpa, what should I call you in the future? It's okay, we each have our own titles, you call me big brother, and I'll call you granddaughter. Big brother, good granddaughter. Shui Chen took several deep breaths before calming down. He looked at Jinlian and then at Jin Dahai, suddenly understanding why Jin Dahai's wife and son had kicked them out. Let me give it a try first. Shui Chen took a deep breath, picked up the artifact, and began using his unique restoration technique. Hate Tianji and the others were first stunned, then their eyes widened. Damn, are you really repairing the artifact? Boom! A hot flame rose in Shui Chen's hand, instantly drying the saliva at the broken part of the artifact in fragment. At the same time, the fragment and artifact actually began to merge. Before the three could recover from their shock, Shui Chen withdrew the flame in his hand and said, okay, give it a try. Jin Dahai looked blankly at the artifact in his hand, still not recovering from his previous astonishment. After a moment, his eyes widened. That smooth feeling of spiritual power circulation it really had been successfully repaired. Seeing Jin Dahai's expression, Tianji immediately grabbed the artifact from his hand. Then Tianji, like Jin Dahai, widened his eyes and exclaimed, damn, this is possible? And, this speed, even faster than my senior brother. Shui Chen's mouth twitched, now seriously doubting if Lao Feng came back, would he just directly beat up this junior brother who kept slandering him everywhere? Plop grandpa. Shui Chen was startled to see Jin Dahai suddenly kneeling on the ground in front of him. Friend Jin, you. Grandpa, Jin Dahai, keep my word. If I say I acknowledge you as my grandpa, then I will. If you don't acknowledge me as your grandson, I won't get up. Jin Dahai looked at Shui Chen resolutely, his eyes filled with determination. Shui Chen sighed, speechless, and after a moment, he waved his hand. As you wish. When Shui Chen left, Jinlian stepped forward and said, Grandpa, you don't have to do this. Before Jinlian could finish, Jinhai said in a deep voice, what do I use to repay 200,000 single attribute spirit stones? Jinlian looked puzzled at Jinhai, is 200,000 a lot? Jinhai's mouth twitched, and Jinlian looked at Tianji, Grandpa Tianji sighed and nodded, selling you to work for 100 years could fetch around 2,000 spirit stones. Your grandpa is worth a bit more, probably around 2 million spirit stones, but I was referring to multi-attribute spirit stones. If it's single attribute, your grandpa is worth exactly 200,000. Jinlian. Before Jinlian could speak, Tianjizi also looked at Jinhai with the same confusion and said, Lao Jin, working for 100 years isn't that long, you don't have to. Jinhai sighed, spirit stones are trivial. Recently, on my way back, I offended a demon cultivator, a spirit god realm. Tianjizi suddenly realized. So that was Jinhai's plan. Not only did he not want to repay the money, but he also planned to use Xuechen as a shield. Honestly, Tianjizi was disgusted by Jinhai's actions. But if he were in Jinhai's position, he might do the same. After all, it's better to be the one making others' grandchildren than to be made one by others. Just then, Xuechen, who had just left, returned. Xuechen looked at Jinhai and said, consider the 200,000 spirit stones as a reward from me. As for your safety, as long as I'm here, I can guarantee that no one can harm you. Jinhai was overjoyed at Xuechen's words, but then he was puzzled. Reward? What reward? Xuechen looked at Tianjizi in confusion. Haven't you told him yet? Tianjizi slapped his forehead. Sorry, senior, I forgot. Tianjizi turned to Jinhai and said, I came with the senior to find you this time for the rejuvenation art. Ah, there are many rejuvenation arts. Both techniques and elixirs are easy to find in the cultivation world. Xuechen's storage bag contained several similar techniques, but Xuechen had studied them and found that they had little effect on him, especially a technique called the Eternal Youth Art, which sounded impressive but was actually rubbish. However, it was indeed useful for cultivators below the spirit infant realm, not only preserving youth but also extending lifespan by 1/5. The downside was that after cultivation, the difficulty of breakthroughs would increase by 1/5. From Jinhai, Xuechen received both good and bad news. The good news was that he did know about the rejuvenation art. The bad news was that this rejuvenation art was actually a kind of spiritual treasure of the world, the Fountain of Time. 200 years ago, Jinhai obtained a drop of the Fountain of Time in the abyss of the deep sea, restoring his appearance to that of a 30-year-old. And the Fountain of Time still existed, and there were many of them. But the problem was that the abyss of the deep sea did not exist in this world but was attached to a small world in the spirit realm, what cultivators called a secret realm. The abyss of the deep sea would only open once every 500 years, and it would take nearly 300 years until the next opening. Tianjizi looked somewhat embarrassed and asked Xuechen, Senior, what should we do now? After all, he brought Xuechen to Gaiyang County and waited for a year, and now they had to wait for another 300 years. Tianjizi didn't know that Xuechen didn't mind waiting for 300 years, as time was not valuable to him. And his current body, Xuechen felt it was fine. Although he had aged somewhat, he still looked dignified and respectable. But after some thought, Xuechen said, let's go near the abyss of the deep sea first. Jin Dahai and Tianjizi exchanged a glance and immediately understood Xuechen's intention. Reconnaissance. At the same time, they also realized that Xuechen had no intention of waiting with them for 300 years. Great! We can finally go on an adventure. Jinlian's joyful voice suddenly came to a halt, and her body slowly slumped down. Xuechen and Tianjizi both looked at Jin Dahai in confusion. Jin Dahai sighed and said, this girl's temperament needs to change. Elders, Tianjizi, please wait for me for 2 days. Xuechen nodded at the words. With a wave of his hand, Jin Dahai put Jinlian into the spirit beast bag, jumped onto his flying sword, and swiftly headed in one direction. Girl, don't blame Grandpa. You've been led astray by Tianjizi. Jin Dahai muttered to himself and increased his speed once again. A day later, Jin Dahai arrived at a gathering place of cultivators. The Jin family. Ancestor. All the cultivators hurriedly bowed upon seeing Jin Dahai. Jin Dahai nodded at the cultivators and then found the head of the Jin family. He was a middle-aged cultivator at the second level of the spiritual infant stage, who hurriedly approached Jin Dahai upon seeing him. Father. Jin Dahai waved his hand and then poured out Jinlian from the spirit beast bag. This is your niece. I have temporarily sealed some of her memories. Treat her as your own daughter from now on. I have to leave now. After saying this, Jin Dahai left behind a bag of spirit stones and some resources before turning and walking away. The middle-aged cultivator did not stop Jin Dahai but quietly watched as Jinlian fell into silence on the ground. After a moment, a middle-aged noblewoman walked in. Husband, I heard that father has returned. Before the woman could finish, she saw Jinlian on the ground and furrowed her brows. Did father bring her back? The middle-aged cultivator nodded. Is she our daughter or sister this time? Daughter. The woman took a deep breath. In 200 years, father has brought back 7 younger brothers, 8 younger sisters, 9 sons, and 10 daughters for us. Husband, do you know that someone outside is using our Jin family to advertise their products? What products? Fertility pills, highly effective. Jean Dahai did nothing wrong, at least he believed he didn't. He wasn't bad, just philanthropic. It couldn't be helped, he had high cultivation and was handsome. Just as Jean Dahai was indulging in self-admiration, a figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Seeing the figure speeding towards him, Jean Dahai didn't hesitate and immediately put away his flying sword and ran. The person was the demonic cultivator in the spiritual god stage that Jean Dahai had mentioned. Friend, don't run so fast. Last time you said you would make me shit myself, why run when you see me now? Elder, I was just joking back then. Alright, stand still, don't run. I'll make a deal with you. Dance with my companion, and I'll let you go. You think I'm stupid? Jean Dahai took out a sound transmission jade slip while running and quickly sent a distress message to Tianjizi. Soon, Jean Dahai received a reply from Tianjizi, 1 hour. Watching the menacing demonic cultivator behind him, Jean Dahai swallowed hard. He knew it would be difficult to last even for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. As expected, before the incense stick burned completely, Jean Dahai was grabbed by the collar and lifted up. Jean Dahai had tried to resist, but the opponent was too strong. He was not the kind of genius who could fight against higher-level opponents. The demonic cultivator looked at Jean Dahai with a cruel smile. Friend, I'll give you 2 choices, either I make you shit yourself now, or you dance with my companion. Your choice. Jean Dahai swallowed hard once again at the words. I'll dance. Tianjizi and Xuechen arrived much faster than the time it took Tianjizi to reply. From the moment Jean Dahai sent out a distress signal to the time Xuechen and the others arrived, only 2 incense sticks had burned. Xuechen, impatient with the slow pace of the heavenly mechanism, carried him over, increasing their speed significantly. Sensing the lingering aura of Jean Dahai nearby, the heavenly mechanism furrowed his brow. Jean Dahai shouldn't be dead yet, I reckon he's been captured, he said. Please wait a moment, let me divine his whereabouts. Xuechen nodded in response. The heavenly mechanism then poured out 5 copper coins from his shoe. As the heavenly mechanism chanted and the coin spun, he pinpointed Jean Dahai's direction. 30,000 miles east, Jean Dahai won't last much longer. Xuechen nodded and swiftly grabbed the heavenly mechanism, flying towards the east at top speed. Moments later, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. They quickly spotted the demonic cultivator who had kidnapped Jean Dahai, along with Jean Dahai being embraced and danced with by a silver-armored zombie. Elders, heavenly mechanism, please save me. Haha, you're doomed. Today I will definitely beat you and this perverted zombie to a pulp. However, Xuechen and the heavenly mechanism paid no attention to him, focusing on the demonic cultivator instead. It turned out to be none other than their former teammate from a year ago, Long Yunzhong. Long Yunzhong was surprised to see Xuechen and the heavenly mechanism and quickly greeted them. Elders, heavenly mechanism friend. Friend Ling, what a coincidence, do you know this person? Oh, elders, heavenly mechanism friend, do you know this person? Xuechen and the heavenly mechanism shook their heads in response, saying, not very well. Jean Dahai, _ Friend Ling, your zombie still enjoys dancing as much as ever. Ever since the last time in the secret realm, it's been like this, I don't know the reason. Xuechen and the others couldn't help but sigh as they watched the silver-armored zombie dancing with Jean Dahai. During their last expedition in the secret realm, everyone had gained something except for Long Yunzhong's silver-armored zombie, which had become a victim. Just then, Jean Dahai shouted, Elders, save me. Xuechen asked in confusion, save you from what? Save me. Aren't you in no danger? Jean Dahai, _ Ignoring Jean Dahai, Xuechen and the others chatted about their experiences over the past year. Compared to Xuechen and the heavenly mechanism's mundane lives, Long Yunzhong had led a colorful one. He first helped the silver-armored zombie absorb the blood of a demon god, then integrated the blood of the silver and golden armored zombies that Xuechen had killed into the silver-armored zombie. With so much blood, although the silver-armored zombie couldn't digest it all at once, Long Yunzhong had no choice but to do so, or else the bloodline power within the blood would rapidly dissipate over time. Thus, all that bloodline power immersed into the silver-armored zombie's body. Seeing the silver-armored zombie unable to absorb it, Long Yunzhong felt troubled for a moment. Fortunately, during a battle, the silver-armored zombie dragged an enemy in front of him and danced, and Long Yunzhong was astonished to find that as the zombie danced, the bloodline power within him was rapidly refined. Yes, just by dancing, this silver-armored zombie could refine the bloodline power within him, thereby enhancing his cultivation. However, what troubled Long Yunzhong was that the zombie wouldn't dance on its own, it had to drag someone else to dance. Moreover, the cultivator's cultivation level couldn't be too low. It had to be at least at the nascent soul stage to be effective, so Long Yunzhong set his sights on families with only nascent soul stage cultivators. not robbing spiritual stones or resources, just forcing their ancestors to come out and dance. And in this past year, he had done quite a lot of this kind of thing. As a result, Long Yunjong was warmly bestowed with a demonic title, the Dance Demon. It should be noted that many demonic cultivators self-proclaimed themselves as some kind of demon, so being bestowed with such a title by others was quite rare. Either this demonic cultivator is really twisted, or this demonic cultivator is still very twisted. Anyway, the point is that this demonic cultivator is very twisted. The grudge between Jin Dahai and Liang Zi from the Lengyun sect started because of Jin Dahai's loose tongue. He thought in such a vast world, he would never encounter Lengyun. At that time, Jin Dahai was visiting a family, and after drinking too much, he blurted out, "What a load of nonsense about demonic dances, if it annoys me, I'll beat him until he *TS himself." Little did Jin Dahai know, Lengyun happened to be at that family at that moment. He was very fortunate as the patriarch of that family intervened and saved him, then danced with the silver-armored zombie. However, he was also unfortunate because Lengyun set his sights on him. And that's how things led to today. "Senior, save me. It's going to bite me." Shuechen heard this and saw that indeed, the silver-armored zombie was sticking out its tongue and licking Jin Dahai's neck. Before Shuechen could react, Lengyun hastily said, "Senior, rest assured, the blood in its body is enough for it to refine for many years. Its current situation is just like an old man courting a girl, just teasing, not really going in." Shuechen, Tian Jizi. Damn, your metaphor is really. The three chatted, and before they knew it, over an hour had passed. It had been exactly 2 hours since Jin Dahai was taken to dance, and the silver-armored zombie finally stopped, not fully satisfied. The high-intensity dance had even made Jin Dahai, at the 9th level of the spiritual infant realm, tremble and struggle to stand steadily on his legs. At the same time, Shuechen noticed that there were more golden spots on the silver-armored zombie than when it arrived. As a good friend of Jin Dahai, Tianjizi stepped forward and comforted him. "Old Jin, cheer up, it's just a dance." Jin Dahai, feeling despondent, said, "Leave me alone, I want to be alone." Tianjizi shrugged and said no more. That night, while drinking and eating meat, Shuechen frowned. Tianjizi asked, "What's wrong, senior?" Shuechen shook his head and sighed. "Jin Dahai just left." Tianjizi nonchalantly replied, "It's okay, I know Jin well, he'll be fine in a few days." Shuechen nodded at his words. However, to his surprise, Jin Dahai returned early the next morning. Tianjizi looked at the radiant Jin Dahai and asked, "Dahai, where did you go last night?" Jin Dahai, equally puzzled, looked at Tianjizi and said, "Didn't I tell you, I wanted to be alone, so I went to find solitude." Tianjizi, "Damn, I thought when you said solitude, it meant to calm down, turns out solitude really meant solitude." Shuechen on the side couldn't help but shake his head. Since he stepped into the world of cultivation, he had realized that cultivators in this world were different from what he had imagined. Jin Dahai was obviously a peculiar cultivator in this world of cultivation. Despite reaching the 9th level of the spiritual infant realm, a height most cultivators could never achieve in their lifetime, he had never thought of continuing to cultivate diligently. Instead, he enjoyed mingling in the secular world, indulging in worldly desires and love. "Let's go, senior, it's time for us to set off." Shuechen nodded at his words. "All right, let's go." What frustrated Jin Dahai was that Lengyun also joined their group. And the silver-armored zombie behind Lengyun would occasionally push open a crack in its coffin lid to sneak a peek at him. This made Jin Dahai's hair stand on end the whole way. Of course, the silver-armored zombie would also occasionally glance at Tianjizi and Shuechen. But when it looked at Tianjizi, there was a hint of fear in its eyes. It always felt like Tianjizi might pry open its coffin lid and take something from it. On the other hand, Shuechen gave it a sense of kindness and friendliness. It felt it should find an opportunity to politely ask Shuechen to dance. Shuechen looked at the silver-armored zombie, who occasionally glanced at him, and smiled. "Friend Ling, it seems like your friend has developed some intelligence." Long Yunshu nodded with a smile upon hearing this. Normally, some intelligence should gradually develop after the golden armor, but he is clearly different. But this is also a good thing. The early emergence of intelligence indicates his high potential. Shuechen agreed with Long Yunshu's words and felt a bit envious at the same time. Although he also had a small tree with annual rings, he had not yet found a suitable place to plant it. He also wished for a long-term companion. Looking at the silver-armored zombie who occasionally peeked at him through the coffin board, Shuechen couldn't help but feel a slight fondness for it. "Friend Jin, look at its skin, so pale, is it lacking exercise? The sun is shining today, why not let it come out and bask in the sun? It seems to like me very much, so I'll let it stay with me temporarily. I promise to return you a companion with healthy skin in a few days." Silver armor. Although the abyss of the deep sea is within the territory of the northern continent, it is not close to where Xuechen and the others are now. 1 month later, the four of them arrived at the nearest city to the abyss of the deep sea, the coastal city of Binhaicheng, in a calm and unhurried manner. After a month of exposure to wind and sun, the silver armor's skin was no longer as pale and frightening as before. Instead, it was all black, shining black. The sun's lethality to zombies was still a bit too much. If it weren't for the silver armor's strength already at the spiritual god realm, getting tanned wouldn't be so simple. And his battle armor was also disliked by Xuechen and put away. Now, wearing a sun hat, a floral shirt, floral shorts, and a pair of sandals, Xuechen personally designed this outfit for him. And due to long-term dancing, his body was not stiff but rather flexible and resilient. As long as he didn't speak, no one could tell he was a zombie. Of course, he still couldn't speak now. Guest, inside. Oh, is this guest a foreigner? The shop assistant looked curiously at the silver armor, who was dressed oddly and occasionally danced like having a cramp. Yes, this is a foreign friend. Xuechen casually ordered a few dishes and also ordered a plate of pig blood for the silver armor. Elder, when are we going to the abyss of the deep sea? Tomorrow, I have something to do tonight. Elder, what's the matter? Is it troublesome? Do you need us to accompany you? It's not a big deal, you can go if you want. Seabreeze residence. Turtle boy, Elder Xuechen, Elder is rich. Turtle boy, no, Elder, what I mean is Xuechen, Elder is very rich. Turtle boy, please come in, Elder. Tianjizi, Long Yunshu, Jin Dahai, Silver Armor, _. Soon, Xuechen and the others met the courtesan Zhou Jihan. Zhou Jihan looked at the two elders in front of her, two strong men, and a black man of an unknown breed, all fell into silence. She had received perverts before, but 5 of them made her a bit scared. Early the next morning, Zhou Jihan looked tiredly at the 5 figures downstairs. In the next moment, Zhou Jihan smiled, looked at the 5 spirit stones in her hand, turned around, and walked downstairs. Elder, how does she know so many stories? Made up, maybe heard from others, or perhaps experienced them herself, who knows? Xuechen smiled and remained silent. There were plenty of unfortunate people in the world, he was not a saint and couldn't save them. He was just a listener who enjoyed hearing stories. After staying in Binhaicheng for 2 days, the 4 of them finally flew towards the abyss of the deep sea. However, just half a day after flying out, Xuechen and the others encountered 2 waves of cultivators engaged in a fierce battle. Both sides had a considerable number of cultivators, each with thousands of them. The formations and arrays set up by both sides blocked Xuechen and his group's path. Xuechen frowned and looked at Jin Dahai, asking, "Can we go around?" Jin Dahai shook his head in response, "The sea is not as safe as one might think. Going around might lead to other troubles, or even worse, encountering spatial turbulence caused by sea waves." Tianjizi and Lang Yunzhong on the side also nodded in agreement. Xuechen said, "In that case, let's have them ceasefire first and then we can proceed." Lang Yunzhong immediately suggested, "Let the juniors go and talk to them." All right. It turned out that the other side seemed unwilling to back down. Lang Yunzhong didn't take long to engage directly with the other side. "Come on, Jin Dahai, let's go help." Tianjizi reluctantly pulled Jin Dahai along and flew over. Xuechen glanced at the indifferent silver armor beside him and said, "Xiaohei, your master is fighting, why aren't you helping?" Silver armor looked at Xuechen with some confusion, as if not understanding what Xuechen meant. Xuechen didn't bother explaining to a zombie and simply kicked silver armor away. The powerful lineup of 3 spiritual gods and 1 spiritual infant quickly beat up the 2 groups of cultivators who were fighting in their way. Moreover, the spiritual god elders of those 2 groups were dragged by silver armor to dance for a whole day. Xuechen estimated that they probably wouldn't engage in such fights for thousands of years to come. As for the reason for their fight, Xuechen had no interest in finding out. However, the journey ahead was still not as smooth as Xuechen had imagined. This sea area was much more dangerous than the one he had crossed from Shenzhou. Sea beasts would occasionally jump out to attack them, accompanied by some invisible and unpredictable dangers. Warning, warning. Host is suffering fatal injuries, please evacuate immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999995. Warning, warning. Host is suffering fatal injuries, please evacuate immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999990. Xuechen took a deep breath, marveling at the danger of this sea area. The attacks on him were just from the sea breeze blowing on him. Judging from the deducted health points, this sea breeze had the power of at least the 8th or 9th level of the spiritual Qi realm. The rain falling from the sky even reached the attack power of the transcendent realm. Everyone had to raise their defense shields to continue on their way. And so, enduring the winds and rains that could shred any mundane ship, they flew for a whole day before finally leaving that sea area. However, upon exiting that sea area, instead of the calm Xuechen had imagined, they encountered even more exaggerated waves. Wave after wave, each towering over 1,000 feet. And in the sky, there were countless sharp wind blades. Flying upwards was not an option, so they had to push through. Fortunately, Xuechen and his group were not afraid of these challenges. They continued on this path for 3 days until they finally arrived at the abyss of the deep sea. Looking back at the path they had taken, Xuechen couldn't help but sigh. This kind of path, without a guide, would likely lead to getting lost in the vast sea. And cultivators below the spiritual infant realm simply couldn't make it through. Even for spiritual infant realm cultivators, it was exceptionally dangerous, as they had encountered many sea beasts of that level along the way. There was even a spiritual god realm sea beast that jumped out to attack them. But in the end, it was sent to meet the sea god by a fireball from Xuechen. Senior, the abyss of the deep sea is located tens of thousands of feet below the sea area. Although the abyss of the deep sea is not open yet, there are still some valuable treasures nearby. Xuechen understood Jin Dahai's intention. Since they were here, they might as well gather some treasures. Xuechen nodded and said, "Alright, let's go down and take a look. Later, you will discover the treasures of heaven and earth, and I will lend a hand to help you." The three of them quickly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." Xuechen waved his hand and immediately plunged into the sea. The environment on the sea surface was extremely harsh, but entering the deep sea was incredibly calm. However, beneath this calmness lay many sea beasts. It was just that Xuechen and his companion's aura kept these sea beasts in a state of observation for the time being. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the abyss of the deep sea. Just as Jin Dahai had mentioned, the entrance showed no sign of opening. At that moment, Tianjizi exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it seems there is a tomb here." Xuechen had not expected that under this abyss of 10,000 feet of sea, a cultivator had actually built such a grand tomb. As everyone cleared the area, a magnificent underwater tomb gate gradually appeared before them. This tomb gate is at least over 100,000 years old. Looking at the tomb gate before them, Tianjizi, Long Yunzhong, and Jin Dahai's gazes gradually grew intense. 100,000 years? Xuechen was somewhat unimpressed. 100,000 years was not much compared to his age. It was like a mortal telling you they had discovered a tomb buried for 20 years. Tianjizi took out a jade plate and began continuous deductions. Finally, Tianjizi uttered a classic phrase from the tomb robbing world. "This tomb gate is not simple. This poor Taoist has limited knowledge of tomb exploration, but for now, I can only see that this is a tomb gate containing the 5 elements. The 5 elements are divided into directional elements, seasonal elements, and organ elements, etc. This is also the ancient cultivators commonly used 5-element formation at the entrance of tombs. As everyone knows, the 5 elements are gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. In terms of direction, wood represents the east, fire represents the south, earth represents the center, gold represents the west, and water represents the north. In terms of seasons, wood corresponds to spring, fire to summer, earth to late summer, gold to autumn, and water to winter. In the human body's 5 organs, wood corresponds to the liver, fire to the heart, earth to the spleen, gold to the lungs, and water to the kidneys. Blah blah blah. Watching Tianjizi ramble on, Xuechen really wanted to comment, "Is this what you call limited knowledge?" Seeing Tianjizi about to continue, Xuechen couldn't help but interrupt. "Can't we just blast open this tomb gate?" "We can," Tianjizi instinctively replied. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xuechen slapped the tomb gate with his palm. A huge water dragon instantly flew out of Xuechen's hand and headed straight for the tomb gate. "No!" Boom! Tianjizi's warning came too late. The water dragon instantly shattered the tomb gate. Remember, they were now thousands of feet under the sea. The moment the tomb gate shattered, seawater rushed in towards the gate. The group was instantly swept into the tomb gate by the rushing seawater. Under this powerful impact, any formations and barriers were instantly destroyed. Of course, the burial items and treasures of heaven and earth were also completely destroyed. Even if they were not destroyed, no one knew where they had been washed away to. Not to mention the burial items and treasures of heaven and earth, even the tomb itself had disappeared. As the seawater gradually calmed down, Xuechen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him, Tianjizi and the others, along with the silver-armored person, were tightly entwined by a vine. Luckily, this old man reacted quickly just now, or you would have been in danger. Tianjizi and the others twitched their mouths. "Damn, wasn't it all because of you?" Just then, Jin Dahai pointed in the direction of the seabed and shouted, "Look, what's that?" Everyone turned to look in the direction Jin Dahai was pointing, only to see a huge altar gradually emerging as the murky seawater receded. Around the altar stood 8 huge stone pillars, each with a chain fastened to it, leading to the center of the altar where an ancient coffin lay. Without a word, everyone flew towards the altar. Senior, wait. This time Tianjizi was smarter. Even before Shuechen could react, he threw several formation jade plates around the altar. As a light screen gradually rose, the surrounding seawater receded. Seeing this, everyone immediately removed their spiritual shields. Jindahai rushed towards the 8 stone pillars around the altar. Damn, these are spirit stones. Such large ones, we're going to be rich. Tianjizi hurriedly shouted, Hey, Jindahai, don't touch anything. Jindahai rolled his eyes at Tianjizi and said, I'm not stupid, do you think I'm? Shuechen chuckled, think you're what? Jindahai cleared his throat and said sheepishly, Senior, please don't misunderstand, I really didn't mean to compare you two. Shuechen burst into laughter at his words. Friend Jean, what shoe size do you wear? 42, why? No worries, I'll have a pair of size 32 shoes custom made for you. Ah! After a brief interlude, everyone gathered around the coffin in the center of the altar. Injia carefully touched the coffin in front of everyone. From Injia's expression, it was clear that he really liked this coffin. Len Jianchu lightly tapped the coffin and said solemnly, This is a greenwood coffin. Greenwood is a very common spiritual wood, but the greenwood used in this coffin is at least 100,000 years old. Although this greenwood is not a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, it is much more precious than some ordinary spiritual treasures. The 8 chains surrounding this greenwood coffin are all made of mysterious ice iron. 8-chain soul lock formation, greenwood coffin with the 8 spiritual stone pillars around. I suspect that inside this coffin. Shuechen's eyes lit up. Is still alive? Len Jiancha shook his head, perhaps still alive, but more likely, the person inside has turned into a fierce monster. Everyone frowned at his words. Shuechen knew exactly what Len Jiancha meant by a fierce monster. To put it bluntly, it was a brutal and mutated creature. These creatures were rare but appeared periodically in the spiritual realm, causing chaos in the cultivation world. Even the super sects with Spirit Saint Realm cultivators couldn't guarantee to eliminate these monsters. Usually, when a fierce monster appeared, it was also the time when the cultivators from the Sacred Land emerged. Only the cultivators from the Sacred Land could easily deal with these mutated fierce monsters. It also served to show the strength of the Sacred Land and inform others that they were still alive. Of course, some disciples from the Sacred Land roamed outside, but they only represented the younger generation's talents and couldn't demonstrate the true power of the Sacred Land. Inside the coffin in front of everyone, there might be a zombie that had already turned into a fierce monster. Shuechen was confident in his own strength. He believed that even if a fierce monster above the Spirit Saint Realm appeared, he could subdue it. Not to mention his little tree sapling, the blood birth fruit seeds alone were enough to kill a group of Spirit Saint Realm cultivators. Snowchen had quite a few blood birth fruit seeds, especially those pulled out by Tianjizi and used as disposable spiritual treasures. He intended to keep the 9 blood birth fruit seeds he ate for cultivation. Just then, Injia suddenly reached out to push the coffin lid. Don't! Stop! However, when Shuechen prepared for the unexpected, Injia awkwardly hesitated and didn't push open the lid of the greenwood coffin. Looking at the silver armor that turned red from holding back, Tianjizi, Lung Yinzhong, and Jin Dahai all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Everyone, rest assured, although these 8 Shinbing iron chains are conveying spiritual energy to the coffin, they also lock the coffin. It cannot be pushed open by brute force. Just then, there was a sudden intense impact on the coffin lid. Boom 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 boom. Everyone immediately understood that the fierce creature inside the coffin had been awakened by the commotion caused by the silver-armored person pushing the coffin. Tianjizi shouted, Everyone, don't panic. As long as the 8-chain soul-locking formation is intact, it cannot come out. However, just as Tianjizi finished speaking, one of the chains directly snapped. And the chain that broke was the one Jin Dahai had just been fiddling with near the spiritual stone pillar. I really didn't touch the spiritual stone pillar, I just took an extra piece of spiritual stone from it. Jin Dahai quickly took out the stolen piece of spiritual stone. Tianjizi immediately scolded, What's the use of taking it out now? The 8-chain soul-locking formation is broken, and the fierce creature is unstoppable. But this guy has just awakened, his strength must not have fully recovered yet, this is our chance. Everyone, attack through the cracks in the coffin lid. Jin Dahai, in order to make amends, immediately took out his golden wheel and charged forward. However, this green wooden coffin was special, his golden wheel shrank, and the crack shrank with it. Switch to thinner weapons, like swords, Tianjizi said as he pulled out a long sword and stabbed it in. After a moment, specks of crimson were pulled out along with the long sword. Boom boom boom. The fierce creature inside the coffin began to attack the coffin lid frantically under the sword, causing the coffin to shake violently. Shuechen tried to throw a fireball in, but the fireball couldn't get in, being too small and lacking power. so Xue Chen floated gently above the coffin lid. I'll step on the coffin lid, you just attack. Tianjizi laughed heartily. Rest assured, senior, I will make sure to poke out all of its shit today. Long Yunzhong and Jin Dahai, seeing this, also quickly took out their own spiritual swords. Although spiritual weapons were not as powerful as magical weapons, being stabbed still hurt the same. However, the fierce creature inside was indeed extremely ferocious, breaking Lang Yunzhong and Jin Dahai's spiritual swords in just a moment. Damn, dare to break my spiritual weapon. Jin Dahai immediately took out 2 more spiritual swords and stabbed them in. However, these 2 spiritual swords were also broken after just 2 rounds. But he did manage to distract it, allowing Tianjizi to strike again, causing a few more drops of blood to appear on the magical sword. Tianjizi, lend me a few spiritual swords. Damn, I'm not a junk collector. I, a dignified spiritual god realm expert, how could I use spiritual weapons? Lang Yunzhong shrugged, indicating he had none to spare. At the same time, his spiritual sword was also broken. Just then, Xue Chen threw 2 storage bags to Lang Yunzhong and Jin Dahai. The moment Lang Yunzhong and Jin Dahai's divine senses probed into the storage bags, their eyes widened. Damn, so many. Xue Chen smiled and looked at Tianjizi, saying, I used to collect junk for a while. Tianjizi immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva at his words. Senior, don't misunderstand. Xue Chen waved his hand. Don't worry, you've known me for a long time. You know I'm not a petty person. Tianjizi. Damn, you know I've known you for a long time. Do you think I don't know if you're petty or not? Tianjizi decided that after this adventure, he would bid farewell to Xue Chen. He didn't want to wear shoes that were 3 sizes too small for his 40-yard feet. And so, Xue Chen stepped on the coffin lid to suppress the evil inside. Tianjizi, Jin Dahai, and Lang Yun, who were wildly stabbing with their long swords, while Lin Jia watched on the side. 3 days later, the evil inside the coffin seemed to give up struggling, allowing Tianjizi to stab it several times without resistance. Jin Dahai and Lang Yun also broke the last sword in their hands. Seeing this, Xue Chen took out 2 storage bags and asked, I still have 2 bags of flying swords for female cultivators here, do you need them? Jin Dahai and Lang Yun quickly shook their heads, saying, no, thank you. If we keep stabbing, I feel like my hands are going to break. Tianjizi also nodded and said, I think it's about done. We can try to open the coffin and see what's inside. Xue Chen agreed and immediately flew down from the coffin lid. As each piece of mysterious ice chain was destroyed, the coffin lid gradually became much lighter. However, when the 4th mysterious ice chain was cut, Yin Jia, who had been watching the show, took advantage of everyone's distraction and directly lifted a corner of the coffin lid and pounced in. The moment Yin Jia pounced in, the coffin began to shake violently. Damn it, Yin Jia, get out! Lang Yun finally came to his senses and rushed up to open the coffin lid. He wasn't worried that Yin Jia would devour the evil inside immediately, he was worried that Yin Jia would become the other side's nourishment. Quick, cut off the remaining mysterious ice chains. Tianjizi shouted, pulling out his magical sword and stabbing into the coffin again. Ah! As half of the iron chains had been destroyed, the prohibition on the coffin gradually lost its effect, and a voice finally came from inside. Hearing the piercing scream, Tianjizi and Xue Chen were stunned at the same time. Xue Chen frowned and murmured, why does this voice sound familiar? Tianjizi suddenly swallowed hard at the mention. He looked at the blood on his sword and the little feces on the tip, then bowed to Xue Chen, saying, Senior, I suddenly remembered that my wife is about to give birth, so I'll take my leave. Without waiting for Xue Chen's response, Tianjizi ran off. But he didn't forget to take 2 spirit stone pillars with him. Wait for me. Jin Dahai, sensing something amiss, hurried to catch up with Tianjizi. Likewise, Jin Dahai also took 2 spirit stone pillars with him. Lang Yun, not a fool, immediately understood what was happening and reached into the coffin to grab something. Fortunately, he grabbed Yin Jia and pulled him out. Senior, goodbye, until we meet again. After smashing 2 mysterious ice chains with a punch, Lang Yun took the 2 spirit stone pillars and ran off. Yin Jia looked back at the green wooden coffin, seemingly reluctant, and blinked at Xue Chen, as if saying, keep this coffin for me. Shortly after the group ran off, the remaining 2 mysterious ice chains finally couldn't hold on and broke apart instantly. A disheveled old man punched open the coffin lid and jumped out. Who the hell stabbed me? Come out. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I won't let you off. After looking around, the old man's gaze settled on Xue Chen. Lao Mo? Xue Chen burst into laughter. It's me. The person who emerged from the green wooden coffin was none other than Tianjizi's senior brother, the master of stealing accounts and divination, Old Feng. After a brief conversation, Xue Chen finally understood why this guy ended up inside the coffin. This story goes back a few months. In short, Old Feng found an ancient tomb in Shenzhou. However, after he struggled to get inside, he realized it wasn't an ancient tomb at all but an ancient teleportation array spanning a great distance. By the time he wanted to run away, it was too late. The teleportation array had already activated, and he was transported here. The altar itself is actually a teleportation array, and later, someone placed a green wooden coffin here for some unknown reason. Old Fong was fortunate enough to be teleported inside this green wooden coffin. Under the suppression of the soul-locking 8-chain formation, Old Fong quickly fell into a deep sleep inside the coffin. It wasn't until Xue Chen arrived that he awakened the sleeping Old Fong. However, the way he woke him up was a bit unfriendly. Old Mo, I didn't expect that after decades of not seeing each other, you, old man, have actually reached the spiritual infant realm, Xue Chen said with a smile. Without answering, he also saw Old Feng's cultivation level, at the 4th level of the spiritual saint realm. Not too high, but definitely not low. Old Mo, was it you who stabbed me just now? Old Feng suddenly looked at Xue Chen and asked. Xue Chen shook his head at the question. Old Feng nodded and said, I believe you, but I'm sure you know who did it, right? Xue Chen nodded. Old Feng didn't press Xue Chen further. He knew that even if he asked, Xue Chen might not say. Those who venture out together are friends, and he didn't want to put Xue Chen in a difficult position. However, that didn't mean he was ready to let it go. The other two who were causing trouble were one thing, but the one who stabbed him in the back, he would seek revenge for sure. Old Feng, how can a spiritual saint cultivator like you be breached by a first-level spiritual god cultivator? Damn it, you try lying down in there. This coffin suppresses the strength of an old Taoist at the 9th level. Just then, Old Feng's gaze fell on the surrounding barrier. The 6-beast water control barrier formation. Damn, isn't this a technique from our lineage? Old Feng suddenly turned to Xue Chen and asked, Old Mo, are we in the northern continent now? Xue Chen nodded in response. To Xue Chen's surprise, Old Feng instantly knew who had ambushed him. Damn! Tiansa. Damn it, I knew it. This kid wants to take me out and become the sect leader. Old Mo, tell me honestly, did Tiansa ambush me? Well, Xue Chen suddenly found it difficult to speak. Seeing Xue Chen's expression, Old Feng understood everything. Tiansa, you better hope I don't find you. A cold smile appeared on Old Feng's lips, but then he felt a sharp pain in his wound, causing him to gasp in cold air. It should be noted that Tiansa used a magical weapon to stab him. Even though Old Feng was a great cultivator in the spiritual saint realm, he probably wouldn't recover for 3 to 5 days. Fortunately, cultivators don't need to eat, otherwise Xue Chen would be very concerned about how Old Feng would go to the bathroom. But Tiansa was also amazing. He said he would stab out all of Old Feng's excrement, and he did. Now, there was a sword mark on the back of Old Feng's pants, with some yellowish feces stains and traces of blood. Old Feng, actually. Xue Chen was about to say a few good words for Tiansa when a barely perceptible heartbeat sounded from the green wooden coffin behind them. Bang! Bang bang! Bang 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 bang! Xue Chen and Old Feng looked at each other, their eyes widening simultaneously. Old Feng, when you were teleported here, didn't you see the original owner of the coffin inside? Old Feng shook his head and said, No, the coffin was empty when I was teleported here. Old Feng instantly realized what he had missed. Green wooden coffin, Jezigo, damn it, the original owner is inside the Jezigo. The so-called Jezigo is a small spatial dimension attached to the green wooden coffin. This is also why Xue Chen and the others didn't notice each other. By now, all 8 Shinbing iron chains had been broken. With the loss of the source of spiritual power, the true owner of the green wooden coffin had also awakened from his slumber. Xue Chen didn't run, he was no longer a newcomer to the cultivation world, and many years ago, he had great confidence in his own strength. Old Feng didn't run away either. For this experienced archaeologist in the world of cultivation, the tomb owner often worth more than the burial goods. At the same time, Old Feng was very confident in his own strength. Even if a great evil appeared, he was confident that with his cultivation in the spirit saint realm, he could deal with it directly. Bang bang bang, the heartbeat in the green wooden coffin became more and more rapid, as if a peerless evil creature would jump out in the next moment. However, Xue Chen and Old Feng waited for a long time, but the evil creature inside did not come out. Lao Mo, what should we do? Keep waiting? I don't know, let's wait and see first. And so, the two waited for another half a day. In the end, both of them lost patience to continue waiting. Lao Mo, your cultivation is low, stand back and watch me drag this guy out. Xue Chen was about to boast about himself, but Old Feng couldn't wait and instantly appeared next to the green wooden coffin. Come out, old Dao. In an instant, golden light enveloped Old Feng's right hand as he reached into the coffin. Accompanied by a piercing sound of space breaking, a figure covered in red fur was grabbed out by Old Feng in one go. However, Old Feng was not happy at all. Instead, his face changed drastically in an instant. A strange aura instantly emanated from his hand. This aura ignored Old Feng's protective golden light and rushed into his body in an instant. Seeing this, Shuechen immediately appeared next to Old Feng, grabbed him, and jumped aside. Alert, alert. Host is suffering fatal injuries, please evacuate immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999998. Alert, alert. Host is suffering fatal injuries, please evacuate immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999997. Alert, alert. Host is suffering fatal injuries, please evacuate immediately. Current life points remaining, 999999996. The system's dense alerts kept ringing in Shuechen's mind, but he couldn't care about those warning sounds at the moment. Instead, he frowned and looked at his palm. A red color was slowly spreading along Shuechen's palm towards his arm. Slash! Old Feng didn't hesitate at all. His hand turned into a blade and immediately slashed at the arm he had just grabbed. Seeing this, Shuechen also reacted immediately, wanting to follow Old Feng's example and cut off the arm. However, before he could act, the new arm that Old Feng grew still had that eerie red color. Damn, this is ominous. Lao Mo, sorry, you're doomed. Shuechen, _ Ominous cannot be removed, at least I haven't found a way. To the surprise of Shuechen and Old Feng, the red-haired monster did not attack them but instead spoke to them voluntarily. Shuechen frowned and asked the red-haired monster, "Are you saying that you are also a victim?" The red-haired monster nodded and said, "I was infected with this ominous back then. After trying many methods, I had to choose to seal myself, aiming to bury this ominous deep in the deserted sea. But I didn't expect that you would eventually unlock the seal. I didn't come out just now to scare you away. I wanted to, but you not only didn't leave but also touched my body actively." The red-haired monster's eyes, shimmering with red light, held a hint of pity, sympathy, and a touch of guilt. From the words of the red-haired monster and the 8-chain soul-locking array arranged outside the coffin, Shuechen and Old Feng understood that this person was not a great evil but rather a righteous cultivator. Just then, Old Feng suddenly closed his legs and began to twist his buttocks strangely. The red-haired monster explained, "You should have a wound on your buttocks. This kind of ominous will appear first at the location of your wound." Upon hearing this, Shuechen quickly asked, "Will it rot?" Lao Feng, _ The red-haired monster twitched at the corner of its mouth and said, "It won't rot, but it will grow red hair like mine." Shuechen breathed a sigh of relief and patted Lao Feng's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, it's just growing some red hair, think of it as." Shuechen couldn't continue the fabrication. After all, red hair growing elsewhere would be acceptable, but in that particular location, it was estimated that going to the toilet would become the most difficult thing for Lao Feng in the future. However, as soon as Shuechen finished speaking, Lao Feng pointed at Shuechen's hair and said, "Lao Mo, your hair." Shuechen quickly looked towards the boundary formation, and unsurprisingly, his hair was rapidly turning red. "It's okay, just consider it a dye job." Before Shuechen could finish his sentence, his eyebrows and beard gradually turned red as well. Shuechen frowned and asked the red-haired monster, "Didn't you say hair grows only when injured?" The red-haired monster nodded, "Yes, but your hair, eyebrows, and beard are all considered hair." Shuechen fell into silence upon hearing this. Soon enough, Lao Feng also turned completely red, his hair, eyebrows, and beard all changing color. Moreover, Shuechen noticed that the system's alert sound was still ongoing. This meant he was still under continuous harm. Shuechen was no longer a novice in the cultivation world and naturally knew what to do in such a situation. The source. By killing the red-haired monster, perhaps his misfortune would be cured. Likewise, Lao Feng also thought of this. The two exchanged a knowing look and turned towards the red-haired monster, ready to strike and eliminate it. Seeing their intentions, the red-haired monster immediately said, "I'm not afraid of death, but you two better not think of killing me. If you do, not only will you not recover, but this curse will also infect both of you. The infectious power on you is not strong at the moment. Even if you come into contact with others, it will only cause death to cultivators below the spiritual pill realm. Moreover, those infected by you will gradually weaken in their ability to infect others." Shuechen and Lao Feng gasped in shock. "Damn, isn't this strong enough? Do you know how many cultivators are below the spiritual pill realm in the world? And it's a continuous infection, person to person." The two immediately took out their weapons. Of course, Shuechen didn't have a weapon, but he had already taken out the blood birth fruit seed. "Give us a reason to believe you." The red-haired monster sighed at the request, and his aura suddenly surged. Spiritual infant realm, spiritual god realm, spiritual saint realm, spiritual Tao realm. Lao Feng gasped in surprise. He never expected that the red-haired monster before him was actually a cultivator of the Tao realm. The Tao realm, a supreme power only found in major sacred places. Shuechen furrowed his brows at this moment. The red hair on the red-haired monster had concealed his spiritual power, but now that he voluntarily revealed it, Shuechen could clearly sense the opponent's strength. Shuechen had thought that the Tao realm was only slightly stronger than the spiritual saint realm, but he didn't expect it to be so much more powerful. He even felt a hint of threat from the red-haired monster. It should be noted that there are 9 realms in the spiritual cultivation world. Spiritual energy, transcendence, spiritual pill, spiritual infant, spiritual god, spiritual saint, spiritual Tao, tribulation crossing, ascension. However, cultivators in the tribulation crossing stage would immediately ascend to the immortal realm after passing the 9th tribulation. Therefore, in reality, there are only 8 realms in the spiritual cultivation world. This means that the strongest cultivators in the spiritual cultivation world are those in the tribulation crossing stage. And now, Shuechen felt a hint of threat from a cultivator in the Tao realm. In other words, a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage. Shuechen took a deep breath. He had always thought he was invincible, but now it seemed that he might not have broken through the limits of this world. It appeared that he likely only had the strength of a cultivator at the 9th level of the tribulation crossing stage. It is the ceiling of the Lingshu immortal realm, but not invincible. You should know that even a cultivator who has crossed 9 calamities only has a lifespan of 138,600 years. In other words, with an age of over 300,000 years, I have wasted over 200,000 years for nothing. No! The red-haired monster only has the cultivation of Tao realm, but this tomb and the soul-locking formation have clearly been arranged for over 100,000 years. Thinking of this, Shuechen looked at the red-haired monster and asked, "Were you a cultivator who crossed calamities before?" The red-haired monster nodded with a bitter smile. "I used to be a cultivator who crossed 9 calamities. The ominous aura on me will continue to devour my cultivation until I die completely. You all are the same." Hearing this, Lao Feng immediately sat down on the ground. The red hair had already covered his buttocks, so sitting down did not affect his wounds. Shuechen, however, stood still, because his situation was actually different from what the red-haired monster had said. Damn, if his magical power were to be devoured, he wouldn't be afraid at all. After all, he had too much magical power. But what was being devoured from him was actually his lifespan. This thing has a limit, and at the current rate, he would be gone in another 50 years. Shuechen also sat down next to Lao Feng, not knowing what to do for a moment. The 3 of them sat quietly on the ground, watching the sea beasts outside the barrier. Shuechen did not ask the red-haired monster if there was a solution, because he knew that there wasn't one. If there was, the other party wouldn't have sealed himself for 100,000 years, and the other party had said from the beginning that he hadn't found it. Although Shuechen had lived for a long time, he still feared death. Thinking about his remaining 50 years of lifespan, Shuechen couldn't help but feel a little sad. Just then, the red-haired monster asked, "What are your names, 2 fellow Taoists?" "Feng Jun, Shuechen. And you?" "Dong Chen." Congratulations to the host for living another year. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of longevity, plus 10,000 life points, plus 10,000 magical power, plus 10 spirit stones. In a year, Shuechen's life points had decreased by a whopping 2 million. Lao Feng and Dong Chen were a bit better off, as their cultivation was high enough to recover the lost spiritual power through cultivation. Shuechen was very unlucky, as he was actually losing his lifespan. As Lao Feng had said at the beginning, if this continued, Shuechen would really be doomed. In the past year, many sea beasts had tried to attack them, but these sea beasts never returned. And those sea beasts killed by Shuechen and the others also became tainted with this ominous aura. In order to prevent the spread of this ominous aura, Shuechen and the others could only temporarily store the bodies of these sea beasts in their storage bags. However, these sea beast bodies were too large, and their storage bags were already insufficient. Shuechen had tried to burn these bodies, but burning the sea beast bodies in this confined space would only cause him suffering. Later, Dong Chen took action. He used the red hair on his body to pierce the bodies of the sea beasts, devouring their flesh and blood, leaving only skeletons. At the same time, Shuechen also noticed that Dong Chen's spiritual power had increased. In other words, these red hairs could actually eliminate negative effects and enhance their own strength through devouring. Shuechen and Lao Feng just watched silently, and even Dong Chen himself remained silent. Shuechen knew that Dong Chen had not chosen to use the red hair on his body to enhance his own strength, otherwise, he wouldn't have sealed himself. You see, Dong Chen used to be a cultivator who crossed 9 calamities, and if he chose to do so, not many people could resist his devouring. Everyone has their own beliefs, and not everyone is willing to become a demonic cultivator. The most important thing in cultivation is to cultivate, and then consider becoming an immortal. Cultivators who lose their initial intentions are destined to not go far on this path. So even though they knew a way to alleviate the ominous situation, Xuechen and Lao Feng would not choose to do so. Of course, at the moment facing death, no one knew if they could resist the temptation to survive. For now, they could still hold on. If we continue like this, we won't have any room to move, Lao Feng said, looking at the skeletons of the sea beasts. Xuechen nodded. We must find a way. Lao Feng, can't you set up a larger array shield? Lao Feng sighed. Even if we set it up, are we going to stay here and defend forever? Xuechen fell into silence at his words. He understood Lao Feng's intention. Lao Feng wanted to leave here to find a solution to the ominous situation. But in their current situation, should they go out and cause trouble to the world? Just then, Dongchen spoke up. Actually, I have a place to go. Xuechen, why didn't you say you had a place to go earlier? If it weren't for fear of Dongchen's red fur poking him, Xuechen really wanted to slap him. With Dongchen pointing, the green wooden coffin slowly floated up. As a drop of blood fell slowly from Dongchen's finger onto the altar, the entire altar instantly lit up. Follow me. With a wave of Dongchen's hand, the red fur on his body also swayed in the wind. Xuechen and Lao Feng immediately followed Dongchen. As the three of them stood in the center of the altar, a force of teleportation instantly activated. Xuechen reached out towards the green wooden coffin above without hesitation. He hadn't forgotten that the Dance King zombie had always coveted this green wooden coffin. Although the Dance King was a companion in the cold cloud, Xuechen still quite liked the guy. Moreover, the green wooden coffin Dongchen brought was no longer of use. Moments later, the three of them disappeared in this space. As they left, the sea beasts that had been watching them closely once again launched an attack towards the shield. With the shield shattered, shortly after, the altar was completely destroyed by the angry sea beasts. On the other side, Xuechen and the others appeared once again above an altar. It was called an altar, but it was actually a teleportation array. It's just that the ancient teleportation array looked too much like an altar. Surprisingly, around the altar was a lush and vibrant jungle. Looking at the towering trees in front of him, Xuechen took a deep breath of fresh air. Lao Feng widened his eyes and turned to Dongchen, with a questioning look in his eyes. Abyss of the deep sea. Dongchen nodded. Yes, this is the abyss of the deep sea. Lao Feng frowned and said, the abyss of the deep sea has a forbidden mountain range, and anyone who enters will not return. Are we in the forbidden mountain range now? Dongchen shook his head. I don't know. After all, I've been asleep for many years. The two chatted away, unaware that Xuechen's eyes were getting brighter. The abyss of the deep sea, the fountain of time. Even with only a few decades of life left, even though the ominous still continued to devour his life, Xuechen's heart was still burning. Lao Feng, Lao Feng. Xuechen tugged at Lao Feng's sleeve and asked softly, have you been here before? Lao Feng nodded. I came here over 1,000 years ago. Xuechen quickly asked, do you know where the fountain of time is? Lao Feng was taken aback and then shook his head. I've never heard of it. Xuechen felt a bit disappointed, but he quickly recovered. He believed he could definitely find the fountain of time. Jean Dahai had said there were many fountains of time. Just then, a rift in space came straight towards the three of them. Without a word, the person approaching unleashed a spell of meteor showers as they neared Xuechen and the others. The massive spell attack directly enveloped the area within a mile around them. Countless burning stones fell like meteors directly towards Xuechen and the others. Spiritual Saint Realm Cultivator. Old Feng took a deep breath and, with a wave of his hand, took out a compass and threw it into the air. A light curtain was erected in an instant to protect the three from the approaching fire rain. Boom 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 boom, accompanied by a series of intense rumblings, the light curtain eventually emitted a crisp shattering sound. As the light curtain shattered, the fire rain disappeared in an instant. But before Old Feng could relax, a super fireball came crashing down. Just as Xuechen was about to make a move, the red fur on Dongchen's body stirred. The dense fur began to grow wildly, instantly entwining towards the fireball. The moment they made contact, the fireball was cut into pieces. The fur did not stop there but continued to spread towards the intruder. The man tried to run, but how could he outrun Dongchen of Dao Realm? The red fur entwined around his body, and as he was about to be cut into pieces, Xuechen quickly shouted, wait, I have questions for him. The captured cultivator looked in horror at Dongchen covered in red fur. Initially, he only sensed the 4th layer of Old Feng's spiritual saint realm and the 9th layer of Xuechen's spiritual infant realm strength. He thought Dongchen was just a pet beast of Xuechen or Old Feng. Little did he know, he had underestimated him. This individual, resembling a red-haired orangutan, was actually a powerful Dao Realm expert. Elder, spare me, please spare my life. Dongchen ignored him and turned to Xuechen. Xuechen smiled faintly and asked the cultivator, friend, can you answer a few questions for me? The cultivator nodded eagerly. Yes, as long as you spare me, I will answer anything. My name is Belitu, 15,987 years old. I have 3 wives, 4 lovers, 5 children, 4 of whom are from the neighboring Wang, Li, Lu families. Blah blah. Without needing Xuechen to ask, he spilled all the details about himself. From bathing with his aunt at the age of 5 to peeking at the widow next door playing cards at 7. To save his life, he was willing to give his 3 wives, 4 lovers, 4 sons, and a daughter to Xuechen and his companions. Honestly, Xuechen had encountered many timid cultivators, but even the former Eastern Spring Kingdom sovereign Zhuyan, who was infatuated with the mortal world, was much better than him. Moreover, from Belita's words, it was evident that many people lived in the so-called Forbidden Mountain Range. However, since so many people lived here, why hadn't any cultivators who entered here come out? Xuechen interrupted Belita's endless chatter and asked, Belitu, do you know about the Fountain of Time? Belitu was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded. I know, you must be referring to the Eternal Spring. I know where it is. Let this elder release me, and I will take you there immediately. Hearing this, Xuechen smiled and said to Dongchen, let him go. Dongchen frowned, are you sure? Xuechen nodded confidently. Without further ado, Dongchen released Belitu. The moment Dongchen let go of Belitu, he swiftly moved behind Xuechen, holding a curved knife to his neck. Old M.O. Old Feng shouted and was about to step forward, but Belita quickly warned, don't come any closer, or I'll kill him. Belita then smirked at Xuechen and said slyly, sorry, friend, you have the lowest cultivation level, so I'll have to take you hostage. Upon hearing this, Xuechen also smiled. Friend, having the lowest cultivation level doesn't mean having the lowest combat power. Boom. Xuechen didn't even use magic, he simply erected thousands of shields that sent Belita flying away. Following that, spikes emerged from the ground. After a series of intense spike attacks, Belita's body was riddled with holes. Of course, for a Grand Master in the Spirit Saint realm, such injuries didn't even count as severe. Lao Feng beside him widened his eyes, watching Xuechen. It should be noted that beyond the Spirit Infant realm was the Spirit God realm, followed by the Spirit Saint realm, and Belita's strength was even greater than his. Dongchen also looked at Xuechen thoughtfully. Xuechen couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the sight. He really didn't want to focus too much on advancing his cultivation realm, it was too ostentatious. But now, in order to avoid unnecessary explanations, Xuechen had to activate the primary cultivation technique of the Spirit Saint realm. The primary cultivation technique of the Spirit Saint realm that Xuechen knew was the one he and Tianjizi obtained in the secret realm and later gave to Han Paopao. Although Xuechen had only scanned through it quickly at the time, he still remembered it. Now, with just a slight activation, the spiritual energy circulation route of this technique instantly began to operate within Xuechen's body. At the same time, Xuechen's cultivation soared to the 9th level of the Spirit Saint realm in an instant. Lao Feng looked at Xuechen, who had just been at the 9th level of the Spirit Infant realm half a minute ago but was now at the 9th level of the Spirit Saint realm, and fell into silence. He considered Xuechen a good friend, willing to go to great lengths for him when needed. But now, seeing Xuechen's cultivation surpass his own, Lao Feng felt uncomfortable. It was like watching a friend who had always been poor suddenly win $1 million in the lottery. On the other hand, Dongchen smiled faintly. Indeed, hiding his cultivation. The 9th level of the Spirit Saint realm, the highest cultivation outside the Sacred Land. This person either rejected the invitation from the Sacred Land or has recently advanced. Dongchen guessed right, Xuechen had indeed recently advanced to the 9th level of the Spirit Saint realm. Just moments ago. Belitu was now regretting deeply. It took nearly half an hour of continuous stabbing before the spike attacks on Belita finally ceased. At this point, Belita's body was riddled with holes, a pitiful sight that made Lao Feng and Dongchen clench their buttocks in discomfort. Then, the two of them instinctively pinched their buttocks simultaneously. There were just too many hairs in that area, clenching them was inevitable. Watching Belita's body slowly recovering, Xuechen smiled and asked, Belitu, can you now take me to the Fountain of Youth you mentioned? Belitu, resigned, lay on the ground and said, fine, if you're not afraid of death, come with me. Hearing Belita's words, Xuechen and the others all furrowed their brows simultaneously. Their displayed strength was already enough to crush any power or sect outside the Sacred Land. And from Belita's words, it was clear that there was an even more formidable presence here. Someone more powerful than Dongchen in the Dao realm could only be a tribulation-crossing cultivator. Dongchen was the first to shake his head. In the Lingshu realm, there were 5 continents in the east, south, west, and north, each with a sacred land, and there were hardly any cultivators in the Dao realm outside the Sacred Land. This was because the conditions for advancing to the Dao realm were too difficult, and apart from the sacred land, it was rare to find such conditions. Xuechen didn't say anything. Whether the person was a tribulation crossing cultivator or not, he had to go there. Seeing that Xuechen and Dongchen remained silent, Lao Feng naturally kept quiet as well. Flying was prohibited in the airspace of the Forbidden Mountain Range, not by rule but due to the environment. The high altitude of the Forbidden Mountain Range was filled with spatial turbulence, which posed little danger to those in the Spirit Saint realm but could still be troublesome if caught in it. At the same time, the Forbidden Mountain Range was much larger than Xuechen had imagined. He even suspected that the range of these mountains already exceeded the size of the entire Shenzhou. One day later, a kingdom established in the central basin of the mountain range gradually appeared in front of Xuechen and the others. Around them, pedestrians and cultivators began to appear gradually. However, these people seemed to recognize Snow Chen and his companions as outsiders, each of them staring at their backs with strange looks. Ahead is the Eastern Lei Kingdom where we live. The fountain of youth you seek is in the highest hall there. As Balata's voice fell, a hunched figure instantly appeared in front of Snow Chen and his group. The newcomer was an old man with a hunched back. He glanced at Balatu and then at Snow Chen and his companions, finally fixing his gaze on Dongchen. Ominous. Looking at the hunched old man in front of him, Lao Feng wanted to slip away immediately. Because this old man was actually a nascent soul stage cultivator. In and out of expectations. The hunched old man had no name, others called him the High Priest. He was also the supreme leader of the Eastern Lei Kingdom, holding the power of life and death over all the people in the kingdom. This included the lives of cultivators entering this mountain range. They would either be enslaved by the High Priest here or be completely annihilated. That's why no cultivator had ever walked out of the Forbidden Mountain Range alive. At the same time, the Fountain of Youth that Snow Chen sought was one of the High Priest's possessions. At this moment, the High Priest's gaze on Snow Chen and his group was like that of admiring a piece of art. Balata beside him was trembling so much that he almost buried his head in his chest. This was the epitome of fear. He was not happy about the High Priest's appearance. Instead, his expression revealed that the High Priest was likely cruel to his own people. And that's how it is with people. The more they fear something, the more it comes knocking at their door. The High Priest's gaze slowly moved away from Dongchen and settled on Balatu. Balatu, you too have been tainted by the ominous. Master, please let me explain. I am. Balata's face was full of fear as he hurriedly tried to explain. The High Priest seemed to be moved by Balata's words, silently watching him until Balata finished speaking, then he showed a faint smile. Balatu, you have done your job well. Just when Snow Chen and the others thought the High Priest would spare Balatu, the High Priest's tone changed. However, work is work, and you should not have been tainted by the ominous. At these words, Balata knelt down with a thud, begging for mercy from the High Priest. No, please, spare me. However, the High Priest did not choose to spare him despite his desperate pleas. In a flash, the High Priest appeared in front of Balatu, and before Balata could react, the High Priest pointed a finger at his forehead. As a surge of soul power was drawn out from Balata's forehead by the High Priest, Balata's eyes instantly became cloudy. When the ominous energy on Balata tried to spread towards the High Priest's finger, the High Priest gently flicked it back into Balata's body. Snow Chen, Dong Chen, and Lao Feng watched the High Priest's actions quietly. Lao Feng dared not make a move, while Dong Chen was unwilling to cause trouble. It wasn't until Balata stood up behind the High Priest that the High Priest turned his interested gaze towards Snow Chen and his group. The High Priest smiled and asked, "Young ones, why aren't you running away?" Young ones? Snow Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He was already so old, yet someone still called him young. Well, in terms of appearance, he was indeed a few years younger than the other party. But in terms of age, Lao Feng was also taken aback. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but if Snow Chen and Dong Chen didn't run, how could he dare to? In this situation, not to mention abandoning his teammates, he would definitely be the first one targeted if he ran ahead. Dong Chen was covered in red fur, his expression invisible to others. Friend, you're just a second-level nascent soul stage cultivator, do you really think you can handle me? Dong Chen's words were arrogant, but he had the capital for it. After all, he was once a peerless powerhouse who had reached the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing. Even though he had fallen in realm now, he still had the strength to fight against the other party. The High Priest did not answer Dong Chen, but turned and smiled at Xuechen. Do you want the spring of eternal youth? Xuechen nodded and said, if you are willing to sell, I can pay for it. The High Priest immediately laughed, but his hunched body and terrifying appearance made his smile truly ugly. Of course, I am willing to sell. Just need a strand of your divine soul, and I can sell some of the spring of eternal youth to you without any harm. No, Lao Mo, this guy wants to enslave you. Lao Feng hurriedly shouted. Shuechen nodded. He was not stupid. How could he exchange his own divine soul? But the spring of eternal youth, Shuechen really wanted it. However, he was not the kind of person who would rob others, which made Shuechen conflicted. Now it seemed that he could only hope for a reason to make a move. The scene fell into silence for a moment. No one made the first move. The high priest seemed to fear the strength of Shuechen and his companions, but most of all, he feared the ominous aura around Dongchen. As for the cultivation of Shuechen and the other two, he didn't really care. After all, crossing one level of tribulation was no joke. The gap between the first and second levels of tribulation was like that between the spiritual energy realm and the transcendence realm, with a huge difference in realms. He had no reason to fear two spiritual saint realm cultivators and one Dao realm cultivator at the second level of tribulation crossing. But the ominous aura around Dongchen was an exception. He couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't infect him. And the high priest didn't intend to kill Shuechen and his companions directly. After all, even the lowest among them were spiritual saint realm cultivators. It would be a pity to kill them. Seeing the high priest's hesitation, Lao Feng whispered, "Lao Amo, Lao Mao, should we retreat first?" Lao Mao was the nickname Lao Feng gave Dongchen, and Dongchen also gave Lao Feng a nickname, Air Mao. Dongchen also nodded and said, "I agree with Air Mao, let's temporarily retreat." Shuechen shook his head and said, "Wait a little longer." Lao Feng and Dongchen were puzzled, not understanding why Shuechen wanted to wait. Shuechen sighed and explained, "Belito has also been infected with an ominous aura. I can't let him be taken away like this." Lao Feng and Dongchen suddenly understood. Dongchen patted Shuechen's shoulder and sighed, "Lao Mo, I didn't expect you to be a man of great righteousness. I thought you were reluctant to leave because of the spring of eternal youth. It seems I underestimated you." Shuechen blushed at the words, but his thick skin didn't turn red at normal temperatures. The high priest still had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Shuechen and his companions. It seemed he was also waiting for something. Soon, 5 figures flew towards them. "Greetings, high priest." Seeing the 5 additional figures, Dongchen couldn't help but frown. Among the 5 who arrived, 4 were spiritual saint realm cultivators, and the remaining one was surprisingly at the same level as him, a Dao realm cultivator. Shuechen couldn't help but feel emotional. This was only his second time entering the secret realm, and he had unexpectedly encountered a dungeon of abyssal level. "Oh, this place seems to be called the Abyss of the Deep Sea. Lao Amo, Air Mao, I'll take care of this Dao realm cultivator and the high priest. The rest of you, try to stay alive," Dongchen said as he took a step forward, but a hand suddenly grabbed the hair at his waist and pulled him back. Shuechen didn't explain to Dongchen but smiled at the high priest and asked, "High priest, what do you mean by this?" The high priest's hunched body straightened slowly, and he looked at Shuechen and his companions with a smile. "It's nothing, I just want to extract your divine souls and turn you into puppets." Shuechen laughed at the words. "Thank you for giving me a reason to make a move." Spirit Dao Realm. A realm that all cultivators outside the sacred land aspire to reach. To achieve the Dao Realm, cultivators must undergo long periods of cultivation and inner tempering. During this process, they need to constantly comprehend the principles of life and death, reincarnation, good and evil, cause and effect, and other great Dao truths. Cultivators who reach the Dao realm have minds as clear as a mirror, able to perceive the essence of all things. Their every move embodies the charm of the Dao, blending with nature. The Dao realm is not the end but a new beginning, and the Dao can only be touched within the sacred land. The heavens reward diligence, bestowing blessings to allow cultivators to comprehend the truths of the great Dao, thus ascending to higher realms. In the Lingshu immortal realm, there are a total of 5 complete great Dao paths, each guarded by one of the 5 great sacred lands. Dongchen is also a cultivator from the sacred land, and at the first moment the high priest made a move, he recognized that the Dao charm on the high priest did not come from the 5 great sacred lands. "You are not from the sacred land." The high priest smiled faintly and said, "The world is so vast, you sacred land cultivators should come out more often." Dongchen, Heaven and Earth chessboard. With a wave of his hand, a huge chessboard descended from the sky. Shuechen, Lao Feng, and Dongchen were instantly enveloped. Shuechen looked curiously at the chessboard under his feet. It was the first time he had seen such a magical spell. The chessboard was there, but there were no chess pieces. No, the 3 of them were the chess pieces. At that moment, the high priest's subordinates also jumped into the chessboard. Including the high priest and Belito, there were a total of 7 people on the opposite side, while Shuechen's group only had 3. No matter how you looked at it, this was an uneven match. However, Shuechen underestimated the shamelessness of the high priest. Lao Feng adjusted his collar and stepped forward, saying, "Let me make a move in this game. I, Lao Feng, am a master of divination. Since I started on the path, my strategies have been flawless." Chess can also be seen as a kind of calculation. Even with just 3 chess pieces, I am absolutely confident that I will not lose. Lao Feng was very confident. He even took out 7 copper coins from under his shoe sole. Lao Feng bowed to the high priest and said, Junior Fengyingjun, please enlighten me, senior. The high priest chuckled and said, alright, let me explain the rules. I have recently developed a new way to play, which I call 5 chess. As long as either side can connect 5 people in a line, it counts as a win. How about that? Lao Feng, all 4 all o, Shuechen, Dong Chen. Well, his expression was unclear, but it didn't look good anyway. Damn, there are only 3 of us, and you want to play 5 chess with us? Apart from Lao Feng's disaster, Shuechen learned another move. He decided to go back and get a chessboard too, giving the other side only 4 pieces and playing 5 chess as well. How about it? Shall I let you make the first move? The high priest looked at Shuechen and his group with a sly and cunning expression. Shuechen frowned and asked Dongchen beside him, can't you break this heaven and earth chessboard? Dongchen shook his head and said, no, my current cultivation is only at the 7th level of the Dao realm. I can't break his secret technique. And once both sides start making moves, the 2 sides on the chessboard can share their teammates' spiritual power. By then, even if we want to kill those several Ling Saint realm cultivators, we probably won't be able to do it. What did you say? Share teammates' spiritual power? Shuechen widened his eyes and looked at Dongchen. Dongchen nodded and said, yes, sharing, or borrowing. Regardless of how many people are on each side of the chessboard, they can borrow their teammates' spiritual power. Of course, the premise is that the teammate is willing to lend it to you. That's the power of the heaven and earth chessboard. Don't worry, later I will lend you my spiritual power. If we die together. Anyway, I've lived long enough. Upon hearing this, Shuechen immediately patted Dongchen's shoulder and said, don't worry, with me here, you won't die. Dongchen's mouth twitched, wanting to retort, but considering the dire situation, he let it go. In the game of life, just like on a chessboard, it's not just about making a move but also about holding your ground. If you are taken out by the opponent, you are out of the game. In essence, it's not much different from a martial arts competition. The only distinction might be that it sounds more artistic. Of course, in a match where both sides are evenly matched, the rules of the game are crucial. The opponent who made the first move was a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Spirit Saint realm. Lao Feng casually remarked, just a 3rd level Spirit Saint, leave it to me, watch me make him regret challenging me. Without hesitation, Lao Feng leaped directly next to the cultivator. As soon as Lao Feng landed, the cultivator swung his blade towards him. It turned out to be a close combat cultivator in the Spirit Saint realm. Although Lao Feng was 1 level higher in cultivation, he was a genuine mage facing an awkward situation. Lao Feng quickly erected several shields and began to counterattack with hand gestures. However, in his haste, he didn't have time to use powerful spells or secrets, and he found himself in a chaotic situation. Seeing Lao Feng in such a plight, Shuechen and Dongchen were dumbfounded. They thought, he said he would make the opponent regret challenging him, but within 2 minutes, he's the one struggling. Shuechen hurriedly shouted, Lao Feng, quickly borrow my spiritual power. While dodging blows, Lao Feng grumbled, damn, I'm a metal attribute cultivator, your earth attribute, how much can you lend me? Despite his complaints, he signaled Shuechen to borrow his spiritual power honestly. Seeing this, Shuechen immediately transmitted a huge amount of metal attribute spiritual power. Boom! The immense spiritual power made Lao Feng tremble all over, and his body quickly expanded. As Lao Feng's body grew larger and more robust, his clothes instantly burst open. This was a rule within the game of life, not forcibly infused spiritual power, or else Lao Feng would have exploded. The cultivator who had just been pressed down and slashed by Lao Feng now transformed into a giant man, leaving the opponent speechless. Friend! Before he could finish, Lao Feng punched the cultivator, sending him flying. Lao Feng turned to give a strange look to Shuechen, but he knew it wasn't the time for questions. Turning to the high priest, Lao Feng wiped his nose with his thumb and said, come on, I'm ready to take on 10 opponents now. The high priest finally regained his senses and frowned at Shuechen behind Lao Feng. Aren't you a spirit saint cultivator? Shuechen smiled faintly and replied, yes, but I've always had a bit more spiritual power. More spiritual power? Isn't that a coincidence? I have plenty of spiritual power too. The high priest smirked darkly. He then turned to a cultivator at the 7th level of the Spirit Saint realm beside him and said, you go. The cultivator nodded with a grim expression and stepped forward to stand beside Lao Feng. Shuechen was puzzled. With the high priest's insight, he must have realized that Lao Feng now possessed strength close to the Dao realm. Shuechen didn't believe the opponent was foolish. After all, one couldn't reach such a level by being naive. Judging from the previous cultivator's expression, he knew he was no match for Lao Feng, even with the ability to borrow his teammate's spiritual power. Dongchen whispered, "This high priest seems suspicious. He seems to be intentionally sending people to their deaths. When things are abnormal, there must be demons at play." Shuechen nodded in agreement. This high priest was definitely up to something. The reality matched Snow Chen and Dong Chen's speculation, as Lao Feng successively took down the remaining 3 Spirit Saint Realm cultivators. Apart from the Bale 2 behind the High Priest and the Dao Realm cultivator, all 4 Spirit Saint Realm cultivators were shattered by Lao Feng's soul. Just as Snow Chen was waiting for the High Priest to send Bale 2 or the Dao Realm cultivator into the field, the High Priest just smiled faintly. "Not bad strength, the more I look, the more I like you all." Immediately, Snow Chen saw the High Priest exert a bit of soul power towards the 4 Spirit Saint Realm cultivators, and those 4 cultivators actually stood up again, healing all their injuries in the blink of an eye. "Alright, it's time to end this." After saying this, the High Priest stepped next to Lao Feng and reached out towards Lao Feng's heavenly spirit cover. Seeing this, Snow Chen immediately slapped towards the High Priest. A water dragon instantly formed, but it dissipated as soon as it flew out. Dongchen swiftly arrived next to Lao Feng to block the High Priest's attack, shouting, "Within this chessboard, you can only attack the nearest person." With Dongchen's entrance, the Dao Realm cultivator from the High Priest's side also floated in. The High Priest feared Dongchen's red hair, but the Dao Realm cultivator seemed unfazed. A puppet. Yes, that Dao Realm cultivator had also long become a puppet like Bale too. Snow Chen didn't rush to help but frowned and looked down at the chessboard beneath his feet. He didn't like acting according to others' rules. The High Priest had set up this celestial chessboard using the power of the abyss of the deep sea. So, to destroy this chessboard, one would need even more powerful secret techniques and Taoist methods, otherwise, one would have to break the current heavens and earth. Snow Chen felt he could shatter this heavens and earth, but he was afraid of destroying the fountain of youth. Damn it! Lao Mo, come help! Even with Snow Chen's spiritual support, Lao Feng was struggling to hold on. He couldn't even counterattack now, only able to put up a shield and crouch on the ground taking hits. Seeing this, Snow Chen took a deep breath and slowly took out a small sapling. "Tree rings. Little guy, maybe settling down here wouldn't be a bad choice." Watching his continuously dropping life points, Snow Chen finally prepared to reluctantly leave the tree rings here. With the infusion of the dual attribute spiritual power of water and wood, the tree rings began to grow wildly. This time, Snow Chen didn't cut off its roots but let them extend towards the chessboard. In just a moment, the roots of the tree rings pierced into the chessboard and began to absorb the celestial power contained within it frantically. "What the hell are you doing?" The High Priest no longer had that confident expression, his eyes carried a hint of anger and urgency. However, within the celestial chessboard, he had already entered, and he himself was a chess piece. He also needed to abide by the rules of the game and could only watch helplessly at this moment. The High Priest wanted Bale 2 and the others to stop Snow Chen, but with the strength of Bale 2 and the others, it was simply impossible. Of course, even the High Priest himself couldn't do it, he just didn't know it. Crack crack. Along with the continuous growth of the tree rings, the celestial chessboard began to show cracks. The roots of the tree rings continued to spread downwards through the celestial chessboard. At this moment, the people of Dong Lai country also noticed the anomaly in the sky. They walked out of their rooms, looked up at the sky at the roots spreading continuously, silently holding on to those beside them. "Damn it, Lao Song, you're hugging my wife. It's doomsday, why differentiate between yours and mine? Aren't you also hugging my sister-in-law? Mom, what's in the sky?" "Don't be afraid, those are the tentacles of aliens coming to catch bad people." Compared to the silent endurance of ordinary people, the cultivators bravely rushed towards the roots. Under the rule of the High Priest, they couldn't leave this forbidden mountain range, and now, apart from fighting, they had no other choice. However, no matter how they attacked those roots, it had no effect at all. Even if those Spirit Infant Realm cultivators cut off some roots, more would immediately grow in their place. Surprisingly, these roots did not kill anyone but instead burrowed directly into the ground. Boom! The energy in the world began to become restless, as if resisting the invasion of the Wheel of Time. However, in the end, the Wheel of Time triumphed over this world. After all, the Wheel of Time continuously supplied spiritual energy. Boom! The chessboard of the world finally couldn't bear it and shattered directly. The High Priest spat out a mouthful of blood, his body falling to the ground instantly. Along with the High Priest, his Dao Realm puppet and 5 Spirit Saint Realm puppets like Belitu also fell. Dongchen slowly descended to Snow Chen's side, holding Old Feng's collar with one hand. Dongchen and Old Feng looked at Snow Chen with complex expressions. They had not expected that Snow Chen, at the 9th level of the Spirit Saint Realm, was only revealing a fraction of his true strength. Snowchin did not explain but gently touched the trunk of the Wheel of Time beside him. It was thicker, larger, and taller than the Wheel of Time tree of Shangwan Xin. At this moment, the Wheel of Time was the main body of this world. As long as the Wheel of Time existed, this world would also endure. Just then, the High Priest slowly stood up. Do you think you've won like this? Ha ha, you underestimate a cultivator at the Tribulation Crossing stage. The High Priest's hands quickly formed seals as he spoke. At that moment, all the cultivators in the Forbidden Mountain range were horrified to find that their vitality and cultivation were being drained from their bodies. Ignoring the High Priest, who was about to recover his peak strength and breakthrough, Snowchin pointed to a small flower bud blooming on the Wheel of Time tree and said with a smile, "Look, the flower of the Wheel of Time has bloomed." Old Feng and Dongchen forced a smile at his words. At this moment, Snowchin gave them a strange feeling, as if an old man was nearing the end of his life journey. Enraged, the High Priest could not believe that Snowchin was ignoring him. "Do you really think I don't exist?" The roots of the Wheel of Time broke through the ground and pierced through his body, so fast that even he, a cultivator at the Tribulation Crossing stage, couldn't react in time. How is this possible? The High Priest looked at Snowchen unwillingly. As a cultivator at the Tribulation Crossing stage, he couldn't believe he was dying like this. Snowchen turned his head slowly to the High Priest and said, "Cultivator or mortal, we are all just passing through this world." Hearing this, the High Priest's unwillingness gradually faded from his eyes. Just as the High Priest was about to fall, Snowchen spoke again. "Friend, before you die, can you tell me where the Fountain of Youth is?" The High Priest suddenly laughed and then raised a middle finger slowly towards Snowchen. 3 more chapters for advertising. Snowchen, Old Feng, and Dongchen had been searching the High Priest's palace for 3 days but had not found any trace of the Fountain of Youth. Moreover, even after searching extensively underground, Snowchen had reached the boundaries of this world without any clue of the Fountain of Youth. Surprisingly, the Fountain of Youth seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Old Feng reassured, "Don't worry, there are many people in the Eastern Lei Kingdom, and some must know about the Fountain of Youth." Indeed, Old Feng's words were true. In the vast Eastern Lei Kingdom, a considerable number of people had heard of the Fountain of Youth, with more than half of the population having some knowledge of it. Unfortunately, most of these people only knew about it superficially, and only those cultivators could truly understand the exact location of the Fountain of Youth. However, the High Priest's final move drained the vitality and spiritual energy of all the cultivators in the Forbidden Mountain range. In other words, now, there were only 3 cultivators left in the entire Forbidden Mountain range, Snowchen and his companions. Forget it, I'm not that concerned about the Fountain of Youth after all. Old M.O. Watching Shuechen's figure disappear, Lao Feng and Dongchen were at a loss for words on how to comfort him. What should we do with this grand hall? Let's preserve it. Perhaps we might receive news about the Fountain of Youth in the future. Let's not allow mere mortals to demolish it. Lao Feng nodded and swiftly set up a formation in the grand hall. Mortal memories are fleeting. As long as they are alive today, they can continue to enjoy their brief happiness. Perhaps it's a cup of murky wine after work, or maybe the shiver of passion in a fleeting moment. Anyway, as long as they are alive, they should eat and drink. Time flies, and 9 years have passed since the Battle of Doomsday, with the cultivators having disappeared. After several coups and brief conflicts, Donglai country finally established its own regime. To completely control the people of Donglai country, the royal family immediately issued a decree prohibiting cultivation. Of course, they had also cut off the transmission of cultivation techniques. However, although the royal family prohibited the people from cultivating, they secretly collected cultivation methods and items from cultivators. The Tree of Years was proclaimed as the national tree of Donglai country, receiving the worship and incense offerings of all mortals. What they did not know was that 3 ominous cultivators had been residing in the canopy of the Tree of Years. 10 years already? Looking at his remaining 80 million life points, Shuechen decided to leave. Although he couldn't interact with anyone now, he still wanted to take a stroll in the mortal realm. Donglai country was not small for mortals, with a population in the billions, and even if they had 10 lifetimes, they couldn't walk out of the Forbidden Mountain range. Looking at the cities below the clouds and the old Feng and Dongchen meditating beside him, Shuechen finally flew down from the Tree of Years. As soon as Shuechen left, Lao Feng and Dongchen opened their eyes. They looked somewhat melancholic and sad as they watched Shuechen's departure. Over the years, they had not seen Shuechen cultivate, as if he had grown indifferent to life and death, no longer resisting the ominous engulfment. Compared to us, Lao Mo is the true cultivator who fears neither life nor death. I knew he had let go from the moment he took the green wood coffin. Lao Feng turned to Dongchen and said, "Lao Mao, I also want to go down and take a walk." Dongchen nodded and said, "Go ahead, Mao, accompany him more." "I won't go. Lao Feng nodded and then disappeared in front of Dongchen. Dongchen sighed and sat down slowly. On this tree, he felt that his cultivation had stopped declining. If possible, he didn't want to leave here anymore. Looking at a flower bud not far away, Dongchen's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of sadness. Lao Mo, when you die, I will help you continue to guard its growth. Dongchen murmured and slowly closed his eyes. He knew that this parting might be eternal. The next time Lao Feng returned, he might bring the green wood coffin containing Xue Chen. The coffin belonged to him, the ominous belonged to him. Perhaps this was karma, this was a cycle. In the world, sorrow and joy, gathering and dispersing, are all destined. On a quiet path, not long after Xue Chen left, Lao Feng appeared by his side. Lao Mo, why didn't you call the old Taoist to have fun? Xue Chen immediately smiled and said, I saw you were cultivating, so I didn't disturb you. What, not afraid of losing spiritual power? Lao Feng said indifferently, the old Taoist isn't that fragile. Even if I don't cultivate for decades, I'll only drop a small realm at most. But Lao Mo, do you have money on you? There are no more cultivators here now. I reckon no one accepts spirit stones anymore. Let's make it clear, I don't have money on me. Xue Chen laughed at his words and lightly patted his storage bag. A large bundle of gold leaves was thrown into Lao Feng's arms. Don't worry, I'm very wealthy. Old Feng staggered as he was suddenly thrown a large bag of gold leaves. Before he could say anything, a group of burly men jumped out. Gentlemen, I heard you are very wealthy. Xue Chen, Old Feng, _ Brothers, help the gentlemen bring the money over, don't tire them out. Come on, gentlemen, please come to our hero's stronghold as our guests. Watching the stolen gold leaves in his hands tied with ropes, Old Feng complained, Lao Mo, I suspect this guy of yours is born to be robbed? Xue Chen twitched his mouth and said, damn, I even doubt it myself. And that sentence seems like a summoning spell. As soon as I say it, the bandits immediately appear. What sentence? I am very wealthy. Just as Xue Chen's voice fell, another group of bandits jumped out. Oh, from afar I heard that you gentlemen are very wealthy. Lao Song, you seem to have made a big deal. Xue Chen and Old Feng exchanged glances and twitched their mouths at the same time. Damn, it really is a summoning spell. But why can't you summon bandits in a place like Fengyue? Oh, it seems there are no bandits there. The new bandits were even more burly, their knives sharper, and their numbers greater. However, the bandits who kidnapped Xue Chen and the others clearly did not want to easily give up their prey, so after a few taunts, they started fighting directly. Compared to the magnificent attacks of cultivators, the brawls of these mortals were obviously more entertaining. Damn, why are you chopping his neck? Isn't the head supposed to be embedded in the bone? Kick his crotch, haven't you learned leg sweeps? Poke his eyes, will you? That fierce girl, suffocate him, yes, don't let go, he's almost suffocated. Hey, what are you guys doing to the old Dao? Keep chopping. Damn, brothers, let's kill this old man first. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore, let's kill this bastard first. Damn, do you think the old Dao is a soft persimmon? Old Feng picked up a knife and charged towards the wave of bandits. However, he was quickly struck back by dozens of knives from the other side. Xue Chen watched Old Feng fleeing in a sorry state and couldn't help but shake his head. Then, countless small vines sprang up from the ground. Before the bandits could react, they were all entangled by the vines and dragged underground in the blink of an eye. Even the bodies of those who had killed each other were dragged down in an instant. All traces of the bandits disappeared from the road in an instant. Old Feng looked at Xue Chen with some confusion. This plot seemed a bit off. Xue Chen smiled and said, I can pretend to be immortal, but I am not really immortal. Old Feng asked in confusion, then why didn't you intervene just now? Xue Chen shrugged and said, I just wanted to see if there were still people in their stronghold. Old Feng. As a cultivator, when flying in the sky, the countries and cities of mortals beneath your feet all seem small. But when you landed on the earth from the sky, you would realize that these cities were actually quite large, with many people. The two men walked step by step from one city to another, experiencing many interesting things of the mortal world and witnessing various cultural aspects. Of course, they also encountered many courtesans. Lao Mo, I remember visiting this city 10 years ago. Really? I seem to remember visiting too. I wonder if Qingqing is still around. And so, the two men strolled year after year. The most memorable thing Old Feng had about Xue Chen was his two domineering sentences. Gentlemen have money. Gentlemen are very wealthy. And the most memorable thing Xue Chen had about Old Feng was the sentence, if I don't beat him to shit, he won't be clean. Time flew by, and 40 years passed in the blink of an eye. The emperor of the Donglai kingdom has passed away twice, and now it is the third emperor. The courtesans that Xue Chen and his companions first met are either close to passing or have already passed away. Over the 40 years, experiencing all the glory and wealth of the mortal world, Xueqian's fear of death has faded considerably. During these 40 years, Xueqian has also thought that if he had stayed in Shenzhou, perhaps he would have lived on. But thinking of his once aged appearance, Xueqian couldn't help but shake his head. His only regret now is staying in the desolate area for too long. If only he had known, he would have left 200,000 years ago. But in the world, there is no such thing as knowing in advance. He never thought that with his strength, he would still stumble here. One day, Xueqian calmly said to Lao Feng, "Lao Feng, I only have 3 or 4 days left." Lao Feng nodded without joy or sorrow. "I will see you off on your final journey." Xueqian smiled and patted Lao Feng's shoulder, saying, "Let's go, while we still have a few days, let's go to the next county town." "Okay." Nanxi County, Ingchun Building. Sir is rich. No. Sir, what I mean is, isn't it a bit between you two? Sir is very rich. Alright, sir, please come and Miss Wu Xiaoxiao. 2 sirs are looking for you. Wu Xiaoxiao looked at the 2 stylish sirs in front of her, feeling speechless. That night, Wu Xiaoxiao told Xueqian and Lao Feng a very sad love story. Over 200 years ago, Wu Xiaoxiao's ancestor was actually a cultivator, but she fell in love with an outsider cultivator. Under the rule of the high priest, outsider cultivators either submitted and stayed in the Forbidden Mountains forever, or faced a dead end. Wu Xiaoxiao's ancestor was not weak, her identity was a maid of the high priest, mainly responsible for managing the palace for the high priest. She secretly gave the outsider cultivator the fountain of youth given to her by the high priest, and even helped him escape under his sweet words. Later, when the high priest found out, he stripped her of all her cultivation. Hearing this, Xueqian already sensed something amiss. Suddenly, Xueqian's eyes lit up. Jin Dahai. Without waiting for Wu Xiaoxiao to continue her story, Xueqian hurriedly asked, "Was that outsider cultivator surnamed Jin?" Wu Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I don't know, my ancestor didn't tell me." Xueqian and Lao Feng immediately noticed the discrepancy in Wu Xiaoxiao's words. "Wait, you're only 18, are you saying your ancestor is still alive?" Wu Xiaoxiao nodded. Although nearing death, rejuvenation has always been Xueqian's obsession. Of course, this obsession has faded considerably now. However, it doesn't change Xueqian's desire to find the fountain of youth. Not for anything else, just to see the high priest's middle finger before he died. Xueqian must see the fountain of youth with his own eyes. An hour later, guided by Wu Xiaoxiao, Xueqian and Lao Feng met her ancestor, a cultivator named Wu Yingying, who had lost her cultivation but still lived for over 200 years. "It's the longevity pill, but she must have taken too much, so it's about to lose its effect," Lao Feng whispered. Wu Yingying's name sounded pleasant, but her face was extremely aged at this moment. Her sagging and wrinkled skin couldn't even reveal her youthful appearance. Wu Yingying seemed to have dementia, with all her teeth gone and only a few strands of hair left on her head. Yet, even in this state, she was still alive. She was waiting for the return of that man. Over 200 years ago, that man had told her that he would return when the abyss of the deep sea opened in the next 500 years. "Ancestor, ancestor." Wu Xiaoxiao shouted many times, but Wu Yingying just looked at her blankly, her cultivation lost long ago, eroded by time, memory, and cognitive abilities. The sea Wu Yingying muttered words that ordinary people couldn't hear clearly, but Xueqian and Lao Feng could. She was reminiscing about the past. "Lao Zu, I have money now. These 2 grandpas helped me redeem myself and gave me a lot of money. I will take you to see the sea." Wu Xiaoxiao didn't know that the sea in Wu Yingying's words was not the ocean. Xueqian sighed inwardly because he understood that the sea Wu Yingying referred to was that brat Jin Dahai. From the moment Xueqian saw Jin Dahai, he knew he was a man of both love and ruthlessness. Wu Yingying's wait was destined to be in vain, and Jin Dahai would never return. Lao Feng. Hearing Xueqian call him, Lao Feng nodded immediately. Under Wu Xiaoxiao's puzzled gaze, Lao Feng pointed at Wu Yingying's forehead. Of course, upon closer inspection, one would notice that Lao Feng's finger was actually some distance away from Wu Yingying's forehead. Because they carried ominousness, they couldn't touch others. After a moment, Lao Feng withdrew his hand with a constipated expression. Xueqian asked, "Did you find it?" Lao Feng nodded. Xueqian gestured for him to speak later and turned to Wu Xiaoxiao. "Your Lao Zu is actually suffering while alive. The person she's waiting for will never return. I have something here that, if consumed, can fulfill her wish. Whether you want it or not, it's up to you." After Xueqian finished speaking, he took out a seed of the blood birth fruit, which sprouted and grew instantly in his hand. After a moment, a thumb-sized blood birth fruit gradually took shape. Xueqian stopped the transmission of energy and placed the blood birth fruit in Wu Xiaoxiao's hand, amidst her shocked gaze. Just as Xueqian was about to leave with Lao Feng, Wu Xiaoxiao hurriedly shouted, "Grandpa, I know you are not ordinary. You must know the person my Lao Zu is waiting for. Can I ask you to, if you meet him, give him a slap on behalf of my Lao Zu? It's something she said subconsciously in the past. Xu Chen nodded at the request and then disappeared from Wu Xiaoxiao's sight with Lao Feng. Lao Mo, aren't you supposed to die? Why did you agree to her? To fulfill one of her wishes. Xu Chen didn't dwell on the matter with Lao Feng and changed the subject, asking, where is Bu Lao Quan? Lao Feng, with a constipated expression, said, actually, we saw Bu Lao Quan decades ago at let's talk about it when we get there. After a moment, Xu Chen and Lao Feng flew to the Grand Hall where the great priest used to reside. Decades had passed, but the Grand Hall remained unchanged under the protection of formations. Lao Feng led Xu Chen to a room and stopped. Xu Chen asked in confusion, isn't this the great priest's room? Isn't Bu Lao Quan here? Lao Feng nodded strangely and then pointed to a bucket in the corner of the room, saying, that's where Bu Lao Quan is. Xu Chen looked at Lao Feng, then at the bucket. Damn, are you sure that's not the great priest's chamber pot? Lao Feng retorted, Lao Mo, why would a golden core stage cultivator like the great priest have a chamber pot in his room like an ordinary person? Xu Chen stood there dumbfounded at Lao Feng's words. From Wu Yingying's memories, Lao Dao discovered that besides the great priest, only she knew what Bu Lao Quan really was. Although other cultivators knew that Bu Lao Quan was in this grand hall, they didn't know that Bu Lao Quan was actually the great priest's urine. Think about it, why does the great priest, who possesses Bu Lao Quan, look so old? In reality, the so-called Bu Lao Quan is his urine. He couldn't benefit from drinking it himself, which is why he looks so old. The high priest must have cultivated a special wood attribute technique, and being a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage, the urine he excretes naturally has the effect of keeping low-level cultivators youthful. This is also one of the reasons why Wu Yingying gave the fountain of youth to that man and did not drink it herself. Even if it were an old Taoist, they would probably hesitate. Snow Chen fell into silence at these words. After searching for decades, he found out that the fountain of youth, which was about to bring his life value to zero, turned out to be just a pea from a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage. To be honest, Snow Chen was devastated. Yet, he couldn't help but glance at the chamber pot. Of course, he had no intention of drinking it, just a simple unwilling look. This glance made Snow Chen even more depressed. A root from a tree ring had pierced through the bottom of the wooden barrel. The fountain of youth inside, well, the urine was gone. Although Snow Chen was certain he wouldn't drink it, it made him even more depressed. Watching his life value count down to less than a day, Snow Chen directly took out the green wooden coffin and lay inside. Old Mo, don't mind me, old man is already dead. Burn paper if you need something, avoid if there's nothing. Old Feng. Looking at the coffin in front of him, Old Feng was filled with sadness. Over the years, he had truly considered Snow Chen a friend. Not only were they often robbed together, but they were also good friends of Pu Chang. Scenes from the past kept flashing in Old Feng's mind, causing a slight smile to appear on his lips. However, looking at the coffin in front of him, Old Feng felt a wave of desolation. He knew that Snow Chen no longer wanted to live, otherwise, with Snow Chen's strength, he wouldn't have been consumed by misfortune so quickly. Old Feng gently caressed the green wooden coffin, murmuring, "Old friend, I will find you the best tomb." Inside the green wooden coffin, Snow Chen's mind kept recalling the experiences of his life. To be honest, he found it quite exciting. Ziwei, Old Jia, Song Qian, Old Feng, Morong Shuet, Li Linger, Purple Dust, White Snow Tian Jizi, too many memories. Remembering the past with these friends, Snow Chen couldn't help but smile. The path of cultivation is long and distant. After so many years, I was still careless. Snow Chen didn't blame Old Feng, nor did he blame Dong Chen. Perhaps this was fate. Alert, alert. Host is suffering fatal injuries, please evacuate immediately. Current life value is only 3 points. Alert, alert. Host is suffering fatal injuries, please evacuate immediately. Current life value is only 2 points. Alert, alert. Host is suffering fatal injuries, please evacuate immediately. Current life value is only 1 point. It's over. With a faint smile, Snow Chen slowly closed his eyes. However, just as Snow Chen was waiting for death, the system in his mind suddenly changed its tone. Congratulations, host, for clearing the current life value. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the great Tao of life and death. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward of Nirvana rebirth, life value plus 100 million, mana value plus 100 million, spirit stones plus 10. Detection of the existence of the yin and yang dual realm fish. Congratulations, host, for activating the shared life and mana value. Snow Chen was dumbfounded. Damn, you could have said I wouldn't die earlier. Comprehending the great Tao of life and death was just a load of crap. Snow Chen knew his own worth. He had just become more indifferent, less obsessed than before. He had actually speculated that the system wouldn't let him die so easily. Not only was he not going to die now, but the misfortune Dongchen had passed on to him had also disappeared. Now that everyone was lying in coffins, everything was settled, wouldn't it be embarrassing to come back to life? At the same time, he stared wide-eyed at the two fish and his life and mana values. Damn! Are these the two fish that the old man from Silent Island grilled for us back then? Chapter 39, Old Feng wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, hoisted Xueqin's coffin, and flew towards the Tree of Time. Watching the coffin on Old Feng's shoulder, Dongchen bitterly smiled and walked up to Old Feng. Dongchen gently touched the green wooden coffin and murmured, "Rest assured, I will protect this tree for you." Xueqin. Dongchen looked at Old Feng and asked, "Have you decided where to bury him?" Old Feng nodded and said, "The old Taoist knows a place where no one will disturb him." Dongchen said solemnly, "I have a formation called the Heavenly Destruction Array. If you set it up around Lao Mo's coffin, not only will it protect him from being stolen, even if he turns into a great evil, this formation is enough to destroy him. I believe Lao Mo wouldn't want to cause chaos in the world." Xueqin. Old Feng looked at Dongchen in confusion and asked, "Since you have this formation, why didn't you set it up for your own coffin?" Dongchen awkwardly replied, "Well, I was a bit afraid of death too." Old Feng gave Dongchen a look but still nodded. "Alright, I will use our ancestral 9981 corpse sealing nails on Lao Mo's body. He shouldn't be able to turn into a great evil and harm the world." Xueqin couldn't bear it anymore and kicked open the coffin board and jumped out. "Damn it, you two really want to kill me." Dongchen and Old Feng were startled to see Xueqin suddenly jump out. Lao Mo, aren't you dead? Damn it, can I not want to die? Dongchen, Old Feng, Aw for all o. Continued 3 more chapters, please support with ads. Wait, Lao Mo, where is your ominous aura? Old Feng and Dongchen were first stunned, then ecstatically rushed to Xueqin's side. "It's gone, really gone." Old Feng excitedly touched Xueqin's hair, even wanting to touch his eyebrows and beard. Xueqin immediately pushed his hand away. "Keep your hands to yourself, you're not a courtesan." Old Feng. However, Dongchen noticed something unusual about Xueqin. "No, the ominous aura is still within you. You've mastered it." Xueqin smiled and nodded, then with a thought, his black and white hair turned blood red. Under Xueqin's control, the blood-red hair began to grow wildly, covering the entire world like a tide in a moment. Old Feng and Dongchen widened their eyes, slightly open-mouthed, looking at Xueqin in confusion. They didn't understand why the ominous aura was a curse on themselves but became a power for Xueqin. Could he be the protagonist? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xueqin smiled faintly and slowly retracted the strands of hair. "How is it?" Old Feng was still in shock. Dongchen furrowed his brow. "Polar reversal, yin and yang harmony, Lao Mo, did you comprehend the Tao of life and death?" Xueqin shook his head and said, "No, it's the Tao of life and death." Dongchen looked puzzled. "We have this path in the spirit realm? I've never heard of it." Xueqin smiled and said, "There are many things you haven't heard of, just like you never heard of the High Priest's path back then, right? Dongchen, Congratulations, host, on living another year. Congratulations, host, on receiving the Immortals reward, plus 100 million life points, plus 100 million mana points, and 10 spirit stones. Time flies, the years pass peacefully, and in the blink of an eye, another year has gone by. In this past year, with Xueqin's help, the year ring flower finally bore the year ring fruit. Xueqin gently touched the fruit of the annual rings, feeling a bit emotional about the experiences of these years. He never expected that his misfortune would lead him to the Tao realm, where his mana and life values were shared. Gently picking the fruit in front of him, Xueqin began to infuse it with the dual attributes of water and wood spiritual power. With the infusion of water and wood spiritual power, the fruit in his hand began to change. Soon, the fruit started to sprout, with numerous roots growing out from the bottom, eager to penetrate the ground. Beside him, Lao Feng followed Xueqin's instructions to cut off those roots. Dongchen wanted to help but was rejected by Xueqin. The 3 of them looked at Xueqin's gradually forming little tree person with anticipation in their eyes. Although this was already Xueqin's second time creating a tree person, his eyes were still full of anticipation. Lao Feng and Dongchen were even more excited, their eyes shining brightly. After more than 10 minutes, the little tree person finally opened its eyes. Abu. The clear eyes of the little tree person carried a hint of confusion and haziness. Before Xueqin could speak, Lao Feng quickly grabbed Abu. "Damn, a tree person, damn, Lao Mao, a tree person, damn." Dongchen's mouth twitched. However, at that moment, the clarity in Abu's eyes quickly faded, leaving only foolishness. Abu's sudden change startled Lao Feng, who hurriedly handed Abu back to Xueqin. "It wasn't me, really, I didn't do anything to it." Seeing this, Xueqin smiled and shook his head, saying, "I didn't say it was you." Shui Chen reached out and patted Abu's head, recalling the scene of their separation years ago. Initially, Abu had given him the foolish half. After putting the still confused Abu into his sleeve, Shui Chen slowly looked up at Lao Feng and Dongchen. Although life here was pressure-free, Shui Chen had to take another step forward. My friends, I must leave now. If I don't return in 250 years, it means I have failed. Lao Feng tried to persuade, well, Lao Mo, we can actually wait for 2,500 years. Shui Chen waved his hand and said, until the next opening of the abyss of the deep sea, if I don't return, you don't have to wait anymore. Shui Chen considered himself different from scoundrels like Jin Dahai. He wouldn't let his friends wait indefinitely. Dong Chen and Lao Feng wanted to persuade Shui Chen, but he remained resolute. In the end, the two could only watch Shui Chen's departing figure and sigh. Lao Mao, do you think Lao Mo will come back in 250 years? I don't know, but I think it's unlikely. After all, I spent 1,000 years looking for a solution back then. Mao, are your divinations really accurate? Is the solution to our troubles really in the Western Sacred Land? I come from the Eastern Sacred Land. Well, they should be accurate. Yes, their agreement was for Shui Chen to go out and find a solution to their troubles. They themselves would stay on this tree of annual rings, using it to counteract the speed at which their troubles consumed their cultivation. However, they never expected Shui Chen to be so impatient. Well, if they were in his shoes, they probably would have only helped for a couple of 100 years at most. Now they could only hope that Shui Chen would find a solution to their troubles within 250 years, or else they might never leave this tree for the rest of their lives. Lao Mao, I think we can try the method Lao Mo used to create a tree person. Since the annual rings are still here, why don't we give it a try too? Alright, let's give it a shot. Little did Shui Chen know that as soon as he left, Lao Feng and Dongchen set their sights on the annual rings. Half a day later, Shui Chen arrived at the teleportation array he had entered 50 years ago. Looking at the perfectly preserved teleportation array in front of him, Shui Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Not knowing if the teleportation array at the bottom of the sea had been destroyed by the sea beasts out of anger, Shui Chen tried to infuse a bit of spiritual power into it. As the spiritual power entered, the teleportation array lit up. Shui Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If this teleportation array couldn't be used, he would have to forcefully break through the barrier of this world, which would definitely cause some harm to the cycle of years. However, what Shui Chen didn't know was that the teleportation array at the bottom of the sea had long been destroyed by those sea beasts. With Shui Chen's spiritual power injected once again, a surge of teleportation force instantly came through, and Shui Chen quickly disappeared from this world. This isn't the seabed. Looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, Shui Chen was full of confusion. Why does this place look like a graveyard? Could it be that teleportation is random? Damn it, Dongchen didn't make it clear. Shaking his head, Shui Chen immediately flew out of this graveyard. He urgently needed to find a cultivator to ask where he was. It would be best if he was still in the northern continent. He was ready to go talk to Jin Dahai about life as soon as possible. After all, Shui Chen didn't have many promises to keep, but Wu Xiaoxiao's slap had to be delivered first. Soon, Shui Chen spotted a cultivator flying slowly. Young friend, please wait. The cultivator was furious at being called young friend, being a dignified spiritual infant realm cultivator and the Sect Master of Lingxi sect, one of the top powerhouses in the Divine Land. How dare someone call him young friend? It was outrageous. However, when he turned to feel Shui Chen's vast and boundless aura, he immediately knelt down. Master Tao? Damn, Elder Mo? Lingxi Sect's Market. Xiaoyao Palace. I didn't expect that. 100 years have passed, and it's still the same as before. Looking at the familiar palace in front of him, Shui Chen couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that the teleportation array had actually sent him back to the Divine Land. But it was understandable. After all, Old Feng was sent from here to the seabed next to the abyss of the deep sea. Senior, please come inside. Tao Yuan warmly invited. Just as they entered, a female cultivator at the 9th level of the spiritual Qi realm came forward. Master Tao, Senior, is there anything you need? Tao Yuan waved his hand and said, arrange the best private room for me, call Ruhua, Ruyu, Dongxue, and Xiujuan to give Senior a good massage. The female cultivator was surprised to hear Tao Yuan call someone Senior. She couldn't even imagine the cultivation level of that person. Looking at the venerable old man in front of her, the female cultivator couldn't help but feel a little nervous. A moment later, 4 uneasy and beautiful female cultivators walked into the private room. Tao Yuan frowned and said, what are you standing there for? Aren't you going to give Senior a foot bath? Yes. The hands of the 4 female cultivators holding the wooden tubs were trembling. Seeing this, Shui Chen smiled faintly and said, I am Shui Chen, there's no need to be afraid. The 4 women were stunned for a moment, then as if remembering something, their eyes gradually lit up. Senior Xuechen? Are you the Xuechen who taught us storytelling? Xuechen nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is I. Boom! The four women burst out of the private room and shouted in the hall, Senior Xuechen is here! Senior Xuechen is here! A moment later, dozens of female cultivators rushed into the private room. At this moment, they completely ignored Tao Yuan, the Sect Master, because Xuechen was their legend. It was him who single-handedly made their work much easier. It was him who boosted the GDP of the entire Divine Land's entertainment industry. It was him who made Xiaoyao Palace one of the top sects on this continent in 100 years. Senior, let me wash your feet. I'm first, let me wash. Senior, let me wash your hair. Hey, just wash the hair. Why are you unfastening my belt? Tao Yuan was pushed down on the bed by the crowd, with several curvaceous figures sitting on him, and one even sitting on his face. There was no way, too many people, too enthusiastic. Upon seeing the situation, Xuechen hurriedly shouted, Hey, you guys are about to suffocate Master Tao. Tao Yuan quickly waved his hand and said, It's okay, Senior, don't worry about me, I can hold on. Xuechen. 3 days later, Xuechen bid farewell to Tao Yuan, feeling exhausted and bid goodbye to this passionate and fiery place. The invincible and supreme sect of Wushenmen. An old man was hunched over, imparting cultivation experiences to the newly arrived disciples. This person was Jia Lei, one of Xuechen's few friends. Just then, a disciple hurriedly ran towards Jia Lei. Elder Jia, there's a senior outside looking for you. Jia Lei looked puzzled, but he got up and flew towards the mountain gate. Moments later, Jia Lei saw the familiar yet unfamiliar figure of Xuechen. Although Xuechen still looked like he was in his 70s, he appeared much younger than 100 years ago. Jia Lei was momentarily stunned, quietly gazing at Xuechen, memories flooding back in his mind. Xuechen smiled faintly and said, What's this? Haven't seen each other in 100 years, and you've already forgotten me, old Jia? Jia Lei widened his eyes at the words. Damn, old Mo? It's me. Xuechen had intended to see Jia Lei and leave, but unfortunately, he coincided with Jia Lei's 250th birthday. So Xuechen had to stay temporarily at the invincible and supreme sect of Wushenmen. Fortunately, Jia Lei's birthday was only half a month away. Old Jia, your sect's name is quite unique. Why not just call it Wushenmen? You don't understand. Small sects like ours need a domineering name to attract disciples. Also, I've told you many times, don't call me Old Jia, call me Brother Lei. Old Jia, are you out of touch? Do you know my current cultivation level? I don't care about your cultivation level. I'm only at the 5th level of transcendence, already 250 years old. I might die tomorrow, don't scare me with cultivation levels. Xuechen fell into a brief silence at the words. Old Jia, I have a longevity pill here. No need, I have nothing to worry about. Soon, Jia Lei's birthday arrived. Many people were celebrating, and Jia Lei was busy until nightfall. Old Jia, I have to go. Wait, have a drink with me before you leave. Didn't we drink during the day? Let's have another round. Xuechen, helpless, could only have another drink with Jia Lei. However, to his surprise, after the first drink, a system alert sounded. Alert, alert. Host is suffering fatal injuries, please evacuate immediately. Current health/mana points remaining, 999999999. Xuechen glanced at Jia Lei, who was avoiding eye contact, and silently turned off the system alert. After 3 rounds of drinks, Jia Lei revealed his true colors to Xuechen. Ha, old Mo, didn't expect that. In the drink you had, I had already spiked it. Xuechen remained silent at the words, calmly looking at Jia Lei. Don't pretend, I've kept this super laxative for 100 years, the toilet is over there, go on, don't mess your pants. Xuechen burst into laughter. Alright, you still haven't fooled me. Of course, Jia Lei said smugly. Shortly after Xuechen entered the toilet, a loud thud was heard. Jia Lei burst into laughter. Ha, old Mo, fell for it, right? I tampered with the toilet seat too, ha. Jia Lei couldn't stop laughing. After all these years, he had finally gotten his revenge. I can't, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Jia Lei clutched his stomach and squatted down, gradually becoming silent. Xuechen walked out of the toilet, looking at the lifeless Jia Lei with a bitter smile. You've probably emptied 100 years worth of crap in this toilet. I'm sorry, I really can't jump down. Jia Lei couldn't respond to Xuechen anymore. He lay there quietly with a smile on his face. Xuechen sighed, exerted force with his foot, and a tomb instantly took shape. Old Jia, we've been friends, I don't have much to give you, I hope in your next life, we can meet again. Xuechen said as he pointed at Jia Lei's forehead, infusing a trace of the power of life and death into Jia Lei's lingering soul. After placing Jia Lei in the tomb, Xuechen also erected a tombstone for him. The tomb of old Jia. Jialei didn't know that even if he died, Xuechen hadn't changed calling him Old Jia out of habit. Even the tombstone was engraved with Old Jia. There was some sadness, but not much. After all, as a cultivator, one had become indifferent to life and death. Many people were destined to fall on this path. Among them were inevitably friends and family. I'll go to Tiansa City to see that girl Ziwei, then it will be time to leave. Xuechen muttered, and his body disappeared instantly from the spot. Tiansa City. Z family. Zihuahua, my disciple Yi Yue has already reached the 8th level of spiritual qi realm, while you are only at the 3rd level of spiritual qi realm. As an elder, I admit that 3 years ago, you were indeed a genius, but now your cultivation has reached its limit. My Lingxi sect is one of the top sects in the divine continent. It is impossible for my disciple and a 3rd level spiritual qi realm cultivator like you to become Dao companions. Back when your Z family and Yi family agreed to the engagement, with a betrothal gift of 80 spirit stones, I will return 800 spirit stones to your Z family, and from now on, do not mention the engagement again. A bag of spirit stones was thrown in front of the Z family. The young man called Zihuahua had a very unpleasant expression. He didn't look at the elder of Lingxi sect but at the girl named Yi Yue. Yi Yue, I want to know if this is your decision, or the decision of the Yi family, or is it just your master's decision? Yi Yue remained silent without answering, and her demeanor was the answer she gave to Zihuahua. Seeing this, Zihuahua looked at Yi Yue and said loudly, "You want to call off the engagement because you think I, Zihuahua, have become a useless person unworthy of you, the proud daughter of heaven. But if it weren't for the engagement, I, Zihuahua, would never have looked at you. Although Lingxi sect is strong, I, Zihuahua, am still young. 20 years in the east, 20 years in the west, do not underestimate a young man." After Zihuahua finished speaking, he turned and bowed to his father. "Father, in 5 years, I will set foot in Lingxi sect. I will let the world know that it's not my Z family being called off the engagement, but she is not worthy of me." After saying this, Zihuahua waved his hand and immediately wrote a letter of separation, throwing it in front of Yi Yue. In the void, Xuechen held a handful of melon seeds, watching the scene below with interest. Crunch spit, this descendant of the Z family is not bad, full of youthful vigor and ambition. Crunch spit, but the old ghost in the ring of this little guy is too greedy, almost sucking him dry. Crunch spit, however, at this moment, the situation below did not unfold as Xuechen had imagined. The elder of Lingxi's sect clearly did not follow the script. Instead of leaving in disgrace with the letter of separation, he unexpectedly slapped Zihuahua and the Z family cultivators. "I return 10 times the spirit stones to you out of consideration for the relationship between your Z family and Yue. Do you really think your Z family can act recklessly? A mere small family at the highest transcendent realm dares to speak to my disciple like this. You won't need 5 years, I will expel all members of your Z family right now." "Master, please don't," Yi Yue shouted hastily. However, how could she stop the anger of a cultivator at the pill formation realm? The people of the Z family also looked at the incoming big hand in horror. The disparity between the two sides was too great. Even without using spells, just the impact of spiritual energy alone could probably defeat them in one move. However, at that moment, a figure with immortal demeanor stood in front of the purple family. "Friend, please show mercy." The person was Xuechen, who had been watching the show for a while. The powerful strike from the elder of the Lingxi sect hit Xuechen, but with his strength, at most, it just dusted him off. Everyone was shocked to see the old man suddenly appear in the middle of the scene. The elder of the Lingxi sect even petrified on the spot. "Impressive." Xuechen first smiled faintly at Zihuahua before turning to look at the elder of the Lingxi sect. However, just with that one glance, Xuechen froze in place. He stared straight at Yi Yue, finding it hard to process. Up in the sky, he had only seen Yi Yue's back all along, and now, seeing her face clearly, he realized she looked exactly like Ziwei. "You, Ziwei?" Yi Yue was taken aback. "Does the senior know my grandmother?" "Xuechen." He turned to look at the purple family and then at Yi Yue. It dawned on him that when he left back then, Ziwei was already engaged to the Yi family. After so many years, he should have gone to the Yi family to find Ziwei. Damn, miscalculation. How embarrassing. Xuechen now wanted to leave immediately, but leaving like this seemed undignified. "Thank you for saving me, I have nothing to repay you with. I am willing to be your disciple and serve by your side from now on." Zihuahua knelt down to Xuechen. Xuechen's mouth twitched. He now felt that this kid was too impulsive and idealistic. He clearly lacked insight, didn't know what's good for him, didn't understand the enemy's strength, a reckless troublemaker. This kind of disciple must not be accepted. "Please rise, I never take disciples." Xuechen then looked at the elder of the Lingxi sect and said, "This girl's grandmother is from the purple family. Friend, What you're doing might not be appropriate, right? The elder of the Lingxi sect immediately said nervously to Xuechen, Senior, you are not aware that the purple family, in order to compete for mineral resources. Before the elder of the Lingxi sect could finish, Yi Yue quickly interrupted, Master, please stop. Yi Yue looked at Zihuahua and said, I promise you, 5 years later, I will wait for you at the Lingxi sect for a battle. Xuechen frowned as he looked at Yi Yue, recalling Zihui's memory loss incident from years ago. It seemed there were hidden truths in this, possibly related to the purple family. Otherwise, his granddaughter breaking off the engagement with her own family was such an important matter that Zihui couldn't have stayed away. With this in mind, Xuechen turned to look deeply at the purple family, especially Zihuahua. This kid must not be left alive. Before Zihuahua could say anything, his father quickly held him back. It was obvious to him that the old man in front of them was here for Zihui, not for their purple family. After agreeing to a battle at the Lingxi sect in 5 years, Xuechen followed Yi Yue towards the Yi family. At the Yi family, Xuechen indeed saw Zihui. However, Zihui at this moment was no longer the appearance of the young girl from before but had transformed into the mature look of a woman. For Xuechen, 100 years was just a brief period in his life, but for Zihui, who had only reached the 5th level of Transcendent Realm, it was already half a lifetime. Although Zihui had not yet aged, time had still left a heavy mark on her. The former girl had now become a woman. No, she should be a grandmother by now. The girl from the past, now with a granddaughter so grown up. Recalling the memories of their first meeting, Xuechen couldn't help but show a faint smile. As Xuechen looked at Zihui, Zihui was also looking at him. After a long while, Zihui smiled and said, Grandpa Xuechen, you look much younger than before. Xuechen smiled faintly and said, Indeed, I am much younger than I was back then, but you have aged a lot since. Zihui. That night, Xuechen met Zihui's husband, the current head of the Yi family, Yi Bufan. When Xuechen heard this name, he was startled, thinking it was his former apprentice coming to find him. However, this Yi Bufan was not the same, just a small cultivator at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm. Later, Xuechen also met Zihui's 3 sons and a daughter, along with a bunch of grandchildren, even great-grandchildren. In fact, Zihui had another daughter who passed away 7 years ago due to reaching the end of her lifespan. Zihui's cultivation was not high, and her talent was mediocre. 2 of her sons and her daughter had no talent for cultivation and were now elderly. Compared to the middle-aged appearance of Zihui and her husband, these 2 sons and daughter seemed more like elders. Even Zihui's grandchildren appeared older than Zihui herself. This was the life of low-level cultivators, where having many children did not necessarily bring blessings. Watching the 3 elderly people hunched over calling Zihui mother, Xuechen felt a strange discomfort for a moment. In the end, Xuechen couldn't help but give Zihui over a dozen youth-restoring pills. After dinner, when everyone had left, Xuechen asked Zihui again about her amnesia from years ago. After a moment of silence, Zihui looked at Xuechen and asked, Grandpa Xuechen, if the kindness of nurturing and the enmity of killing parents were to happen to the same person, how should she choose? Xuechen remained silent, gazing quietly at Zihui. Zihui then told Xuechen about her entanglement with the Z family. In fact, Zihui was not biologically related to the Z family. The story was complex and full of twists and turns. In short, Zihui's biological parents killed Zihui's adoptive parents, who were the father of the former head of the Z family, Z Tianyan. Subsequently, Z Tianyan and his wife sought revenge by killing Zihui's parents but found her with spiritual roots and still an infant, so they took pity on her and raised her. When Zihui returned home at the age of 25 after studying outside, she intended to surprise Z Tianyan and his wife but overheard their conversation about her origins. They discovered her eavesdropping but instead of killing her, they sealed her memories while chasing her. Due to their limited cultivation, the memory sealing spell was barely effective. Zihui married into the Yi family and regained her memories a few years later, never returning to the Z family since. After hearing the story, Xuechen fell into silence. To be honest, this story was not particularly unusual. In simpler terms, it was a story of a couple seeking revenge for their father but unable to kill the enemy's descendants, instead raising them to adulthood. However, Xuechen was unsure how Zihui should handle this situation. Nevertheless, if Zihui wanted revenge, 100 years had likely passed already. Xuechen stayed with Zihui for 2 days and gave her some spirit stones. Zihui initially wanted to refuse, but Xuechen assertively said, I have more spirit stones than I can spend. As they parted ways, Xuechen couldn't help but say, Zihuahua is not simple, be careful if he causes trouble for your granddaughter. Zihui just smiled faintly and replied, future generations have their own fortunes. Whether it's a beginning or an end, it all depends on their choices. Hearing this, Xuechen nodded, turned around, and left gracefully. Grandpa Shuechen, will you come back? Ziwei asked. Shuechen waved his hand without answering, his figure instantly turning into a streak of light disappearing from Ziwei's sight. Watching the direction Shuechen left, Ziwei took out the little storybook Shuechen had given her years ago. Time flies so fast. Smelling the salty sea breeze, stepping on the damp gravel of the beach, Shuechen gazed into the depths of the sea. There seemed to be a voice calling out to him. I never thought I would have to walk this path again. To help old Feng and Dongchen find a way to cure the ominous, Shuechen needed to go to the western sacred land. This time, he wouldn't pass through the northern continent but had to go through the eastern continent. Thinking of his friends from the Moon Sect, Shuechen couldn't help but pick up the pace. However, this flight was different from what Shuechen had imagined. 100 years ago, when Shuechen passed through here, there was no danger, and the sea was very calm. But this time, Shuechen was attacked by sea beasts not long after taking off. Shuechen wanted to elevate his form, but he found that the sky was filled with spatial turbulence everywhere. Even his divine sense couldn't explore far due to the complex environment around him. How could this be? Shuechen was puzzled but didn't pay too much attention, as he could easily break through with his strength. However, Shuechen forgot one thing. He was directionally challenged. Not exactly directionally challenged, he remembered the way, but there was no path in the vast sea. So, he was lucky to get lost in the vast sea. The last time he flew not very fast and took only 2 years to reach the eastern continent. But this time, Shuechen's speed was much faster, and by his estimate, he should have arrived in 3 months. However, after flying for half a year, he still hadn't seen a trace of the eastern continent, not even land. Damn it, I should have bought a compass. Looking at the vast sea, Shuechen didn't know what to do for a moment. Just then, Abu crawled out of Shuechen's sleeve. Abu, Abu. Abu excitedly pointed in a direction. Shuechen's eyes lit up. Good boy, I didn't spoil you for nothing. Shuechen patted Abu's head and immediately flew in the direction Abu indicated. A day later, Shuechen looked at a piece of rotten wood on the sea with a black line on his face, while Abu was jumping on it excitedly. Abu, Abu. Shuechen confirmed that this guy was still the same foolish Abu. And so, guided by Abu, Shuechen continued to wander for another 2 months, during which he did find a pile of rotten wood as expected. Of course, Shuechen knew that these woods were not ordinary. After all, ordinary spiritual tools would be completely corroded in half an hour when thrown into the sea. But he wasn't here to treasure hunt. He didn't mind, but old Feng and Dongchen were still waiting. Just as Shuechen was considering whether to dry up this vast sea, a sound of fighting caught his attention. It's cultivators, let's go. Shuechen grabbed Abu and flew straight towards the direction of the sound. Soon, Shuechen saw a figure covered in thunder fighting back and forth with a spiritual beast in the sea god realm. The other party also noticed Shuechen flying towards them at high speed. Hey, it's you, kid. Damn it, senior, stop staring and come help. This person was none other than Han Pao Pao, who had teamed up with Shuechen to enter the secret realm. Damn it, Shuechen now seriously doubted that it was this kid's disaster body that caused him to get lost in this sea. He had heard someone calling out to him in the sea when they set off. It turned out it wasn't an illusion. Seeing Shuechen still not taking action, Han Pao Pao had to shout, Senior, I have news about rejuvenation. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Earth spike. Where did the land come from in the sea boom? A huge mountain peak emerged from the seabed, directly piercing through the belly of the sea beast in front of Han Pao Pao, sending it flying into the sky. Seeing the sudden appearance of a small island in front of him, Han Pao Pao fell into silence. There was no island here originally, but since he arrived, there was one. Shuechen smiled faintly, and with a turn of his mind, a stone table and 2 stone stools slowly took shape. Young friend, come, let's sit down and chat slowly. I am very interested in the news you just mentioned about rejuvenation. Han Pao Pao understood that if he didn't give Shuechen an explanation today, he might be in trouble. Looking at the struggling sea beast in the sky, Han Pao Pao couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't want to end up stabbed on another mountain peak. After all, Shuechen's methods were too rough, and he felt that his small frame couldn't handle it. Han Pao Pao first arched his hand towards Shuechen before sitting down to explain slowly. This kid didn't lie to Shuechen, he really knew some information about rejuvenation. However, he skipped the basic anti-aging techniques directly because he had tried them and found them useless. According to Han Pao Pao, his goal this time was to find the tears of the Star Sea and the Love Sea, which had the effect of rejuvenation. The reason he was looking for the tears of the Star Sea was that he was injured, and it was a serious injury. Shuechen could feel that Han Pao Pao was injured, but he didn't expect this kid, who was only at the 9th level of the spiritual infant realm, to have encountered the Tao. Young friend, you need the tears of the Star Sea, and so do I. Are you planning to have a showdown with me then? Senior, the tears of the star sea are not a single item. They can be few or many,